Chapter 164. Li Qing did not expect that the people who did business here were so supportive of the Wang family's zhuangzi. In order to find out if they really did not collect taxes, he went elsewhere to get something to sell. After changing his clothes, he carried 2 baskets of spinach and placed them there. Regardless of how many people were around, he started to shout, "Spinach! Spinach for sale! 2 caddies of fresh spinach for 1 copper coin." After shouting a few times, the people around him gathered. They all looked at him with uncomfortable eyes. Some even shook their heads, but no one was willing to buy. "Auntie, buy some spinach. It's cheap, 2 caddies for 1 copper coin." Seeing that no one was buying, Li Qing took the initiative to call a customer. When he saw an old woman come over, he said it was cheap. The auntie curled her lips and muttered, "Why is such a good young man so greedy? 2 caddies for 1 copper coin? Wait to be driven away." Her voice was not loud, but Li Qing still heard it. He did not understand why the auntie said he was greedy. Was the price too high? No, when he bought it, it was only 1 copper coin for 2 caddies. He also paid the taxi fare. He was not stupid enough to bring it here himself. He hired a few carriages and came here to pick it up. Just when he was puzzled, a voice came from the side. "Young Master Li has nothing to do, so you came here to have fun. Why don't you have some tea? It's my treat." "Why lie? For young Master Li's sake, I won't drive you away today. Young Master Li, please." Li Qing looked up and saw a man wearing a coarse cloth shirt standing next to him and looking at him. "How do you know me? Who are you?" Li Qing asked in confusion. "Young Master Li is a noble. Naturally, you don't know me, but I can't not know you. You are the manager of the Li family's zhuangzi. With such a noble identity, you actually came here to sell spinach. I think your spinach is a little small and yellow. Is it from the Li family's zhuangzi? The spinach there is better than this one. It's priced at 1 copper coin for 3 caddies. Did young Master Li go to a faraway place to buy expensive spinach to sell? If I had known that young Master Li would be like this, I would have sold it to young Master Li. Oh, my name is Ergo, and I'm in charge of setting the price of this market. If you want to sell your spinach, that's easy. 5 caddies for 1 copper coin." Although Ergo was speaking politely, his expression wasn't polite at all. He didn't know where Li Qing had gotten the spinach. Not to mention the small ones, perhaps they were tender spinach. But this spinach had already turned yellow, and he still dared to sell it for 1 copper coin for 2 caddies. As for how he knew about Li Qing, of course, it was someone who told him about it. Some of the influential people in Zhuangzi had people who specialized in collecting things and telling them to do business, including the shop assistant between the clouds and the water. He would get a piece of paper with a portrait on it, and he had to remember the important people in the vicinity. How could Li Qing know about this? He looked at his spinach, then stood up and looked at the spinach being sold by others. He frowned and felt that the price was indeed not good enough. The seller was selling for 1 copper coin for 3 caddies. From time to time, they would sprinkle some water on the green leaves to make them look fresher. Some people who bought the spinach even deducted some water from the price after weighing it. Li Qing saw with his own eyes that a person used a small bag of not-so-good tea leaves to exchange for 6 caddies of spinach. He left happily, and the spinach seller gave the tea leaves to the tea stall's old man. The old man took out 1 copper coin and 2 handfuls of white melon seeds, and that was it. Seeing this, Li Qing didn't know what to do. He looked at Ergo, who was waiting at the side, and suddenly said with a smile, "So it's Brother Ergo. I've heard so much about you. Brother Ergo, I don't have extra money on me. Can I pay the tax tomorrow?" "Young Master Li, you want to put me in prison? When have we ever collected tax here? If young Master Li is willing to sell, remember to ask for 5 caddies of spinach for 1 copper coin. If you think it's cheap, you can go back to Zhuangzi. In the Li family's Zhuangzi, spinach can be sold for 1 copper coin for 3 caddies of spinach. Of course, you have to pick the good ones." When Ergo heard Li Qing's words, he knew what Li Qing was thinking. Not to mention that there was no tax here. Even if there was in the past, it would change now. When he spoke to Li Qing, he smiled contemptuously. This time, Li Qing finally had no choice. He shouted to the people around him, 1 copper coin for 6 caddies of spinach. Who wants to buy it? He wanted to sell these lousy things as soon as possible and continue to look for that master. Since he couldn't find trouble here, it would be a waste of time to stay here. He thought that if it was 1 copper coin for 6 caddies of spinach, many people would buy it. He didn't expect that after he shouted, the people around him took a few steps back at the same time. Li Cheng was confused. Ergo clearly said 1 copper coin for 5 caddies of spinach. Why didn't anyone buy it when he was selling it for 6 caddies? Just as he was thinking about it, a kind person said to him, Ergo already said that your spinach is 1 copper coin for 5 caddies of spinach. Why don't you know what's good for you? Why do you have to sell it for 6 copper coins? Hearing this, Li Cheng understood. Li Cheng understood. It turned out that the price was actually so evil. It was exactly how much it was set. It couldn't be too high or too low. He wasn't a fool. He immediately understood the key point. Whoever was in charge of setting the price would get the final benefit in the end. For example, there were many people selling salted eggs today. If he ordered 2 eggs for 1 copper coin, then Ergo could naturally buy a lot of them. The bulk of the business was in his hands. When there were fewer people selling salted eggs tomorrow, he would order 3 eggs for 2 copper coins. Then he would make a profit of 1 egg. This rule couldn't be underestimated. It could be used for all kinds of goods. In this way, what was the use of tax? Just by relying on the right to set the price, he could make a lot of money. It was a good method. The price was set according to the quantity and quality of the goods. Naturally, other people wouldn't have any objections. They could choose not to sell, but as long as they did, it would benefit Ergo. You're lying. You're benefiting from it. Everyone, don't believe him. The price he said is beneficial to him. Li Cheng finally exploded. He criticized Ergo and began to persuade the people around him. In his opinion, the people would definitely scold Ergo and unite to oppose him. Who knew that after he finished speaking, the people around him looked at him as if he was an idiot. A kind person stood up and said to him, Young man, go home and find someone to take a look at you. You're so pitiful. It's not easy to live in this world. When others heard this person's words, they nodded. It seemed that Li Cheng was seriously ill. Li Cheng was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. When he didn't know what to say, a person next to him gently pulled his sleeve. When Li Cheng turned his head to look, the person said, Li Cheng, don't worry. Manager Li, I'm a farmer of the Li family in Zhuangzi. Don't say it. Others will think that you're sick. Who here doesn't know that Ergo benefits from setting the price? But do you know what those benefits are for? It used to be that if you want to keep the goods at night, you need to hand over something or money. Now you don't need to do that. The money Ergo earned was used to build those warehouses for everyone. Also, look at the 4 strong men next to you. They were hired with this money. If someone comes to make trouble or bully us, the 4 of them will rush up and beat him up. Then, they will send him to the authorities. Everyone knows that. Also, look at the hot weather. If someone falls down from heat stroke, Ergo will find someone to treat him. In the end, he will only take the cost. Anyway, we won't lose money here. It's better than being bullied elsewhere. Everyone is used to it. Manager Li, you'd better go do your own business. After the man finished speaking, he opened up his own stall, which was also filled with spinach. Just as Ergo had said, 1 copper coin for 3 caddies of spinach. If the people nearby wanted to eat it, they just had to take out a few copper coins or use other things to exchange for it. There were all kinds of things, and Ergo was very busy. From time to time, he would tell the people how much each item was worth. As he spoke, he took out the written sign. Not only did it show the price of something, but those who couldn't read could also calculate how much their things were worth according to the pattern on the sign. Li Cheng stood there and no one paid attention to him anymore. He was relying on his high status, otherwise, he would have been driven out long ago. This time, Li Cheng finally gave up on the matter of taxes. He didn't expect to provoke others to not listen to Ergo's price. Ergo had said that the money would be used in the market, but he was still a little unwilling. When Ergo was almost done, he found Ergo and said, Brother Ergo, I want to buy something from you. How much do you want? For example, my spinach. How much will you pay? It's quite a lot. The same? Then 1 copper coin for 5 caddies. I'll buy as much as you have. Ergo knew that Li Qing wasn't sincere, but he still answered him. Then if I buy the same spinach from you, how much for one caddy? I can buy more, Li Qing asked again. Young Master Li, I'm not selling this spinach now. You can't buy it unless you're willing to spend more money. For example, 1 copper coin for 1 caddy, or 2 caddies for 1 copper coin, Ergo replied. So you'll sell it if it's expensive, but not if it's cheap? No, I won't sell it if it's expensive. If you want to buy it, you can go to between the clouds and the water. There are people there who can help you find such things, but you have to pay a certain fee. Ergo didn't give Li Qing a chance. This time, Li Qing had no choice but to thank Ergo and turn to leave. As for the spinach, he gave it to the Li family's farmer so that he could sell it and eat it back home. After walking for dozens of feet, Li Qing still felt uncomfortable in his heart. What was this? He couldn't find any trouble at all. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly found a familiar figure in front of him. He hurried 2 steps and looked again. Li Qing was happy. It was the expert he saw. He didn't expect him to come out. Hey, the person in front, wait a minute. I have something to say. Something big. Li Qing shouted as he ran forward. That person stopped and gave Li Qing an unfathomable smile. Chapter 165. What's your surname? Li Qing felt a little better when he saw the man stop. He ran to him and asked with a smile. The man found a stone stool and sat down. He picked up a wooden stick and wrote the word Zhang on the ground. Zhang? Good, good surname, good, really good. My surname is Li, Li as in Mu-zi, Li. Mr. Zhang, where are you going? Li Qing really didn't know what to call him. He felt that such a master must be teaching others, so he gave him the title of master. The man shook his head with a smile and pointed to the pond in front of him. Oh, you're not going anywhere. You're going to the pond. I see. You want to fish? Well, I also like fishing. Why don't we go together? What kind of fishing rod do you like? I'll give it to you. No, I'm just asking. Li Qing understood again and proposed to go together. He wanted to give the man a fishing rod, but he felt that it was too obvious, so he could only change his words. At the same time, he looked at the man. The man was wearing fine linen clothes and a pair of rough linen shoes with wooden soles. He was carrying a basket in his hand, but he didn't see any fishing rod. Li Qing felt that it shouldn't be so, but he thought that a master would naturally have a master's appearance. What ordinary people could do, a master would never do, not to mention that smile and that silent appearance showed that this man was a master. He heard that the old man Jiangxia was even more sloppy. You can't judge a book by its cover. The man smiled at him and still didn't speak. He carried the basket and walked to the pond in front of him. Li Qing naturally followed him. This kind of opportunity couldn't be missed. Otherwise, he would really regret it. The 2 people, one in front and one behind, soon arrived at the side of the pond. Li Qing saw that the man found a secluded place, put the basket down, took off his clothes and shoes, and there was a loose underwear inside. He had never seen this kind of thing before, so he felt a little strange. When he thought of the master's behavior, everything was explained. Oh, Mr. Zhang, I know. You are going to catch fish with your bare hands. Good skill. Since I was a child, I have heard that the master could catch fish with his eyes closed in the water. Amazing. Today I have opened my eyes. Li Qing quickly flattered. He was used to saying such words. That person smiled at him again, which made him feel that the expert's smile contained too many things. No wonder he was an expert, but he was his servant. Good. Following Li Qing's praise, that person suddenly plunged into the ground. Li Qing waited on the shore. After a while, when the fish was thrown up, he would say a few words. Not long after, as expected, something flew out. Great, great, great lotus root. Teacher Zhang, it turns out that you want to eat lotus root. Lotus root is good. The taste is, it's so sweet when you dip it in sugar. Li Qing's reaction was not slow, but he always thought that the master would catch fish and was only thinking about how to praise the fish. He did not expect that the master would go into the water to catch the lotus root. It was more troublesome to change. As soon as he finished speaking, many lotus roots were thrown out one after another. He also helped to pick them up and throw them into the basket. There was a little mud on the lotus roots, but he did not mind. Of course, he had to bear with it as he was picking things for the master. After picking up almost a basket of lotus roots, that person finally came out of the water. He only showed his head a few times to catch his breath. As soon as the person came out, Li Cheng said, "Mr. Zhang, you are so good. If I were in the water, I would have been directly fed to the fish. I did not expect that you could hold it for so long. I have to learn from you in the future." That person was still smiling. He specially took out a good-looking lotus root from the basket and washed it in the water beside the pond. He handed it to Li Cheng and pointed at the lotus leaves in the water. Then he carried the basket and walked back. "Mr. Zhang, I understand. You are telling me that everything is born from the root. I understand. It is too. I am not good at speaking and can't say it. I hope that Mr. Zhang can teach me more in the future." Li Cheng held the lotus root in his hand and tried to think about what it meant. Fortunately, he had learned something from the young master and said what he could think. Hearing his words, that person stopped and took out a short lotus root from the basket on his back. He opened his mouth and bit it. After biting it, he showed it to Li Cheng with a comfortable smile on his face. This time, Li Cheng was confused. He looked at the lotus root carefully, then looked at the master, and then looked at the lotus root in his hand. He used his strength to break it. A slight crisp sound was heard. The lotus root had been broken by him, but it was not completely broken. There was something in it that was still connected. That person shook his head and walked in the direction of the main house again, leaving Li Cheng standing there in a daze. After a while, that person's figure was about to enter the main house's courtyard. Li Cheng opened his eyes wide and hurriedly chased after him. Before he could say anything, he knelt down in front of the man and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhang, I got it. You're telling me that the lotus root is easy to break, but the silk is hard to cut. Even if the lotus root is broken, the silk is still connected. This is the officialdom. This is something for people. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Isn't this young masterly? Why are you in the mansion? What are you looking for on the ground?" The gatekeeper was about to come out and take the basket in Big Mute's hand. When he saw Li Cheng, he was puzzled. He could say that he was in the mansion now. The master was an official. In the past, he had to say courtyard. Although it was a simple name, for him, it was a special thing. "Big Mute, your lotus root is good. The young master and the young lady must like to eat it. It seems that you are the best swimmer in Zhuangzi." The gatekeeper asked Li Cheng and then said something to the master in Li Cheng's eyes. He carried the basket of lotus root to the small room next door and was going to send it to the kitchen later. Big Mute smiled and gestured to the gatekeeper. Then he pointed at Li Cheng and said, Ah. I know. It turns out that young Master Li treats you as a teacher. Big Mute, you are really good. Go in quickly. By the way, go and see the person who is chopping the wood for the madam's courtyard. That guy is always playing tricks. If you don't watch him, he won't work properly." The gatekeeper naturally knew what Big Mute gestured. After he left, he said to Li Cheng, "Young Master Li, please get up quickly. That person is a handyman in the courtyard, not a teacher. If you want to find a teacher, you can go to the school." A master. You are indeed extraordinary. So you hid here and were willing to be a handyman. You must have been waiting for the arrival of a wise master. Shut up. What do you mean by a teacher in a school? Although he didn't say it, I know. What do you mean by a mute? That is called silence. Forget it. You are just a gatekeeper. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. This is because you are used to the vicissitudes of the world. You have nothing to say. Your young master and young lady have received so many benefits from him. How dare you talk to him like this? You wait. I will come tomorrow to take the master back. Li Qingjiao scolded the dumbfounded gatekeeper and said that he would come back tomorrow. He took the broken thing and turned around to leave. After walking a dozen steps, he turned around and glared at the gatekeeper. When the gatekeeper was wondering which one of them was crazy, he gradually walked away. Ridiculous. Let's go. Send the lotus root to the kitchen. The gatekeeper picked up the basket and muttered something he learned from the young master. Then he slowly moved to the kitchen. The next day, the sky was very cloudy. Some old people knew that it was going to rain heavily. Li Qing didn't care about this. He came as promised. This time, He didn't come alone. There were a few people behind him. They carried a lot of boxes. When they arrived at the gate, they said to the gatekeeper, "The Li family's housekeeper in Zhuangzi wants to see Teacher Zhang." "Who is it?" "Young Master Li, there is no Teacher Zhang in Zhangjia Zhuangzi. There are a few teachers in the school over there. There is no one with the surname Zhang." "What are you?" The gatekeeper was stunned. He didn't expect that this person who should be resting at home would come again. "Don't lie to me. I know. Zhuangzi is so powerful now because of him. Don't worry, I don't mean any harm. Yesterday, when I said that I would take you back, it was just a joke. Look, I brought gifts today. This is the list of gifts." When Li Cheng saw the gatekeeper's expression, he knew that the Zhang family had hidden him. Unfortunately, it was too late. He already knew. Where could he hide now? "Young Master Li, please wait a moment. I will go in and report." The gatekeeper was also stunned. This kind of thing was not for him to handle. He had to run back to the housekeeper. After a while, housekeeper Zhang hurried over and said to Li Cheng, "Young Master Li, please come in. I didn't know you were coming and didn't welcome you. Please forgive me." When Li Cheng heard this, he felt a little awkward. Just now, the gatekeeper said that it was in the mansion. This steward Zhang also said the same. "I know that your master is an official, rank 7. Do you have to call it a mansion? What a big place." Li Cheng cursed in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. After all, there was a master here. "Steward Zhang is too polite. I actually have something to discuss in your mansion. Steward Zhang, please." Li Cheng looked at the courtyard wall. He felt that he was going against his conscience. As he spoke, he invited each other into the courtyard. Oh no, the mansion. After they sat down in the living room, someone served them tea. The others were arranged to sit in another place. Steward Zhang placed the list of gifts on the table and said to Li Cheng, "Young Master Li, what brings you to my humble home?" Li Cheng didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, "You are just a housekeeper. Can't you talk about other things first and then ask me why I am here? You just said it. Now you are at my humble home." After taking a sip of tea, Li Cheng smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just bought the Li family's farm and couldn't find the time. Now that I have time, I naturally want to pay a visit to your manor. The other thing is that I heard that there is a teacher in your manor who has been a friend of mine for a long time. I wonder if you could introduce me to him." Chapter 166. "Oh, are you talking about Mr. Zhang?" Steward Zhang tried to think of such a person and said, "Yes, yes." Li Cheng echoed, "What does he look like?" "You don't know. There are so many things in the mansion these days, including the new teacher. I can't see him for a while. Alas. It's hard to be a housekeeper. If it's normal." Yes. Steward Zhang is right. It's hard. But Mr. Zhang seems to have been in your mansion before, right? Li Cheng interrupted Steward Zhang's complaint and pointed out the main topic directly. "Before? There was no such person before. Did you remember wrongly?" Steward Zhang still couldn't remember which one was Mr. Zhang. Li Cheng quickly shook his head and said firmly, "Yes, I saw him yesterday. He went to the pond to pick lotus roots and gave me a lotus root. He let me know that the lotus root is still connected when it's broken." So the lotus root is still connected when it's broken. Yes, there is such a thing. You can't break the lotus root directly. You need to cut it with a knife. It's very difficult to make. I heard people say so. Is he the cook in your mansion? Steward Zhang followed. He didn't know how to respond. He just followed whatever Li Cheng said. Steward Zhang, his name is Demute. He's not a cook. He's Mr. Zhang. Li Cheng was annoyed. He just thought that Steward Zhang was too straightforward. Now he took back this idea. If he didn't be more direct, he wouldn't be able to get the answer. Steward Zhang was stunned. He blinked and stared at Li Cheng. Are you talking about Demute? Yes, it's him. Mr. Zhang? Steward Zhang doesn't want to admit it? Li Cheng asked. No. Well, Mr. Li, please try this tea. I'll be back soon. Steward Zhang now understood that Li Cheng had taken Demute for some teacher Zhang, and even made a connection. It sounded good, so he didn't dare to be negligent. This matter must be told to the young master and the young lady. As long as he told them, he believed that the two little ancestors would know what was going on. Looking at the receding figure of Steward Zhang, Li Qing sneered, put the teacup on the table and said to himself, "You leaked it. You want to cheat in front of me? Don't you know what I do?" "Xiao Bao, there's a blister on your leg, but there's no pus inside. It looks like you'll be able to participate in the next desert survival training in 2 days. Do you still want to go?" In the room, Wang Wan looked at the blister on her leg and asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Of course, why not? I just want to scare that imperial nephew and let him know the difficulty of survival in the wild. Then he can devote more energy to it. Once he has nothing to do, he will go back to Zhuangzi of the Li family. I'm sure he will miss us. This is only the first time, so it's only the first phase. After the training is over, I'll give him some new ideas and come up with a second phase and a third phase. Each time it's more difficult and dangerous than the last. I don't believe that he won't be fascinated. If you want to figure out the thoughts of people like him, you have to do something to prove it to others. Then give him a chance." Zhang Xiaobao put down the blister on his leg and explained to Wang Wan while lying on the couch. Wang Wan was a little worried. If we always beat him, will he hate us? What if he loses his confidence? Why do we have to beat him? We have to let him feel that he can still become stronger. Hope is always in front of him. It's also good to teach him something. This is the result of many years of experience. When the time comes, he will take credit for it. Just treat it as a contribution to our current national army. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the wound on his leg as he spoke. It healed quickly. It was just a blister. In 2 days, he would participate in the survival in the desert. There was no delay. The desert was not as simple as the grassland. At that time, he would let Li Sun know what survival in the desert was. Unfortunately, how could it be called survival in the wild with some water? "Oh, then we'll do as you say." Wang Wan agreed to Zhang Xiaobao's proposal. "Little master, little miss, it's not good." That person called Li Qing came over and asked Mr. Zhang, who is also Big Mute, about Zhuangzi. He said that Mr. Zhang taught him the lotus root and silk connection. I just asked him. Yesterday he met Big Mute. Big Mute was there picking lotus roots. What's going on? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished discussing when Steward Zhang hurriedly ran over. He explained the matter and repeated the details of the conversation. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao said, "It seems that our Zhuangzi has been targeted. Cuckoo and I performed a little better at the ranch. They won't think that we did it ourselves. They will only think that someone taught us behind the scenes. In that case, Big Mute has been recognized as a master. That's good. You go and tell Big Mute that from now on he is a master. He will occasionally meet that Li Cheng. Every time he has to do a certain action. I will design this action. He can only do one action at a time. He can't stay in contact for too long. After he's done, he has to leave. As for you guys, if you want to treat him as Big Mute, do as you did before. Do what you should do. Don't treat him as if he has a high status. That's not as good as what he is now." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he used the brush to practice calligraphy just now to draw a few things and gave them to Steward Zhang. "Got it, little master. You're so smart. You don't need to meet him. You know what Li Cheng is thinking just by listening to those words." Steward Zhang respectfully took the things and said sincerely. Then he turned and left. When he came to the door of the living room, he sighed in his heart and said to himself, "It's over. Li Cheng, you should run away quickly. Poor child, why did you come here for no reason?" 4 days passed quickly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's bodies had recovered. They only had a few scratches. Children's bodies grew fast, leaving only a few faint scars on their legs. "Xiaobao, the new one is about to start. When are we leaving? Li Qing comes here every day. We should meet today." "What is it?" Wang Wan packed herself up and was ready to go there. She urged Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was almost done with his preparations. This time, the two of them took a bigger shovel. Since there was water in the desert, the most worrisome thing was the temperature of the sun. During the day, they had to dig a hole and bury themselves. In addition to the shovel, they also had to bring a foldable lantern. Whether they slept at night or not, the two had decided to march at night to teach Li Sun a lesson. He should not think that he could run as fast as he did during the day in the desert. After packing the backpack, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Let's go immediately." Today, Li Cheng should have figured out how to divide a circle into 4 equal parts. In fact, it's very simple. I just don't know how he did it. I haven't divided him into 5 equal parts yet. Let's go. After speaking, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went out of the house. Pomegranate and the other 3 were already waiting outside. 2 beautiful cars were parked outside the gate. These days, Zhang Xiaobao paid for the repair of the courtyard wall of the Zhang mansion. The original one was really not suitable. A 7th grade official was still an official, just like the county magistrate. It was just that he did not have a real position. Pomegranate and the other 3 were full of confidence for this competition in the desert. They believed that there was nothing that could be difficult for the young master and the young lady. The 2 cars left Zhuangzi one after the other and headed in the direction of Dingping County. There was a small piece of sand there. This small piece was bigger than the other places. It was enough for the children to run around. It would take them a few days to finish running. Dingping County was not far from Luochuan County. It was assumed that Li Sun would bring people there directly. This time, it was unknown how many people would not participate, and it was even more unclear who would join. Once the number of people decreased, Li Sun would definitely recruit people on the spot. Otherwise, who would he train? The 2 cars were not in a hurry. It took them 2 days to arrive at the place. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got out of the car and stood there with backpacks on their backs, laughter could be heard from the crowd that Li Sun had led first. Some people even whispered that the 2 of them were stupid for carrying such a big backpack in the desert. None of the people who had participated in the grassland survival training a few days ago echoed the laughter and chatter of these people. They all looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with reverence. They had seen the abilities of these 2 people. On the first day, they made food. On the second day, they were in the lead all the way. On the third day, they were in the lead. On the third day, they were in the lead. On the morning of the 3rd day, they had left an indelible impression in their hearts. Even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not participate on the 3rd day, these people still left the 1st place to the 2 of them in their hearts. People of a younger age group were actually able to suppress people of a higher age group to the point that they could not raise their heads. This was ability. Ha! Look at those 2 silly children. They are actually carrying such a big backpack. Hey, don't you think so? Why don't you say something? A person who joined in later laughed loudly. He touched the person next to him and asked. He wanted to get a sound of agreement, but found that person standing there with a serious face, looking at the 2 children who had just gotten out of the car in front of him. What should I say? You are a fool? Do you know who they are? They are the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from Tuqiao Village, Sanshui County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from Zhuangzi. Wait until you can hold on and stop crying. Then you can laugh at them. This was the 11-year-old who had participated in the grassland survival training. He did not dare to laugh at the 2 of them. At this time, a person about 10 years old came out of the group. He came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to them, "Are you Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who are rumored to be gods? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from Tuqiao Village?" "Yes, we are. Who are you?" Zhang Xiaobao calmly faced this person and asked in a light tone. Wang Wan stood next to him as if she did not hear anything and looked around. "I am your neighbor. Didn't your family just get a piece of land? The other side of the land is my family's Zhuangzi. We may often meet in the future." This person curled his lips and said, Chapter 167. Sand covered the ground, and a gentle breeze blew. The withered grass and yellow leaves curled up, and there was no wind or rain for many days. The sun shone brightly, and the people spoke. Helpless and unsurprised, who could avoid benefits? After the 10-year-old child finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and exhaled through his nose and looked at the child calmly. Neighbors? It's good to be neighbors. In the future, we can help each other. When the Zhang family and Wang family have difficulties in Zhuangzi, we will definitely find your village to help. What a joke, who will help each other with you? You're just a 7th-rank official, how can you be so capable? Fengzhou is just a small province, how can it compare to the land of my capital? The 10-year-old child didn't seem to hear the polite meaning in Zhang Xiaobao's words. He really thought that the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi wanted to curry favor with his family, so he sneered and said these words. Ha! Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. He suddenly thought that the person in front of him was just a child. Did he expect him to understand the meaning behind some words? Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to lower himself to the same level as this person. It was useless, and he couldn't get any benefits. It was a waste of saliva. Wang Wan didn't want to let it go. At this time, she stopped looking around and smiled sweetly, saying to the person, "Now that you mention it, I know that Feng province is only for those who are not capable. Those who are capable all move to the capital city. It's a blessing that our family can be connected to the capital city like you. Brother, you must take care of our family in the future. After all, we are just ordinary people in Feng province. Isn't that right, brother?" "Yes, that's right. You know what's good for you. Those who are capable are all in the capital, and those who are incompetent are in this kind of place. It's a barren place, sigh. It's not easy, otherwise, why would we be in trouble?" When the person heard Wang Wan's words, he was happy and puffed out his chest. He continued to speak for Wang Wan. There were many locals beside him, and their expressions turned ugly when they heard what he said. This was not the most important thing. Li Sun also came over at this time and wanted to talk to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about the desert survival training. He felt that the master must have taught them a lot. He heard the conversation between the three of them clearly. At first, he didn't think much of what Zhang Xiaobao and this person said. However, when he heard what Wang Wan said and that person said, he couldn't take it anymore. His father was now the provincial governor of Benzhou. He even bought some land in Sanshui County and became a Zhuangzi. The capital government was stronger than other places, but to Li Sun, it was only a place in the palace that allowed him to restrain himself. How could he be looked down upon by a commoner? Seeing the arrogant look on that person's face, Li Sun didn't even think about it. He took 2 steps forward and slapped that person. "You said it was a barren place? Could it be that you're happy that Benzhou is in trouble? Your Zhuangzi is next to Sanshui County. Could it be that there's enough rain? This marquis will remember these words. This year, your Zhuangzi pays 1 cent less in taxes, takes 1 cent less, and has 1 less person to work. Don't blame this marquis for going to the palace to complain. Tomorrow, that is, tomorrow. Naturally, someone will go to your Zhuangzi to check the land. If there are more than the deeds, your Zhuangzi is deceiving the emperor and disregarding the laws of the imperial court. The outskirts of the capital. What great ability! The emperor has not yet determined the status of the people. You, a Zhuangzi, can determine the status of the people in Great Tang." Li Sun's first words were easy to say, but the last sentence was a big accusation. What he meant was that the emperor had not yet determined which place the people were noble or poor. You, a Zhuangzi from the outskirts of the capital, are speaking for the emperor about which place is not good. This accusation was enough to exterminate an entire family. The emperor had always said that he loved his brothers. If Peng province was not good, then why did the emperor put his brothers in Peng province? Did he want his brothers to suffer? How could he throw his brothers here in such a remote place? No, that's not what I meant. This person naturally knew who was speaking. It was the young marquis. Although there were more marquises, even the youngest marquis was still the face of the imperial family. Just now, he was too busy talking and did not expect to offend someone he could not afford to offend. If these words were to come from the mouth of the imperial nephew, not to mention the land, he would not even be able to keep his life. To gloat over the drought, to determine the status of the people in each province for the imperial court, to accuse the emperor of neglecting his brothers. How many people could one Zhuangzi be enough to kill? This person did not know what to say. There were so many people listening, and the imperial nephew was on the side. The crime was already decided. Fortunately, this person's family had taught him well and knew what to do at this time. Why is the moon in the sky so big? I saw Chang Yi coming with a donkey in her arms. Gold, this place is full of gold. Look, it's a sea of yellow. Hurry up and help me pack the gold. This person suddenly laughed and said. Then he ordered the guards who followed him on Zhuangzi. The people who followed him were also scared to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. Now that they saw their young master's behavior, of course, they knew what to do. They pulled their young master and said to Li Sun and the people around them, "My young master's health has been poor since he was young. He always says some crazy things. In just a short while, he actually fell ill again. Sai, please don't mind him. My young master will recover in a few hours. If he falls ill again, it will take at least half a month. It will not affect tomorrow's survival in the desert. I will take him back first." What a sin. Young master, wake up. You were fine yesterday. How did you become like this today? Young master, wake up. As the guards spoke, they dragged the person who was still talking about the green grassland away. Acting like a fool. You're lucky this time. The place where the Zhang family and Wang family live next to each other in Zhuangzi seems to be adjacent to the Li family's Zhuangzi. Let's wait and see. Li Sun was not a fool. She naturally understood what was going on. She pretended to be sick to escape. If it was not for the fact that she did not want to delay her survival training, she would not have pretended to be sick. Even if she was really sick, it would not have worked. Xiao Bao, looks like I'll have something to do in the future. This child is arrogant and can play dumb. His family must be extraordinary. My peaceful life is going to end again. Wang Wan looked at what was happening in front of her. After her scheme succeeded, she smiled and winked at Zhang Xiaobao. How dare you say that I'm bad? I don't think you're a good person either. It's just one more neighbor. There's no need to be afraid. Let's have some friction first. It won't affect our business. With an opponent by our side, we can always be vigilant. Zhang Xiaobao did not feel much about this matter. They were just neighbors, so what could they do to each other? He already had an imperial nephew by his side. Why would he be afraid of one more? I know you don't care. He won't dare to provoke Li Sun. He'll turn his hatred on us. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao to a resting area and said. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. You shouldn't say that. You should say that no matter if he offends Li Sun or not, we'll still hate him. As long as there's a chance, I'll keep causing trouble for his family. If there's no chance, I'll create an opportunity to cause trouble for his family. I'll let him know what it means to be not afraid of thieves stealing, but to be afraid of thieves remembering. You're going to take the initiative to cause trouble for others? Wang Wan knew what Zhang Xiaobao meant. She was a little uncertain. Why should I wait for others to slap me first before I retaliate? I don't like the look of him, so I'll stab him. Zhang Xiaobao said righteously. You're like a cooked duck. You're so stubborn. There are so many people, why don't you scheme against them? Why do you have to wait for them to come over and say a few words before you make a move? Isn't that a passive response? Yes, I'm passive. There are so many people in the world. If I always take the initiative to provoke others, how can I do anything else? I'll find some time to buy a few sheep and put them in ice water. After they get sick from the cold, I'll put them over there. When they see it, as long as they bring it home, we'll wait and see if there's a sheep flu. Zhang Xiaobao took small steps and was still thinking about how to scheme against others. Wang Wan burst out laughing. What sheep flu? Is that illness caused by the cold? Why not? I've had a cold before. It's the same for sheep. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Zhang Xiaobao used his own personal experience to prove it. I think you're sick too. Hurry up and rest for the night. We'll enter the desert tomorrow. Why don't I remember there being a desert here? Wang Wan quickened her pace. She really didn't want to discuss with Zhang Xiaobao whether the cold could be transmitted to sheep. Geological changes. The river you see now is different from that time. Shanghai is not so far away. The people of Nauru don't have to worry about digging dung and not having a place to live. Is there anyone there now? It's better to go and occupy it one day and ship it here. It's not enough for the ship. Go in and sleep. There's no sunscreen in this broken place. These 2 days are not good. When we're done, we can go directly to Africa to dig for diamonds. It's just as black. Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao into the tent and complained casually. Young master, okay, we're back. That was close. We were almost caught. The man who didn't pay attention to his words was finally sent back to the tent by his guards. A guard wiped the sweat on his forehead and was frightened. Humph. You made me offend the royal nephew, Zhangzhi Zhuangzi of the Wang family. I'll remember. Don't let me get the chance or I'll let them die together. This young master, as Wang Wan said, did not dare to offend Li Sun. He put all his hatred on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi. He narrowed his eyes, and a trace of ferocity appeared on his gloomy face. Young master is right. We definitely can't let those two families have an easy time. Originally, old master also wanted to spend money to buy that place, but he actually let them get away with it. There are many trees on that mountain, and burning them into charcoal will not be a small amount. The guard who spoke just now followed young master's words. The young master was satisfied. He looked outside the tent. Tomorrow I'll follow them and give them some trouble. It's best to let them die in the desert. Chapter 168. The night passed quickly. Zhang Xiaobao slept soundly by the side of the bed, but the young master on the other side had a dream the entire night. He dreamt that he had taken over the Zhang and Wang families' farmstead and even chased away the two families. He woke up laughing several times in his dream. Li Sun woke up early in the morning with a backpack on his back. He didn't know what to put in it, so he only put a blanket and a few handkerchiefs. He couldn't remember anything else. He didn't think that he could use the things on the grassland in the desert. After all, there weren't so many insects in the desert, and there weren't any wild herbs. What he wanted to know the most now was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought. He could have asked them yesterday, but he was so angry that he forgot about it. Now, he couldn't ask them directly, so he could only follow them and see what they would do. Today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan changed into a pair of shoes designed by the two of them. The original shoes with wooden soles were discarded, and the shoes with leather soles were also discarded. Instead, they specially got someone to make some shoes with tattered cloth soles. They even used fish glue to glue some small lumps at the bottom. Each of them had their own backpack. They wore bamboo hats on their heads, and the clothes they wore were also long-sleeved. At the same time, they also brought some saltpeter, which was the highest purity here, and some salt. They didn't bring any other food, because it would be found out if they did. After a round of inspection, a few people who wanted to bring some food were warned to leave their things behind. The team then walked into the desert. Some people left and some new people joined. The total number of people didn't decrease, but increased by more than 10. There were relatively fewer young people, only 45 people. When more than 140 children entered the desert, more than 50 of them rushed out. The other 80 people didn't run like crazy. They all looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan at almost the same time. Cuckoo, it seems that they are not as stupid as they were on the grassland, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan with a smile when he felt the eyes around him. Well, these people must be the ones on the grassland. It seems that we are being watched. Let's go. The next place with water is 3 miles away. Tie the rope. Wang Wan glanced at those people. As she spoke, she took out a rope and tied it around her and Zhang Xiaobao's waist. Firstly, it was to prevent quicksand. Even if Li Sun would definitely send people to check on this area, they still had to be prepared and get used to it. Secondly, when climbing the sand pile, if one of them lost their footing and fell down, the other one could help. The two people once again walked forward, one in front of the other, and tried to keep their heels slightly off the ground. Wei Wei bent her legs and leaned forward. She even took out a retractable stick from her backpack and used it to move forward. Li Sun and the others didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to be so prepared. They couldn't ask people to bring things over, so they could only follow behind. When they were puzzled, they felt that there was no need to use the stick. They could just walk directly, and the rope was unnecessary. Except for the children of the Li family in Zhuangzi, the others were all rich people. When they stepped on the sand, they felt very comfortable. The children of the Li family in Zhuangzi were also changed into leather boots by Li Sun, but they weren't as exquisite. As for the clothes, they were naturally made by the clothing company. As the crowd followed, their eyes swept over Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's backpack from time to time, hoping that they could take out their things as soon as possible. As for the children who were in the lead, they didn't care whether they fell behind or not. The parents of the new children didn't know about this situation. When they saw their children running to the front, they began to flatter each other, just like the parents in the grassland. The parents who had experienced the grassland had long since lost this idea. When they heard the words of others and recalled their own situation, They could only sigh that they were too short-sighted. The desert wasn't big, but it didn't lack sand dunes. Some of them existed alone, while others were connected. If one wanted to go around them, they would have to walk a long way. The children chose to climb directly. No one was willing to take a long detour. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's shoes showed their advantages. Even if the small bumps under the shoes couldn't firmly hold onto the ground, they wouldn't slide down like other people. The sticks in their hands played a big role. When inserted into the sand, they could borrow a little force to prevent their bodies from falling backward. Even if their feet slipped once, it wouldn't delay them. Li Qing, did you see that? It turns out to be used like this. Li Sun saw from behind and said to the person who was following beside him. After he finished speaking, he realized that the person who was following him was not Li Qing, but a person who was also doing chores, called Li Xing. Li Xing was not stupid enough to correct the young marquis's name. He said next to him, "Young master, look at their shoes carefully. They are different from what we wear. There are some small bumps under them. Wait for me to prepare them tomorrow. This time I don't know." "Good, learn more. You watch that kid over there. It's the family in Zhuangzi next to us and Zhang Wang's family. What's his name? It seems that there is also a minor official, secondary 5th rank. He's not small." Li Sun nodded. After seeing the person who was pretending to be stupid, he was afraid that he would make trouble for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After all, that person was older. If there was any danger, even if he dealt with that person, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be unhappy and leave. Then where would he learn how to survive in the desert? Li Xing also noticed that person. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in front of him. He replied, "I know, young master. That's a member of the Han family. His name is Han Yongyao." Yongyao? Someone like him can forget about showing off. When we get back to Zhuangzi, there will be a show to watch. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's Zhuangzi are not comparable to other Zhuangzi. The people in charge there are extraordinarily powerful. How far until we get to a place with water? Li Ji looked down on that person from the bottom of his heart. He sneered, feeling that the sun was exceptionally bright today. He licked his lower lip with his tongue, looked up at the seemingly endless road in front of him, and asked, "What is it?" "Soon, we'll get there after walking this far. Today's lunch is the same as last time. If we don't give them food, I don't know how many people won't be able to persevere." "The desert is not like the grassland," Li Xing replied. He walked at the back, glancing at Han Yongyao from time to time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked at the front. Their speed was not fast. When there was no water to replenish their energy, the two of them did not want to use too much energy. They wanted to wait until the water was filled. The more than 50 children did not seem to know the meaning of fatigue. They were still running with all their might. Some of the children even deliberately slid down the sand dunes slowly before running up. "Xiaobao, do you think a scorpion will appear here? Or a snake or something? Then we'll have something to eat for lunch." Wang Wan climbed to a slightly higher sand dune and stood there, looking down and asking. "I don't think so. Li Sun must have already sent people to search for snakes in the sand. Most of them are poisonous. Why would he let people get bitten? Do you want to go first, or should I?" Zhang Xiaobao stood beside Wang Wan and looked down at the road below. "Let's go together. Take out the things." Wang Wan replied. She opened the backpack with Zhang Xiaobao and took out a few wooden boards that were slightly narrower and shorter than the backpack. Wei Wei put them on the ground. The two of them sat on them, adjusted their positions, and used the wooden sticks in their hands to support themselves. The two of them quickly slid down. Li Sun and the others also went up the slope. When they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's things, they were stunned for a moment. Then they looked at the two people who were about to reach the bottom. They had no choice but to run down. This was very strenuous. Some people could not control themselves and would even tumble to the bottom. Without waiting for Li Sun to speak, Li Xing said, "Young master, this little one understands. I will definitely make this tomorrow. Don't think that the children in front of us are playing. If they continue to walk, they will be exhausted. Things like this can save a lot of energy. And there is indeed some skill. Look at the two of them, they don't seem to be tired. Maybe we will let the two of them go first again today." Good, I learned another skill. In the future, when I encounter such things, I can be prepared in advance. Li Sun sighed as he took off his boots and poured out the sand. He really admired the person who prepared these things for the two children. Don't think that it was a small thing. When walking in the desert, it might be the difference between life and death. The others remembered this thing and also decided to use it tomorrow. Only Han Yongyao was not so clear. He was thinking of making trouble for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Unfortunately, perhaps because the food in his family was better, he was a little fat and could not catch up with them. He could only follow behind and gasp for breath. The parents behind them were also uncomfortable. Seeing the children climbing and rolling there, they were very distressed. The parents who came from the grassland had already remembered the tools used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan without their children remembering. Again, they sighed in their hearts. Looking at the two little guys' tacit cooperation, they felt that if they were their own children, they would definitely hold them in their arms and love them. They were too sensible and too strong. They had never seen the two of them say that they were tired, let alone expect to see them cry sadly. In their hearts, they could not help but envy the two's families. They did not know how they taught them. No matter how they looked at them, they felt that the two little guys were like adults. In addition, they were also cute, with chubby little faces, two dimples when they smiled, and a pair of eyes seemed to be able to talk. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know that others wanted to take them for themselves. They went down the slope, installed the boards, and continued to move forward step by step. After a while, they reached the place where water was provided. Chapter 169. There was a supply of water every 3 li. If it was on flat ground, it would take less than a quarter of an hour to finish the 3 li journey. In this desert, it might be faster at the beginning. Half an hour was enough. Towards the end, it would take less than an hour. It was impossible to even think about it. The children who ran first had already reached the water supply station, but the children behind them were still walking slowly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not in a hurry, but they still slightly opened up the distance between them and the children behind them. One had a shoe, one had a stick, and one had a wooden board. After a few hills and descents, the advantage was obvious. When the two of them reached the first water supply station, only a dozen children who had arrived first were already on their way. The rest were playing with water here. At this time, the weather was not too hot. The children were holding water and playing with water, and laughter could be heard from time to time. They are all children. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said with emotion, "They are children. Have you ever seen a child this old be sensible? Oh, I forgot. The place you used to live doesn't count. Let's do it. Pour water, wet the towel and wrap it with oil paper. We should also cover our faces with something. When it gets hot later, try to reduce the loss of water as much as possible." Wang Wan had just refuted Zhang Xiaobao when she suddenly remembered Zhang Xiaobao's previous life. She could only think that it was the environment that affected his character. As the two of them talked, they took a few water bags. First, they wet a few large handkerchiefs that they brought. Then, they took out a few small paper bags from their backpacks, opened them, and poured the things inside into 2 water bags. "What are you pouring?" Li Sun rushed over at this time. Seeing the two of them busy there, he did not dare to ignore them. He came closer to see and ask, "So it is young Master Li. This is sugar, this is salt, and this is orange and apple powder. There are only 4 things, that's all." Zhang Xiaobao placed the things in front of Li Sun for him to see. There was not much powder, and it was not considered food, so it was not taken away. The main reason was that the people who checked it did not know what it was. At this time, Li Sun became very modest. He listened carefully and even put a little bit of it in his mouth to taste. He nodded and said, "Yes, these are the 4 things. Why did you bring these 4 things?" "Drink it with water to reduce the consumption of the body and replenish some of the things the body needs. We don't know what the things are, but we heard others say that you must put less salt. It's about 100 parts of water plus 1 part of salt. Don't put too much. The same goes for sugar. This is ice candy foam." Zhang Xiaobao explained the dosage to Li Sun in detail. The salt here was not pure, and the ratio of 100 parts to 1 part was about the same as normal saline. Li Sun memorized it. He had seen how many things the two of them had put in. He did not think that the two of them would lie to him at this time. There was no need for that. He then looked at the apple and orange powder. He pointed at them and asked, "How about these two? Can you put more?" "No, especially the orange powder. If you put too much, your stomach will feel uncomfortable, especially when there is nothing to eat at noon. Put a little bit." After answering this question, Zhang Xiaobao was ready to go. The towel was already wet, so he folded it and wrapped it with oil paper. He carefully put it into the backpack, took out 2 bags, put them on his head, and put on the bamboo hat. Everything was ready. "Wait a minute, why are you wearing these things on your head?" Li Sun looked at the bags on their heads, which only left holes for the eyes, mouth, and nose, and asked curiously. "When the sun rises, it will make people sweat, even their faces. Water, forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Just remember that this is a way to reduce the water in the body. Of course, you don't have to worry about it as long as you have enough water bags. We're used to it." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he no longer wanted to waste any more time with Li Sun. Together with Wang Wan, he rushed forward. Looking at the 2 leaving figures, Li Sun also began to prepare. He did not have other things, but he did have salt. He put a few water bags on his body and said to Li Xing next to him, "Remember the thing about the mask. This is the most important thing. You can ignore it when there is water, but when there is no water, you have to use it." "Yes, young master, don't worry. I understand." Li Xing answered seriously. He came here today to remember all the things that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out. He was not allowed to miss anything. It might not be a big deal in this kind of thing, but when it was used on soldiers one day, then he would know the benefits. The children later arrived. In order to maintain their advantage, the children in front started to run again. Behind all the children, the adults were also thirsty and hot. Today was a sunny day, so they also drank some water. Time passed quietly as the children moved forward. The position of the sun also changed. When they reached the 4th water station, it was almost noon. The children in front finally did not have the energy and strength to continue running. Each of them had a bitter expression on their faces as they moved forward bit by bit. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found a place to stop. When they were lamenting that Li Sun had sent people to clean up the place, they looked at each other, smiled, and scattered to look for something. They did not know whether it was because there were no poisonous insects in this small desert, or because Li Sun's people had cleaned it up, but the 2 of them did not find a single one. Since there were no insects, they could only look for something that was not easy to clean up. After searching for a full quarter of an hour, there was finally a cheer from Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao quickly ran over and looked at the place in front of Wang Wan. Sure enough, there are still ants. "Not bad, this is not poisonous. Take out the candy, we will eat ants for lunch today." While talking, the 2 of them took out the candies from their backpacks and placed them in a small sand pit that they had dug out. They placed a flat wooden box diagonally there, filled it with some sugar water, and waited for the ants to come over. After doing all this, the 2 of them found a sand dune with its back to the sun and squatted there, waiting slowly. Li Sun finally caught up with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He saw them squatting there motionless, so he also squatted in front of them and felt that it was indeed cooler than before. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked up at him, then lowered their heads and slowly adjusted their breathing, as if they were asleep. This made Li Sun even more curious. "What are you doing?" "Don't talk, it's exhausting." Zhang Xiaobao whispered and stopped talking. Li Sun nodded seriously. He also followed the 2 of them and adjusted his breathing. As for the journey, he didn't care. As long as he could learn more, it didn't matter whether he was the first to arrive or not. After waiting for about half an hour, when Li Sun was about to fall asleep, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood up and walked to the side. Li Sun also stood up and asked in a daze, "Where are you going?" "Looking for food. If you don't eat lunch, how can you chase others?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't stop walking and threw a sentence. "Oh, looking for food, I'm really hungry." "What? Looking for food? There's food?" Li Sun said in a daze. Suddenly he reacted and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. His eyes were full of surprise. Looking for food on the grassland was one thing. After all, there were wild vegetables there. But in this desert, How could they find food? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. What else was there to eat here? It can't be sand, right? With a stomach full of shock and doubt, Li Sun quickened his pace to catch up with the two people. After turning a small corner, when the two people stopped and took out something from their backpacks, Li Sun was frightened by the scene in front of him. The sand in front of him was densely packed with countless ants, layer after layer. Some were carrying the sand there, and some were crawling in and out of the box. Looking carefully, he found that many ants were stuck in the box. At this time, Li Sun finally knew what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were looking for food. It turned out to be ants, but these ants were a little too big and ran very fast. He didn't know how the two of them were going to catch them. Could it be that just eating in the box was not enough? When he turned his head again, he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan take out a paper bag. When he opened it, there was a powdery substance inside. He asked again, "What is this?" "Flour alkali. It's made after the flour is big." Zhang Xiaobao opened the water bag and replied to Li Sun. He poured some powder into his mouth, drank a mouthful, and rinsed his mouth vigorously. He dissolved the powder into water, then poured the rest of the powder into the water bag and shook it vigorously. After doing all this, Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded with water in her mouth, indicating that she was ready. Then Li Sun saw a scene that he would never forget. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to spray water at the running ants from the periphery. After spraying a mouthful, the ants moved forward 2 steps, and then continued to spray. After spraying for a while, the two people walked to the box. Li Sun followed behind and was surprised to see the ants that were stained with water curl up into a ball. They struggled there for a while and then stopped moving. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao came close to the box, they picked it up and threw it away. They then sprayed a few mouthfuls of water on the spot and stopped. They took out a small broom from their backpack and gently swept the ground, waiting to sweep the dead ants into a pile and put them in another box. Li Sun was dumbfounded. There were 4 boxes full of ants. Finally, there was something to eat. He felt that since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could eat, he could eat too. Glancing at the box that was thrown away, he asked in puzzlement, "Why did you throw away that box?" "There are a lot of ants in it." Ants in the desert run fast. If we are targeted by them, we won't be able to rest. There are living ants in the box. When they go to other places, they will continue to call for other ants. We will be much more relaxed. If we can reduce the danger, it will reduce the danger. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Chapter 170. Oh yes, you ran fast. You ran really fast just now. How are you going to eat these ants? Are you going to cook them with lime? Li Sun tried to suppress the shock in his heart and asked again. In fact, he also wanted to ask if they could share some with him. He was also hungry. As for whether other people's saliva would stain the ants, he couldn't care less. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky and touched the sand that was scorched by the sun. He nodded to Wang Wan and took out something from the backpack with Wang Wan. Li Sun now felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's backpack was a treasure bag. There were always strange things that could be used to survive in the wild. At this moment, he thought that he was already used to this kind of thing. Let's roast it. I wonder if young Master Li would like to eat with us? Zhang Xiaobao gestured with the thing in his hand and asked Li Sun. Okay, I'm hungry too. How are we going to roast it? Did you bring firewood? Li Sun couldn't understand what they were thinking. We don't need firewood. Let's go. We'll stay away from these ants. We'll continue to move forward. Zhang Xiaobao called out and led the way. Wang Wan followed behind, and Li Sun did the same. Originally, there were other children, but when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan squatted there, they couldn't wait and left. Only the 3 of them were left, along with the parents and a few guards behind them. In the desert, there was more than one path. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately took a long detour. As for whether there were other children behind them, they didn't know. After walking for half an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stopped. They touched the thing they took out, nodded, turned it over, and put it on the sand where the sun could shine. What is this? Could it be that he's an iron plate? Along the way, Li Sun would ask a few questions from time to time. At this moment, he began to think about this plank-like thing. Just now, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were holding it on his head. It was black in color, so he couldn't guess what it was. Now that it was on the ground, the other side looked like iron. Yes, it's an iron plate. It's used to roast ants. You'll be able to eat it in a while. This side is coated with ink. Zhang Xiaobao introduced the ants, then took them out and placed them on the iron plate to let the sun shine on them. From time to time, he would turn them over. When he felt that it was enough, he took Li Sun to a shady place. The 4 boxes of ants were divided into 3 portions. One portion was given to Li Sun. He and Wang Wan grabbed a handful with their hands and stuffed it into their mouths. When they chewed, they did indeed slow down bit by bit. It was as if they couldn't wait to chew every crumb into several portions. Li Sun was now following suit. What Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did, he followed suit. He also stuffed a handful into his mouth and chewed carefully. From time to time, he smacked his lips. He felt that the taste of the ants was really good. Eating ants is good, especially using ants to make wine. It can also cure some diseases. After Zhang Xiaobao ate a mouthful of ants, he introduced the benefits of eating ants to Li Sun. If it was someone else who said this to Li Sun would definitely think that person was lying to him. However, since it was Zhang Xiaobao who said it, he could only choose to believe. He believed that it must be the person behind the scenes who told Zhang Xiaobao. After this meal, when Li Sun thought that they were going to continue on their journey, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out a folded shovel from their backpacks and began to dig a hole. This time, without waiting for Li Sun to ask, Zhang Xiaobao told him, "We're not going now. We'll dig a hole and lie down to sleep. Young Master Li, if you want to continue on your journey, you can leave." "Then I'm not going either. In a while, lend me your shovel. I'll dig a hole too." Li Sun didn't know why the 2 of them didn't want to leave, but he also didn't want to leave. He was relying on the 2 of them. He believed that the 2 of them definitely had their reasons for doing so. That person must have told them something. Soon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished digging the hole and handed the shovel to Li Sun. They took out a blanket from their backpacks and spread it in the sand pit. Then, they wiped their faces with a wet towel and laid down in the sand pit. They covered themselves with sand, leaving only their heads outside. They put the wet towel on their forehead and closed their eyes to sleep. Fortunately, I also brought a blanket. Looking at the appearance of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Sun muttered. After digging the hole, he also laid down in it and buried himself. Li Xing brought the 2 of them here. When he saw the 3 of them lying down and sleeping, he didn't dare to disturb them. He could only stay at the side and drink water from time to time. Fortunately, he brought a lot of water. The desert was not like the grassland. The older people had more physical strength. When the sun shone, even if they hid in a shady place, it was still stuffy and unbearable. The temperature emitted from the ground was like a steamer, making people's bodies sweat uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaobao and the other 2 laid down in the afternoon, which was 1 in the afternoon. They slept until 4 in the afternoon, which was 4 in the afternoon. 3 hours later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan slept comfortably. Li Sun also rested for a while. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan crawled out of the sand, Li Xing naturally woke up his young master. "What are you doing?" "Oh, we have to hurry." "Comfortable." "I didn't expect that sleeping in the sand could be so comfortable." Li Sun stretched and yawned. He looked around in a daze. Knowing that they had to continue their journey, he patted the sand off his body and followed behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, the desert was still hot. The temperature was not much lower than before, but the 3 of them were much more energetic than before. When they were lying in the sand, their skin was constantly nourished by the moist sand. Children had a strong temper. After eating so many ants, they were not afraid of catching a cold. Li Sun originally thought that they would be the last to arrive after sleeping for 3.5 hours. In the end, after walking for another 2 hours, he found that many children were at the big water station in front of them. No one was willing to continue walking. There were some stones that had been built into a pool and filled with water. The children all ran inside to play. It was really too hot. The 3 of them replenished their water and did not play like the others. They continued their journey. When the sky was about to turn dark, they saw a few people moving in front of them. "Young master, just now, someone came to report that no one has reached their destination yet. Right now, there are only 3 Li left. Li Xing reported to Li Sun. No one has arrived? Where are they? Li Sun was surprised and happy. There are 4 people who were in a hurry. In the end, they almost got heatstroke and were carried down. When they recovered, they were carried back to their original place. There are 3 people 1 kilometer ahead, and the rest are these people, Li Xing replied. He was also happy. From the looks of it, young master might be the first to arrive. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also heard it. The 2 of them nodded and sped up. The few people who saw them watched as they passed by them. There was nothing they could do. They did not have much strength left. They had participated in the grassland expedition and knew that if they sped up now, they would not be able to reach their destination. When night fell, the 3 of them were only half a kilometer away from their destination. The figures of the 3 people in front of them vaguely appeared there. Run! Zhang Xiaobao shouted. He and Wang Wan ran forward first. Li Sun was panting heavily. He gritted his teeth and ran after them. This time, he was really convinced. These 2 brats actually still had the strength. 1 in front, 1 behind, the same pace, the same arm movement. It gave people an indescribable feeling. When they were only a few dozen feet away from the last tent, Zhang Xiaobao and the other 2 overtook the 3 people who were almost crawling. At the entrance of the tent, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan fell down at the same time. When the 2 of them got up, Li Sun happened to pass by them and was the first to arrive. Li Xing was also tired. He drank a few mouthfuls of water and said intermittently, "Young master is still the best. He is the first to arrive." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan lost their strength when they saw the place and fell down. Yes, young master Li is the best. Cuckoo and I don't have any strength at all. We are holding on. Zhang Xiaobao took off his backpack and gently put it aside. While washing Wang Wan's hands and preparing to eat, he said to Li Sun, who was lying on the ground and rolling his eyes. Wang Wan nodded fiercely at the side. Yes, I really don't have any strength. I have to eat quickly to recover my strength. The 2 of them sat at the table and began to eat and drink. Xiaobao, look, this is good. This is venison. Try it, it is delicious. Marinate it with our bean sauce and then roast it. It smells so good. Come on, 1 for each of us. This is the deer lip. When Wang Wan saw the things on the table, she immediately found the good ones. She picked up 2 of the 4 pieces of deer lip and shared them with Zhang Xiaobao while talking. Eat, I am starving. Look at this shrimp, 4 inches long and boiled in salt water. I like to eat it the most. I will peel 1 for you. Zhang Xiaobao hadn't swallowed the food in his mouth yet. He reached out and grabbed 2 salted prawns and peeled them for Wang Wan. Li Sun lay there and watched Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan eat and talk. He really didn't know what to say. He knew that they were letting him eat. What did it mean to be tired? He was the one who was tired. The 2 of them were eating and drinking as if nothing had happened. They didn't look tired at all. I didn't expect that after missing a meal and sleeping for 3 hours, we would actually arrive first. I understand that leaving first is not necessarily the best. Li Sun endured the taste of sweat all over his body and muttered. Li Xing was also sitting beside him. He couldn't open his eyes, but he was still holding the young marquis. Young master is right. This is called strategizing. He had already calculated that this would happen. Sure enough, young master is the first to arrive. The others can't compare. Li Sun's face turned red from Li Xing's words. She waved her hand, signaling him to stop talking. The 2 of them were sitting there and eating. Zhang Xiaobao, is there anything good? Don't forget to leave a piece of deer lip for me. Li Sun turned his head and asked Zhang Xiaobao. He felt that there must be something good that Zhang Xiaobao didn't take out. Chapter 171. The stars in the sky couldn't block out the radiance of the crescent moon. The fire in the tent couldn't dispel the cold of the night. The light attracted mosquitoes that traveled more than 10 miles to find this place. When they encountered the incense, some of them ran far away, and some fell down headfirst. After eating their fill and resting for 2 hours, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan opened their eyes almost at the same time. They packed their bags, and under the light of the moon and stars outside, they once again walked towards their destination tomorrow. The guards in the camp quickly came to stop them. Young Master Zhang, May I know where the two of you are heading? It's late, and there aren't so many people around to protect you. We're in a hurry. We don't need anyone to protect us. It's cooler at night. Zhang Xiaobao replied, and continued to walk forward with Wang Wan. The guards were stunned, and once again stopped the two. While chatting, they sent someone to inform the young marquis. Li Sun was dreaming about eating ants when she was woken up by someone. She opened her hazy eyes and asked what was going on. When she heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going out again, she shook her head vigorously, put on a set of clothes and rushed out. Zhang Xiaobao, what are you two doing instead of sleeping at night? Li Sun asked with a yawn outside the tent where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sleeping. We're in a hurry. While it's dark and not so hot, we're going to walk more and wait until dawn to rest. The desert is not a place to be. If we don't leave at this time, walking during the day will tire us to death. Survival in the wild, who said that we can only survive during the day and sleep at night. When we wake up tomorrow morning, someone will bring us food. Young Master Li, you should go back to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao explained. He and Wang Wan deliberately wanted to break Li Sun's original idea. Survival in the wild was based on achieving one's goal. What did it have to do with whether it was day or night? But, you guys wait, I'll go too. Someone, bring me my backpack. Li Sun wanted to say something to refute, but found that he couldn't. Zhang Xiaobao was right. Who said that they could only travel during the day? When an army was marching, it didn't matter what time it was. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a night attack. Suppressing his sleepiness, he had to ask his men to prepare and follow Zhang Xiaobao. If he wanted to know more about survival in the wild, he could only learn from them. There was still no news from Li Cheng, so he didn't know what he had to say to the expert. Li Sun's men were very efficient. The things that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used during the day had already been prepared when it was dark. They put them in their backpacks and handed them to Li Sun. Taking advantage of this time, Li Sun changed his clothes and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Okay, let's go." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't refuse him. They nodded, took out small lanterns from their backpacks, lit candles, and led the way. "Come on, give me a lantern." When Li Sun saw that they had lanterns, the kind that could be folded, he quickly asked the people next to him for a lantern, but it couldn't be folded. Walking in the desert at night was indeed different from walking during the day. They couldn't see further ahead and could only stare at the front. It consumed a lot of energy. In addition, the temperature in the desert was low at night, so people were more energetic. "Why didn't you two say so earlier?" "I'm still sleepy." "I understand. It turns out that we have to travel at night in the desert." "That's right. It's so hot during the day that it can kill people. Without enough water, it's natural to bury yourself to sleep when it's hot and travel when it's cold. I remember now. In the desert at night, we have to light lanterns. It's not so scary and it can be warmer. When we go back, I'll ask people to make lanterns. Is that right?" Li Sun was still sleepy, but he got rid of his sleepiness after being blown by the cold wind. He followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as they walked. Zhang Xiaobao extinguished his lantern, and Wang Wan did the same. Then she said to Li Sun, "Who said that we have to light lanterns at night? If it's a sneak attack, won't we be telling the enemy where you are? Our lanterns are prepared for fear that others can't find us. We lit them just now to illuminate you." "That's right. Which soldier can travel at night with a lantern? If it's discovered, I'll extinguish it too." While speaking, Li Sun really extinguished his lantern. The surroundings immediately darkened. The three people continued to walk forward. They couldn't see the road clearly, so they could only walk step by step mechanically, saving a lot of energy. Li Sun came out, so naturally, there were many people following behind them. At first, they held torches, but when they saw that the young master extinguished his lantern, they inserted their torches into the sand and continued to walk in the dark. Fortunately, there was still moonlight, so they could vaguely see the three people's figures. "Here, sprinkle this powder on your body." Zhang Xiaobao walked and suddenly stopped. He took out a paper bag from his backpack and handed it to Li Sun. "What's this for?" Li Sun took it and asked doubtfully. "To drive away snakes and insects. The real desert is not like here. Anything can happen at night. Even if many people have cleaned up here, there may be dangerous things coming out at night. This is a medicine prepared by some hunters. It's quite useful. Oh, okay, I'll sprinkle it. Li Sun opened the paper bag and sprinkled the powder on his body without any doubt. He left a little and deliberately asked loudly, "Can this thing really drive away the snakes and insects in the desert?" No one answered his question, but he didn't care. After asking, he wrapped the rest of the powder in the paper and threw it on the ground along with the extinguished lantern. As the three people walked past, the people behind them carefully picked up the paper bag and put it in their arms before turning around and leaving. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still walked with their heads down. Li Sun followed behind them. At this time, he was more energetic and felt that it was meaningless to just walk like this, so he began to ask again. "Zhang Xiaobao, you said that we can really encounter other things at night, such as snakes or something like that. If we catch them, will we have food for lunch tomorrow?" "I don't have that ability. We don't know who will eat who at that time. Young Master Li, let's hurry on. We won't be able to eat anything from now until tomorrow. Save some energy." Zhang Xiaobao was really annoyed. Li Sun asked about everything and he still wanted to catch snakes in the desert? If it was only him and Wang Wan, he really dared to try. With the addition of the emperor's nephew and those people behind them, he didn't want to expose his snake-catching ability. It would be suspicious if such a small child caught snakes. I won't ask. And I won't ask now. Li Sun didn't get angry because he had a favor to ask at this time. As expected, he didn't ask anymore. In the campsite, the news of the three people leaving quickly spread. When the adults who were accompanying their children heard that Li Sun and the two people from the Zhang family's manor had left not long ago to continue their journey in the middle of the night, they suppressed the reluctance in their hearts and woke their children up, asking them to learn how to travel. This was not only because they wanted to be cool at night, but also because they wanted to be associated with Li Sun, who had a high status. The group of children reluctantly got up under the urging of their families and followed behind in a daze. One of Han Yongyao's uncles followed and also woke him up. At first, he didn't want to go out no matter what. He was so fat that he almost died of exhaustion during the day. However, when he heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went out, he was awake and didn't feel sleepy anymore. "I'll go. I don't believe that I can't catch up with them when it gets cold." Han Yongyao gritted his teeth and said. He was still thinking about the shame of the day before yesterday. It was not yet midnight. He didn't dare to take revenge on the emperor's nephew, but he hated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. During the day, he wanted to do something bad, but he couldn't find an opportunity. He was fat. When the weather was hot, his body would become weak. His fat was nurtured, not trained. When had he ever suffered like this? He shouted that he wanted to go because he wasn't afraid of the heat at night. He wanted to catch up with Zhang Xiaobao and scare them or give them a few slaps to let them know how powerful he was. If this kind of thing happened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they wouldn't do it at all. However, for a 10-year-old child like Han Yongyao, this was the best method. The children didn't understand the adults, so they secretly cursed as they hurried. Zhang Xiaobao and the other two didn't walk very fast. The people behind them caught up in less than 2 hours. They actually came out? Li Sun saw the people behind him and said happily. Originally, he didn't know how to explain to others why he had broken the rules he had set before. This time, everyone came, so it saved him a lot of trouble. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care whether others came or not. Their purpose was to draw Li Sun into the circle so that he could put more energy into this kind of thing and stop thinking about Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi. At this time, Han Yongyao hurried over. He thought that he would feel better at night, but he didn't expect that he would still be tired after chasing them here. When he saw a group of people together, he felt that his opportunity had come. At this time, only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's figures were left in his eyes. He ran 2 steps and came behind them. He laughed and said, "Zhang Xiaobao and you, Wang Wan, are you afraid of me?" Li Sun was stunned for a moment. He didn't know who was talking. When he wanted to see clearly, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ignored this person and continued to walk forward. This person chased after them for 2 steps, so Li Sun couldn't see clearly for a moment. "Zhang Xiaobao, you guys stop right there. I think you want to be beaten." Han Yongyao caught up and reached out to grab the 2 people's heads as he spoke. Before Li Sun could stop him, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan suddenly squatted down and swept back at the same time. With a poof sound, Han Yongyao crawled onto the sand and his whole face was pressed to the ground. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan acted as if nothing had happened. They stepped on Han Yongyao's hand at the same time. After Han Yongyao groaned, they continued to walk forward. Li Sun caught up with them and asked, "Who is this person? Is it one of the children?" "I don't know. Who cares? Let's go. This person is too careless. The sand is different from usual. It's slippery with leather shoes," Zhang Xiaobao said and sped up. Chapter 172. It was a dark night on a sand mountain. The wind was cold and it was difficult to walk. "Yongyao, get up, what happened to you?" When Zhang Xiaobao and the other two slipped down from the sand, a person ran from behind Han Yongyao and helped him up while carefully asking, "Uncle, I'm fine. I fell and my shoes slipped." Han Yongyao spat out the sand in his mouth and explained to his uncle. He didn't dare to complain at this time. After falling, he found that the imperial nephew was also beside him. Fortunately, he didn't recognize who he was. If this matter was known by his uncle, he would at least be scolded. It was not worth it. He had to catch up and find a way to revenge. After persuading his uncle to leave, Han Yongyao continued to rush forward. Only when he started to walk did he realize that his two calves were sore and painful. He groaned and muttered, "Two little bastards, so ruthless. Don't let me catch you, humph." "Xiaobao, look at the sky. It's almost the autumn harvest. Are we still going to participate in the next wilderness survival on the flat ground?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked and chatted along the way. They didn't talk about things here, only the arrangements at home. "I'm not participating. Tomorrow, we'll reach our destination in the desert at midnight. Then, we'll go back and watch the others harvest. Little Red and the others will be back soon. I wonder how many poultry died this time and how much harvest we got." Zhang Xiaobao also whispered back. Li Sun followed beside them. He only knew that they were talking, but he didn't know what they were talking about. At this time, he was wearing shoes with small lumps on the bottom. There was no 1,000-layer soles and they were leather soles. 1,000-layer soles couldn't be dried so fast with flour paste. Thinking about the person who fell just now, he felt very lucky. Naturally, he didn't see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's back sweep. What about here? Wang Wan was still thinking about Li Sun's energy. "Easy, look at me and cooperate," Zhang Xiaobao whispered back, and then said to Wang Wan in a louder voice, "Cuckoo, do you know what is more fun than wilderness survival?" "Really? Did he tell you?" "Seriously, why didn't he tell me?" "Xiaobao, tell me what else is there to do?" Wang Wan played along. Li Sun was still thinking about the shoes when he heard their conversation. His ears twitched slightly and his eyes widened, as if he wanted to hear something better with his gaze. Zhang Xiaobao didn't disappoint him. As they walked, he said, "Of course there are. Surviving in the wild allows most of us to get used to the environment. More importantly, it allows some scouts to better gather information. However, scouts don't just need to be equipped with this ability. A qualified scout must know how to track, know how to hide, and know how to use simple tools to make all kinds of weapons and small things." Tracking? Hiding? Was it a game of hide and seek? "I know this. When I played with you, you always hid behind the firewood. Am I good at tracking?" Wang Wan continued to play along. "Yes, you are. Next time, I won't hide behind the firewood. I'll change places. I'll hide in the water. This time, you won't be able to find me, right?" "Ah? Changing places? You're not going to hide in the river in front of the door, are you?" "I know a place with deep water. You can hide there, but how will you breathe?" Wang Wan suggested. At the same time, she was a little worried. At first, Li Sun wanted to laugh. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao was too stupid. He hid in the same place every time and even said where he was going to hide next time. He held back his laughter. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he also felt that this method wouldn't work. How could a person not breathe underwater? Zhang Xiaobao revealed a look of confidence. "I'm not afraid in the water. I can make a bamboo tube and put one end in my mouth and the other end in the water. This thing can be used not only in the water, but also in the sand. Buried in the sand, you only need a small tube to breathe. Oh, it really works. When you're thirsty, you can drink water directly from the tube. Why didn't I think of that? Wang Wan continued to play her role. Good idea. Li Sun sighed inwardly. He thought that if all the scouts in the army knew this method, it would be much easier to win. He wanted to praise them, but he was afraid that the two would not say anything. He could only hold back and listen quietly. Zhang Xiaobao said again, "This is nothing. We can find some cloth and paint it in the colors of various stones. When the time comes, we can directly cover ourselves and pretend to be a stone. Then we can get a pile of leaves to hide ourselves. Hiding in a tree will make it difficult for people to find us." Oh, how can I find you when you do that? No, I won't play hide and seek with you in the future. Wang Wan complained and stomped her feet. How can you not find us? You know the method I want to use, so you can follow this method to find us. In fact, it's very simple. You just have to think hard about how to hide from others. When you are a person who hides, what is the thing that scares you the most? Naturally, you can use it when you find us. Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk to Wang Wan. At the same time, he also guided Li Sun's thinking to let him think more about how to hide and how to find. Wang Wan deliberately started to talk nonsense. Let me think. When I hide in the water, I am most afraid of the water drying up. When I hide in the tree, I am most afraid of the tree falling. Think about it, there are no leaves on the tree. You are the only one who made such a big pile. Of course you will be found, right? Cuckoo is really smart. This is not good. In the future, you will be able to find me as soon as you look. Zhang Xiaobao praised. Li Sun's serious expression turned into one of trying to hold back her laughter. These two kids were really too funny. How could it be so simple to hide and find them so foolishly? Right, he had to think about it carefully. When the time came, he would find an older child to do this. At the same time, he could ask someone who often hunted. He would find a child to practice first. When the time was right, he would tell his father. He would help the soldiers of this dynasty to gain more merits and surpass others. Li Sun was thinking about this in his mind. He followed the two mechanically. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. He wanted to hear more about Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun's good ideas. However, he found that the two people stopped talking and walked faster with their heads lowered. Li Sun hesitated for a moment. He stopped and waved to Li Xing, who was following behind him. Li Xing didn't know whether it was because he saw the young master's movement in such a dark night or because he found that the young master suddenly stopped, so he immediately ran to him. "Young master, what are you?" Li Xing thought that the young master was cold. He took off his clothes and prepared to put them on the young master while asking, "Don't move. Remember, help me find some experienced people like old hunters, people who make a living in the water, and people who have been driving for decades. Find them, give them more money, and ask them to tell me how to hide themselves in various places and how to track others. Don't forget." Li Sun stopped Li Xing's movement and said quickly. He still wanted to catch up with Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun. Li Xing didn't understand what the young master wanted to do. He swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew that the young master was in a hurry. Anyway, this matter was not difficult. He nodded and looked at the young master's blurred figure leaving quickly. He didn't dare to delay. He found other people to give them orders and also chased after them. Under the influence of the cool air of the desert at night, the children seemed to have forgotten their fatigue. They jumped and ran again. They couldn't see the road clearly and were covered by the cool air. Each one of them seemed to have a lot of energy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also running, but they didn't make any jumping movements. Running up and down drained too much of their energy. They understood that even though these children had the strength to run now, they were affected by the darkness and temperature. When the sun rose the next morning, their exhausted bodies would not be able to hold on. Li Sun ran a few times and finally caught up with Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun. He tried to adjust his breathing. He didn't know what they would say. Maybe he could hear them talk when he went to sleep tomorrow. After they ran for a while, the adults behind them finally couldn't catch up. During the day, they relied on their greater perseverance than the children to persevere. Walking in the desert, no matter how old you are, if you don't exercise regularly, you won't be tired in the slightest. In addition, The adults' recovery speed was not as fast as the children's. At this time, they all felt that their backs and legs were sore. They secretly wondered who was the one training this time. Maybe if they persevered for a few days, they would be much stronger than before. The only thing that made them feel relieved was the disciplined guards sent by Li Sun. These guards ran at a distance from the side. If any child couldn't take it anymore, they would be able to treat them. You guys wait for me. I don't believe that you two children can run faster than me. Wait for me to catch up with you. Han Yongyao was fat and had never exercised before. He gritted his teeth and chased after them with his eyes wide open. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan became his motivation. His uncle ran for a while and finally had to give up. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. It was better to do this often than to keep raising him. Tonight, Han Yongyao was much better than usual. He knew how to work hard. He seems to have caught up. I knew it when I heard his breathing. Wang Wan ran and heard the sound of breathing not far behind her. She judged that it was the future neighbor and said to Zhang Xiaobao with a little surprise, "Don't be afraid, he can't catch up. There is a slope in front. If we rush up, we can slip and drop him." It seems that hatred can also make people improve. Zhang Xiaobao knew what kind of mentality Han Yongyao had at this time. He said with a smile, took 2 deep breaths in a row, and suddenly sped up. Wang Wan followed closely. Li Sun also gritted his teeth and ran 2 steps. Chapter 173. The children ran the whole night without much rest. When the first ray of light shone on the horizon, it was just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had predicted. All of them couldn't run anymore. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, and as the temperature gradually rose, it was stuffy and hot. There was also a little bit of coldness from the inside out. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about the others. They went to a nearby water station, took off their outer clothes, and washed them with water. Then, they stuck the retractable stick into the sand to prop themselves up. Then, they wet their towels and wiped their arms and legs a little. Then, they put up a blanket and waited there for breakfast. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planned to let Pomegranate send the leek hunter to deliver breakfast, but in the end, everyone else joined in. Li Sun got someone to take a car to come here first, saving Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a lot of trouble. How is it? Zhang Xiaobao, do you think this arrangement is good? Not letting others bring anything and only providing 2 meals, this is survival. No matter what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did, Li Sun would follow suit. At the same time, he washed his clothes with water. He didn't know how to wash, so he wiped his arms and legs and sat in front of the 2 people to show off his skills. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time and took the porridge to eat. Li Sun was still waiting for the 2 of them to praise him, but he didn't expect to get such a result. Looking at the bowl of porridge in front of him, he asked unwillingly, "Did I do something wrong?" Of course, this is a place for children to play. What's survival in the wild? For survival in the wild, who would specially go to the front to give water? Who would arrange 2 meals a day? Why can't we bring anything? Are scouts not allowed to bring dry rations when they go out? Zhang Xiaobao asked several questions in succession, but Li Sun couldn't answer them. Wang Wan added, that's right. As for the rest tent, it should be carried by the people themselves. They can rest whenever they want. Whoever reaches the last place first will be the winner. My family, someone said it, is to give them a chance to prepare. They can bring whatever they want. The people protecting them will only interfere when they can't take it anymore. Li Sun listened carefully. He felt that it made sense, but he also felt that it was not feasible to do so. However, he deduced an important thing from Wang Wan's words. That was, the expert really did exist. Everything was said by the expert. Yes, he noted this down. Children who were too young would not be able to do it. He could let children over the age of 10 try. At this time, Han Yongyao also dragged his heavy footsteps to the side. He lay on the side and panted heavily. His eyes did not forget to stare at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a few times. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about this stare at all. The 2 of them had no problem beating the other party, but it would not solve anything. There was still hatred, and it would only expose themselves. Not making a move on him did not mean that they did not value him. When they returned, they would prepare. As for how to calculate, it would depend on the other party's moves. What's wrong? If you don't want to rest, are you going to continue on your journey? Li Sun and Zhang Xiaobao finished eating at almost the same time. When he saw the two of them put down their chopsticks, he yawned and asked, "Yes, we are in a hurry to go home. I won't play anymore. This thing is for you." Zhang Xiaobao said and took out the saltpeter from his backpack as well as the set of bowls. "Go home. You can get the first place, and then there will be a reward. I have also asked people to make a few plates, you will definitely get them." Li Sun did not expect that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would go back. They had only stayed for 2 days, so he felt a little reluctant to leave. He wanted to use other benefits to attract the two of them. When he saw the thing that Zhang Xiaobao took out, he doubtfully asked, "This is saltpeter?" "Oh, I know, it is used to make ice for eating. Why didn't I think of it?" "It is not for entertainment, it is used to save lives at critical times. It is most useful when several people travel together. It can help the people around you to prevent heatstroke. More importantly, it is used to suppress wounds. Therefore, I only brought a little. If you want to bring more, it is better to bring water. Even if it is hot water, it can still save people's lives." Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Sun. "It is actually used like this? Zhang Xiaobao, since you are leaving, why don't you give me your backpack?" Li Sun understood this time. Saltpeter was not used to make ice for people to eat casually. When he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's backpack, he finally said the words in his heart. He believed that there were definitely some good things inside. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and shook their heads. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Young Master Li, these things are enough for you to use. When you are almost finished, we will organize another trip. When we come back, we will show you some new things." Interest was also a gradual process. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not want to expose everything so early. There were indeed some things in the backpack, such as several different kinds of needles, a string separated from sheep intestines, a small soldering iron, some good charcoal, and a 3-edged needle. These were used to treat external injuries and bleed the human body, especially internal bleeding. Although the 3-edged needle could not cure the person, it could prolong the time for a while. It was not suitable to take them out at this time. Originally, they were going to bring some pure powder, but later gave up. Okay, I will organize another trip at that time. Be careful on the way." Li Sun did not know what to say. He really wanted to snatch the two people's backpack, but he also knew that this was like killing the chicken to get the eggs. If he forced them this time, he would not expect them to bring him anything. He had to say a sentence of blessing. "Ha, are you afraid?" Not far away, Han Yongyao, who heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leaving, suddenly shouted. He was angry. He was prepared to retaliate against the two people in a while, but he did not expect that they would be ready to go home after eating. "Shut up." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to speak, Li Sun turned his head and angrily scolded them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not pay attention to him at all. They rinsed their mouths with water, patted their full stomachs, and walked towards the outside of the desert. There was a dirt road there, and the car sent by their family was parked on the road. Han Yongyao did not dare to show any dissatisfaction with Li Sun. He had to smile and apologize. After avoiding Li Sun's gaze, he stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's backs as they left. "Xiaobao, he must hate us to death." Wang Wan did not need to look back to know the situation over there. Let's go back and think of a way to deal with his family. This child is really not as good as Li Sun. At least, if it was Li Sun, he would not have made his attitude so obvious. Han Yongyao, a child, dared to show his hatred when he did not have his own power. It can only be said that his family's upbringing is not good. A good family will raise their children from a young age. If he can't do it, it means that his family is not good either. Zhang Xiaobao began to analyze the situation of his new neighbor through this small matter. He continued, "With a child like him, we can still make use of him. The more hatred, the better. Don't you think that I am bullying a child? Children are always bullied. Otherwise, why would he dare to treat us like this? Isn't it because we are young? The autumn harvest is coming. Do you know how to peel the grain?" Wang Wan did not want to talk more about the topic just now. She changed the topic and it became a technical matter. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. I know. I have seen people peel the grain and grind it into flour. I have also seen it. When the rice is transported to a place specially made for peeling, they first take out a cover with a big hole and put it on the electric motor. When the grain is poured into it, most of the grain comes out. Then they change it with a cover with a smaller hole. Okay, I know. When we go back, you make this electric motor. I will have someone prepare the cover. This will save a lot of effort for the farmers. Wang Wan held out her thumb and gestured to Zhang Xiaobao. There is another way. That is to put the rice in the open space, dry it, and beat it with something. After beating it, it will be blown up by the wind. I know how to make this thing. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan with a serious face. This is something that people can do now. There is no need for you. Do you have a way to make a simple peeling machine? For example, the kind that uses livestock and manpower. No, we can't remove the skin of the rice and wheat. That way, they can be stored for a short period of time. If we keep the shell, they can be stored for 2 or 3 years. Otherwise, in less than a year, those black bugs will grow. Keep the shelled ones and eat them immediately. Zhang Xiaobao still had this experience. Once the rice and flour were made, they had to find a way to sell it. Otherwise, when the insects grew, it would affect the price. Wang Wan really didn't have this kind of experience. She was stunned for a moment and asked suspiciously, You are not lying? I can't use this kind of thing to lie to you. Kaiyuan, in 2 years, there will be more food. Take advantage of this time and buy some back. We can make cakes, big rice cakes and other things to sell. Don't touch your own first. This year, we will only buy the shelled ones. Help me think of something to make noodles. Take advantage of this winter to make more money. It won't be easy to make money with food in the future. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talked about the future with confidence. Wang Wan, on the other hand, didn't believe him. Wei Wei tilted her head and asked, Do you really plan to do this? Sell some cakes? Yes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded firmly. Really? Wang Wan's voice rose in pitch. Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes wide and nodded fiercely. Wang Wan continued to raise her voice. Actually, we can do something else. Why do you have to ask so clearly? It's not good for a husband and wife to know too much. I'm trying my best to leave you with a sense of mystery. Do you feel it? Zhang Xiaobao compromised at this moment. I feel it. I feel that I don't want to live with you. Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, when I grow up, I will marry in Lushan. Let's see what you can do then. Wang Wan threatened. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a moment and suddenly laughed. You marry that fatty. It's good. Now he is in trouble. I don't need to do anything. He will know who he can't marry. He will regret it to death. Ha! Zhang Xiaobao, get out of the car. I won't sit in the same car as you. Chapter 174. The road back was long, and the bells jingled. Pomegranate was in a daze, and she was happy in the car. The sun was shining, and the trees were green. The fragrance of the wildflowers was on the other side of the water. After joking around for a while, Zhang Xiaobao finally told her his plan. It's actually very simple. The people here belong to the north, and they don't like to eat fish. Fish fillets can be used as snacks, but fish meat is hard to deal with. There are many rivers here, and the fishing technology is backward, so it's impossible to catch all of them. I'm going to make some money from the fish. When the people here get used to the taste of fish and like it, we can buy seafood that can't be made into MSG and sell it for more money. Humph, I'll tell you the truth. I knew that international swindlers are all bad. Ordinary people take one step at a time, and those who are a little smarter take one step at a time. Those who are smarter take one step at a time, and those who are smarter take one step at a time. But people like you have to take at least 5 steps before taking a step. Wang Wan was satisfied. She didn't want to be unable to follow Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought. When this kind of person didn't do anything, others would only think that he was a simple person. When he really did something, they would never know what he wanted to do. Well, I'll take it as a compliment. I'll give you a detailed plan. I think that the people here don't like to eat fish, mainly because there are more sheep and pigs. There aren't many ways to cook fish. If the fish isn't cooked well, it's fishy and bitter. But if it's cooked well, it's different. When the time comes, I'll look for Li Sun and use the training to delay him for 2 or 3 months. Then I'll give him a good deal. I'll use the flour collected from other places to let him open a fast food restaurant in Beijing. He can fry whole small fish, and he can fry the meat of big fish. These all need to be covered with flour, and in addition to flour, egg white, and then there will be a market for the eggs in Zhuangzi, right? I knew it. It's not that simple. You're using all the people you can get in touch with, including Cherries and your family, and me and my family. Wang Wan was really surprised. Zhang Xiaobao had considered almost everything together. As long as there was a resource that could be used, he would not miss it. I'm not using you, I'm cooperating with you. I'm also giving. When you're controlling my things, when have I ever said no? Kai Yuan the food in the middle and later stages is no longer valuable. Can't I consider changing my form? Let me ask you, do you want me to use you? Zhang Xiaobao would never allow anyone to doubt his attitude towards his family. As he spoke, he turned his head angrily towards the window. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao was the cutest at this moment. She couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek. If you want to use it, then use it. If you don't use your ability to integrate resources, even God will not be willing. Then why didn't you tell me first? It's not like I don't support you. And that person surnamed Su, he also said that for every 1,000 meters above sea level, the temperature will drop by nearly 6 degrees. It's cold, what should we do? Those poor people will go and grind, that way they can warm up. He can't. He's a scholar, so he can only dance. In dark places, he can wave 8 or 6 times in a second. That way we can see the afterimage. It's a pity that there are still many years before we can use his application of optics. Otherwise, with his application of optics, we can do a lot of things. If there's no other way, we can find that person surnamed Li. He knows that when he's drunk, there will be 3 shadows. When he's drunk, there will be 2 shadows. People who drink too much are like that. Zhang Xiaobao touched the place where he was kissed and began to talk. Wang Wan was already stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. After a few seconds, she burst out laughing. I've never seen you ridicule others like this. What do you mean by saying that the heavens and the earth are only swish, leisurely, and snot, okay? Chen Zi, Ong is lamenting. Su Shi, you're also scolding him. He's just expressing a kind of helplessness and loneliness towards kinship. There's no need to talk about Li Bai at the end. That's a kind of imagery. Sophistry, it's definitely sophistry. What do you think that person surnamed Chin means when he says leisurely? I know that the white clouds are leisurely, but what about the heavens and the earth? The joys and sorrows of life, which one isn't leisurely? Later on, he's already blushing. How uncomfortable is that? Don't tell me that his tears will slowly flow out of shame? Then he's really too fake. Swish, swish, swish. Sad, tears fall like rain. And that person surnamed Su, if he's not pretending, then what is he? Who doesn't know that it's cold at the top? Those who challenge the first peak know how cold it is at the top. I don't think he should write a poem. You say that you're at the top, but no matter how high you are, can he be as high as the emperor? He directly let you fall from more than 8,000 meters above sea level to a few hundred meters below sea level. This is the conversion between a mountain and a basin. And that person surnamed Li, he basically drinks every day. If you're really immune to alcohol, he won't drink too much. He'll faint after drinking a little rice wine. He can't hold his liquor. Take me for example. The national banquet Maotai is produced from the factory and has been in the cellar for 15 years. It's 52 degrees Celsius. I can drink 2 bottles in a row. How can he be compared with Wu Gang on the moon? Chang, Yi will pay attention to him. Look at her own reflection. If it's the reflection in the wine glass, there will be 5 people, not 3. He's making 2 mirrors at a 45-degree angle. So much land in the world won't be enough for him to step on alone. Zhang Xiaobao finally diverted Wang Wan's attention. He started to talk nonsense. That was his purpose. Wang Wan really forgot about the matter of buying noodles. Her big eyes and long eyelashes blinked. It was the first time she heard such words. It was really amazing. If this person didn't care about his face, he would dare to say anything. How is it? Are you stunned? Zhang Xiaobao asked timely. You deserve your reputation as an international swindler. I admire you. No wonder you can cheat so many officials. Generally, officials are in a melancholy mood. When they hear such a joke, of course, they will support you. How old is Li Bai now? 13? 14? So pitiful. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's chubby face. She really didn't know what to say. The truth is the truth. You have to admit that with that surnamed Li's alcohol tolerance, if he really becomes a high-ranking official, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Zhang Xiaobao continued to say. You don't mock others. You can't raise yourself by belittling others. You are already an adult, and you are still telling such jokes. It's not funny at all. I am not telling a joke. What I said is the truth. If you want to hear a joke, I will tell you. In fact, this is the truth. In the past, I met a mayor, not a municipality, but a government official. We had lunch at noon and drank too much. During the afternoon meeting, after the secretary finished speaking, I invited him to speak. At that time, he was really amazing. He walked up the stage leisurely. The audience applauded. He said one sentence and it shocked everyone. I have always wanted to learn, but I feel that I am still far away. Zhang Xiaobao said with emotion. Is he really that amazing? What did he say? Which official is he investigating? Wang Wan really couldn't think of what that mayor would say at this time. He said, it's my turn? Good, serve the staple food. I was so scared at that time. When I invited him to lunch, I only wanted to drink. When did I ask for the staple food? Zhang Xiaobao said with a face full of annoyance. I know who he is. He is the one who said that the morning meeting is the policy, the afternoon meeting is the strategy, the afternoon meeting is the strategy, and there are rules for sleeping at night. When he goes down, he will go down together with the two high-ranking officials in the province. Let's talk about something else. Wang Wan finally stopped refuting Zhang Xiaobao. She already knew who Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. At that time, she was the one who personally led the team to go down. If it was someone else who went down, there might be a chance to reduce the punishment. But the Special Second Department will not care about these things. Once they catch their family members and illegitimate children, they can't blame the Special Second Department for not showing mercy. Alright, let's talk about something happy. How much do you think the per mu yield of Zhuangzi will reach this year? Will it reach 10,000 jin? Zhang Xiaobao continued to joke. What's 10,000 jin? I estimate it will be at least 2 jin, and it's still the low-grade fields. When the time comes, we will do somersaults in the fields. Wang Wan also played along. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the dry fields on the side of the road that obviously didn't have much yield. He sighed and said, our family's land is about 4 to no more than 5 stones in the field, 3 to no more than 2 stones in the field, and less than 2 stones in the field. An increase of about 40% may seem like a lot, but compared to our era, it's still too far off. The highest yield per mu is less than 500 caddies of rice. Yes, 200 jin for the high-grade fields is indeed too little. Don't worry, take it slow. If it really doesn't work, we can look for Li Sun to see if there are any talents in this area. Society is developing, and there will be better ideas. Wang Wan did some calculations. The trend of this year's yield was much higher than the current era's yield. Compared to the past, who planted this small amount of rice would lose money. The people outside the carriage could only hear some of the messy words in the carriage. Even Pomegranate, who had been sitting close to the carriage, couldn't understand what the young master and young lady were talking about. They knew that the young master and young lady were going back to see the autumn harvest. In their hearts, this year was a big harvest year. However, they didn't know that the two young masters in the carriage were not satisfied with this. When the two carriages arrived at the official road outside Tuqiao village, they saw a group of people coming from afar. The noise didn't matter if you liked it or not, it passed into your ears from time to time. Pomegranate sat in the carriage and frowned when she heard the noise. She stood up and looked over there. Suddenly, she knocked on the door of the carriage in surprise and shouted to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan inside, "Young master, young lady, you're back. Our things are back and Xiao Hong and cherries are also back." Chapter 175. In the carriage, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still talking about everything when they suddenly heard Pomegranate's voice. They stood up together in surprise. Fortunately, they were not tall and did not hit the carriage roof. They opened the door of the carriage and jumped out one after another. Why did you come back so quickly? It took a long time to leave when we were in a hurry. Now that we are on the way back, didn't we agree that we would stop every few hours to let the poultry eat something and exchange the eggs with the local people? Wang Wan looked at the poultry that were only visible in the distance. She was happy with a trace of puzzlement. This shows that the harvest there is relatively good, so Xiao Hong and others are not willing to waste more time. In fact, we have slowed down our speed to come here at this time. Otherwise, we would have arrived before we left. This is good. After Li Sun helps us sell some local freshwater fish, we will start to promote the benefits of saltwater fish, especially those dried fish. If we don't sell them at dozens of times the price in Chang, and I will keep them and let them rot in my hands. Zhang Xiaobao was also happy to see these poultry come back. The thing that the farmers cared about most was how many chickens, ducks, and geese they could raise at home. As long as these poultry were in their hands, they would have confidence. Wang Wan nodded and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "They are called saltwater fish." "What saltwater fish? According to you, are they divided into river fish, and lake fish?" "Of course they are divided like that. Yellow river carp, no one sells freshwater fish, and no one calls Chinese sturgeon as freshwater sturgeon. According to the needs of the region, there are different names. The fish in the sea are naturally saltwater fish, abbreviated as saltwater fish." Zhang Xiaobao gave an example. Along the way, they were in a good mood and kept arguing. Wang Wan exhaled through her nose and said, "You have learned something new. Then let me ask you, what should we call the fish in our pond?" "Do you still need to ask?" "Of course, it is the fish in the pond," Zhang Xiaobao said without thinking. "I see. The fish in Qinghai Lake is called blackfish, right? Isn't that what the Bajos Bayou said?" Wang Wan asked. "If you don't follow such strict requirements, that is indeed the case." Zhang Xiaobao felt a little wronged and could only argue forcefully. Wang Wan didn't continue to dwell on this issue. She shouted to the other side, "Xiao Hong cherries, here we are here." On the other side, Xiao Hong and cherries were rushing the poultry. Hearing Wang Wan's words, they excitedly sped up. A flock of domestic fowls ran towards the farmstead. The ones in the lead were a few large geese. When they saw that there were people in front of them, they were not as smart as Furry. They knew that they could not casually attack such a creature. They lowered their heads and pressed their necks, rushing over like Wang Wan. Wang Wan grew up in the city and didn't understand the violence of these geese at all. Just when she was about to take a few steps forward, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly stood out from behind her and pulled her back, watching the two geese pecking his legs. "Xiaobao, hurry up and get them away. It hurts so much." Wang Wan could feel how much damage Zhang Xiaobao's legs would suffer at this time. "How do I get them away?" "The bigger the geese, the more tenacious they are. They can be used to guard the house instead of dogs. Just wait for cherries to come over." Zhang Xiaobao endured the pain and didn't kill the two geese at once. This geese cost a lot of money, and the price of the eggs was also not low. It was just a little pain, and he couldn't cut off a piece of meat. He just had to endure it and it would be over. It didn't take long for cherries to come over. When she saw the geese twist the young master's legs, she raised her leg and was about to kick. "Don't kick, they already have eggs. Just treat it as cupping and scraping. These geese are good, they can help guard the house in the future." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the two geese and his voice didn't change at all, as if he wasn't the one being twisted. When the two geese were taken away by cherries, Zhang Xiaobao said with a grin, "It hurts so much. Who can help me?" As he spoke, he reached out his hand to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was angry and funny, but at the same time, she was a little touched. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Walk by yourself. Did you twist your tendons? When we go back, I'll rub them with millet dipped in wine for you. You can show off." "No, I'm competing with my legs. If they really twisted my tendons, I'll kick them to death. Do they really think they are so powerful because they have a mouth?" Zhang Xiaobao bent down and rubbed the place where he was twisted. He called cherries and then turned around and walked to the side of the car. At the same time, he said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have been so far away from the car." "Let me see, how hurt are you?" As soon as they got in the car, Wang Wan rolled up Zhang Xiaobao's trouser leg and gently touched the bruised place with her hand. She looked up at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "I didn't expect you to be a real man. You can still stand it after being twisted like this." "I did it on purpose. I wanted to see if I had reached the level of invincible Vajra. This is called cross-training iron skin, one of the 13 treasures." Zhang Xiaobao looked up and said, "Then how do you feel after you've tried it?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. "It's a bit lacking." Cherries and Xiao Hong came back with a pile of poultry. The people on Zhuangzi happily came to welcome them. The only one who was not happy was Zhang Xiaobao. He muttered that it was too easy to go up and down the line of fire while looking for someone to remove the bruised blood. When he got home, he first soaked the bruised blood in hot water. After soaking for a while, he used a needle to prick the bruised blood out. After that, he put ice on the bruised blood. After a while, he finally felt better. Cherries and Xiao Hong were busy returning the poultry to the various farmers. The compensation for the eggs was also given out. As for the dead animals, of course, it would be counted as the owner's responsibility. Su Si and the others also ordered people to move the goods to the warehouse. Naturally, it was Zhang Xiaobao's warehouse. His money was now calculated separately from the accounts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. If it wasn't for the fact that the two families often used the things in his warehouse to do things, it would be better. With the return of everyone, the autumn harvest was about to begin. Every family prepared everything that they needed to prepare. Li Sun, who had just finished running in the desert, also hurried back. He wanted to see the difference between his Zhuangzi and the Zhuangzi of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family during the autumn harvest. As for the third wilderness survival training, it was postponed by him. "Young master, you're back?" This little one discovered something. Li Cheng, who had been treating Zhangjia Zhuangzi to meals and drinks these days, saw that the young master had returned. He quickly approached him and said something that the young master was interested in. "Oh, what is it? Tell me about it." Li Sun didn't expect that something would happen as soon as he came back. As for whether this matter would harm his Zhuangzi, he really didn't care. He just wanted to figure out what was going on. Replying to the young master, "According to the time that we plant, we need to harvest the wheat first. After harvesting the wheat, it's time to harvest the rice." However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's Zhuangzi's wheat and rice seem to ripen together. This little one really doesn't understand. Why is that? Li Cheng told Li Sun what he had observed. He really couldn't understand. If the rice of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family was a little worse, it would be reasonable. However, what he saw was that the rice was better than other places. This year, not to mention the lack of harvest, it wouldn't be a problem to harvest 10% or 20% more. Li Sun originally didn't think much of it, but when he heard Li Cheng's words, he was stunned for a moment. He asked doubtfully, "Is that really the case? How's their rice production?" "A lot. It seems that they can produce nearly 5 dan of rice. I don't know what they use. Normally, Gu family's Zhuangzi also got rice seedlings from them. Although it was a little late, the harvest shouldn't be too different, right? However, it's not the same. This little one thinks that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's Zhuangzi didn't give the same seeds to Gu family's Zhuangzi." Li Cheng first explained the matter to the young marquis and then told him his thoughts. "Well, this matter is known. Let's talk about it next year. Let's see what they use when they plant." Li Sun also didn't understand. He didn't have the slightest knowledge about farming. When the harvest day arrived, all the farmers were busy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's Zhuangzi still followed the same method as last year, uniformly harvesting. The main family also prepared food early. There was meat, vegetables, soup, and rice. According to Zhang Xiaobao's idea, all the meat these days was replaced with fish. They specifically found a big fish and cut out the meat without bones. One by one, they wrapped the meat and put it in a pot of oil to fry. After they were fried, they put some seasonings on the side for people to dip in when they eat. This year, Gu family's Zhuangzi also learned from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's methods. They prepared delicious food for the farmers. As long as they worked hard, they would have food to eat when the harvest time came. Li Sun's Zhuangzi didn't realize it at first. The next day, Li Sun, who was used to learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and Zhuangzi's methods, also ordered people to uniformly harvest and provide food for lunch and dinner. "Young master, we can't do this. We will lose a lot of money. Why should we provide the farmers with food for 2 meals?" When Li Cheng saw the villagers eating at noon, he was scared to death. He quickly found Li Sun and told her about it. "Yes, why should we? Just based on the fact that when the young master and young lady went to Shuiyun for a meal, someone would immediately stand up and stop them. Just based on the fact that when we spent money to bribe them, the villagers wouldn't budge at all. Just based on what they said, when Zhang Xiaobao whistled that day, the people around the 2 villages immediately rushed over to protect them. What else is there to say? Look at their harvesting speed. With the same sickle, the same wheat, and the same uniform work, their harvesting speed is 50% faster than ours. The children in our farmstead are following behind and picking up the leftovers while they are playing, but the children in the other farmstead are all very serious. What is this? This is called the human heart. I saw it. When the farmers from Zhuangzi meet other people, they stick out their chest and we lower our heads. Do you understand? Li Sun wasn't stupid at all. He noticed the difference through observation and shouted at Li Cheng angrily. Chapter 176. When autumn comes, the fields are dry and the chickens are idle. People are busy with their backs to the north, and the sun turns to the west. Sides are swept like the wind, and sweat is like rain. 3 months of spring are spent waiting for this season. People with fields everywhere are busy harvesting their crops while the weather is hot and rainy. Otherwise, when the autumn rain falls, the harvest will be reduced in the blink of an eye. The farmers of Zhuangzi, Zhang Wang, and Wang Zhuangzi were obviously faster than the farmers of other villages. There was no difference in the way they dressed. The only difference was the tools in their hands, which were scythes. The scythes of Zhuangzi, Zhang Wang, and Wang Zhuangzi were slightly longer than the scythes of other villages. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw the scythes here, they found that they were different from the ones they had seen before. The 2 of them discussed and felt that the difference might be due to the difference in location. More importantly, during the process of inheritance, the workers improved little by little. Since that was the case, the 2 of them specially paid for a batch of scythes to be made. At this time, it seemed that the speed was indeed much faster. Another reason for the speed was their physical condition. Zhang Wang and Wang Zhuangzi gave some small benefits, which made the farmers healthier than other farmers. The food they ate was also much better. The mechanical labor was a competition of endurance and resistance to the sun. With these factors added together, the 2 farmers were half as fast as other villages. While the others were busy, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran outside and squatted in the shade of a big tree, using small wooden sticks to draw circles. Zhang Xiaobao used a ruler to draw a diagram for Li Cheng to figure out, and Wang Wan was drawing something else. "You're the combine harvester? Good idea. I'll draw an oil refinery here. When the time comes, I'll provide you with oil for the machine. You're drawing a diesel engine, right?" Zhang Xiaobao had just figured out 2 small graphics games when he turned his head and saw what Wang Wan was drawing in front of him. There were 2 big machines. The one in front was responsible for harvesting and threshing, and the one in the back was responsible for transporting dust. Don't look down on people. How long did it take from the invention of the steam engine to the satellite? When the white steam came out of the front of the car, the wheels of history. The wheels of history run over the crystallization of countless people's sweat. Countless people. It's not something that can be done by a liar and a police officer. He contains... I know. Isn't it just the accumulation of various disciplines? It's just a drawing, and it's not like it's going to be done. When are we going to send people to the mountains to block those large natural ponds? The freshwater crabs, shrimps, and fish we bought from other places are still in the pond. If they get any bigger, we won't be able to hold them all. Wang Wan used a wooden stick to make a cross on the drawing she had drawn, clapped her hands and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the people working in the field and said hesitantly, "We have to wait for them to finish their work. This time, Ernie brought a lot of my fan stones from the other side. What should we use them for? If there's no other way, We can buy a property in the capital and build a large bathing pool there. Do you think people will go there? It will cause trouble, unless you want to rely on a certain power. Do you want to? Wang Wan poured cold water on Zhang Xiaobao. No, I don't want to. Let's keep the stones at home. As for the fungus and tremella, don't sell them first. Keep them. After 2 years, when people's living standards improve, they will be sold for a good price. They won't get wet and can prevent insects from biting them. Those things can be kept for a long time. When we have enough people, we can release them. Zhang Xiaobao whispered a few words. Wang Wan agreed and said, yes, there are too few people who can take care of things on their own. If we let them do business, we will suffer losses. Let's use the store to train them first. When County Magistrate Qing is promoted, we will continue to train new county magistrates. Let's ask County Magistrate Qing to rope in more people. For the current officials and the students who will take the exam in the future, I agree to open an inn in the capital. Find a slightly remote place and buy it. If there's no other choice, we can just buy it outside the city. According to Zhou Shihu's uncle, the surrounding area is also prosperous. Okay, I understand what you mean. Let's give some benefits to those students who go to the capital to prepare for the exam. Even if only 1 out of 100 people passes the exam, it will be of great help to us. It's not like they have to take the Xiuzai exam. There are other subjects. That's settled. Let's go and see what we have for dinner tonight. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished discussing business, they stood up and walked to the kitchen. There were several big pots set up. Those who were boiling water and cutting vegetables were busy. Large pieces of streaky pork and some green vegetables were thrown into the pot. Before they got close, the smell of chopped green onions wafted over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sniffed and nodded with satisfaction. There was a lot of the smell of oil and smoke here. They didn't use oil slick, nor did they fry the streaky pork directly. It should be good to eat later. Little young master and little miss are here? It's hot, sit here. As soon as the people working saw the 2 little devils from the farmstead approaching, a woman in her 30s who was not very nimble with her legs found 2 small stools and moved the umbrella that was held up for them to the side, blocking the 2 of them from view. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to disturb her, but when they saw that she had already prepared everything, they could only enjoy it. The 2 of them understood that sometimes there were some things that one couldn't refuse. If they really left at this time, the farmer would definitely think that the master was dissatisfied. If the 2 little ancestors went back and told the master about what happened today, the master would feel that the account was disrespectful to the master. As soon as the 2 of them sat down, a short table was placed in front of them. The streaky pork that was specially prepared for the people in the inner courtyard was cut into thin slices and placed on a wooden plate. There was also a small dish of garlic sauce on the side. After that, the garden also flattened the cucumber that had been preserved until now, marinated it with salt and garlic, and poured some sesame oil on it for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to eat. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of meat and dipped it in the plate. Before he even tasted it, he said, "Good, good, it's really too fragrant." "Yes, it smells good." Wang Wan also echoed at the side. As soon as the 2 of them finished speaking, just as they thought, the faces of the people around them all revealed happy smiles. A word of praise could make them happy for a day. Wang Wan also ate a piece of meat and used her tongue to lick the oil around the corner of her mouth. Then she asked Zhang Xiaobao, "The taste is really not good, right, Xiaobao?" "Yes, it's just that the garlic sauce hasn't been soaked in the big sauce. It's even more delicious when soaked in the big sauce. The heat of cooking is also not bad. It's fat but not greasy, thin but not dry. Let's also cook it tomorrow. Instead of boiling it, cut it into slices and soak it in hot water. Then, we'll wash the oil and blood on it." Zhang Xiaobao still felt that there could be a better way to eat it. Wang Wan also nodded in agreement. "Boss, it's here. Look, the rice is growing so well. Boss, please slow down a little." Just when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were half full, a group of people came from the small bridge. When they approached the place where they were cooking, a man wearing a green silk shirt and a beard hat was talking to a fat man with light yellow slanted shoulders, wide-legged pants, and narrow leather boots. "What do they do?" Wang Wan put down her chopsticks and muttered, "I don't know. Usually, when you see a servant talking to a person like that, it's usually the villain. His acting skills are not as good as Song Jinggong's. It's obviously written on his face that he's a bad guy. Zhang Xiaobao joked with Wang Wan. He didn't care who came. The two families were no longer the same as before. At the very least, he was an official. He wasn't a pushover who could be easily bullied. Well, good place. 1 mu of land can actually produce more than 4 dan of grain. I heard that there's a market here. Why haven't I seen it? The boss looked left and right and asked the young man from before. If we go back to the boss's house, we're all busy. Maybe we can come out at night. Boss, please sit. It's tiring to stand. As the man spoke, he stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To be precise, he stared at the stool under their butts. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a few copper coins rolling on the table sounded. The man said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Little kids, stand up. These copper coins are yours." Not bad. He looks like a lackey. Wang Wan looked at the copper coins on the table and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Her voice was not low, so the people around them heard it. Indeed. Otherwise, why would people say that dogs look down on people? That's probably how it came about. Zhang Xiaobao also said. At this time, the people around them who were cooking had stopped what they were doing. They took all kinds of tools and surrounded the group of people. The one who was cutting vegetables held a kitchen knife and stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The blood on the knife dripped down drop by drop, splashing to the ground and forming a small black hole. What are you doing? Do you know who am I? The man who spoke just now had now reacted. Hearing the words of the two children, he knew that the status of the other party was not low. He said with regret and fear, "Bastard, why don't you get back here? How can you let the noble give up his position? Everyone, it's because I didn't discipline him strictly and let this brat be a bit domineering. I apologize here. May I know which family these two noble children are from?" Just when this brat was worried that he would be beaten, the boss behind him stood up in time to smooth things over. At this time, he saw clearly that the two children were wearing clothes made of ordinary materials, but the parts of their faces and hands that were exposed were white and tender. Ordinary village children would not be like this. What are you asking about? Where did you come from? What do you do? The person in charge of the cooking place did not answer the other party's words. Instead, he looked at them with a suspicious gaze and asked, "This is our boss. He specially came to see you. It's the autumn harvest. There are so many grains that can't be sold. Our boss wants them all. 10 copper coins per bushel." The bastard knew that it was time for him to speak. He pointed to the land that had not been harvested and offered a very high purchase price. Chapter 177. No, we're not selling. We're still keeping them for planting next year. Isn't that right, young master? The leader of the farmers refused without even thinking. He turned around and asked Zhang Xiaobao. The other people who were cooking also supported this. Indeed, they couldn't sell them. In the past, 1 mu of land could produce about 3 dan of land. Now, the best land could produce about 5 dan of land. The worst land could produce more than 2 dan of land. This was money. What was in the land was no longer food, but seeds. Usually, a dough of millet would cost 4 or 5 wen. A dough of rice would cost more than 10 wen, close to 20 wen. Although the rice hadn't been shelled, the price was already too low. Why would they buy it at a high price? Who were they trying to fool? Zhang Xiaobao already had an idea at this time, but he couldn't say it out loud. He could only pretend to be stupid. He looked at the people around him with a smile and said, "I don't know either. I'll go home and ask the housekeeper." As he spoke, he pulled Wang Wan and ran home. At this time, the boss, Lai Zi, and the others knew that the two little guys were actually the children of the main family in Zhuangzi. No wonder so many people were protecting them. Lai Zi was especially scared. He almost caused trouble just now. He went to other people's Zhuangzi and bullied other people's children. If the farmers beat him up and sent him to the government, he would only lose and not win. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran away. The boss and his group of 12 people didn't know what to do. They originally wanted to test the price first. After all, except for a few places that were affected by drought, there was a bumper harvest everywhere. The price of grain would definitely be low. If they wanted to buy husked rice for 10 won per dough, the price would be a lot. They didn't expect that the farmers were not stupid. They knew that such good rice could be used for planting. This was troublesome. Under the covetous gaze of the chef, the 12 people felt uncomfortable. It was the boss who spoke. The price is negotiable. Your zhuangzi is not bad. Shall we look around? He was testing the farmers to see if they would give in. If they didn't, he could only go back. Their zhuangzi was their territory. The farmers didn't continue to pay attention to the dozen people. They turned back and continued to cook. At this moment, the sky was almost dark. The people on the ground were pulling out the harvested grain. After they finished, they would come back to eat. They didn't have so much time to waste on these people. Sister Lame, give me a bowl of water first. I'm thirsty. Let me smell it. This meat. Some of the faster workers had already come over by this time. Among them, a young man in his 20s shouted from afar. You only know how to be lazy. You won't be able to eat after drinking. The lame woman poured a bowl of water and slammed it on the table. After cursing, she went back to work. Rascal was the kind of person who wouldn't let go of an opportunity to sow discord. When he heard other people talking, he thought that the opportunity had come, so he acted like a good person and reminded them. Shut up. What do you know? Sister Lame's leg was injured because she helped her parents-in-law block a tree that was blown down by the wind. Who doesn't know that Zhuangzi has the best lame daughter-in-law? Where did you come from? The young man glared at the lad with dissatisfaction. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to go forward. Lad, get back here. If it weren't for your sister, I would have kicked you out long ago. You caused trouble for me all day. At this moment, the farmer wished he could kick the lad back home. He glared at him and called him back. As soon as the lad came in front of him, he was slapped. After slapping him, the farmer said to the farmer, Lad, you don't need to be disciplined. Young man, do your thing. We just came over to take a look and want to collect some grain. Young man, why didn't you go home and come here? The farmer was too busy and didn't have the energy. The young man didn't want to pay attention to them. He went to the basin at the side to wash up and wiped himself with a cloth. He took a wooden bowl and a pair of chopsticks and asked someone to fill it with rice and vegetables. When he squatted down and was about to eat, he said, Go home. The farmer is taking care of your meals. You'd better leave quickly. Our zhuangzi is different from other places. We don't sell grain even if we want to buy it. He felt it was very normal when he said it, but to the 12 people it was unusual. Some zhuangzi only took care of their meals when they collected the grain and stored it in the warehouse. They didn't expect that they would take care of their meals when they were harvesting here. There was so much meat and a few side dishes. The rice wasn't the usual millet, but white and shiny rice. Smelling the smell, they were hungry. Hurry up, Xiaobao, do you think we should sell it or not? We've been targeted. Where did the farmer come from? Could there be a prince behind him? Wang Wan said as she followed Xiaobao home. Her words were filled with worry. What prince? Do you think those princes are stupid? Whose territory is this? It's Li Qingyi's. His son lives next to us. Which prince would be so stupid to come to Zhuangzi directly? If it's really a prince, he will definitely go to the Li family's Zhuangzi first, and then let the Li family's people in Zhuangzi come forward. It seems like someone knows how much we produce. This is a good thing. I didn't want to sell it at first, but now I've decided to sell it. I'll sell it to anyone who wants to buy it. I'll let the housekeeper tell him that we don't need to harvest anymore. Let the people in Zhuangzi work on the mountain and leave the seeds for our own use. Zhang Xiaobao was running in a hurry, so his voice was intermittent. They were only a few dozen meters away from the courtyard. They would arrive soon. By the time Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan reached the door, the gatekeeper had already seen them from the balcony on the second floor. He hurriedly ran down and opened the door. His body flashed out as he vigilantly looked behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He shouted, Little Gongzi, hurry up, I'll block them. Why are you blocking it? No one chased us when we ran back. You thought Cuckoo and I were in danger. Why didn't you ring the bell? Remember, no matter whether your judgment is accurate or not, ring the bell if you think there's danger. You should also come out to guard the courtyard every time. Make it a habit. Call the housekeeper. Zhang Xiaobao ran closer and saw the nervous expression on the gatekeeper's face. He was moved but also a little angry. The gatekeeper was not raised for nothing. He had a bell but didn't use it. The gatekeeper lowered his head and listened to the young master's words. He smiled and ran to find the housekeeper. After a while, Steward Zhang jogged over. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao, he asked respectfully, "Young master, what happened? I heard that you two ran back." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand to indicate that he was really fine. He told Steward Zhang his plan. "Nothing. I just asked you to do something. Now it's good. It saves manpower." As Steward Zhang listened, his mouth opened and his eyes were fixed. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, he asked, "Young master, do you really want to do this? It's a bit too much. Just do it. Who are you tricking? It's just labor. People who work are the most lovable. Do you understand?" Before Zhang Xiaobao could speak, Wang Wan's voice interrupted. "Got it. I'll arrange it now. I'll let the people in the market know about it tonight, especially the place to buy food and drinks. Young master, my son has nothing to do today. Why don't he follow you?" Steward Zhang agreed and also promoted his son to Zhang Xiaobao. "How can he have nothing to do? Study well first. It'll be convenient for you to use in the future. Steward Zhang, your family has been the housekeeper of the Zhang family for generations. It won't be bad in the future." Zhang Xiaobao reassured Steward Zhang. "Got it, young master. I'm leaving." Steward Zhang was finally relieved after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words. His son could continue to be the housekeeper in the future. It was the blessing of 8 lifetimes to be able to work for the young master. Xiaobao, 100 copper coins per caddy of seeds is too expensive. The farmers usually keep the seeds for themselves. It's impossible for our seeds to grow as many as 4 dan per mu. The most important thing is to sterilize the seeds at the beginning, then throw the seedlings, good manure, and the wheat rice stones in the field. Wang Wan was a little worried after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words. If they really did it this way, they would earn a little too much. According to the weight here, 1 dan of rice would be around 80 caddies. 2 zhuangzi had more than 3,000 mu of land. On average, 1 dan of rice would yield 3 dan per mu, of which rice would take up 2/5. If they calculated it carefully, they would earn 14,000 to 5,000 taels of silver. It was too frightening. The most important thing was that Zhang Xiaobao would sell it with the shell. Of course, if you don't sell it, people won't buy it with the shell. I know what you're thinking. That's just a theory. Theories are usually used by swindlers to swindle people. How can we sell so much? With this price, how many fields can we plant with 1 gene of seeds? If we have a good harvest, won't we be able to earn more? Our seeds can yield 4 dan per mu. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan. He even winked at her. Wang Wan curled her lips. "Don't say this to me. Burning newspapers in the grave? Who are you trying to fool? Your place can yield 4 dan per mu. How can the grains produced be 4 dan per mu? If other places can produce so much, won't they be able to produce 6 dan per mu if they plant here? If it's that good, why would we still need hybrid rice? What if some of the seeds mutated? You can't deny that, right? Let's go. We'll go to the swimming pool at the back to take a bath. After a nap, we'll start studying. What should we study today? It seems like it's already spring and autumn. My head hurts." Zhang Xiaobao complained and walked to the swimming pool at the back. At this time, the temperature of the water was just right for him and Wang Wan to take a bath. "This is nothing. I heard that we have to study the Book of Changes. But I know that when this thing came out, there was only one picture, which was the Xiantian 8 trigrams. Why didn't I see anything from it?" Wang Wan also complained. The things that people learned in this era were too complicated. Now that you mention it, I think it's an alien civilization. Now that you mention it, I think it should be from an alien civilization. Look at the 8 diagrams, it's nothing more than broken and connected. If it's broken, it's a broken circuit, and if it's connected, it's a channel. If it's 2 connected, it's a direct current. If it's 3 connected, it's naturally 380 volts. If it's 1 connected, it's a broken circuit, and if it's 1 connected, it's a broken circuit, and if it's 1 connected, Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan seriously. Wang Wan laughed so hard that she held her stomach. Chapter 178. The market by the bridge finally opened at night. People who had been busy all day couldn't sleep and came to take a look. At this time of the year, most of the transactions in the market were done between the people who set up the stalls. The farmers didn't have that much time. Steward Zhang didn't go directly to the people in the market to discuss. Instead, he found Ergo and gave him the order. Ergo immediately went to carry it out. After dealing with Ergo's matter, Steward Zhang arranged for people to find the 12 people who came today. Soon the news came back. The 12 people lived between the clouds and the water. Steward Zhang let out a sigh of relief. He led the doctors in Zhuangzi to ask if anyone was feeling unwell so that they could be treated in time. After Ergo received the order, he adjusted some of the prices in the market for the next few days. For example, tea could be casually thrown in something when drinking it. From today onwards, until the end of the autumn harvest, no matter who drank tea, it would be 50 copper coins a bowl. Small steamed buns that were a bit of meat would be 20 copper coins a bowl. It didn't matter if they couldn't sell it. When the market closed at night, the grocery store would make up the money they earned in a day. Food would be sold at the usual price. If others wanted to buy, they had to set the price. This was the benefit of having the right to set the price. Those who did business naturally wouldn't object. They would sell it however they wanted, as long as they didn't lose money. As for the poor commoners who came to buy things, they didn't care if they had more food or less tea. Wasn't it easy to eat? The grocery store had cheap pancakes and cool well water to drink. This didn't cost them money. Even Ergo didn't know the reason for this arrangement. He just needed to follow the instructions. He didn't need to worry about anything else. Between the clouds and the water, in a second-class courtyard, a few people sat together to discuss things after eating an extremely expensive dinner. Boss, don't you know an official in the capital? I heard he's a 6th-rank official. Why don't you ask him to come over and talk to him? We can buy back the grain here at a cheap price. When the time comes, we can grow our own. 1 mu of land can produce more than 4 dan of grain. Lai Zi stood at the side and advised his boss while burping. 2 people at the side also nodded and agreed with Lai Zi's idea. The boss's face was gloomy and he did not say anything. He had just heard the news that the Zhang family and the Wang family were selling seeds in Zhuangzi. It was 100 copper coins per caddy, and that was including the shell. The price was extraordinarily high. However, when he thought about the grain harvest, it seemed that this amount of money could be taken out. However, if he really bought something at such a high price, others would think that he was a fool, and he would lose face. Just as he remained silent with a sullen expression, a person with squinting eyes beside him said, "What's the use of a 6th-rank official here? Just now, we purposely chose a seat on the first floor of the restaurant to eat. Could it be that you didn't hear what others said? There were 2 Zhuangzi, one was a 7th-ranked official, and the other was a 7th-ranked official. The saying that a high-ranking official can oppress a person to death refers to a subordinate. Not just anyone can do it. If you really oppress him, won't they impeach you? I just heard that these 2 officials were specially conferred by the imperial court. 2 auspicious signs. One time, they helped the disaster relief in Hunan province. Not to mention that there are so many 6th-ranked officials in the capital, why don't you try changing to a 3rd-ranked official? One will get one. Why? Lai Zi could not understand why a 3rd-ranked official could not win against 2 7th-ranked officials in Zhuangzi. Are you stupid? You came here to bargain. It's fine if you don't want to buy, but if you force it, people will say that you're betting on an auspicious place. If it's not an auspicious place, how can there be such high production? If it's not an auspicious sign, nothing will happen after the drought, and instead, it's an increase in production? If you bargain in a place with auspicious signs, it means that you want to suppress the imperial court's luck. If you don't say this out loud, everyone will know. If you say it out loud, it will become a report, and you will be beheaded. Is the neck of a 3rd-ranked official stronger than the imperial court's luck? The provincial governor of this province is a prince. I heard from the people in the capital that the auspicious signs are because the current emperor and his brother have a blind date. Think about it, what is this? Beheading your whole family is a light punishment. Not exterminating your 9 generations is because the emperor is not good to his brother. So evil? Can't the little lousy Zhuangzi be moved? Lai Zi was a little disappointed. He did not expect that this Zhuangzi would need to consider so many things when he really wanted to deal with it. Why can't we deal with it this way? But we can use other methods. The person with squinted eyes said again. Lai Zi knew that this person was the master's think tank. When he heard that there was another method, he quickly said, I know. I heard that there are 3 Zhuangzi in the restaurant between the clouds and the water. Tomorrow I will eat until I fall ill. At that time, hee, you only have this little ability. Why don't you try it tomorrow? If you fall ill from eating, will there be any trouble if you die from eating? Don't even think about it if you can't shake their foundation. That person sneered. He really looked down on this Lai Zi. If his sister was not close to the master, he would not want to do anything. The person next to Lai Zi pondered for a while and said, yes, it is useless to eat a dead person. Besides, Lai Zi can't die. We should think of a complete method. Why don't we help them spread the news that Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family is an auspicious place, and the things produced there are better than those around the capital. Then we can say a few words to make people believe that where there is auspicious, there will be an emperor. When he said this, the people around him thought that it was feasible. This would really kill the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. Was it so easy to be an emperor? Even the master was a little tempted, but the person with squinted eyes shook his head again. If it was someone else who was the provincial governor, this method could be used. But Prince Li Qingyi definitely cannot be used. As long as the news spreads, Prince Li will come to the capital to ask for punishment. The current emperor can order people to investigate thoroughly. Who would say something like this? Isn't this sowing discord between brothers? Prince Li's place is going to have an emperor. That means Prince Li is going to be the emperor. Who would believe that a farmer can be the emperor? That won't do. How did Zhuangzi get a provincial governor? What else can we do? We can't really use 100 copper coins to buy a caddy of rice with husks, right? Lai Zi was the most impatient person among these people. When he heard that this idea was rejected, he said anxiously, you shut up and listen to Brother Lu. The master was also vexed. Hearing Lai Zi's words, he was even more vexed. Don't worry, master. There is still a way. Find a few people tomorrow and follow our method. When the time comes, I don't believe that the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi will not discuss with us. The person with squinted eyes laughed sinisterly and asked the few people who should not have heard this to leave. He told the remaining 3 people in the room the method. During the autumn harvest, the farmers were busy. The children were supposed to go to school, but with the return of Xiao Hong and cherries, the poultry had to be fed. The adults were busy, so they could only leave the work to the children. All the farmers who raised poultry had a lot of chickens, ducks, and geese. The children woke up early and released the poultry according to the layout of the manor. Then, they carried the empty bags and went to the main house to get the food that the poultry needed to eat for the day. Except for the fresh earthworms, the rest had already been ground by the main house. Each time they carried around 10 caddies, it was enough to go back and forth a few times. They did not need to spend money on these things. They were given by the master for free. They were also considered to be raising on behalf of the master. In the end, the accounts were settled. The master took 80% of the profits, and the farmer took 20%. This 20% was almost free. It was better than raising the chickens themselves. At least they did not need to take out food to feed them. The profits were not only from the eggs, but also from the money they earned from killing the chickens. The master even counted the chicken feathers, duck feathers, and goose feathers as part of the profits. The farmers did not know what the feathers of the poultry could be used to make money. Could it be that they could really make money by giving away the feathers that others did not want? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also thinking about this problem. They wanted to maximize all the profits. What can you do with half a caddy of chicken feathers? Zhang Xiaobao got up early in the morning and asked Wang Wan about this problem. Throw it away. Wang Wan answered very straightforwardly. What if I give you 10 caddies? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Then I will continue to throw away the half a caddy. Wang Wan continued to give the same answer. What if I give you 10 tons of chicken feathers? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Well, this thing can be used to make some materials, right? Also, it can be used to make down jackets. If not, it can be used to wholesale the feather dusters. I can't throw away so many of them. Wang Wan's answer this time was different from the previous one. There were too many things. When a seemingly useless thing reached a certain amount, it was impossible to continue to treat it as a useless thing, even if it was just stones and ashes. Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to ask this time. He pointed outside and said, "We have more than 30,000 poultry in Zhuangzi. In the end, they will be killed, unless they are specifically asked to live. Otherwise, we will sell all the parts of the poultry and carry out a unified sale. We also have to complete the slaughter. With so many feathers, it should be more than 10,000 catties. Besides, we will not kill them all directly. We will raise new ones while killing the old ones. The accumulated amount is not small. Now we have to think of a solution." "What solution? It can't be to make down jackets, right? You have the chicken feathers, but what about other things? Usually, when you buy it in the market, if the quality is slightly lower, it will keep leaking. What is the material used to make down jackets? Cloth? We don't even have cotton cloth now. We only have silk and hemp. With the current weaving technology, how can we make the outer wrapping material? Don't dream about it." Wang Wan rejected the idea of making down jackets. It was fine to have cotton to make down jackets, but they did not have the technology to deal with feathers, let alone put them into clothes. "Who said I want to make clothes? I can build a house with 2 layers of wood or 2 layers of walls. In the middle, I can mix slaked lime and chicken feathers together. Then, I can use glue to stick the chicken feathers together in a certain order. I can even make a boat out of it. When the time comes, all the boats in Little Luoshui will be made with these feathers. When others see them, they will naturally want to learn. We will sell the chicken feathers to them. How about it? There are only things that you can't think of, but there is nothing that can't be done." Zhang Xiaobao told Wang Wan about the future. Chapter 179. Wang Wan really didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao would use the feathers of poultry for this matter. She really couldn't guess how Zhang Xiaobao's brain grew. Almost all impossible things were not a problem for him. Can it really be used to make a boat? That's really good. At least if I were to choose by the lake, I would choose this kind of craft with strong craftsmanship. But why didn't anyone do this in my hometown? Are they stupid? When Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao, she suddenly realized that if they really wanted to make a boat, why didn't the people at that time do it? They are stupid if they do it. How much does a down jacket cost? How much does some feed made from poultry's feathers cost? How much does an ordinary boat cost? Who would make so many poultry's feathers into a boat? In the past, you could always see big geese boats made of plastic by the river. The cost was only about 400 yuan. If you buy it, you can buy it even if it costs more than 1,000 yuan. If you use a little bit of good materials, you can definitely buy it for 1,500 yuan. How much does it cost to use poultry's feathers? If you want to use glue to densely stick the feathers together, the cost of labor and materials is much higher than that of the geese boat. Whoever makes it is stupid. What's more, the feathers of poultry have a shelf life. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Wang Wan's usual life was too monotonous, so he explained the boat to her. Wang Wan nodded. "I see. Those boats are made of plastic. No wonder they are hard when you knock them." "Not all of them. Plastic is still expensive. There is a cheaper thing called glass wire which is made of this thing. Only the sealed bearing below is a little expensive. The other things are worthless. Those things should be inorganic. The decomposition process is long, unlike the feathers of poultry, which will spoil after a period of time." Zhang Xiaobao continued to explain to Wang Wan. Wang Wan frowned and asked, "So what you mean is, we use these poultry's feathers to make boats and let them play on them. But how big can you make them? They have big flower boats." "It's not big. It's 1 meter long, half a meter wide, and 1 meter tall. It's not for people to scratch. It's for fun. Do you know what fun is? Now that there is a water wheel, we can find a place with water in the artificial lake. If there is no water, we can use manpower to move the water wheel and bring the water to a high place. Then, set up a large rack that looks like a slide and let the water flow down from the top. When it reaches the bottom, make a slight upward curve. You sit in the boat and tie a wooden block to your body. When the time comes, slide down from the top and see who can fly the farthest. It can also be like the thing in the torrential current, can't it? Wang Wan continued. No, I don't dare to do that. Without the skills, people will die. But we can use that kind of small boat to fight water battles. It's light and easy to turn around. We just need to add a few water guns on it. You know how water guns work, right? They rely on pressure. It doesn't matter if the seal is a little bad. Hurry up and tell me, what else have you not taken out? Do you think I will believe that an international swindler can only think of such things? Construction, shipbuilding, selling poultry feathers, there are only 3 of them in total. Even if you do animal feed, there are only 4 of them. But these 4 are all basic things. Is that possible? Zhang Xiaobao, do you think I'm stupid or you are? Tell me quickly. Wang Wan already believed him. When she nodded in agreement, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Zhang Xiaobao's actions were all closely linked. It couldn't be that simple. She almost fell for his trick. No, really. That's all. Look at my eyes. How pure they are. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and blinked his big eyes for Wang Wan to see. Wang Wan suddenly smiled and blinked her eyes. Look at mine. Aren't they also very pure? Tell me the truth, Zhang Xiaobao. Why don't you sleep on the floor tonight? Your eyes are pure. Even a lie detector can't detect it. You are proficient in several kinds of psychology and can even hypnotize yourself. Are you going to tell me or not? I will crush your thing down there. You only know how to do this. You scared me in the past. Do you think I am afraid? Let me tell you. I already said I will tell you. Don't stretch your hands. There is another characteristic of poultry feathers. When it is exposed to the sun, it will attract a lot of flies. I don't want to get maggots. I just need to use big sauce. You have to think about it. That Li Sun, after he gets someone to deal with the survival and reconnaissance tasks in the next 2 to 3 months, we need to get him a fish job to do, and at the same time, sell him some soybean oil and eggs. But do you think he will be satisfied? Even if he is satisfied, will his other brothers be satisfied? I have to plan first. If they don't come looking for me, I won't say anything. If they really come looking for me, I have to arrange something for them to do. What is the best thing? Now we have been at war with the surrounding areas. There are not many big ones. I heard that the people sent by the imperial court failed last time. What about in the future? Small frictions will never stop. I will use the feathers of the poultry to let the flies bite them. At that time, bacteria will breed. All kinds of bacteria. Think about it, in that kind of environment, how many bacteria will be on the feathers of the poultry? In addition to this, we also raise pigs in Zhuangzi. I will get some other cattle and sheep's hair. It will be best if it has blood. I will put it under the sun together. When the bacteria accumulates, I will put it in the grassland tribes or other neighboring countries. Do you think the immunity of their livestock will be strong enough to prevent the bacteria from entering? I really don't want to tell you this now. It's too amazing. Zhang Xiaobao, you really shouldn't be a swindler. You should enter our country's think tank and be a schemer. How many people will your kind of thing harm? What if it spreads to our side? Wang Wan moved Zhang Xiaobao's head to face her and looked at it carefully. She seemed to be talking to herself. Zhang Xiaobao tapped Wang Wan's nose and said, Are you stupid enough to put it on the border? Won't you transport it to the center of their country in the name of all kinds of things? Wait for them to have a disaster, then we will refuse to buy any of their livestock and scatter a lot of lime on the border. Maybe the 2 of us can't do it, but those brothers of Li Sun will definitely find a way to do it. I just think that it's against the natural order. Tomorrow I will go and prepare the 7-star lantern. Help me find oil. I will use it to light the lantern. Let's see who can put it out for me. I really don't know what to say about you. You are good. You can exchange yourself for the safety of a child. I believe that the child and his parents will still be grateful to you and think that you are a good person even if they know that you are an international swindler. You are bad. You are really bad. You don't even blink when you kill people. Many people have died in your hands, right? According to the law, you can be executed 10 times less than that. You have always measured the life and death of others according to your own standards. You are a person who will stab a knife into another person's chest when you smile at a child. Can you tell me what your standards are? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao with a complicated gaze and asked, "What standards? Does Confucius have standards? People don't treat him well. Didn't he also say that only villains and women are difficult to deal with? The standards of the strong are mood, and the standards of the weak are hope. Don't analyze me. I don't even know what kind of person I am. How can others judge me? Let's go outside and take a look." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he put an arm in front of his waist and nodded to Wang Wan. Wei Wei turned sideways. Wang Wan smiled and put her hand into the hole formed by Zhang Xiaobao's arm. She gently squatted down and the two of them walked outside in this posture. The weather outside was just as the villagers expected. It was still so hot, and there was no sign of rain. The villagers would rather have their clothes wet with sweat than have a drop of rain fall. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, one in front and one in front, pedaled their relatively advanced car out of the house. They followed the road on Zhuangzi and headed towards the small bridge. "Xiaobao, are we still letting the village children catch grasshoppers this year? The autumn harvest has already delayed their learning time." Wang Wan was still in front, controlling the direction. While pedaling, she asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan always had a desire to rule. Even when she was pedaling, she had to control the direction. It was fortunate that such a person wasn't with Wu Zetian, and it was also fortunate that he followed her. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to find someone to suppress her. Oh, it was he who dragged her along. After a while, Wang Wan realized that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, so she asked, "Say something, Xiaobao. Are we catching grasshoppers or not? I still want to eat them. The protein content of those things is higher than what we usually eat. It's like a cocoon. They have to eat it in order to survive." "Yes, we have to catch the children of Zhuangzi. We have to catch the children of other Zhuangzi as well. We have to catch the children of the Gu family, the Zhuangzi family, and that Han Yongyao's children on Zhuangzi. We have to use things to trade. 100 grasshoppers for an egg. Forget it, 50 grasshoppers for an egg, 100 grasshoppers for a duck egg, and 150 grasshoppers for a goose egg. Once that Han Yongyao knows that we are trading like this, he will definitely stop the children on Zhuangzi. When that time comes, I will make him lose the hearts of the people while we can gain the hearts of the other Zhuangzi children. This trade is not a loss at all, whether it's the nutritional value or feeding the animals." Zhang Xiaobao instantly had a plan. "Harvest grain, harvest old grain. 4 copper coins for a bushel of millet, 7 copper coins for a bushel of rice, 6 copper coins for a bushel of noodles. Harvest grain, harvest old grain." Just as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, a shout came from the other side. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both frowned. This kind of thing was too rare. It definitely wasn't that simple. Chapter 180. I hurried into the forest. The forest was in clusters: Sol, Du, Dor, Missile, Long Sol, Mi, Mirer, Du, Long Sala, Du. Wang Wan was walking alone. No, she was walking with Zhang Xiaobao on a small road in the countryside. When she heard the sound of people buying old grain, she was puzzled for a moment. Then, she let go of her emotions and sang with a jump. "I thought you could sing Xiao Hong Mao. That song is more ancient. I didn't expect you to sing something equally ancient. It's about 100 years old, right? No wonder you can't remember the lyrics. No matter how you sing, people will still come to collect grain." Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the people who came to collect the grain. He didn't get close to them. He didn't know what they were going to do, so he said something to Wang Wan, who was singing an ancient song. "How long has it been for 100 years? The Spring River Moonlight has been played for thousands of years. Isn't there still someone playing it? I used to have a teacher downstairs who specialized in teaching people the guzheng. As long as I was at home, I could hear this song coming from downstairs. There were many students, but the Spring River is still the same. I suspect that she only knows how to play this song and teach it to others." Wang Wan didn't feel that she was outdated at all. She thought that a classic was a classic. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a leaf that had fallen to the ground. He rubbed the handle with his fingers to make the leaf turn. Then, he looked at the small river beside him and said, "Are you talking about the Spring River Moonlight Night by Zhang Ruoxu? I heard that it was really good. It's not bad, but it's not the Spring River Moonlight Night. If it's really good, he can rhyme all the way to the end. In my opinion, it's just a song. Isn't it just a couplet? According to modern poetry, it's barely a couplet. How can a couplet compare to a couplet? He wants to cover the whole Tang? Does it count as something that others have done before? For example, the Xuanji Sure Tuesday. He can't even answer the palindrome. How can he cover a dynasty? I just don't like those critics. Wang Wan scoffed at this. Ever since she was a child, she had studied poetry. She would only admit that a certain poem was better, but she absolutely did not agree that any one poem could represent an era. What time is it that the moon can be seen by the riverside? Bamboo cane and straw shoes are light over horses. Dark night gave me a pair of black eyes. Summer insects are silent for me. Even midstream hits the water. That's just flattery. She was such a person. Arrogant. Geniuses were all arrogant. That's not good. You have to admit what you have to admit. He did write it. If you have the ability, write one yourself, Zhang Xiaobao advised. Tisk, could it be that the air conditioner in my house is no longer working? Do I need to know how to cool things? I can't talk about it? That's two different things. You're looking at a poem. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Anyway, I think this poem is pretty good, especially that line, which family is rowing tonight? Where is the lovesickness Bright Moon Hotel? I quite like it. Zhang Xiaobao indeed did not know much about poetry. As long as Wang Wan mentioned such things, it could be said that she could speak freely. However, he did not want Wang Wan to be too arrogant. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. A pile of sand on the shore will be swept away by the current. Those who are above others will be criticized by the masses. He still understood these. I'm not afraid. I know what you are worried about. But didn't Gorky say before? Let the storm blow away others. Wang Wan replied with a smile. He said that? It seems like my hard work in studying back then was for nothing. I actually don't know such profound things. Isn't this the same as wearing someone else's shoes and letting the person who lost it find it? Zhang Xiaobao finally caught up with Wang Wan's train of thought. Wang Wan pulled on Zhang Xiaobao's arm and laughed. Xiaobao, I just realized that you are really too interesting. Come, let's continue talking about that poem. Don't frown. Don't you want to take part in the imperial examinations in the future? If you don't know this, could it be that you want to take other examinations and not take the Xiuzai examination? Listen to me. Just casually take out a line from Li Bai. For example, since ancient times, all things flow to the east. Yes, I admit that this is a bit like the spring water flowing to the east. Li Yu didn't write anything, but the things he bore were far from being comparable to all things. But there's still Xiao Bai. The world lasts forever. Sai, who do you think you wish for? Wish for Li Longji? Wish for Yang Yuhuan? As Wang Wan spoke, she became sad. Such a beautiful thing was actually gone. Just like the Kaiyuan era, for the long river of history, it came and went quickly. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a girlfriend. His whole life, he worked hard to help the dean realize his dream. He simply couldn't understand what was wrong with Wang Wan. Cuckoo, he's with us now. If you're afraid that the future won't be good, didn't we agree to find a way to kill those 4 people? We'll let this pair of jade-like people be together forever. But we can protect them for a while, but can we protect them forever? Wang Wan was still thinking about the longevity hall on the 7th of July, when they whispered in the middle of the night when no one was around. Why do we have to protect them forever? We worked hard to leave behind an honor for the future generations. As for what they want to do, it's up to them. They can't complain about ancestors like us, right? I've never complained. I don't have parents who love me, but I'm willing to be a parent who loves others. Unfortunately, I've always been a liar and didn't do a good job. Now that I'm here, I don't have my own children. How do you think we should educate our children in the future? Zhang Xiaobao was led astray by Wang Wan, or rather, he led Wang Wan's train of thought astray. Anyway, it was astray. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao again and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to have such a backbone. Many people complain that their parents didn't give them a good family, but you want to give your children a good family. Then, Zhang Xiaobao, I'll allow you to start pursuing me. As for what happens in the future, it'll depend on the strength of your pursuit. Are you talking about having children in the future? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Can you not be so shallow? Wang Wan replied. Then you should be talking about the inheritance of life, right? Great love, infinite tolerance, all for the sake of humanity, and to light that lamp with me. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to change the way he said it. Glib tongue, international swindlers, none of them are good. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao was becoming more and more interesting. If one said that he was smart, then it was not a problem for him to scheme against others. If one said that he was stupid, then he did not know how to please a girl. He didn't make a vow of eternal love like other people. It was as if he believed that she had to live with him since she came here with him. After such a long time, he didn't even prepare a candlelight dinner. Other than putting delicious food on the plate while eating, he stood in front of the goose when it attacked. He didn't know how to please girls at all. Others were smart enough to send flowers every day. He just often covered himself with a quilt. In the beginning, many young girls didn't come into contact with him for romance, but for his money. Just like a song from 100 years ago, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, and flowers, they were all inseparable. Now, everything has changed. Daily necessities, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Say something. In the beginning, many people said that I had a realm and that I was a good person. Zhang Xiaobao waited for a while and found that Wang Wan didn't say anything after saying one sentence, so he continued to ask. Of course you're a good person. If it was in the past, I would also say that. As for the realm, do you know what the realm is? Wang Wan suddenly felt very happy. Zhang Xiaobao cheated so much money, but he didn't cheat any women. In terms of feelings, he must be the kind of person who was cheated. I know the realm. It's 30% lies and 70% truth. I used to do that. Otherwise, where would I get so much money? Zhang Xiaobao still had some feelings about this matter. Wang Wan laughed again. What kind of realm is that? The real realm is divided into levels. The first level is called the clothes gradually loosening, but one does not regret. The second level is, last night the west wind withered the green trees, alone in the tall building, looking at the end of the world. The third level is what people often say, looking for the person thousands of times in the crowd, but the person is in the waning light. These are the 3 poems, right? I've heard people say that they're messy and deliberately mystifying. Zhang Xiaobao really heard people say this before. Then it's simple. Seeing the mountain is a mountain, seeing the water is water, seeing the mountain is not a mountain, seeing the water is not water, seeing the mountain is a mountain, seeing the water is water, I understand. So this is what they were thinking. Little brat, their realms are still too low, only at the beginning of seeing the mountain is a mountain. I'll let them know what it means to see the mountain is not a mountain. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands and said happily. Xiaobao, what are you talking about? Who saw the mountain is a mountain? Wang Wan found that Zhang Xiaobao's expression was a little strange. They are just people who collect old grain. If you didn't mention this realm, I wouldn't have thought of it. Now I understand. These people always think that they are very smart, but don't they think that seeds are expensive? Why do they have to do this? Do you think that they can take advantage of us after tricking us once? Zhang Xiaobao said to the people who were driving the cart and shouting that they wanted to collect grain. You're saying that this grain collector is together with the people we saw coming to buy seeds? Wang Wan really didn't expect this. She just felt that this matter was a little strange. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. I didn't think of it at first, but when you mentioned realms, I realized that their realms are still a little low. This is called seeing the mountain as the mountain and coming up with an idea. They don't know how to properly train the people who come here. They are so brazen. I don't know if they are looking down on themselves or others. Wait for them to go back and sell the grain, the old ones. Really sell? 4 copper coins for a bushel of millet, 7 copper coins for a bushel of rice, and 6 copper coins for a bushel of flour. The price they charge is indeed a little high. Wang Wan looked again at the people who came to collect grain and shook her head helplessly. She felt sad for them in her heart. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan back and said while walking, "It's not this price. Increase the price by 1 copper coin for each grain. We also have to change the trading location. Change to the pier of the little Luoshui River. Tell them that we have a lot of stock and there are mountains and water there. It's really seeing the mountain is not a mountain, seeing the water is not water. Chapter 181. As Wang Wan walked, she turned around to look at the people who were going to collect the grains. She smacked her lips but didn't say anything. She could only sigh in her heart. These people really didn't know what was good for them. The railings of the small bridge had already been carved with the image of a bull's head and a horse's face. She had personally carved it, but it was a little shallow. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. It was to tell the people who had designs on the Big Zhang family and Wang family to never cross the bridge. It was a line between heaven and hell. How many people had fallen into it? Did they really think that international swindlers were decorations? Sigh, who knew what the consequences would be this time? The person who collected the soybeans was still in jail. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao returned to the courtyard, he found Steward Zhang and gave him a few instructions on how to sell the grains. After Steward Zhang left, he found Song Jinggong, who was resting in the courtyard, and gave him a few more instructions. After Song Jinggong also went to make the arrangements, he was finally relieved. Cuckoo, let's go to between the clouds and the water to eat good food. Help me get some MSG and 13 spices. I've thought about it. After the autumn harvest, or later, I'll get little Luo Shui to organize an activity. I'll ask those scholars to go to the fields there and experience the scenery. Zhang Xiaobao gave the instructions and took out 2 big bags from the room. He handed one to Wang Wan and said to her, "What are you up to now?" Wang Wan didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao would be so kind. "This time, I really don't want to harm anyone. I'm just organizing an activity. It's the autumn harvest. Is there anything wrong with having some fun together?" Zhang Xiaobao felt that Wang Wan didn't understand him. He had a wronged expression on his face. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao carefully. "That's right. If it was someone else who said this, I would believe it. Unless the sun rises from the west. What's the big deal about the west? You can run to the 2 poles. When it's daytime, the sun won't set for the entire day. I've done my calculations. That would be the time when the moon is full. I've thought it through. I'll say, the moon is the full circle of one's homeland. Where is the grain full? Regardless of whether it's a local scholar or an outsider, they'll all be filled with emotions." Zhang Xiaobao even made use of the autumn harvest. It seemed that he would not miss out on anything that could be used. When Wang Wan heard this suggestion, she nodded and asked, "What about the prize? You want me to go sightseeing? You should at least give me something decent when I write a poem, right? Is there a need to ask? Of course, it's the seeds here. If they want to eat it, they can eat it. If they want to plant it, they can plant it. As long as they write a poem, no matter how they write it, they can get 10 pounds of seeds. They can plant it, eat it, or keep it." "All right, I just thought of something fun." "What is it?" "Seeds. Rice seeds can be planted, and so can grass seeds. Back then, I remember that there were people who specialized in selling dolls with sawdust and grass seeds. As long as they were watered, they would grow into green seedlings." When Zhang Xiaobao mentioned seeds, he thought of that thing. It was not expensive, and many people were willing to buy it. They wanted to see the seeds grow day by day. When they were carefully cared for, it was actually because of hope. It was just like how many adults treated their children. When walking, if they realized that there were children in front of them learning to run, they would have to give way. This was not just a matter of strength or weakness, but also a similar kind of hope for the children. If a child in his 20s kicked the ball, the adults would be angry. If a child in his or her 20s kicked the ball, the adults would not feel any anger. They would even be able to return the ball. Of course, those who deliberately drove fast in front of the school grounds and stabbed the children because they could not beat the adults were exceptions. Or it could be said that such people were no longer considered human. Wang Wan did not know that Zhang Xiaobao had thought so much in this short period of time. She felt that this suggestion was not bad and asked, "Does it mean that we can earn money again?" "No, this money should not be earned by us. It is easy for others to copy, so the profit is not too big. I plan to leave it for those who come to find trouble in the future, especially those whose families are more powerful." Giving them a business deal can reduce the resistance. I just want to mention it. Help me write it down. It will be useful at critical times. Oh, it seems that it is not easy to develop. We have to leave something for others. This shows that the legal system is not perfect. There will always be a privileged class. Wealth and silk move people's hearts. Look at the world. Which powerful person has all the shares in his or her hands? No one. Those who do can only wait to be constantly schemed against. In the end, they will become weak or collapse. Zhang Xiaobao said a sentence about the world, or the essence of the human circle of survival. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said in agreement, indeed, whether it is an official or a businessman, as long as you are in contact with people, you have to know how to give and take. Let's go to the restaurant and have a look. There seems to be a new dish today, braised foie gras. There were so many poultry when we went, but there were fewer when we came back. Some of them could not hold on and died on the way back. Well, this foie gras is edible. It is not the kind of goose that is specially fed with liver disease. Some of the chickens also died, right? It is not an infectious disease. Take out the chicken liver and sauce it for the children on Zhuangzi to eat. It is good food. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he slung the bag over his shoulder and took the lead to walk outside. Wang Wan followed behind. Thinking about what Zhang Xiaobao had just said, she asked, Xiaobao, didn't you say that they belong to the first realm? Then you must have seen what they are going to do next. What else can they do? They collect the old grain, get new grain from other places, and exchange it with our farmers for grain that could have been used as seeds. The exchange rate is 2 to 1, 3 to 1, which is several times cheaper than 100 copper coins for a caddy. Or they can spread the news that this year's high-yield grain can't be eaten. During a disaster, high-yield grain is against the laws of nature. If it were me, I would at least be able to come up with these two methods immediately. In autumn, the rice grains were golden, and the streams flowed like silk. They shouted that there were 10,000 stones for old rice, and they were not afraid that Lu Yuan would be busy collecting grain. Steward Zhang came into contact with those people who collected grain. They said that there was a lot of old grain at home, and they insisted on raising the price by 1 copper coin before selling it. After some bargaining, the other party said that they would not budge. Steward Zhang had no choice but to tell Zhang Xiaobao about this matter. When Steward Zhang found Zhang Xiaobao, Song Jinggong was also talking next to them. After hearing about the matter between the two of them, Zhang Xiaobao laughed. What are you laughing at? There seems to be something wrong. Young Master Song, when you go out to collect old grain, it's only half the price they collect. Is there a connection between the two of them? When Wang Wan heard the conversation between the two of them, she felt that there was something wrong with it. Do you still remember that soybean collector? This is a powerful person. Unless they don't move, as long as they move, we can see how capable they are. They are digging a hole for us to jump into. We have really underestimated them. Young Master Song, don't be in a hurry to collect old grain from the grain stores around here. Just ask the local farmers and tell them that we are willing to buy their old grain at a 2-to-3 ratio. We will take 3 sets of old grain and give them 2 sets of new grain. Arrange for people to buy new grain. No matter how much the price rises, as long as it is not more than 2 times the price, buy it all. Zhang Xiaobao touched his face with his finger and gave the order to Song Jinggong. Then he said to Steward Zhang, Steward Zhang, transport all the old grain to Little Luoshui and sell it according to the price they offer. If they want to play big, we will play with them this time. Don't sell the seeds first. Let's see if it rains in the next few days. If it rains, we will collect them ourselves. It will only delay the matters on the mountain. If it doesn't rain, just leave them in the fields. Song Jinggong and Steward Zhang did not understand why the young master was doing this. According to this method, the Zhuangzi would obviously lose money. However, when they thought of the young master's methods, they knew that he would not do such a stupid thing. Thus, they obeyed the order. After the two of them left, Wang Wan asked in confusion, Xiao Bao, what are you thinking? If we do this, we will lose money. Who said so? This time, not only do we want to make money, we also want to use 2 strategies. Zhang Xiaobao replied confidently. What strategies? Driving the wolf to devour the tiger and using someone else to do the dirty work. I want to announce to all those who want to attack the Zhang family and Wang family that Xiao is not so easy to cross. 2 days later, the sky was still so clear. Song Jinggong had already bought a lot of new grain from outside. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao was now rich, so it was easy for him to pay. He began to trade with the local farmers for 6,000 dan of new grain. In the end, he was able to exchange for 9,000 dan of old grain. The price of the new grain had indeed doubled. The person who bought the grain had also signed a contract with Steward Zhang and specifically found a middleman. Elsewhere, the autumn harvest was not over yet. As expected, God opened his eyes and it did not rain. The farmers felt the high temperature and rejoiced in their hearts. Song Jinggong's purchasing speed was very fast. 1 day later, more than 5,000 dan of grain had been transported to the dock of the Little Luoshui River. Steward Zhang did not sell the grain according to the young master's instructions. Instead, he continued to wait for the 9,000 dan of grain to arrive. The owner was still living in between the clouds and the water with 11 other people. When he heard the news, he specially found a large room on the 2nd floor and ordered a lot of good dishes to celebrate. Brother Lu is really calculating. He actually knew that they would buy new grain to exchange for old grain. But I don't understand why. The owner smiled and said to the think tank next to him, "Owner, the other side is also very capable. They know that we are dealing with their seeds. They did this to let us know the difficulties and retreat. As long as the price of the seeds is fixed, they will not lose money. At that time, the money spent on new grain can be earned back several times from the seeds. Unfortunately, they calculated wrong. We still have a backup plan." The think tank surnamed Lu replied to the owner with a confident look on his face. Yes. Brother Lu is right. This time, we will let them know how powerful we are. If they dare to not listen to us, they can forget about selling even a single seed. Lai Zi did not know the specific situation at all and flattered at the side. Then, when will Brother Lu make the move? The owner asked again. The moment we buy the old grain is the moment we make the move. The think tank surnamed Lu smiled sinisterly. Chapter 182. On this day, the sky above the pier of the Little Luoshui River was covered with dark clouds. There were still many people coming and going, and the sound of boats giving way rose one after another. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang, who was going to work in another place in 2 days, stood on the newly built bridge. Looking at the prosperous scene in front of him, he was filled with emotions. His new official position had been announced. He would work on a boat in a few days. The original county magistrate was demoted to the position of the registrar. At first, he thought that he would be able to work in the prefecture. Now his position was demoted a little, but his rank was promoted to secondary level 6. There was no other way. The registrar of Chang and had specially set this rank. Chang and county magistrate Pei Yaoqing was primary level 6. Sir, didn't you say that you wanted to go and have a look? An attendant beside County Magistrate Ching saw that he had been standing there for a while and had not left, so he reminded him in a low voice. All right, let's go over now. I heard that they are still repairing the lake, so we can take a look. I wonder who will be the next county magistrate. The recommendation has already been submitted. Just this pier alone is worth a lot of money. Although there is a drought this year, the county's tax is still exempted. Many people want to come and take a bite of this bowl of fatty meat. County Magistrate Ching stepped toward the opposite shore. From time to time, there were people pushing or rushing the goods from the cart to this side, which made it difficult for him to calm down. After the dock was built, after a few rains, this place was open to ships. San Shui County alone could not handle so many goods, but other people needed them. This river was connected to the sea, and it passed by many places, including the capital city. Other places that were far away from the river or did not have a dock could only transfer goods here. There were also merchants from other places who came here by boat. They rented warehouses at the pier and traded with each other. There were many people who came to see the goods. Some goods were directly transported away without even getting off the boat. Of course, they still had to pay the docking fee. As the people in Zhangjia Zhuangzi said, when it was prosperous, the locals also had a new way to make a living. Some went to the pier to work, and some borrowed money to buy a cart to transport goods back and forth. Even those who sold liangpi and jianbing were peddling their wares from time to time. They gave ample portions, fair prices, and cheap prices. Many people who did not have much money on them chose to buy a portion of each and eat together. When the attendant heard the Lord's words, he became anxious. He was afraid that someone would remember this place, but he couldn't continue talking about this. He could only change the topic and say, "Lord, it's not just the docks that are prosperous. In the future, there will be more people in the county. Many of the temples will be demolished. The land that didn't need to pay taxes will be given to others. Yes, it's good that it's torn down. The commoners don't have much money to begin with, and we have to give them a share of the money. With the money saved, we can buy some daily necessities. I heard that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi has a dispute with a merchant from Beijing. It seems that they are going to deliver the goods here today. Let's watch the show later." County Magistrate Chung looked at the piles of grain opposite him and suddenly thought of this matter. Exchanging the old grain with the new grain and selling the old grain was obviously a loss. He wondered what Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was going to do. He sent someone to inquire about it. He also said that he should prepare his men for today. "Lord, I know about this matter. A grain store in Beijing has taken a fancy to the seeds of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They want to buy them or find a place to plant them. The Mi family is a grain store. It's considered an ordinary grain store and is not very famous. This time, they are probably going to suffer. Think about it, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi has already given a price. The grain is in the fields. If you want to buy it, you can buy it. If you don't want to buy it, you can leave. Why do you have to scheme against others? You want to collect old grain from other people's zhuangzi and use the new grain to exchange for grain from other people's farmers. Naturally, the farmer's grain is not considered seeds. Do you think Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is so easy to deal with? If he is angry, he will follow suit. I don't know how he did it." In short, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi deliberately made a big deal out of this. Otherwise, he could have just told the farmers that he doesn't want to sell old grain. Where else can the farmers be more obedient than them? The attendant thought hard and analyzed the situation for County Magistrate Ching. Hearing the attendant say such things, County Magistrate Ching smiled. "You are just a child. What do you know? This is Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's demonstration. I'm going to leave now. Sanshui County is so good. The position of county magistrate has not been decided yet. So many pairs of eyes are watching this place. Those who are capable can find out about our relationship with the Zhuangzi and the Zhang family. What do you think will happen if Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is weak now? He will be looked down upon by more people. Those who don't dare to reach out their hands will also want to try. No wonder I am too stupid." The attendant finally understood. If someone reaches out their hand for their grain, they won't care. But in this place, don't tell me that no one wants to reach out their hand. This is the chicken that lays golden eggs. You and I will leave soon. Yesterday, they sent people over to give us so much money. Isn't it so that I can take care of the situation when I get there? County Magistrate Chung looked at the young man who had been with him since he was 6 or 7 years old and said helplessly. The attendant nodded. "Sir, you are right. They really dared to give us money. Except for a small part of it, they gave us all the income from the docks. Aren't they afraid that we will fall out with them? This is a year's worth of rent for the warehouse and the restaurant. It is more than 20,000 taels of silver." County Magistrate Ching Weiwei shook his head and said to the attendant, "Do you dare to fall out with them, or do I dare to?" Yao Chong had come down and Song Jing had gone up. Zhou Qiong had chosen the right side this time. If we really turned hostile, Zhou Qiong would not spare us even before the Zhang family's manor made a move. With such a master who could even calculate this kind of thing, who would not be afraid? Do you still remember the money that Song Jinggong gave us? At first, I didn't know it was Zhou Shihu, but the money he gave us was much more than what I usually give. This is telling me that if I don't care, they will directly send the money to me. Using money that can buy people in the prefecture to give to the county magistrate is a threat. What do you think will happen if we fall out with them? They will send more money to your superior, the attendant replied. That's right. Look at how they treat the villagers, then look at how they treat the bailiffs of the county. You can imagine that they don't want betrayals to happen. Once they find out that someone has betrayed them, they will act like this. They will kill the chicken and wait for them to see. They will bring the money with them. The capital is not like other places, it costs a lot of money. With my little salary, I can barely survive. County Magistrate Cheng was afraid that the attendant would always think about Zhangjia Zhuangzi's scheme and forget about the kindness that should be shown, so he reminded him. The attendant quickly nodded. Don't worry, sir. I won't think too much. They also said that when we go there, we don't have enough money to get people to write letters, so we can help some scholars prepare for the exam. I don't know what use they have for bribing scholars. How do we know who will be successful in the future? 1 in 100 people is enough. This is spreading the money widely. When there is a scholar that they sponsor to become an official in the future, as long as you can help, you will help. If you don't help, you will be ungrateful. How can you expect the superior to treat you well? County Magistrate Cheng explained. The attendant suddenly said, So that's how it is. It costs a lot of money. It is indeed a good plan. Good plan? What does this mean? The head of the Zhang family has been preparing for the imperial examination. Maybe it will be in the next 1 or 2 years. When he goes to the capital and says that he is the one who sponsored those scholars, he will immediately become famous. This is the most amazing thing. I don't know what relationship those 2 masters have with Zhang Zhong and Zhang Yongqing, or if they are old friends with the old master, so they spent so much effort to pave the way. When the time comes, the prefectural middle school will send a recommendation letter to the superior. I will also help. The connections that I built with their money will be used at the moment they need. If someone was willing to help me in the past, I wouldn't have waited until now to be a secondary class, level 6. When County Magistrate Cheng talked about the head of the Zhang family, he was not only envious, but also sad. With so much money to pave the way for one person, it made him speechless. Is that so? Zhangjia Zhuangzi is indeed not an ordinary place, but is it worth it? What if they help the people of the Zhang family and the people of the Zhang family don't appreciate it? It's not over yet. When they sent the money yesterday, didn't they say that if I have any difficulties over there, no matter whether it is in government affairs or other aspects, I can write a letter to them? This is to protect my position and wait for them to not make any mistakes when they go to the imperial examination. I can be considered to be taking advantage of them. As County Magistrate Cheng spoke, he felt very happy. No matter what, the other party did help him and he would continue to help him. With the guidance of a master, his career in the future would be better. The only regret was that he had not met the master in person and could not find an opportunity to be his disciple. When the attendant heard these words, he was stunned. He never thought that Zhangjia Zhuangzi would be so far-sighted. This kind of thing was not something he could guess. The only thing he could do was to follow the master obediently. As the 2 of them talked, they had already walked into the group of buildings. The streets were wide and flat, and there were all kinds of shops on both sides of the streets. There were also people carrying baskets to pick up the things that others threw away. On both sides of the streets, there was an open barrel made of wood every few dozen steps. There were words and pictures written on it, so people could throw the useless things inside. The streets next to a pier should be dirty and messy, but here, there was only cleanliness and tidiness. It made people want to buy a house and live here. Unfortunately, this place was only for rent and not for sale. Master, they are really too imaginative. Who would have thought that the place that they bought at a loss of 1,000 taels of silver would become a place that cannot be bought even with 10,000 taels of gold? What is that place for? I came here yesterday, but I didn't see it. The attendant looked at the surrounding scenery and praised again. Suddenly, he found that there was something in front of him that he did not see yesterday. Chapter 183. There was a white, square-shaped object floating there. There were a few ropes connecting it to the bottom. On the white object, there were a few big red words. This thing was really too big, and it made the follower a little scared. Place of advertisement. The attendant had been following County Magistrate Cheng for so many years, so he naturally knew the words on it. When it turned around, another sentence appeared on it. The attendant read it out again, "Leave your name in the sky." At this time, The attendant saw clearly that the rotation of this thing depended on the two people below pushing a millstone made of wood. Every time it rotated, the thing tied by 4 ropes would turn one side in the sky. There were a total of 4 sides. After waiting for a few breaths of time, the thing above started to rotate again. Advertising, the first shop in Linshui. The attendant figured out that this was the thing between the clouds and the water had originally made. It was cheap and they used flags and banners. What they used here was an object that flew in the sky. The so-called first shop in Linshui was the name of a restaurant that was closest to the shore. If one wanted to go there, one could only go there by boat. It seemed that if one wanted to make this thing called advertisement, he had to find someone there. When the object above turned another side, the attendant opened his mouth wide. The words on it said, "Price, 10 taels per day." This is too expensive. Who would be stupid enough to do this advertisement? 10 taels of silver can do a lot of things. The attendant looked at the price and muttered, 10 taels of silver just to write a few words on the object that was about 3 meters in length and width. As long as one was not sick, no one would be willing to spend money like this. Let's go to the first shop in Linshui and have something to eat. It's almost noon. Although County Magistrate Chung also felt that the price of this thing was too high, he still wanted to have a look. Along a small path, they came to the place where the smallest boat was parked. Before County Magistrate Chung could speak, someone immediately asked, "County Magistrate, are you going there to have a meal?" Naturally, he was talking about the first family. County Magistrate Chung nodded and got on the boat. The people on the boat paddled with both hands and the boat sailed towards the first family by the water. This restaurant was not built on purpose. Originally, they were planning to build a road on the shore. First, they built a section of the road. After the first floor of the restaurant was built, everyone realized that as soon as the water rose, the restaurant would be submerged in the water. When the builders were preparing to tear down the building, Song Jinggong suddenly thought of between the clouds and the water in Zhuangzi. Immediately, he found someone to ask how high the water level could reach in this place. An experienced person said that if the water level reached that high, the entire first level would be submerged. Song Jinggong was overjoyed. He immediately ordered people to continue the construction. They built 3 floors. Even if the water level was high, there would still be 2 floors above that could be used. Moreover, there might not be such a large amount of water. The first family by the water was built here, and it was the only restaurant here. The rest were all built behind. It had rained a few times this year. The rainfall in Sanshui County was not very heavy, but the river above had risen. When the water was released here, more than half of the first floor of the restaurant would be submerged in the water. No other restaurant could be like this one. Many people chose to eat here because of a special feeling, even if they were always worried that there would be a flood or that the boat would crash into the building. "Sir, how long do you think the wood in the water can be submerged in the water? If it rots and something happens to the people who eat here, they will be sued." The attendant had only eaten here twice. The taste of the food was no different from other restaurants. He did not find that there was more meat in the minced meat and tofu. Instead, he felt that there was less vegetables. It won't rot within a year. Look, the wood has been soaked in oil. It will be fine for 3 to 5 years. When the water level is low, naturally, someone will come to check. If any of the pillars don't work, they will change them. "Buddy, how many people do you have here?" County Magistrate Ching was not afraid of this restaurant at all. He stood at the bow of the boat and asked the person who rowed the boat, "Sir, there are more people here today than usual. The first floor is full of people who eat in the wooden boxes. Many people have gone up to the second and third floor. They haven't come down yet. I think more people will come later." The person who rowed the boat replied, "Do you know why?" "I know. It's because of the Kongming lanterns in the advertisement. The manager of the restaurant is in charge of this. As long as you want to buy a seat there, you have to come here. Eat first and tell the waiter inside. The manager will go in one by one to talk. Wine and dishes are not excluded." The person who rowed the boat replied. At this time, the attendant also said, "There are really stupid people? That's strange." "Young man, you're wrong. Don't be fooled by the fact that it costs 10 taels of silver a day. Our capital isn't small either. The paper on the lamps needs to be properly glued. Just the oil used for the lamps costs several hundred copper coins a day. That's 24 hours a day. When people come back with several ships of goods, they have to yell for buyers or go to the agency set up by Shueyun brothel here. That's also a lot of money. If a ship of goods costs more than 1,000 taels of silver, it's better to leave a seat on the lanterns. Otherwise, it will cost 15 to 20 taels of silver to go to the agency. A few days ago, 6 ships of cloth and silk came here and wanted to sell here. In the end, they spent more than 70 taels of silver, and that was after the agency gave them a low price. Seeing that County Magistrate Cheng and the attendant were not in a hurry, the person who rowed the boat slowly said to help advertise this place. Young Master Song said that they were not only in charge of rowing the boat, but also in charge of attracting customers. He said that they were external boatmen. When there were fewer people, these rowers could go to other places to do work. For example, they could help a merchant send a few people to the shore. For example, when there was a shortage of people to unload goods, they had to take care of it. Even if a merchant fell ill, they had to help find someone to treat them. If they wanted to chat, as long as they were not busy, they would also accompany them. They did not know why they did this. Usually, when they helped others, they would not charge them. They just needed to let people know that they were specially hired by the docks. The 3 people who were not in a hurry began to float on the water. The attendant heard about this from the waiter, but he also did not understand. Aren't they stupid? It's natural to work for others and earn money. If we don't help them, they won't come to the docks. If you don't understand, then don't talk nonsense. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is worried that the county magistrate will want to get some benefits. What if he wants to build a dock on the other shore at the risk of being impeached when there is not enough water? As long as there is someone behind him, he will not be afraid of being impeached. If such a thing really happens, the merchants will be used to the treatment of the workers here. As long as there is a business, they will definitely think of this dock first. County Magistrate Chung thought more than the attendant. He knew that it was not just about the monetary benefits, but also the feeling of familiarity. Merchants would not care about such a small amount of money. What they cared about was who treated them sincerely, where they could dock, and where they felt comfortable. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was preparing for a rainy day. Sir, you are the best. We did not expect that there would be such benefits. We were also instructed to introduce the situation here to the passengers, such as which restaurant has the best food, how much each dish costs, and so on. We even have to tell them clearly about some business matters. Young Master Song said that there is no need to be afraid of offending the agency. No matter how much we remember, it is not as comprehensive as the agency. The agency can take care of almost everything as long as you are willing to pay. When the waiter heard County Magistrate Cheng's words, he was suddenly enlightened. Although he said that, he was also calculating in his heart. It was too easy to work for such a person. He did not have to worry about being schemed against one day. County Magistrate Cheng nodded and pointed at the first restaurant near the water. The waiter immediately rowed the boat there. When the 2 of them stepped on the stairs that extended into the water, the waiter turned the boat around. He looked around and found that no one was calling for him. There was nothing else, so he rowed again to the place where the boat was waiting for guests. How is it? Now you know why they are so good, right? County Magistrate Ching went directly to the 3rd floor and did not go to the roof where the view was wider. Now the wind was not as strong as before, but the clouds were still dark. It seemed that it would rain soon. But what is the use of that lantern? If it were me, I would also get a lantern like that on the boat. It does not cost a single copper coin. They did not say that we could not do that. The attendant still did not understand the advertisement and felt that there were many omissions in it. Just ask the manager here. Waiter, get your manager here. County Magistrate Ching did not explain to the attendant directly. Instead, he ordered the waiter beside him to serve the dishes. The waiter immediately turned around and left. Naturally, there were other people who helped to serve the dishes. County Magistrate Ching did not need to order dishes here. He could go to any restaurant that belonged to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi and just sit there and wait. It had become a habit for him to serve the signature dishes. Unless he really wanted to eat something, he would order the waiter alone. County Magistrate Cheng and his attendant did not choose a private room. Instead, they sat in a small area on the third floor that was separated by a screen. Before the manager arrived, they heard someone talking on the other side of the screen. "Mr. Jean, I heard that this time the Mi family and Zhuangzi are going to fight. They want to scheme against Zhuangzi. I wonder which side Mr. Jean is willing to help? The seeds there are really too expensive. I heard a few days ago that 1 mu of land can produce 5 dawn of grain at most. Originally, I wanted to buy some, but who knew that Zhuangzi would ask for too much? 100 copper coins per caddy. 1 mu of land would cost 150 to 60 copper coins. At most, we can produce about 2 dawn of additional grain. There are about 20 caddies. If 1 caddy is 10 copper coins, we will only get 200 copper coins. All of it will go to the seed seller." Chapter 184. When County Magistrate Cheng heard this, he signaled for his subordinates to keep quiet and listen carefully. The speaker sounded like a male duck, which was not very comfortable to listen to. What Mr. Wang said is right, but it depends on how you calculate it. If you only calculate 1 year's worth, you will lose money. But since you sold the seeds, you can keep some for next year's harvest. You can spend a lot of money to plant the seeds for countless years. So it's still a big profit. Besides, the price you gave is too low. A dough of rice is not a dough of millet. How can you buy it with 10 copper coins? Unless you sell it to other grain stores, but you and I have our own grain stores. Which one of us doesn't have some means to get some land? As long as you plant it, you can sell grain and seeds if you want. Hearing this, it should be Mr. Jean who said it. County Magistrate Cheng nodded. He agreed with this person's words. Some people on the other side also agreed. Mr. Jean is right. The two of them in Zhuangzi can't sell the seeds too far away. They just want to make more money this year. Next year, we don't know who will get the money. If Mr. Wang doesn't want to buy, you can discuss it with the Mi family. Maybe when the Mi family succeeds, they will give you some seeds for free. Humph, what is the Mi family? They are just a small firm. Do I need to curry favor with them? At worst, I will find a way myself. When Mr. Wang heard this, his tone changed. He was no longer gloating. Instead, he was a little angry. That person didn't seem to want to let him go so easily. He said, "Mr. Wang is really powerful, but I don't know if his men are as powerful as that Mr. Lu." In just a few years, the Mi family went from a small shop to what it is now. They have 6 grain stores. There are 2 in the capital and 4 in other places. Let's talk about it later. Maybe the Mi family will suffer a loss this time. Let's drink. Let's not talk about it. Mr. Wang didn't want to be entangled in this kind of thing. As long as he was involved, he wouldn't talk about it. All right, let's eat. It's almost noon now. It seems that the Mi family will be here in the afternoon. Let's go and watch the show then. We'll see who wins and loses the 9,000-year-old grain. Another person tried to smooth things over. For a moment, there was only the sound of eating and chatting. No one talked about the seed anymore. Seeing that he could not hear anything else, County Magistrate Cheng also began to eat slowly. His attendant was in charge of serving the food and pouring wine for him. Only when he was free would he be able to take a bite. This was already good enough for him. If it were others, they could only stand aside. "County Magistrate, are you free today?" "Just now, I was discussing the matter of the advertisement with someone and was delayed. Today, Zhuangzi sent some tremella over. They're not for sale, they're specifically giving it to a few of the restaurant's shopkeepers. In a moment, I'll have someone cook it with camellia and bring it over for Darren. It'll be just nice to cool off the summer heat." When County Magistrate Cheng and his attendant were eating, the shopkeeper of the restaurant hurried over. Hearing that he would cook the tremella in a moment, County Magistrate Cheng knew that the tremella had already been cooked before he came. He smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. You work for a good master and can even eat tremella. It's a good life." "You're right, Darren. It's really a good life. Not to mention the high salary, we usually send the good things here to each shopkeeper to take back. Aren't you coming here today to see what's going on between the Mi family and the master?" The shopkeeper didn't regard himself as an outsider. He was used to seeing the county magistrate all the time. Every time he went back and told his 2 concubines at home, they would look at him with admiration. While speaking, the shopkeeper filled County Magistrate Cheng's wine cup and said, Darren, I'm not sure either. It said that the master is very powerful, but how can we trick them when it's obviously a matter of losing money? What's so powerful about it? There's already a middleman's place, yet he still wants to make such a big advertisement. With such an advertisement, who would be stupid enough to go to the middleman's place to look for business? The attendant was also worried. He was a little resentful that Iron did not live up to his expectations, so he whispered at the side. The shopkeeper didn't care. He smiled and explained to him, or to County Magistrate Cheng, I thought so too at first. Later on, I realized that it's not that simple. There's only one Kongming lantern for the advertisement. When it's good enough, we'll make a lot of them. When those people can't get the advertisement, they'll naturally go to the intermediary. Moreover, young Master Song said that I'll be the one to discuss the advertisement this time. In the future, this matter will be handed over to the intermediary. If the intermediary has other tricks that they haven't shown, we'll know when the time comes. Yes, that's right. I always thought that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi wouldn't do things so simply. They would always leave a backup plan. When people feel that they're taking advantage of them, they're also making money. Just now, I asked you to come over to ask about the advertisement. You should continue with your work. County Magistrate Cheng was relieved. Since they said that they weren't in a hurry, there wouldn't be any mistakes. When the time came, they could make a few hundred taels of silver a day. Even if they valued the lanterns a little more, with 1 tael of silver a day, they could still make 9 taels of silver. After all, the place belonged to them. If they didn't count the lanterns, 50 a day, they would still have more than 400 taels of silver. That would be 4,000 taels of silver in 10 days. What about a month? Wasn't this a little too scary? The shopkeeper had already stood up. When he saw County Magistrate Cheng calculating, he said, Sir, I know that you're calculating the monthly profit. In fact, it's not that much. This advertisement has been agreed upon, and you have to pay taxes. After paying 20% of the tax, you still have to buy a new boat and make arrangements. You saw those people who buy liangpi and jianbingua. Their liangpi and oil have to go to Zhuangzi to buy them. Everyone buys them once. Zhuangzi only earns a few copper coins. The lanterns can't be advertised all the time. As long as a certain scholar writes something good, he has to write it on the lanterns. Yes, that's true. When the novelty dies down, the price of the Kongming lanterns can't be the same. The merchants in the various fleets will naturally make lanterns on their own boats. Who else would be willing to spend such a high price? County Magistrate Cheng also knew that it wasn't easy to do business here. The purpose of paying taxes was to let the government take care of them. There couldn't be too many Kongming lanterns. Otherwise, if they blocked each other, who would be able to see them? After the shopkeeper left, the attendant asked softly, Sir, do you really think that they won't make money? How can they not make money? These shopkeepers who were hired from other places at high prices are all shrewd. They say one thing, but they think another. County Magistrate Cheng picked up his wine cup and finished it in one gulp. Then won't the Zhang family become the richest family in Tang in a few years? The attendant calculated the money and said in surprise, Dream on. It's their first year doing this. Others may not know, but won't they learn? There are so many rivers. Smart people will do what they want. When we came here just now, there were already people who specially paddled small boats and hawked on the river. The river doesn't belong to the Zhang family. If they get a few big boats, advertise, and buy food, the money will be less and less. How many rich people do you know? Do you know how much money they have? Any one of those big families can use money to bury Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. The bigger the business, the more people they will offend, and the more places they need to take care of. While County Magistrate Cheng was satisfied with Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's speed of making money, he was also worried about them. He didn't know how many pairs of eyes were watching them. No one knew who spread the news of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's loss this time. Just after noon, many people came here. They wanted to see how the Zhuangzi, who bought this place and took advantage of it, would deal with it this time. There were some businessmen, some craftsmen who had nothing to do, and some people who came here to sell snacks. The sky was still so cloudy. No one knew when the heavy rain would fall. The people who specialized in selling umbrellas looked up at the sky from time to time, hoping that the rain would get heavier and heavier. After lunch, County Magistrate Chung floated on the river with his attendant again. There were already many people waiting on the river. There were too many people on the shore, so it was a bit crowded. As a result, the space in the river seemed a bit narrow. They needed to make way for the cargo boat. Fortunately, County Magistrate Chung had foresight. He was wearing an official's robe, so no one dared to let the boat squeeze him. While everyone was waiting, a cloud of dust rose in the distance. A few horses were running in the front, followed by 3 well-decorated carriages. There was a flag on the side of the carriages with the word, "Me," written on it. Here they come. When everyone saw this situation, they knew that the Mi family's business people had arrived. They began to look for Song Jinggong. Usually, the people here already knew the person in charge of this place. When the Mi family's team came close, the people in the crowd made way for them to cross the bridge. When the team stopped, people from the first 2 carriages jumped off. When the others stood still, the door of the middle carriage was opened. 2 people came out. One was Mr. Mi, and the other was his think tank Lu. "Look, there are so many people. Brother Lu, we are really in the limelight this time. Have you arranged the people to spread the news?" Mr. Mi got off the carriage. Looking at the cloudy sky, he was in a good mood. He clasped his hands behind his back and said to the person next to him, "Don't worry, mister. In a moment, they will spread the news and let everyone here know." Lu Zhizai had a well-thought-out appearance. At this time, Song Jinggong also knew. He walked out of a nearby shop. He didn't have such a big entourage. He was only followed by 2 people who did odd jobs. He quickly walked over and said to Boss Mi, "Forgive me, we came out a little late." Boss Mi is indeed a man of his word. He said that he would come in the afternoon and arrived in the afternoon. Chapter 185. Boss Mi felt that he would definitely be the winner today. He wanted to look down on Song Jinggong, but he realized that he was shorter than Song Jinggong. He could only give up on this idea and replied with a fake smile. "What are you talking about, young Master Song? We came late and made you anxious. This is the money we brought. Young Master Song, please count it. This time, I finally know that young Master Song and that Zhangjia Zhuangzi are both very kind people. They actually made a losing deal." While Boss Mi was speaking, someone had already carried out the boxes from the carriage behind. No one knew how they did it. When the boxes were opened, there were a large amount of copper coins and a small amount of other things. Other than silver, there were also some cloth and silk. Only now did everyone know why only one person came down from the carriage behind. It turned out that there were so many things inside. Not only the carriage behind, but also the carriage in front of Boss Mi also carried out the money. This time, it was to buy 9,000 dan of old grain, a total of more than 600 taels of silver. Song Jinggong didn't hold back. He immediately had people count the money. From time to time, the sound of counting could be heard. This situation made Boss Mi's face turn ugly. He didn't find a place to rest and directly counted the money. Could it be that he and the others were not here and he counted the wrong amount? How could he miss you? It was obvious that he didn't trust them. He wasn't the only one who thought so. The surrounding people also had the same thought. In the past, when young Master Song was doing business with others, he had never done this. For these common people and people who had dealt with Song Jinggong before, if Song Jinggong didn't trust them, they would also doubt him. While the money was being counted, Lu Zhizan's people began to spread the news among the crowd. "Did you hear? This time, the Zhang family is a bit muddle-headed. They actually did such a thing." A person said to the person next to him. The person next to him immediately said, "That's right. Are they stupid? Sigh, we can't trust them anymore in the future. What if they do the same to us one day? How are we going to live? We don't have as much money as them. That's right. They actually used new grain to exchange for old grain. Are they stupid? Sigh, we can't trust them anymore. Don't you know? I've heard that Zhangjia Zhuangzi's grain can't be used as seeds at all, and they don't have a high yield either. They buy grain from outside so that others won't guess that their grain came from elsewhere. That's why they purposely use the excuse of exchanging grain for others." Another person from the same team also spoke. The 3 of them deliberately lowered their voices when they spoke, but their voices were so low that it could be heard. However, it was not soft at all, so that the people around them could hear it clearly. I don't think so. I think their business is pretty good. Look, the people in the county buy liangpi from them and all of them earn some money to support their families. I heard that they don't earn much. When a Sanshui County resident heard this, he unhappily retorted. The three of them laughed in their hearts. Finally, someone answered. The person who had started speaking again said, "That's right. What do you know? Not to mention the high production rate, even the auspicious sign was a lie. The current county magistrate should know this, right? He's going to be transferred away soon. He's going to be a registrar at another place. From a county magistrate to a registrar, isn't that a demotion? Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is finished this time. I won't buy from them in the future. Otherwise, I'll be unlucky too. That's right, that's right. I won't buy from them either. I bought 2 servings of liangpi last time. After eating it, my stomach hurt. I heard that there's a lot of dirty things in it. Otherwise, how could it be sold at such a low price? Also, the vegetable oil is made from the soybeans. Just thinking about it scares me. Soybeans, eating too much will make one's stomach hurt. Another person echoed. He wanted to get rid of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's business from the root. The remaining third person looked at the pier and shook his head. I heard that when this pier was being built, a huge snake appeared. That's the mountain god. They dug up his place. It looks fine now, but I don't know how many people will be unlucky in the future. I would rather buy expensive goods delivered by horse and carriage from other places than buy from this pier. When he spoke, he deliberately made his voice tremble. The people around him started to sweat. They didn't know who to believe. There were indeed cases of snakes being dug up. Some people even saw it with their own eyes. Now that they thought about it, they felt that it was really a mountain god. There were many people who were responsible for spreading this kind of news. Not only did many people know about it, but the merchants also heard about it and became suspicious. What's going on? Why are there such rumors? County Magistrate Chung stood on the boat. There were also people on the boats next to him telling him about it. His attendant knew that he was being asked, but he didn't know either. He could only call for a boat and jump on it. When he came to the shore, he found Song Jinggong, who was waiting for someone to count the money. Young Master Song, it seems that there's trouble. There are many rumors about Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Do you know what's going on? Quickly think of a solution. Song Jinggong looked around and found that some people were looking at him in a different way. There were also 2 or 3 people walking around in groups, occasionally stopping to talk. Seeing this, Song Jinggong smiled and said to County Magistrate Cheng's attendant, "Mr. Cheng, let's go." "It's okay. Who else can spread rumors at this time?" "Of course it's that boss me. I heard that he has a think tank with the surname Lu. I thought that he could come up with a good idea, but it turned out to be this. In this case, let's do the same thing as them. Xiaojiao, come here and do as we said before." Song Jinggong said and ordered a person beside him. That person left immediately. The attendant didn't understand and asked, "Young Master Song, you thought of this? What are you going to do?" "I have to go back and tell the Lord. I thought of it long ago, but I didn't want to use this method. Since Boss Me doesn't follow the rules, then don't blame us for using the same method. Go back and tell the Lord that everything is under control. The masters in Zhuangzi arranged it before I came." Song Jinggong said to County Magistrate Cheng's attendant and then looked at Boss Me, who was walking about 10 steps away from him. Boss Me happened to look at him at the same time. Song Jinggong smiled at Wei Wei and pointed around. Everything was understood without words. Boss Me was stunned when he saw Song Jinggong's smile. When Song Jinggong pointed around again, Boss Me felt that the fire in his heart was extinguished immediately. He looked around worriedly and turned his head away, ignoring Song Jinggong. He said to Lu Zhizan, "Brother Lu, that Song Jinggong seems to know that we are the ones spreading the rumors. He smiled at me just now. What should we do?" "Boss, don't worry. At this time, as long as he is not a fool, he will know that he did it on purpose to scare us. Unfortunately, it's too late for him to think of a way. I guess he is anxious now." Lu Zhizai still had that calm look on his face, as if he had even calculated this. Boss Me was relieved after hearing his words. He wanted to return Song Jinggong's smile, but he found that Song Jinggong was no longer looking at him. "Lord, I have heard that Child Song said it was Boss Me who arranged it." The attendant went back to County Magistrate Cheng's boat and said. County Magistrate Cheng was obviously not satisfied with this answer. "Of course I know it was Boss Me who arranged it. I just want you to ask him if there is any way." Yes, Child Song said there is no need to worry. Everything is under control. He said that the masters of the Zhang family had already thought of it before he came. If Boss Me didn't do it, he wouldn't do it. This time he arranged someone to do it. Maybe it will be clear in a while. The attendant repeated Song Jinggong's words almost word by word. "Well, that's good. I was too anxious. There is a master there. What should I be afraid of? The master's methods are not something you and I can understand." County Magistrate Cheng showed a smile on his face. The anxiety just now disappeared. At this time, Xiao Jiao's side started to move. Similarly, many people walked into the crowd and stared at those who were spreading rumors. Those people didn't react and continued to talk. "Have you heard? The rice production in Zhangjia Zhuangzi is not that high. It's all a lie." "Who said that? Why don't I know? Hey, are you from Sanshui County? Why haven't I seen you before? Which Zhuangzi? What's your surname? Where were you when I went to collect the old grain? Do you know my name?" As soon as that person said that, another person on the other side followed and said, "Yes, why haven't I seen you in Sanshui County? And you? Did someone arrange for you to come here to deliberately make trouble? I heard that Boss Me is a black-hearted person. He wants to put the old grain with the new grain and sell it to us when our harvest is not good. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is afraid that they will do this and make us suffer, so he took the initiative to exchange the new grain." "Where is the new grain?" "All the good grain in the surrounding area has been taken away by that Boss Me. He sold it to Zhangjia Zhuangzi at twice the usual price." "Really? After hearing what you said, I feel that it is true. Otherwise, why would that Boss Me buy 9,000 dan of grain? Some of the grain is already moldy. He can't be so kind as to throw it away, right? Then why didn't he directly send the good grain to us?" A person who cooperated with him said. "No, it's not like that. Boss Me is a good person. He just wants to buy seeds at a low price." "It's true. The person sent by Boss Me was anxious and told the truth." The surrounding people had a look of understanding. "What do you mean by true or false? Look, you were sent by that Boss Me, right? Grandma, don't try to quibble. We will know when we see the old grain that he wants to collect. Don't even think about running away. Stop, take them to the officials." The people sent by Song Jinggong did not expect that someone would actually tell the truth. Now they could not deny it. They grabbed the two people's clothes and did not let go. The people around them also angrily helped them. This was too bad. This me person was really too bad. Chapter 186. When Song Jinggong arranged the people, he had already instructed them to capture the people and hand them over to the county magistrate. As for what crime they would be charged with, it would depend on how much Li Qingyi cared about his province. He would not let Boss Me have an easy time. The surroundings suddenly became chaotic. Song Jinggong immediately signaled to the person who was counting the money. That person nodded and shouted, "The amount of money is just right. Boss Me, the money is not bad. Look at the old grain we collected. If you think it's enough, then we can ship it away." Song Jinggong smiled with satisfaction and walked a few steps forward and said to Boss Me. At this moment, Boss Me also realized that the situation around him was not right, but he did not want to delay. He was afraid that a long night might cause trouble. His purpose was to get the old grain and let the Zhang family suffer a big loss. Most importantly, he wanted to tell other people in the same trade not to be afraid of Zhangjia Zhuangzi and work together to lower the price. Hearing the chaos around him, he immediately asked people to check if the goods were grain. There were 9,000 dan of grain, more than 400 tons. They were not packed in gunny sacks, otherwise, they would look more neat. A gunny sack usually contained 100 kilograms. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to take out more than 4,000 gunny sacks, which were close to 5,000 kilograms. All of the grains were placed in a pile made of mats. Each one of them was like a small mountain, making people dizzy just by looking at them. The inspectors went over to open up a few gaps and inserted a bamboo tube inside. When they pulled it out, they could see the grains clearly. After inserting the bamboo tube into several places around the pile, they looked up at such a high pile and even wanted to climb up to take a look. Someone brought a ladder over and let him walk around the top. When he didn't find anything wrong, he nodded at Boss Me. Boss Me finally felt relieved. He could only think of other ways because of the situation around him. He found the person who was guarding beside him, took the document and pressed his fingerprint. When Song Jinggong pressed his fingerprint, he did not wait for Boss Me to say anything. Song Jinggong shouted first, "Boss Me, why are you collecting so much old grain? Do you want to mix it with the new grain and sell it? I advise Boss Me not to have this idea. Otherwise, if someone dies, you can't afford to pay for it. Why do you care?" Boss Me really did plan to do that. Now that Song Jinggong said it out loud, he was a little angry. After saying this, he felt that the eyes of the people around him were not right. He quickly said, "Of course, I won't do that. I just want to help the people. Since Mr. Me has said so, there is one thing I don't understand. Why didn't Mr. Me go to each farmer's house to collect old grain? Instead, he waited for us to buy new grain and ask for sky-high prices?" Song Jinggong was not going to let him go at this time. Boss Me didn't expect that he would be questioned after buying this thing. He didn't want to answer, but when he saw the unfriendly gazes of the people around him, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to go back alive. He could only force a smile. Mr. Me really doesn't know. Mr. Me has been staying in between the clouds and the water for the past few days. It must be that the people below didn't do a good job. When Mr. Me goes back, I won't let that person off easily. What else does Mr. Song have to say? Song Jinggong slightly shook his head. Next to him, a person was standing on top of a restaurant, holding a tube made of iron. One end was big, while the other was small. He put the small end in front of his mouth and shouted, "Brother, I'm here." Because of the recent increase in grain prices, it means that grain is more valuable. Therefore, the price of Zhangjia Zhuangzi's seeds has increased to 150 copper coins per caddy. Those who want to buy them should bring their own hands and tools to the fields over there to cut them, so as not to worry that Zhangjia Zhuangzi will change the grain. After this person shouted, many people started to curse. Some said that Zhangjia Zhuangzi was black-hearted, while others said that they would lose money after buying the seeds. At this time, Song Jinggong's people played a role again. They said in the crowd that since grain could increase the price, why would they lose money after buying the seeds? If they wanted to find someone, they should find Mr. Me. He was the one who raised the price of grain. When the crowd heard this, they felt that it was right. Zhangjia Zhuangzi's new grain was already so expensive, why couldn't the seeds increase as well? That damned Mr. Me, he should die a horrible death. The commoners only scolded a few words, and they might not necessarily buy the seeds. However, the people from the other grain companies were different from the commoners. Right now, they were gnashing their teeth in hatred. They didn't know whether to hate the Zhang and Wang families, or this Boss Me. If they hated Zhang, Wang and Zhuangzi, they felt that they were in the wrong. They didn't buy the seeds before the price increase because they were waiting to see what would happen. They were waiting for Mr. Me to scheme against Zhuangzi and lower the price. Mr. Me's reason was right. If the grain price increased, then the seeds would also increase. If they really wanted to investigate, it was Mr. Me who deliberately raised the price of grain. What was his motive for raising the price at such a time? On the other hand, the Zhang, Wang and Zhuangzi sold the new grain at a lower price. Mr. Me and the others also felt that the reason was not enough. They secretly supported him. Not to mention other things, when the Zhang, Wang and Zhuangzi found their land here, they ordered everyone to announce that there was no more grain in the store. It was already good enough that the Zhang, Wang and Zhuangzi didn't hate them. Look, the price went up just for them. Mr. Jean, you see now? Those Zhuangzi are not easy to deal with. The more we suppress them, the more they resist. The price suddenly increased by half. A person from the grain company next to Mr. Jean said. The others were a bit regretful and nodded. Mr. Jean thought about it and sneered, "Don't be afraid, this is their last resort. If they want to die, then let them. We can work together and not send grain here. There are many common people here. I don't believe they are willing to turn the seeds into grain." Yes, Mr. Jean is right. No matter what, They lost to Mr. Me this time. I don't see how capable they are, so we are not afraid of him. Another person agreed. All the merchants nodded in agreement, but before they could finish nodding, the racks on the other side fell down one after another. To be precise, someone had used a knife to cut open the racks on the outside, allowing the racks to fall down. Young Master Song, what is the meaning of this? Mr. Me and the common people around were shocked. Fortunately, someone stopped them from coming closer. Nothing, Mr. Me. You bought old grain. Don't tell me you want to buy our mats too? The grain is yours, so of course I have to take back the mats. It will be cold in a few days, so these mats will burn for a few days. Zhuangzi bought the new grain and exchanged the old grain, but we haven't sold the seeds yet. You are so poor, you don't know the hunger of a hungry man. Song Jinggong explained loudly with an innocent face. Mr. Me was so angry that he almost vomited blood. How much could those mats be worth? Zhuangzi's grain was at a disadvantage, but was this dock just for decoration? How many ships were coming in and out every day? You good. Hee hee, other than doing this, what else can you do to recover your losses? Mr. Me was so angry that he was trembling. He only felt better after Lu Zhizai comforted him. It was just that the grain was stained with sand. That's good, he could put it together with the other grain. Mr. Me pointed at Song Jinggong and was ready to ask someone to get a sack to store the grain. Song Jinggong said at this time, Mr. Me, I did lose a lot. When I exchanged the old grain, I was distressed. It was such a good grain, but I exchanged it for almost 1,000 dan of moldy grain. Fortunately, Mr. Me bought it. I will ask someone to store it first. I will definitely treat Mr. Me to a good meal. Let's go to the first restaurant next to Lin Shui. What 8,000 dan? Moldy? Mr. Me was stunned and asked in confusion. At the side, Lu Zhizan's expression changed. He hastily ran to the scattered piles of food and crawled to the middle of the pile. He dug with both hands, but he was dumbfounded. He ran to the next pile and did the same thing for a while. Then he turned his head and shouted to Song Jinggong, Song Jinggong, Song Jinggong, you can't do this. The grain is moldy. You have to pay for it. Where is the document? Where is the guarantor? Song Jinggong sold us moldy grain. As he spoke, he ran towards Mr. Me. The document was still in Mr. Me's arms. Song Jinggong frowned. What are you shouting for? It is written on the document. Moldy old grain. Don't you know what moldy means? It is not a good grain. Do you expect it to be the same as the new grain? Then why did you give the Zhuangzi to the people in the county? Although Song Jinggong said that, he was laughing in his heart. The young master was so smart. He started to sprinkle water on the grain as soon as he collected it. It was a hot day. It would be strange if the grain was not moldy when it was piled together. Only on the last day he put the grain outside the pile. In order to make it moldy faster, he even found a lot of rotten grass. At this time, Lu Zhizai opened the document. It was indeed written on the document. The guarantor also came over and explained to Lu Zhizai and to Mr. Me that the Zhang family's document was correct. It did not say that the food was old. Otherwise, what would they exchange for? Those owners who were thinking of ways to deal with Zhang family and Wang family suddenly felt cold sweat all over their bodies. Zhang family and Wang family were too cruel to the Zhuangzi family. They naturally knew how to make the grain moldy, but they did not expect that they would use it at this time. Mr. Jean, do we still want to join forces to stop the supply? The owner who asked the question earlier asked with a trembling voice. Mr. Jean swallowed his saliva and blinked. He looked around and said, let's wait. Everyone wait. Let's go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi together and discuss the price. Is this better? Everyone nodded in unison. They were frightened by the Zhang and Wang families' ruthlessness and methods. Even Master Mi's family wouldn't be able to afford the cost of a boat. Looking at the gazes of the surrounding people who had boats, they probably wouldn't ask for less. At this time, a few people walked out of the crowd. The person in front was wearing a brocade shirt and embroidered trousers. He said to Mr. Mi, Mr. Mi, you don't have to do this. I have a grudge against Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Why don't you sell these old grains to me? I will give you 100 taels of silver to make you look better. I will say that it is 1,000 taels of silver. I will give you 100 taels of silver and we will discuss how to deal with Zhangjia Zhuangzi in the future. Really? Really? You are willing to buy things that you can't even earn back the cost of the shipping? Mr. Mi seemed to have found hope. Just like what this person said, his face would be much better. Yes, I will not let Zhangjia Zhuangzi go. Only Song Jinggong and County Magistrate Qing knew this person. The person beside Zhou Shihu's uncle said with certainty. He looked like he was gnashing his teeth. Song Jinggong quickly turned his head away so that no one could see that he was trying to hold back his laughter. Chapter 187. A few flashes of lightning, like a dream of the past. Unfortunately, it would never happen again. Everyone at the docks gathered to relax. After a clap of thunder, Boss Mi finally recovered from his endless regret and inexplicable joy. He looked at the person he had never seen before and asked, "Why did you help me?" "I just said that I have a grudge against Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi. If they have a good time, I will not have a good time." 100 taels of silver, you said it was 1,000 taels of silver. Are you selling? The person deliberately stared at Song Jinggong with a sinister look. Boss Mi also held his breath. It was too embarrassing. He had to fight for some face. As the person made the announcement, Boss Mi left with his people while the others could not see clearly. Just as he walked across the bridge, the bailiff of Sanshui County came up to him and whispered something in his ear. Boss Mi's face immediately turned pale. He looked back at the people who were watching him leave and forced a smile. He asked Lotzi to take out a string of money and gave it to the bailiff. After thanking the bailiff for not directly arresting him, he followed behind him and walked towards the yamen. What? The people at the docks made a commotion. Boss Mi was taken away by the bailiff. It was not a good thing. The sounds of discussion gradually died down after Master Mi's figure disappeared. The common people, the boatmen on the river, and the grain merchants who were shocked by the Zhang and Wang family's ruthless methods turned their eyes to the person who was willing to spend money to buy moldy grain. Those who were sensible knew that this person would not spend 1,000 taels of silver. They saw that when the two received the money, it was only a small box. Those who were close and had good ears heard that it was 100 taels of silver. Under the urge to show off, this matter was quickly known by everyone. Even so, there were still people who said that this person was stupid. How could the moldy grain be worth 100 taels of silver? The transportation cost was not small. If he wanted to mix it with good grain, it would turn the good grain into moldy grain. Just as everyone was puzzled, the grain collector who had been walking around the grain walked in front of Song Jinggong. He cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Song, the matter here is done. I have to go back and inform the Lord. I won't stay here any longer. Farewell. Take care." Song Jinggong returned the greeting. The two of them were not speaking softly, and the people standing not far away could hear them clearly. More astonishment and shock spread through the crowd again. "Everyone, please listen to what I have to say." After Song Jinggong waited for the person to leave, he took the simple loudspeaker and stood at a slightly higher place, shouting to the people around him. After shouting a few more times, the surrounding crowd finally quietened down. Those who were nearby raised their heads while those who were further away tiptoed, wanting to hear what Song Gongzi was saying. "Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone at home who can brew wine? When the old grain is fermented into wine, a small family can get half a gene. If you want to make wine specifically, you will need to spend some money to buy more wine. Each wine bucket is 120 copper coins. The quantity is limited, so please buy quickly." Song Jinggong waited for the others to stop talking, then he began to sell the wine. 9,000 sure of moldy old grain was perfect for making wine. Otherwise, he would not have spent money to buy it back. According to this price, he could make almost twice the profit in the end. After shouting, Song Jinggong did not dare to delay. Otherwise, when the rain came, he did not know what would happen. At this time, he also needed to grasp the situation. He called for a large number of people to start moving the grain to the depths of the mountain. The master who knew how to make music was already waiting there. The grain was peeled and the grain was steamed. After Song Jinggong and his people left, more than half of the old grain was gone in the blink of an eye. There were still people moving the grain, but the people who were left at the dock were all stunned. Good calculation. This time is just right. If we keep it, it can be used to make wine. If we ship it out, it will have maggots. Let's go to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi to discuss the price of the seeds. Master Jin sighed and said helplessly. The people beside him could not help but admire his ability. He calculated everything just right. With that price, even if they lost some of the moldy grain, they could earn back the money in the end. It was estimated that the wine made from the grain would still be worth close to 400 taels of silver at such a low price. In addition to the money they cheated from Master Mi and the money they spent to buy the new grain at a high price, they still had some savings. A master surnamed Lu closed his eyes and thought for a while. He said to Master Jin, "That's fine. We can only discuss it properly. I'll say something that will make everyone laugh. I'm really afraid of that Zhuangzi. If it was someone else, both sides would have suffered losses. Zhang Wang Zhuangzi can actually still make money at this time. I've learned something new." Following his words, everyone walked towards the place where the horses and carriages were hired. They did not care if it was going to rain soon. They just wanted to get there early to show their sincerity. When they arrived at the place where the horses and carriages were hired, someone asked them, "Everyone, do you make wine? What should I do if I don't brew it?" Lu Dongjia frowned and asked. "We collect wine dregs and wine grains. 1 stone for 1 copper coin. As long as it's not too far away, we can bring it back." The master of the carriage smiled and replied, "Why do we collect this? Over there, young Master Song just took away 9,000 stone worth of grain. When he's done there will be a lot of dregs, right?" Another master asked. "Yes, it was young Master Song who ordered us to collect them. When the time comes, we will ask who comes to buy the wine. I heard that it has a big use. As for what kind of use, I don't know." The master of the carriage was still smiling. Big use? Could it be that other than making wine to make money, the rest of the dregs can be used to make more money? Master Jin felt uncomfortable in his heart. When the rain fell, the hired horses and carriages led the way in front. The people of the grain store followed behind in their own carriages and headed towards Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. "Xiao Bao, do you think the rain will come to our place? I think it's gloomy over there. If it really rains, the unharvested rice will be in trouble." Wang Wan sat by the riverside of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi and asked Zhang Xiaobao who was beside her. "So many old people said they won't. Let's just wait and see. I think those people will arrive before noon tomorrow. Otherwise, we will personally sell these seeds and not give them the last chance to make money." Zhang Xiaobao had an indifferent expression. "Who will make money? Our seeds are expensive, but the output is not that high after leaving the place. 150 copper coins per caddy. Whoever buys it will have to pay." "So you're saying that to make the other grain merchants hate the master of the grains. When the time comes, you can make it cheaper. 60 to 70 copper coins per caddy should be enough. Are you really planning to offend everyone? If they buy it back, it will be better than the original seeds. If the yield is increased by 10 to 20%, they will make a lot of money. Have you caught all the piglets?" Zhang Xiaobao rested his chin on his hand and said unhurriedly. Wang Wan nodded. "We should catch them. When the time comes, we can feed them distillers' grains. We can't do things that lose money. Do you know how to feed them?" "No. If others can feed them, we can find someone to try. It's just a matter of feeding them more or less. I don't believe that the pigs will die from eating." "Well, let's just leave it there. Whoever comes up with the best method will be rewarded. I heard that there's going to be a big event in Little Luoshui. Why don't we go and have a look? It's not fun to stay at home all day." Wang Wan had never raised a pig before, so she could only arrange it for someone else. She also suggested going to Little Luoshui. She had never been there before. She didn't know how the construction of the pier was, and she didn't know what the lake there looked like. There was also a mountain for people to visit. This was the right time. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and said, "How old are you? You still want to have fun? Don't you know how to do more things?" "How old am I? Even people in their 50s or 60s know how to go on vacation. Do you want to go? Maybe you can come up with some ideas to make money. This time, I gave County Magistrate Chung 20,000 taels of silver. My heart." Wang Wan was fighting for more benefits for herself. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Well, let's go." After we sell these seeds, we'll go. The whole family will go. Just leave the housekeeper behind. Let's go back. It's a little stuffy outside and it's so hot. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked back, they felt that after the harvest season, it was really boring. The farmers had already received the money that could be exchanged for the rice that they should have kept. It was 5 times the grain that they bought outside. Naturally, they sold it as seeds. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally discussed giving all the money that should have gone to the farmers. For example, if they sold it by caddy, 1 caddy would be dozens of copper coins. However, the farmers had never sold seeds before, and there was no precedent for this calculation. If it was really calculated like this, the farmers' annual harvest would be frightening. Fortunately, the farmers thought of this first. They found a few old men and said that they should just get some grain like before. They knew that all this had something to do with the main family. Without the main family, there wouldn't be such a harvest. They didn't know how the main family did it, but in any case, the land was easy to plant and the yield was high. The main family of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that it was too little to give only the previous harvest, so they forced it on the farmers. At first, the farmers said that they only needed to give twice as much. In the end, the main family gave 5 times as much. Even so, they still took advantage of many farmers. After discussion, they took out a part of it to build houses for the farmers, and also used it to ensure welfare. When night fell, the people who came from Little Luoshui arrived at Tuqiao village. They directly stayed at the restaurant between the clouds and the water. They ordered a lot of dishes, and while eating and drinking, they discussed the next day's price. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan called Steward Zhang over. They taught Steward Zhang about negotiating with the merchants in all aspects, so that he would know what problems he would face. After that, they didn't care anymore. Xiaobao, if next year is like this year and we continue to plant seeds, do you think we will still have to give the farmers 5 times as much grain? I'm a little worried. Wang Wan asked while grinding ink when the two got up to study. Chapter 188. Zhang Xiaobao also stopped flipping through the book and thought about it. This was indeed a problem. They should have a higher income, but the farmers didn't dare to accept it. They didn't care about that little bit of money, but if they kept it at 5 times, what if they really sold the seeds next year? The exploitation of the farmers would be too great. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao discussed and said, "We'll build houses for the farmers this year. When they finish their work in the mountains, we'll build houses for them. They also have to make clothes, repair the roads, and invest more in medical care and schools. Maybe they'll feel better." What about next year? Can you calculate next year's output? After they buy the seeds and go back and realize that the output isn't as high as ours, will they stop buying next year? We have to consider this. Wang Wan reminded him. Next year? Next year's output should be higher than this year's. As for whether they'll buy or not, I can't think of it. In fact, we can't calculate it like this. Our main family still has to ensure the safety of the farmers. If it were another main family, they would have been dealt with long ago. We also gave the farmers a chance to raise poultry and livestock and help them get the land. These are all the efforts of the main family. This year, someone bought the seeds, so we didn't reduce the rent. If no one buys next year, we can reduce the rent. We don't count on this money to live. I feel that our relationship with the farmers is more like that of a corporation and its employees. In the past, it was a share. Zhang Xiaobao frowned as he analyzed. Wang Wan's eyes lit up as she listened. She said, "That's right. Normally, the share of the employees means that the employees can create more value or use resources to invest. But we don't. The land belongs to us, and the farmers are only responsible for planting it. However, when it comes to income, we contribute the most. Why should we share with them? This way, we'll use the corporation's income to share with the ordinary employees. Due to the influence of history, we can give the farmers better treatment, but they have to meet the requirements." Zhang Xiaobao picked up a pen and wrote 2 words on the paper, share and treatment. He shook his head and put down the pen, saying, "That won't do. They still have one more thing to do, which is to help the main family keep some secrets. They have a lot of things to do. For example, if you wake them up at night, they have to wake up. At that time, we should have given them overtime pay, right? It's not something that can be summed up by a system. What should we do? In the past, it was easy to solve the problem of low yields, but now it's stuck. We can't give more, we can't give less, and we can't give more. Especially if we give more, will they leave Zhuangzi when they have more savings? What you said is really possible. People always want a better life. For example, if we really give them all the money this time, each family will have a lot of money. They can do some business elsewhere. It doesn't seem to work. The contracts they signed are all death contracts. They weren't like that before, but we made them sign them later. Wang Wan thought about it and shook her head. Zhang Xiaobao put his head on the table and kept muttering, "What should I do? What should I do?" Just as Wang Wan was feeling vexed, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly looked up and said, "I have a way." "What?" Wang Wan asked. "Tell them to give up on farming and focus on something else. We'll find new farmers and sign new contracts with the new farmers. This way, we'll solve the problem of too much food production and too much value. Our farmers always have some skills, at least we don't have to worry about them. We can assign some people to manage Zhuangzi's affairs and help Steward Zhang and Steward Wang. Then we can assign some people to open small stores in various places and give them some shares of the stores. Let all of them be small leaders. If we say that it's a group, it's originally just a group of upper and lower management. There is no middle management. Let them be the middle management. We don't have to worry about them not doing a good job. I can guide them, and we can also ask others to help guide them. We can also sign new contracts with them and give them more benefits and higher wages. At the same time, they must have more compensation when they want to leave." Zhang Xiaobao finally solved a problem and said excitedly. Wang Wan listened to him and estimated the population of Zhuangzi. Then she asked, "Can we solve all their jobs? There are a lot of people." "Yes, Little Luoshui is our place. With so many shops, we can solve 200 to 300 people. We can continue to raise the status of Xiaohong, pomegranate, and cherries. Except for the secret of the fungus and the hatching, we can divide the rest of the poultry into pieces and let the farmers manage them." County Magistrate Cheng is about to enter the capital. Although the capital is prosperous, it's not all big shops. There are also small shops. Pick a few smart ones and go there to occupy all the industries. They don't need to make much money, but it's okay to lose some money. They don't want to do big business. On the one hand, they can train these people. On the other hand, when County Magistrate Cheng needs help, they can help. In order to live a peaceful life, we can only let others take care of it. Zhang Xiaobao also said these things. This time, Wang Wan didn't find fault with him. She thought about the better life in the future. She thought about the family traveling around, planting fruit trees, and eating their own fruits. After a while, the two of them started to learn. Jiang Wang clan looked at the room with the lights on outside the courtyard. She found Steward Zhang and talked to him. Then she went to Mr. Zhang's room. Mr. Zhang was also learning, and he was learning even more diligently. He always wanted to get a scholarly rank so that his family could become more powerful. Jiang Wang clan put a bowl of white fungus soup on the desk. After Mr. Zhang finished writing a few words, she said, "Husband, it's good to drink now. I heard that the 2 exams here are better. When we reach the capital, we need to have a reputation. Husband, why don't you take some time to write something and let people spread it?" "Yes, we do need to have a reputation. But knowledge is more important. There's no hurry to spread it. Just give it to Xiaobao. His business specializes in this kind of thing. So we have to rely on Madam to manage everything in and out of the house, and we even have to let a child help us." Mr. Zhang was now used to his son's ability. Other things aside, at least the food at home was much better. He didn't dare to eat white fungus and lotus seed soup. Lotus seeds can be bought, but where can one find white fungus? There are many good things in his son's special cold storage. If he wants to eat beef, he can take it out and eat it. In comparison, it seems that as the head of the family, he was the most incompetent. He was gratified but also sad. He could only wait to get a scholarly rank. Then the family would be better. The most important thing was that he could show his face in front of the people who looked down on him. Hearing her husband sigh, Jiang Wang clan smiled and said, "Husband, you don't need to think about this. Those people who are always controlling this and that, aren't they just small businessmen? My husband is very capable. No one in this area can compare to my husband. Even the scholars in the capital can't compare to my husband in my opinion. We can't make it this year. Next year, we will take the exam. If we can't make it, we will take the exam the year after. If we can't make it, we will take the exam the year after. Then we will be able to go back. Let's not talk about this anymore. Husband, you should drink the soup quickly. When you are tired after reading the book, there is still warm wine over there. I will drink with you. Oh, there are also fresh cucumbers. Depending on when they are planted, they can be eaten until next year. When the land is ripe for planting cucumbers, I will make a plate of dried shredded tofu for you. Jiang Wang Clan comforted her husband. Seeing that her husband was much better than before, she turned around and prepared to go out to make some side dishes to go with the wine. Qiao. Just as Jiang Wang Clan walked to the door, Mr. Zhang suddenly called out. When his wife turned around, he said, "Sorry, I will definitely pass the exam next year." Jiang Wang Clan smiled and didn't say anything. She opened the door and left quietly. Early the next morning, the businessmen from between the clouds and the water restaurant came to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Steward Zhang was preparing to receive them according to yesterday's agreement when he was suddenly called over by Zhang Xiaobao. Little Gongzi, what orders do you have? Steward Zhang didn't know what the little Gongzi wanted to do at this time. Nothing big. When you go and talk to them later, the price must be set at 75 copper coins per caddy. It can't be less, not the 60 copper coins we talked about yesterday. Wait for them to agree or when they are about to leave. Then you can tell them that it can be cheaper, but it can't be bought with money. After discussing with Wang Wan yesterday, Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was too late to call Steward Zhang. He could only wait until the next day. Steward Zhang had a puzzled expression. Little Gongzi, you don't want money? Then what do you want? I want shops in the capital and in Chang. It doesn't need to be too big. I want all of them. When the time comes, we can use the shops to calculate the price. We can give them a lower price. That's it. Thank you, Steward Zhang. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao followed Wang Wan out of the door. He called 2 people to accompany him up the mountain. He could see how things were going over there. It was also a good opportunity to train. Steward Zhang's doubts didn't lessen at all. He didn't understand what the little Gongzi wanted to do. Who would take care of the shops in the capital? Could it be that he wanted to make more money? Then he didn't have to go to the capital. With a belly full of confusion, Steward Zhang invited the businessmen to between the clouds and the water again to discuss. In the future, they would try to prevent others from entering the main house's courtyard. Xiaobao, why don't you think that Han Guy hasn't made his move yet? I don't think he's the kind of person who can endure. Wang Wan held a small stick in her hand and was beating the withered yellow grass at the side. She suddenly remembered that there was someone else's Zhuangzi next to her. She smiled and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao laughed as well. I'm guessing he's been assigned to do something else by Imperial Nephew. For example, the idea we gave Imperial Nephew. We're all neighbors, so how could we not ask him? I wonder how tired he'll be? Then he should thank us for giving him a chance to train and get close to Imperial Nephew. Wang Wan said sarcastically. Chapter 189. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan enjoyed climbing the mountain, housekeeper Zhang was engaged in intense negotiations with the merchants. On the second floor of Aqua Cloud Tavern, in a room furthest from the outside, a dozen or so people sat around a round table. The food and wine on the table were mostly untouched. Steward Zhang first proposed a toast to everyone, then pointed at the scenery outside and said, "Everyone, you are all rich people. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi can't compare to you. Please forgive us for not treating you well." Steward Zhang, you are too polite. If other people from Zhuangzi said this to us, we would believe them. But Zhang family and Wang family are from Zhuangzi. Why did Steward Zhang come alone this time? Did the Wang family not care about this? The boss surnamed Lu asked with a smile at this time, and for a moment, he received a sound of agreement. Steward Zhang was not surprised at all. The young master had already told him about this situation yesterday. He immediately said, the master of Wang Zhuang handed this matter to the Zhang family. In order to prevent others from deliberately coming to sow discord between the two families, the Wang family did not send anyone. Oh, I didn't say everyone. It was all because of that me guy. When the businessmen heard this, they didn't show anything on their faces, but they felt a little uncomfortable. They did plan to deliberately give more money to one family and less money to the other. Not to mention two Zhuangzi, even brothers would fight over this. They didn't expect that the other party had already prepared for this. Of course, we all believe in Steward Zhang. Speaking of that me guy, we all hate him. A good business was ruined by him. Otherwise, we would have bought the seeds back. I wonder how much Steward Zhang knows about the wharf at the little Luoshui River? It's a good place for us to transport food. Boss Wang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. At the same time, he also looked at the scenery outside the window. This building had a somewhat circular structure, and the middle was empty. There were more places where one could see the scenery outside. Because it had not rained for the past few days, there was only some mud in the hole that was dug to store water. However, he still praised, between the clouds and the water is really good. Looking from here, the sky is high and the clouds are light. After a heavy rain, there will be water. Yesterday, the rain at Little Luoshui was not light. That is the Zhuangzi area of the Gu family, right? Brother Wang is right. It's the Gu family's Zhuangzi. I heard that the Gu family's Zhuangzi rice seedlings were damaged by the wind last year, and they were bought from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. No wonder some of the fields have higher yields, while others have lower yields. The high yields don't seem to be much different from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Boss Jean also spoke. He even stood up and walked to the window to look in that direction. The rice there was almost finished harvesting. The two of them said a few words in succession. They thought that it would tire Steward Zhang out. However, Steward Zhang did not seem to be in a hurry at all. He first said to Boss Wang, "Boss Wang, if you want to find a boat, you should look for young Master Song over there. This matter is not under my responsibility as a butler." But isn't that Zhangjia Zhuangzi's place? Or is there another butler in the Zhang family's main house? What is wrong with the Zhang family? Why did they give the position of a butler to an outsider? Boss Wang asked deliberately. Boss Wang, the dock at Little Luoshui is indeed not Zhangjia Zhuangzi's. The Zhang family and the Wang family are both dutiful farmers. How can they do that kind of business? The seeds we are talking about this time are also related to farming. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. As for the arrangement of the main house, it is naturally up to the master to decide. My family has been the butler of the main house of the Zhang family for several generations, so we are already familiar with it. Housekeeper Zhang also dealt with this matter without revealing the slightest bit of information, which made Boss Wang feel very depressed. Next to him, another boss immediately brought up what Boss Jean had just said. "Steward Zhang, I wonder if what Boss Jean said was true? I heard that Between the Clouds and the Water is also funded by the three Zhuangzi families. Why don't we discuss this matter with the Gu family as well?" It is indeed funded by the three families. Since you have taken a fancy to the Gu family's crops, why don't I go back and wait? You can talk to the Gu family's Zhuangzi people first. The crops in the fields are really good. I feel that there are more than Zhuangzi's Zhang family and Wang families. I congratulate you for finding a good seller. If you don't buy enough, you can continue to look for me. Because the rice in this field has been planted for a long time, it has taken up space. Therefore, the price may be slightly higher next time. When the Gu family comes, I am afraid that it will be difficult to talk to them because of me. Everyone eats slowly. Let's settle the bill with the restaurant. Steward Zhang didn't buy this at all. Of course, he knew that the Gu family's Zhuangzi seedlings were not good, but they were definitely not as good as his own. Little young master helped to get the seedlings, so there was nothing else on the ground. It wasn't that easy to learn the little young master's methods. As he spoke, he had already stood up, smiled at the owners, and was about to leave. The merchants were anxious and exchanged glances. Immediately, the people sitting at the door stood up and stopped Steward Zhang with a smile. "Steward Zhang, you can't leave like this." Just now, we looked carefully. Compared to Zhang family's and Wang family's rice, the Gu family's rice is still a little worse. We can't keep them as seeds. Steward Zhang, is this dish on the table a new one? I haven't seen it anywhere else. What do you think? This person didn't let Steward Zhang leave no matter what. He pushed Steward Zhang back to his previous seat. His eyes swept across the table and found that there was a dish that he had eaten at the first restaurant in Linshui. He pretended not to know and changed the topic. The people sitting at the table were all smart people. They all began to praise the dish and didn't dare to play tricks like before. The other party didn't care at all. If you threatened him, he would raise the price. Just now, he said that it was going to rain and the rice would be finished. In the end, the other party said that they had occupied the table. Oh, maybe it's the first time you've eaten it. This is actually the ordinary braised tofu. It's just that some chili sauce is sent from other places. The taste is different. It's not that spicy. Try it. Steward Zhang changed his posture and started to talk about the dish. Anyway, everyone knew what was going on. They hadn't eaten it before? Who didn't try the new dish from Little Luo Shui? Good, it's delicious. Remember to come here a few more times in the future. This braised tofu is made from soybeans. I wonder if the Zhang family has a place to grow soybeans? The output is not small, right? Do you have seeds? After eating a piece of braised tofu, Lu Dongjia started to ask about the seeds. Steward Zhang pushed the plate of braised tofu in front of Lu Dongjia. If it's delicious, eat more. If you eat more, get someone to make more. The soybeans are good, but we didn't plant them. I didn't think that we would need more next year. Next year, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi will definitely plant some. Oh, that's a pity. We can only buy some rice seeds. I wonder how much the Zhang family and Wang family are paying for one caddy? Don't tell me it's like what young Master Song said, 150 copper coins for one caddy? That's because the Mi family is making it expensive. It has nothing to do with us. Lu Dongjia started to talk from the side and brought the topic back to the seeds. Of course it's not that expensive. But recently, we bought a lot of high-priced grains from other places. There are also many grain stores that don't have any grains to buy. From this, we can see that this year's output is low. The grain stores will pay more. My output is high. If you buy it back and plant it, you will naturally be able to sell it for more money. You are all grain stores. Don't tell me that you have a lot of grain. When I bought it, I asked your stores and they didn't have any. They said that the capital is also short of grain. Then I'll lower the price by 20 copper coins, 130 copper coins per caddy. Don't worry, the Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi seeds won't be as out of stock as your grain stores. Steward Zhang smiled as he looked at the faces of these masters and said meaningfully. Everyone's expression changed when they saw Weiwei. They also smiled, but they were calculating the gains and losses in their hearts. 130 copper coins compared to the 100 copper coins that they pawned, it was much more expensive. Just now, when he said that there was a shortage of grain, it had nothing to do with them. Since that was the case, of course there was a shortage of grain. The price of grain should increase, so how could the price of seeds not increase? Steward Zhang is right. A few days ago, we didn't have any grain. But last night, someone came to report that grain was coming in from outside. There's a lot of it, and the price is cheap. One of the owners laughed dryly and explained. Really? What a coincidence, cheap? How much cheaper? Then the price of seeds should be lowered according to this. Don't you think so? When Steward Zhang heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He thought of the things that the little girl added. Really, it's such a coincidence. How much cheaper is it? When you bought the rice guy, it was 29 copper coins per bushel. Our grain is cheaper, it's only 9 copper coins per bushel. No, it's 8 copper coins. It's not rice, it's wheat. Rice is cheap too, 11 copper coins per bushel. Lu Dongjia opened his mouth again, deliberately lowering the price of his grain. What about Xiaomi? Is it the same for all of you? Steward Zhang asked in disbelief. Xiaomi is 6 copper coins per bushel. It's the same for all of us. Isn't that right? The price set by owner Lu was the price they charged. In the past, it might have been cheaper, but this year, there was a drought and a plague of locusts, so it was more expensive. If they really sold it, it would definitely be more expensive. Everyone nodded at the same time. Owner Jean asked, Steward Zhang, since you know the price, how much can the seeds be lowered? How much? It must be lowered by a lot. I see. Since you all have grain, then I'll buy some first. I'll buy 10,000 dawn of the same thing. If you take the water route, the transportation will naturally be paid by you. It's the same for the seeds of Zhang family and Wang family. We'll pay for the transportation. Waiter, go and find the guarantor of Jiahui, my master, and the master of the Wang family. Just tell them that you bought grain at a cheap price. Steward Zhang said happily, looking like he was happy to cooperate with him. The waiter turned around and ran away. It seemed that in just a breath, he disappeared. All the owners turned to look at the place where he disappeared, stunned. Chapter 190. Xiao Bao, come here and help me pack some things. Wang Wan, who was on the mountain, seemed to have found something good. She called out to Zhang Xiaobao and waited for Zhang Xiaobao to come over to take a look. It turned out to be some Shanli red, smaller than the Shanli red, and also sour. Come, put these in your pockets. Look more. There are so many of them that I'm drooling just looking at them. Wang Wan struggled to get a branch from the tree. She grabbed it with her hands and used her body weight to prevent the branch from bouncing back. She pulled it down and stuffed it into Zhang Xiaobao's pocket. The two bodyguards immediately came over to help. After a short while, Xiaobao's shirt and pants pockets were completely filled. The two bodyguards also used their clothes pockets to fill up some. Well, the harvest is good. When we get there, tell them to pick some and send them back home. We'll give them something else. Wang Wan clapped her hands and walked to the front. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his bulging pockets and then looked at Wang Wan's empty pockets. He quickly walked 2 steps and caught up with Wang Wan and said, "Cuckoo, you like to eat this?" While we walk, "Come, I'll give you some." "No, we'll eat together when we get back. I won't eat alone." "Xiaobao, don't pull me. You're a man, you have to do more." Wang Wan covered her pockets with her hands and didn't let Zhang Xiaobao pull them away. She broke free from Zhang Xiaobao's pull and ran to the front with a smile. "You run, I'll eat by myself. I'm hungry for you." Zhang Xiaobao chased after her and said. He also threw a few Shanli red into his mouth. It was so sour that his face was almost wrinkled together. The bodyguards behind looked at each other. It seemed that it was the first time they saw the two little ancestors so happy. They also showed a happy expression and quickened their pace. After walking for 2 hours, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally arrived at the construction site. Hundreds of farmers were busy digging a big hole in the middle of the mountains that didn't belong to them. The dug soil was piled up between 2 mountains, preparing to make a dam. The people in charge of cooking for them were collecting firewood. From time to time, they would pick some edible wild fruits. They would either put them in their sleeves or put them in their mouths to take a bite. Yes, let's do it like that. When the time comes, although it's not our land in name, it's actually used by us. Put some fish, prawns, and crabs inside. There's no need to take care of them. When the time comes, we'll leave as much as we can. The production in the mountains is low, but the taste is good. Zhang Xiaobao used a slingshot to shoot 2 wild fruits and gave one to Wang Wan. Similarly, they didn't wash them. They just rubbed them and ate. The ripe parts were soft. When they bit, the juice inside flowed down the corners of their mouths. They talked about the situation here while eating. It's best if a few more people come to occupy the land. We'll clean up the things inside and then collect a toll from them. Wang Wan used her tongue to lick the corners of her mouth and happily agreed. Little young master, little miss, work here. Huida, why don't we go over there? There's a small pond formed by a spring there. It's better than here. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were looking over here, a person in charge of the inner courtyard came over and pointed at the mountain next to them. Really? That's great. Let's go, Xiaobao. Let's go over there and see if it's mineral water. It's best if it's warm. That way, we can come here to soak in it during winter. Wang Wan was interested when she heard this. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and walked over there. Zhang Xiaobao looked over there. There wasn't the slightest sign of a hot spring. Stop dreaming. How could there be a hot spring? If there really was one, we would have discovered it last time. It might just be a spring that just came out. It's connected to an underground river. We still have to see. Hurry up. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and sped up. The 2 protectors behind them also trotted. There were mulberry trees in the forest. A trickling stream flowed. The sun shone through the leaves. The light grass was withered and yellow. The wild fruits were fragrant. The mountain was at the side and the water was at the center. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood on the mountain and felt the surrounding aura. Looking at the dreamy scenery in front of them, they took in a long breath and slowly exhaled. An indescribable carefree feeling lingered in their hearts. Wang Wan narrowed her eyes and looked at the pool of clear water surrounded by the mountains. She sniffed and asked, "It's too beautiful. Xiaobao, we didn't circle this place back then, right?" "Well, it seems like we didn't. We didn't find any water here back then. It's really spring water, but it's not warm." Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan was going to say. He also felt a little regretful. "What about that? This place can't be given to others. I want it. I'll come here to play in the future. Hurry up and think of a way." Spring water. Wang Wan was anxious. She also wanted to have such a beautiful thing. "Then think of a way. We'll wait for someone else to get this place, then we'll buy it from them. It seems like we can't get this land from the government. Look at the mulberry trees around. They're productive." Zhang Xiaobao originally planned to buy this place, but found that the surrounding trees were mulberry trees. He understood now. The land here couldn't be bought casually. It was a crop forest. They could just give it to others. It wasn't like the land on the wasteland that could be bought. "Can we really buy it? Don't you have a way to kill the trees? Kill them from the roots up. If the trees die, we can buy it here," Wang Wan suggested. "I'm not stupid. These trees belong to our family. We'll use them when we're breeding silkworms. Let someone else make a reward. When the time comes, we'll secretly trade with them. We're already taking advantage of them. We can't be too greedy. Who can make the reward? I know someone who's the most suitable." Zhang Xiaobao rejected Wang Wan's suggestion without thinking. He could only think of other people. "Is it Li Sun, that brat? If he has it, how can he trade with us? He's been thinking of annexing us." The first person that Wang Wan thought of was Li Sun. After all, he was the emperor's nephew. If he wanted some land, as long as it wasn't too big, there wouldn't be a problem. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "It's not him. I can't guard against him. How can I give him a chance? It's the county magistrate. County Magistrate Qing is dying. He's leaving. We won't give him a reward. As long as the new county magistrate can get some political achievements for him, we'll be on good terms with him. He may get a reward. We'll let him ask for a piece of land here and then trade with him. A newly appointed county magistrate can't leave after a few days. He has to stay for at least a year. It's necessary to have a good relationship with him. It's best to promote one from the local area. The possibility isn't high." "Then what if the county magistrate doesn't listen to us? Many people are like this. They come from the top and want to make money. Are you going to help him corrupt to the end?" Wang Wan was a little worried about the next county magistrate. She had seen a lot of movies, and it was all like this. Especially in Hangzhou, Zhejiang. Almost every dynasty there was the richest. The officials there were all very rich. Not to mention the movies, the place where she and Zhang Xiaobao came from was also like this. Otherwise, how could she be betrayed? Zhang Xiaobao also knew that it would be difficult to deal with a corrupt official. He sighed, "Let's talk about it later. I don't know how the negotiations with Steward Zhang are going. I hope it can be done well." "Well, there shouldn't be any problem. Let's go down. I want to see if the water is cold or warm." Wang Wan wasn't worried about Steward Zhang. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and walked down. 90 copper coins per kilogram of seeds. What do you think? It dropped by 40 copper coins all of a sudden. It's almost half of the original price. The price of your grains didn't drop so much, did it? Steward Zhang was still talking to a group of businessmen. Just now, the heads of the Zhang family and the Wang family all came, and the people of Jiahuai also came here. Originally, there were no people of Jiahuai here. Between the clouds and the water came out, and there were many vehicles from Little Luoshui bringing all kinds of people here. Jiahuai had to make a place nearby to settle people down, in case there was a situation. Of course, these owners couldn't sell all the grains to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Huai for 10,000 dawn of grain. That would be a loss for them. Even if these people were responsible for 10,000 dawn of grain, Each family would have to take out nearly 1,000 don of grain. After some discussion, these owners finally sold the 3 main grains to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Huai for 5,000 don of grain each, which was the very low price. In addition to this, they also bought 2 less important grains, which were also based on the cost. One was soybeans, which were sold for 2,000 don of grain, and the other was sorghum, which was sold for 1,500 don of grain, which made these owners feel very distressed. After signing the documents and leaving, they began to talk about the seeds. Hearing Steward Zhang's price, the businessmen all shook their heads. "Steward Zhang, this price is still a bit too high. To be honest, what we sell to you is the capital, and we still have to pay half of the shipping cost. This is not good. You can't expect us to lose money, right? We still have to meet often in the future. Only when we have time will we take the opportunity to check out the shops everywhere to have a look here." Boss Jean said to Steward Zhang with a sad face. He really couldn't give up such good seeds. The main thing was that he planned to buy them once and pay a higher price. In the future, he wouldn't need to buy them again and would just keep them. When Steward Zhang heard this, he was a bit hesitant. He wanted to continue to squeeze more. He was really worried that when the time came, they would join hands to raise the price of the grains here. He also knew that the young master's plan was to support the new county magistrate. Whether the people could eat or not naturally had to be considered. After thinking for a while, Steward Zhang felt that he should be more lenient. He said, "Then how about 80 don of grain, what do you think?" "Well, 80 don of grain. Steward Zhang, we want to buy more. At least we have to buy more than half of the grains here. Do you think you can lower the price?" Another boss still felt that it was too expensive. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi planted a lot of rice. If they wanted to buy more, it would be difficult to raise so much money in such a short time. Actually, there is another way that can be cheaper. 70 don of grain will do. But you can't exchange it for money. If you want to change shops, you can buy all the small shops in the capital. As long as you take out your shops, you can even make a little profit from it. Steward Zhang saw that it was about time and finally said this matter. Chapter 191. 5 days later, a lot of people came to Zhuangzi from the Zhang family and the Wang family. They wore hemp clothes and held sickles in their hands as they went into the paddy fields to harvest. The harvested paddy fields were immediately threshed. A few people from the Zhang family and the Wang family came out of Zhuangzi to help weigh the paddy fields. Elsewhere, the busy farming season was almost over. Only some winter wheat needed to be planted in the soil. The market was once again bustling with people. What was different from usual was that at this time, the stalls selling tea and snacks in the market were charging several times more than usual. The people who came to work had already agreed that all the water and food would be taken care of by the people who hired them, the owners of the grain stores. This time, the people who did business in the market were going to make a fortune. They did it on purpose. They must have done it on purpose. The shop owner sent the news back at noon today. They paid the money and started to raise the prices of things in the market. Zhuangzi is so big, but they even want to calculate such a small amount of money. I really don't understand. In the restaurant between the clouds and the water, in a private room where one could see the paddy fields through the window, one of the owners was drinking tea and looking around while complaining. This is not a small amount of money. A bowl of tea usually costs 1 copper coin and a few snacks. Now, without snacks, it costs 3 copper coins. We hired 200 people and they drink the tea like cows. Including the 3 meals in the morning, afternoon, and evening, they will earn more than 10 taels of silver a day. According to this situation, they will earn at least 50 taels of silver in 3 days. The other owner was very clear. Just this amount of money was enough to buy several ships to transport grain back and forth. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was not willing to suffer a loss at all. They calculated everywhere and bought more than half of the seeds in the fields. They bought 24 shops in the capital, and even a 2-story restaurant. You two don't talk about it. We got a lot of money. A caddy of seeds cost 65 copper coins in the end. When we bought the shop, we deliberately increased the price by 10%. The seeds are not even worth 60 copper coins per caddy. Planting seeds is more profitable than planting grain. It is more than 100 times the price. Lu Dongjia estimated that the seeds they bought this time were actually worth more than 14,000 taels of silver. As for the rest of the seeds, if they were to find someone else to buy them, they would still not be able to sell for more than 3 or 4,000 taels of silver. If they were to exchange them for ordinary grains, they would only be able to sell for about 300 taels of silver. Jin Dongjia, who was also waiting for his subordinates to work faster, agreed. Brother Lu is right. Of the 24 shops, only the 2-story restaurant is a little more expensive, for 1,000 taels of silver. The other shops only cost about 9,000 taels of silver. We paid more than 1,000 taels of silver. How much can we hire people to eat? We can't let them bring their own dry food and drink the water from the river. Brother Jin, you are wrong. Steward Zhang personally said a few days ago that we should make a profit by selling them food. They will pay for half of the transportation. But they are stingy everywhere. They have to specify the ships. I have already asked people to find out, and they are half of the price. The carriages and horses to be shipped to Zhuangzi are also fixed, and they asked for half more. We have to stay here and watch. The wine they give is not sold at between the clouds and the water. The dishes they cook are also the same. Don't they need to spend money? Plus, they don't need to harvest, which saves some manpower. I heard that they went to the mountains to build other places. The boss who spoke first felt uncomfortable as he recounted the events one by one. Jin Dongjia shook his head. We also eat normally. When did we not choose the best food? This table only costs about 30 to 50 taels of silver. Counting everything, it is only a few hundred taels of silver. We still made a profit. Jin Dongjia also felt uncomfortable. They did not have a lot of money. If they divided it among a dozen people, they could get some. The main reason was that they were constantly being schemed against. People who did business always wanted to scheme against others. Look, the people from the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi have all returned? Why are there so many people? There are about 300 people. They are all holding sickles. What are they doing? Could it be that they want to help us harvest? Just as everyone was eating snacks and tea, a person standing next to the window pointed down and asked curiously. Everyone stood up and looked down. Wasn't that right? There were quite a few people there, and judging from their similar clothes, they were undoubtedly the Zhang and Wang families' villagers. Only they would be so generous as to specially make the same clothes for the villagers. Those people rushed to the fields with sickles and started harvesting. After watching for a while, everyone was relieved. They were not harvesting the high-quality crops they had drawn, but their own. Fast, it's really too fast. Look at their farmers. One of them is comparable to the 2 we found. Wang Dongjia said enviously when he saw the speed of the people on both sides. We can't compare. If the farmers are willing, they can eat meat every 2 or 3 days. We found people from other places. Where did they get so much money? They didn't harvest earlier or later. Why did they also harvest the people we found here? Lu Dongjia's eyes were a little far-sighted. He could see the difference between the 2 people's bodies. The Zhang family and Wang family were also shirtless. Their bodies were full of meat. Looking at the people they found, they were only a little stronger than skin and bones. Everyone was puzzled. They could only sit back and drink tea again. They talked about some business matters. In a flash, the sun was in the middle of the sky. Time to eat, time to eat. The owners had just found a waiter to order the food and wine when they heard someone shouting loudly. The people near the window looked down and saw many people coming out of the market. Some were pushing carts, some were carrying poles. They shouted and waved at the people hired by Tanaka and the others. It's time to eat. The people in the market are not bad. They sent the food here. The owner turned around and explained to the others who looked over. Oh, that can save us a few steps. Several owners said at the same time. Let me see. Lu Dongjia saw that there were only a few cold plates on the table. He didn't plan to eat immediately. He also came over to take a look. After looking for a while, he said, There's a lot of food. Look at those carts. It's enough to feed 500 or 600 people. Oh, I understand. The farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family are also eating together. As soon as he finished speaking, the people who gathered to eat suddenly became chaotic. Some of the people hired by them quarreled with the people who delivered the food. They were far away, so the voices were mixed. It was impossible to tell what they were arguing about. They could vaguely hear voices like, "Why? Do the same job," and "Quit." "What's going on? Didn't they deliver the food?" "Waiter, go and ask." Lu Dongjia didn't understand. He shouted at the waiter who was waiting at the door to serve at any time. The waiter responded, turned around, and ran. After a while, the people of the Zhang family and Wang family were eating. When the people hired by them were still quarreling, the waiter ran back. "Sir, they quarreled because of the difference in the food. The people hired by you feel that the food is not as good as the food of the Zhang family and Wang family." The waiter panted and said, Did the food that the market made for our people go bad?" One of the owners asked. "No, there's rice, steamed buns with sorghum noodles, egg drop soup, and fried chives with eggs. These are all well made." The waiter counted the food and said, "They still think it's not good? Is it not as good as what they usually eat? I think they don't want to ask for their wages." The owner who asked the question was so angry that he slammed the table. "Don't worry, waiter. Let me ask you, what do the Zhuangzi and Zhang family eat?" Boss Jean waved his hand at that person and asked the waiter again. The waiter also counted thin pancakes, shredded pork with scallions, sliced chicken, blanched bamboo shoots, minced pork with eggplant, and a bowl of soup made with dried shredded tofu and pork. The soup is served with chopped wood ears and spicy sauce. There are 2 dishes that can be eaten with spicy sauce in the pancakes. The other 2 dishes can be cooked however you like. When the waiter's voice fell, the other owners didn't know what to say. No wonder the people they found were unwilling. When they were working together and waiting to eat, they only had 1 dish and 1 soup. The staple food was also worthless, while the waiter had the staple food of fine flour pancakes and 4 dishes and a soup that were several times better. When the 2 sides were compared, the difference was obvious. Of course, the people who worked were not willing. Why should they be treated differently just because they were all sent from the market? "Waiter, is the food that the Zhang family and Wang family eat also prepared by the market?" Boss Jean thought for a while and asked. "In reply to your question, no, it's just a stove over there. They are all harvesting rice and making a fire at the side. They are afraid that it will catch fire. When it was done, it was just in time for the market. The food was also ready, so it was sent over together." The waiter answered respectfully. "Just in time? Okay, then let me ask you, do you know how much those 4 dishes and 1 soup cost?" "I really don't know. It's estimated that it would cost 2 taels of silver per person. After all, the soup has wood ears and they eat a lot. The spicy sauce is also not cheap. There's also the meat and so on." The waiter shook his head awkwardly. After thinking for a while, he gave a price that he thought about. The owners looked at each other and sighed at the same time. The one who spoke first in the morning said, "I'm right, right? They don't intend to let us transport the seeds back properly. 2 taels of silver per person. 200 people, 400 taels of silver. Can we afford it? 2 days is 800 taels of silver." This time, everyone nodded in agreement. If they really forced the people below to eat the food prepared by the market, they would also eat it. However, it was hard to say how much effort they put into the work. If they also ordered the same food and sent it over, wouldn't they lose money? "Big Brother Jean, what should we do?" One of the owners asked. "Waiter, you go down and ask the market to add a meat dish. Add 10 taels of silver per person and some rice. Add 3 taels of silver per person." Boss Jean didn't have a good idea and could only do this. However, the waiter said, "Boss Jean, how much to add depends on the number of plates. It's based on the portion. What if they eat a lot? Don't tell me they can't eat anymore? Also, the original food that was already prepared can't be returned, right?" Chapter 192. The afternoon sun was no longer as scorching as it was at noon. Occasionally, a breeze would blow, making people feel cool. The owners of the grain store added more food, and the hired people also found out that those people were the farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family. All the food was taken care of by the owners, so they happily ate until they were full and no longer made any noise. But when they started to work in the fields, they found that when they bent down, the food in their stomachs would rush up. They had no choice but to endure the discomfort while sighing that they were able to eat. The farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family naturally wouldn't eat until they were full, like those who hadn't eaten for 8 lifetimes. They only ate until they were 70% full, and the rest of the food could be eaten after they finished their work. 4 hours later, the farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family finished harvesting the remaining rice. They removed the kernels and drank some water. After resting for a while, they rushed to send the rice to the storeroom. Only then did they come back to heat up the rest of the food and prepare to eat. Everyone listen up. Don't eat anymore. Hurry up and bring it home for your family to eat. In a while, someone will treat us to food. There's no more fungus soup, but there will be no less. There will be wages. Without waiting for the farmers to heat up the food, Steward Zhang trotted over and shouted to everyone. The farmers didn't even ask anything. They divided the food and brought more food to those who had more people. They turned around and ran back home. They had absolute trust in their masters and would do whatever they were told to do. Steward Zhang looked at the scattered people and smiled. He ordered the people following him, "Bring the prepared food over." After that, he walked towards the place between the clouds and the water. The owners of Between the Clouds and the Water were more and more dissatisfied with the helpers they found. They did a good job in the morning, but at noon, they spent a lot more money. When it was distributed to each person, it was 120 copper coins. There was no other way. The price of the food was 3 times more expensive than usual. Including the water, the total cost was 130 copper coins. Just one meal cost 26 taels of silver. At the beginning, it was more than 10 taels of silver a day. The most infuriating thing was that these people were not as nimble as they were in the morning after eating and drinking. They would stand up and rub their stomachs after a few cuts. At this rate, they would not be able to finish their work in 3 days. Big Brother Jean, we can't go on like this. It's not like we have nowhere to spend our money. Look at what they are doing. The farmers in Zhuangzi are working much faster than them. Their food is not bad either. How are they looking for helpers? They are clearly raising their ancestors. Lu Dongjia looked over from the window and shook his head helplessly. It's not easy for a poor family to have something delicious to eat. They're already full, so naturally, they don't have the energy to work. Let's talk to them when we're done with work tonight. If they really fall out with us, where are we going to find people? Don't tell me we're going to cut it ourselves? Jin Dongjia could think of the reason, but at the same time, he did not have a good solution. He bitterly said, "If you want to blame those helpers, why don't you complain about the people in Zhangjia Zhuangzi? They are so bad. They deliberately came to eat with us and they eat so well. I don't believe that they eat like this every day." Boss Jean, you are really wrong. A few days ago, when we were harvesting, we didn't have these talents, but we ate whole mutton soup, which was no less than this flour. We didn't send people to harvest the rice on purpose to harm you. It's really going to rain today. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask the local elders. They are most familiar with the weather here. Just as Jin Dongjia finished speaking, Steward Zhang came in from the door. Although he was explaining, his eyes were telling them that they were measuring the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measure. Rain? Steward Zhang, you're not joking? After Jin Dongjia heard this, he trembled. What he was afraid of was happening. He stared at Steward Zhang, wanting to know if he was lying or not. Housekeeper Zhang smiled and sighed. Boss Jin, do you think I have nothing better to do? That's why I'm here to tell you guys some lies? Don't you feel that it's cool and stuffy in the afternoon? The wind is blowing. Look at the sky, it's going to be night soon. As Steward Zhang spoke, he walked to the window and opened the other 2 closed windows. Sure enough, a gust of wind swept in, swirled around the house, and blew out from the other window. How is it? Do you feel much better? Sigh. We were really afraid that when the rain fell, the things in the fields would be finished. Otherwise, why would we call people back? The place on the mountain is not fixed yet. Steward Zhang opened his arms and stood in front of the window, feeling the coolness of the wind, and said faintly. What the owners felt was not the coolness, but the coldness. Not only were they afraid that their seeds would be finished after the rain, but they were more afraid that the Zhang family and Wang family would be Zhuangzi. Just as Steward Zhang had said, only the old people in this place knew how the local climate changed. Steward Zhang had deliberately delayed for a few days so that they could settle the matters of the shop before harvesting. It turned out that it was all in preparation for this rain. What should we do? What should we do? It seemed that the rain was going to fall soon. No matter what, it would not last until tomorrow morning. There was no need to plant the seeds in the fields anymore. When the time came, the seeds that were not moldy could be planted directly. But could they be planted in this season? Steward Zhang, you can't cheat us like this. If we throw the money into the fields, we will lose a lot of money. The shops in Beijing were bought according to your requirements. Now that we gave you the seeds, you gave us this kind of thing? Wang Dongjia stood up and walked in front of Steward Zhang. He grabbed his arm and said with a sad face, Wang Dongjia, let's talk nicely. What we gave you is not wrong. We put it in the fields and waited for you to cut it. The reason why we did not cut it was because we were afraid that you would suspect that we changed the seeds. You have to understand our painstaking efforts. Steward Zhang dodged to the side, but he still could not get rid of Wang Dongjia's hand. He could only persuade him. No, it's not like that. Steward Zhang, you clearly knew that it was going to rain. Why didn't you tell us a few days earlier? Wang Dongjia's hand was blue and blue. It could be seen that he used a lot of strength. Hearing this, Steward Zhang's face sank. He stared at Wang Dongjia and said, Wang Dongjia, what are you talking about? How could there be a matter of a few days earlier? If we knew a few days earlier, we would have taken it a few days earlier. Look at how tired our farmers are. Compared to the work speed of the workers you found, do you not know how much effort the farmers put in? Earlier, Jin Dongjia complained that Zhuangzi gave the farmers good food to eat. People's hearts are made of flesh. The farmers worked hard, so how could they not be given a meal? Our Zhang family and Wang family would not do such a thing. Even so, the farmers need to rest for a few days before they can recover. Master said that in a bit, we will give the farmers better things. We will buy a few sheep and kill them for them to eat. Where can we find such good farmers? Look at your people, the better they eat, the worse they do. Steward Zhang, don't be angry, let's talk things over. When we bought those shops, we made a bit more money, about 1,800 taels of silver. We don't want that money. We will buy a few more shops for you. Please help us. Is there a way to reduce our losses? Lu Dongjia was afraid that Steward Zhang would leave in anger at this time, so he came over and pulled Wang Dongjia away. He whispered to him, This method is not easy to think of. Everyone, don't worry, Zhuangzi will not ignore this. Come, sit down and talk. We will take our time to discuss this. Steward Zhang helped Lu Dongjia sit down and began to think with a frown. Xiao Bao, it seems that what the people say is right. Having an old person in the family is like having a treasure. We have so many treasures here. Look, the timing is so accurate. When they say it will rain today, it will rain today. When they say it will rain in the middle of the night, it will definitely rain in the middle of the night. At Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's side, Wang Wan was adding vegetables to the thin pancakes. When she saw that the sky outside was overcast, she happily said to Zhang Xiaobao, Yes, let them give a false price and not pay the shipping fee. Do they really think that we are easy to fool? If we don't get 1,800 taels of silver this time, I, Zhang Xiaobao, will write my name backwards. A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Xiaobao's childish face as he agreed. He did not like to eat the rolled pancakes. He grabbed the pancakes with one hand and picked up the vegetables with the other. He just ate it like this. Spring pancakes were usually made at the beginning of spring. At this time, he took them out and gave them to the villagers. Oh, people called this spring pancake. At first, Wang Wan did not understand why Zhang Xiaobao did not like to eat the rolled pancakes. After she finished rolling the pancakes, she saw Zhang Xiaobao eat more than half of the 2-inch pancake and eat a few mouthfuls of vegetables. Only then did she understand that rolling pancakes was a waste of time. Even when eating the shredded pork in Beijing sauce with a little soup, Zhang Xiaobao did not roll the pancake. He just held the pancake in his hand and put it under the shredded pork and onions. After taking a bite of the pancake, Wang Wan picked up a mouthful of vegetables and put it into her mouth. She chewed twice and said, Other than the taste of the chili sauce, everything else is about the same. Those things are about the same. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the second pancake. Xiaobao, even if our people help them harvest, they might not be able to finish it in the middle of the night, right? They will still lose some. Wang Wan asked doubtfully. Zhang Xiaobao was eating the most. He nodded and waited for the food to be swallowed before he said, "Of course, don't say that it's too late. If it's really not enough, I have to ask them to buy some time. I have already found the reason. It's too tiring to work during the day. I'm risking my life to help them." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao used his chopsticks to pick up a bit of fermented bean curd. He took a sip and smacked his lips twice before continuing, "I want them to lose a portion of the rice. The ones they bought were calculated. One was to be sold to the person they contacted, and the other was to be sold to their own family. If they lose a portion of the rice, we don't have to find buyers elsewhere. We will kindly sell the rest to them." "Xiaobao, you're still as bad as ever. I know, the amount of rice you're going to make us lose is exactly the amount of rice we have left after we've planted the seeds. Come, Xiaobao, this piece of stinky tofu is your reward." Chapter 193. The dishes on the table were cold, and the wine was not as warm. No one around the table paid any attention to this. They all looked at Steward Zhang, waiting for him to come up with a good idea. "How about this, if you ask me?" Steward Zhang paused, picked up a piece of deer tendon with his chopsticks, threw it into his mouth, chewed and nodded. "If you ask me, buddy, warm up the wine. Can't you see it's cold? Can you afford to compensate the owners if they don't eat well?" Steward Zhang reached out and poured himself a cup. While he was talking, he found the wine was not warm anymore, so he shouted to the waiter at the door. "Listen to Steward Zhang, buddy. Here, this string of money is yours. Go and wait. Steward Zhang likes to eat deer tendon. Bring another plate. Steward Zhang, what good idea do you have?" Boss Wang was one of the more impulsive ones among these people. He urged the waiter to push the plate of deer tendon in front of Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang finished the cold wine, picked up a piece of roasted lamb chop, chewed, and said in a muffled voice, "I'm thinking that the people you find are too slow. Why don't you go to Gu Family's Zhuangzi and hire some more? They're all free, so they can come and help. More people, faster work. What do you think?" Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that they had been thinking about how to stop the rain and forgot to hire more people. "Good idea. Thank you, Steward Zhang. Gu Family's Zhuangzi doesn't seem to have enough people, right? Steward Zhang, why don't you hire the farmers of Zhang family and Wang family? They can work faster." Boss Wang slapped his thigh and was happy, but he also felt that they were still short of people. "Yes, Steward Zhang, you have to help us at this time. We'll buy the shop for you later. Even if we have to spend some money, we can't let the seeds disappear." Another owner of the grain store sitting next to Steward Zhang added. "Sage." Steward Zhang was put in a difficult position. He paused for a moment and said, "We agreed to let you earn the money. It's not easy for you to arrange for people to run around." Steward Zhang is a benevolent and righteous man. "Don't worry, if you ever need our help in the future, we definitely won't hesitate." Lu Dongjia sighed. "Why don't you all go there and ask them? If we really let our farmers do it, they'll die of exhaustion. Although they're farmers, the main family has always treated them like family. The food is good and they're paid well. I'm just worried that they won't be able to live a comfortable life. When I think about how they'll be tired again, I feel so sad." Steward Zhang couldn't go on. He sniffled and wiped his tears with his sleeve. He pouted and looked sad. These owners weren't fools. They knew who bought the Zhuangzi from the Li family. Who would dare to hire people there? Unless they were tired of living. When they saw Steward Zhang's expression, they were speechless. Jin Dongjia cursed in his heart. How can they die of exhaustion? It's just a little work. How can they die of exhaustion in a day? When they were harvesting a few days ago, did they have to rest for a few days? Look at how strong those farmers are. Who would believe that? They treat the farmers well and give them expensive food and pay them more. What kind of pay is that? What kind of farmers would pay Zhuangzi separately when they harvest the land? He wasn't the only one who thought this way. The others also had the same thought. They cursed in their hearts. They had to say something nice, but time waits for no one. "Steward Zhang, it's true. We really can't find anyone. Tell them to work slower? Don't worry, we'll take care of their food. It won't be worse than what you give them. As for the wages, we'll give them 7 copper coins a day. How about we give them 10 copper coins a day? Lu Dongjia stared into Steward Zhang's eyes and asked. Steward Zhang had just finished wiping his tears. He blinked his eyes, picked up a fish head, and put it on his plate. He smacked it twice with his mouth and said to the crowd, "This fish is good. It's delicious. It's a pity that the farmers can't afford to eat it. Fish may not be valuable, but it depends on how it's cooked. A fish cooked by Shuyun costs 2 taels of silver. Everyone, how about this? There are only 300 people in Zhuangzi who are strong. I'll give you 15 copper coins and let you hire people elsewhere. Let them go. Waiter, go to the shopkeeper and get 5 strings of money. I'll return it here when I get back." Steward Zhang ordered the waiter who had just delivered the hot water and deer tendons. The waiter nodded and turned to leave. But Jin Dongjia quickly stopped him. "Wait, where are we going to find people to work at this time? When they come, it will be raining. Steward Zhang, 100 copper coins for each of you. Just for one night. 150 copper coins. Not for one night. If the rain stops and you get sick, you'll have to pay for the medical expenses." Steward Zhang made a counteroffer. "Okay, 300 people. It's just a few stones of seeds." Jin Dongjia gritted his teeth and agreed. "It's not 300. There are about 800 people in Zhuangzi now. Even the children can help look after the pile." Steward Zhang didn't budge an inch. "All right, let's hurry up. 800 people it is. 100 taels of silver is better than losing these 10,000 taels of seeds." Jin Dongjia really didn't want to waste any more time. The more he spoke, the less he would cut. Moreover, it wasn't a matter of 10,000 taels of silver. Those who bought the seeds had already paid the deposit. If they bought the seeds back, they would make a lot of money. If they lost the seeds, they would have to pay more. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. How much do you want to pay in Zhuangzi? You can talk to them yourselves. Waiter, send that plate of deer tendons back to the main house. The young master and his wife love to eat them. Steward Zhang was delighted at this time. He took the lead and walked out. It seemed that he was more anxious than the others. The other owners didn't have time to think about how shameless Steward Zhang was. He just served a dish and he took it back. Were the people of Zhangjia Zhuangzi so poor? When they arrived outside, the sky was cloudy and it was already dusk. It was already dark. 2 of them went to the Gu family's manor to find someone to negotiate the price. The rest of them looked at housekeeper Zhang. "Oh, it's dark. What should we do? We need to light lanterns. Torches are prone to fire." Steward Zhang looked at the sky and said, "Then let's light lanterns." "Is it hard to buy lanterns?" Wang Dongjia asked anxiously. "Let's go to the grocery store. It's too urgent. I don't know if they have any." As Steward Zhang spoke, he strode towards the sundry goods store. The others followed closely behind him. When they arrived, Steward Zhang shouted to Ergo, who was walking back and forth in the market, "Ergo, do you have any lanterns? I need 400 lanterns. Everyone, take a look. Are those old people in Zhuangzi also using them?" Yes, they are all using them. 150 coins per person. Use as much as you have. Ergo, right? Do you have so many lanterns? One of the owners said. He didn't have time to argue. He would do whatever Steward Zhang said. Even if he had a pig, as long as it knew how to hold a lantern and how to light it, it would still be worth 150 coins. Steward Zhang, you need so many lanterns? This? Don't talk about this and that. Tell me the truth. Do you have them or not? Steward Zhang impatiently interrupted Ergo and asked. Yes, there are exactly 450 lanterns. But they have been ordered by someone else. They have to be sent to you tomorrow morning. If they are given to you? Before Ergo could finish, Wang Dongjia stepped in front of Ergo and shouted, "How much is it? We will pay for the loss. Hurry up and get the lanterns and candles." Okay, I'll get them now. 200 coins per lantern. Each lantern has 10 candles. Let me tell you the candles. I beg you, hurry up and get them. Wang Dongjia was almost crying. Ergo was sensible this time. In the blink of an eye, he ran to the grocery store. There seemed to be people waiting there. He went in and came out. The 450 lanterns were set up in less than a quarter of an hour. He put in the candles and lit them up. At this time, the young and old women of the manor also walked out and waited there. Their efficiency was so high that all the masters felt their hearts bleed. If they hadn't been prepared, how could they be so fast? But those people were empty-handed. Steward Zhang, they came empty-handed? One of the owners stared and asked. Oh, they are so troublesome. Who went to find them? Didn't we say to collect the land? Did we forget to tell them? Ergo, do you have scythes here? The kind that we specially made and are better than other scythes? We need 500 scythes. How much do you want? Ask these owners later. Steward Zhang was also annoyed. He shouted at Ergo. When he saw Ergo go in to get the scythes, he shouted at the owners. Everyone heard that. We asked you to help us harvest the rice. 150 coins per person. When you're done, remember to put the scythes in a place. This scythe, Steward Zhang, look, the scythes are here. Let's get to work first, okay? Jin Dongjia couldn't hold it in anymore. He felt more and more bored. Take the scythes and work. Children look after the piles. Old people and women hold the lanterns. Steward Zhang immediately shouted. Those people didn't slow down. They ran over to get the things they needed. When they started, Steward Zhang wiped the sweat off his face and said to the owners, Everyone, I'll ask people to prepare the food. We'll eat according to the lunch. There's one less fungus soup. I'll ask you to save some and change it to mutton. How about that? Okay, Steward Zhang will arrange it. That's Gu Zhuang's people, right? Hurry up, run a few steps. One of the owners didn't want to continue bargaining on other matters. He agreed and saw the flames appear over there. He waved his hand and shouted loudly. The Gu family didn't have many people in Zhuangzi. Only 100 came. As for how much they spent, Steward Zhang didn't care. This could be considered as helping them once and earning more money. Steward Zhang, I admit defeat this time. Don't worry, I won't have any ideas about Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi anymore. The owner surnamed Lu watched those people harvest and said to Steward Zhang, who was standing next to him. Chapter 194. Just as Zhang Xiaobao had expected, when more than half of the hundreds of people had finished harvesting, the rain started to fall. The people who were working immediately left the fields and hid in the sheds that were specially set up for them, eating the food that was specially prepared for them. The masters of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi even took out wine for their own farmers to drink. This was included in Zhuangzi's bill, so the masters did not have to pay for it. The children and the elderly were also given an extra portion of congee with preserved egg and lean meat, which was also paid for by Zhuangzi. Of course, this money had long been earned back from the triple price. However, the Gu family's farmers and hired people did not think so. The Gu family's farmers knew that they could not compete with the others, so they were already used to it. Fortunately, the food was not bad. There were actually 2 dishes and a soup. As for the other people who had 5 dishes, they pretended not to see it. The hired helpers also had 2 dishes and a soup. This time, no one made a fuss. They thought that it was the same as at noon. When they saw the wine, some people who liked to inquire asked. When they found out that the wine was really given by the masters, they were all envious and jealous. They were also farmers from Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. In the past, they had always heard that the masters of the Zhuangzi and Zhang family were very good to the farmers. They did not think much of it, but this time, they saw it with their own eyes and wished that they could immediately become farmers here. Not only did they eat better than their own people, but there was also a doctor who came over with his disciple to check on them one by one. He was afraid that they would catch a cold if they were swept by the rain. The 2 housekeepers of Zhuangzi also wandered among the crowd, stopping from time to time to ask the older people what was wrong with them. Those who ran too slowly and whose clothes were wet were pulled to a small shed at the side to change into a new set of clothes. Brother, I see that the clothes on these 2 Zhuangzi are the same. Other than the words on the chest, the workmanship and cloth are from the same place, right? A helper asked a Gu family's Zhuangzi man beside him when he saw those who changed their clothes come out. Those who did not change their clothes were given a set of clothes to hold on to. You just saw it? How many days had it been like this? Didn't you see those people who gave the clothes to look at them with the help of the light? That depends on the name. First, get someone to measure your body one by one and remember your name. Then, go to a tailor shop to have them made. They will use the same cloth and style. Only the men and women will be separated. All the money will be paid by the owner, including the shoes. The Go family's farmer could only drink a mouthful of soup as he watched the other party drink. He said to the person who asked the question, "So good? Where's your Zhuangzi?" The person who asked the question enviously looked at the happy faces of the Zhang family and Wang family before asking the Go family. "We're not bad either. This year, we can hand in less than half of the grain. Yesterday, the main family sent someone to measure our sizes and shoes. In a few days, we'll be able to wear new clothes. This is all thanks to the two Zhuangzi." When the Go family talked about clothes, they were equally happy. The person who asked the question was stunned. If you don't thank the master of your main family, how are you going to thank them? Without them, there wouldn't be such a good harvest. Without between the clouds and the water, there wouldn't be a market and the main family wouldn't think of us. When comparing the two places, the main family is afraid that we'll run away, so they can only learn from their main family and treat us better. Not only Go family's Zhuangzi, but also Li family's Zhuangzi. The villagers of the Gu family had long understood this point. The children of the Gu family went to study in the other side school. Now, the main family had an agreement with the other side. They would send food to the other side for them to cook. Although it was slightly worse than what the other side ate, it was much better than what they brought back. Yes, that's true. It's a pity that my Zhuangzi doesn't have Zhang family and Wang family. It's a blessing to follow such a main family. When the person who asked the question heard that the Zhuangzi around him were also enjoying the food, he didn't have the mood to talk anymore. He lowered his head and ate with all his might. It wasn't easy to have a good meal, and it would be even better if they could bring it back home. Compared to the carefree people who were working, the owners of the grain stores were listless. At the same time, they were feeling very sad. We still haven't gotten everything back. What should we do? Let's see how much we have in total. Otherwise, we won't plant anymore. Hopefully, we can get enough from others. Otherwise, we will have to pay a lot of money. Boss Wang sat in the shed and watched the others eat and drink. He couldn't swallow the food in front of him, but he drank 2 big bowls of wine. His face was drooping and he seemed to be talking to himself. It doesn't seem to be enough. Even if we don't plant our own, we still have to pay others. Let's calculate. It's about 6,000 taels of silver. How much can we earn from the handprint? 6,000 taels, and we still have to pay for the workers, the lanterns, the food, and the scythe. It's more than 600 taels. The scythe is good and it works faster, but it can't be sold for 1 tael of silver, right? Boss Lu heard Boss Wang's words and calculated how much money they would have to pay this time. The others also heard it. After working for so many days, not only did they not earn any money, they still had to pay. It's not that they couldn't afford it, but that they would lose too much. Everyone listen to me. Don't worry. Isn't it just a portion that hasn't been collected? How about this? We'll go according to the original price, 65 copper coins. Zhuangzi will help you make up for it. Don't forget that Zhuangzi harvested some rice during the day. I reckon that other than the seeds left by Zhuangzi, it's just about the amount that you didn't collect. Steward Zhang listened from the side and timely told the little young master's arrangements. He had an almost blind worship for the little young master and the little young lady. One by one, people came to cause trouble and look at the results. Just like the little young lady said, that small bridge was the bridge of helplessness. Those who did good would be reincarnated into a good family, while those who did evil would be directly thrown into a pot of oil to be tormented. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. There was no escape. The owners of the grain company didn't know what Steward Zhang was thinking. Seeing that there was still hope, they became happy again. Steward Zhang, are you telling the truth? Boss Jean carefully asked with a hopeful expression. Yes, Zhang family and Wang family. Zhuangzi doesn't intend to harm you. Just take the rest and you can still make money. That sickle is not bad, take it back and use it. It's easier to use than the original one. Steward Zhang said with a sincere expression. Good people, you are all good people, we are bad people. We didn't have good intentions when we first came. Do you still want to exchange for a shop in the capital? Don't worry, this time we won't keep a single copper coin. We'll take as much as we deserve. Boss Wang interjected at this time. There was no need to compensate, and they could still make some money. Now that they looked good, they wouldn't come to cause trouble in the future. Zhuangzi was too evil. Steward Zhang smiled and said, You can exchange for anything. Whatever is convenient for you, Zhuangzi will accept. Oh, the rice soaked in the rain, what are your plans? If you are willing to sell it to Zhuangzi, Zhuangzi can use it to make wine. The price? Just sell it at the normal price or a bit less. Boss Jean saw that people were willing to buy the rice that was not good for use even if they brought it back, so he quickly gave a price. Xiao Bao, tomorrow we will go to Little Luo Shui to play. I heard that there will be a lot of talented men and women there. Let's see what the dock looks like at this time of the year. If you have anything else to arrange, do it quickly. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had just finished their lesson and were chatting on the couch. There is one more thing. Just now, the housekeeper sent someone to say that they are willing to sell the rice soaked in the rain. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while. This was the only thing that was left. Aren't you going to keep it to make wine? Wang Wan planned to do so. I won't use such good grains to make wine. Before we leave tomorrow morning, I'll get someone to bring them back and steam them to make rice cakes or popped rice flours. Each grain is better than ordinary rice. It's a waste to use them to make music or wine. I'll make more popped rice flours. When the time comes, I'll glue them with sugar and follow us to Little Luo Shui. I reckon the price of selling them will be about the same as selling the seeds. Zhang Xiaobao turned over and faced Wang Wan and said. Wang Wan reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face. Let me see how smart you are. They bought it with the same price as the seeds, but you bought it back with the same price as the normal rice. Then you reprocessed it and sold it at the same price as the seeds. If they knew about this, they would definitely regret it. This is the difference between raw material supply and deep processing. What we need to do in the future is to find more deep processing methods. Let's sleep. We will get up early tomorrow morning and go to Little Luo Shui to get a small boat. You sit there and I will row. I can row very well. With a single paddle, I can make the boat reach the shore horizontally. Don't brag. Aren't those who make a living on the river better than you? Can you row the paddle and make the boat reach the shore? Wang Wan replied. I can't do that. Can you? Zhang Xiaobao admitted that he was not good enough. Of course. I can row the paddle against the shore and push the boat away in 2 strokes. When the boat passed by, the ripples on the water gently curved. A handful of fish gathered together. The fairyland in the painting was once far away. The dreamland in the poem was never encountered. The dark clouds thinly penetrated the sunlight. The blue water surged and reflected the remaining green. The sound of the crowd was heard. The autumn geese were 2 lines of rain on the river. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got up early in the morning and rushed to the Little Luo Shui River at noon. They just happened to see the sun penetrating the clouds, the drizzle like silk, the boat moving, the fish floating, the geese crying in the sky, and the human figure heading south. It's so beautiful. Xiaobao, you get a camera. I'll take a picture of this. It's so beautiful. Looking at the landscape, it seems like it's fake. It seems like a splash ink landscape painting. Wang Wan was eating snacks made with sugar and made with a pot of rice that was hurriedly given to her in the morning. When she got off the car and saw such a charming scene, she began to talk nonsense. The camera is not good. Why don't we use the tape used to shoot movies? That's more artistic. Once it's in the computer, there's no need to do any follow-up processing. That's settled. Keep the environment here. When we succeed in our research, we'll record it. Zhang Xiaobao still retained a little of his rationality. He knew that this matter was not much different from a dream. Let's go. You said that the 2 of us went to the place where the scholars gathered to play. What should we say? Wang Wan watched the geese leave and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the shore, preparing to enter the first house in Linshui. Can we say, we're just looking, not talking? Zhang Xiaobao replied seriously. Chapter 195. In the drizzle, The dock was still bustling with activity. The people carrying the goods only had a rough rag on their shoulders, and bags after bags of goods were placed on it. With a muffled groan, they grabbed the goods with both hands and walked away. They are just dock workers. Xiao Bao, what are you looking at? Have you done this before? Wang Wan also knew that the work and income of the people who carried out the work was disproportionate compared to other people, but she couldn't stop it. After all, it was an income. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao standing there in a daze, she thought he was reminiscing about the past again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No, I have never done this kind of work before. I can do it even if you ask me. Then what are you looking at? Are you pitying them? Wang Wan guessed. They are not pitiful. They rely on their own abilities to make a living. What is there to pity? I am thinking if we can increase the efficiency. There are many advanced tools at the train station and docks. The throughput is tens of thousands of times higher than here. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes did not continue to stare at the people carrying the goods. Instead, they swept the flat ground beside the dock. If you can make those equipment, why don't you help me make the combined harvester? I will open an oil refinery for you. Wang Wan finally found an opportunity to return the favor. Don't you know how to change from automatic to manual? To put it simply, it is a pulley block. There is no need to tell the bearings. The wheels can be turned, and the iron wheels can still be turned. The teeth of the gears do not need to be so tight, and the quality does not need to be guaranteed. At worst, we can just replace it. It is better than letting people carry it bit by bit. Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to make any precision equipment. As long as there was a piece of lifting equipment and a chain that moved horizontally, it would increase the efficiency by a lot. There was no need for such a high degree of adhesion for the gears. He could make a few more, see which ones were suitable, and put them on. Wang Wan's physics was better than Zhang Xiaobao's. Zhang Xiaobao did not learn the system at all. When he heard this idea, he thought about it and felt that it was really feasible. It was just a sturdy frame with chains and gears. The wooden wheels could be turned, so why couldn't it be changed to iron wheels? Regardless of whether it was made by hand or melted into molten iron, there wouldn't be a problem. The only problem was that the chain didn't seem to be flexible enough. With doubts in his heart, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Are you sure you can make iron chains? Then our bicycles are almost ready. Can't you use rope?" Hearing you ask, I know that iron chains can't be made. If iron can't be made, what about copper? Zhang Xiaobao did not know anything about this kind of things that involved middle school and above. He could only ask Wang Wan. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said, iron, copper, and rope don't really matter. As long as we find someone to make them, for example, iron, we can forge them with all our might. The quality is not bad, but what about the workers at the docks? When the efficiency of the dock increases, many people will lose their jobs. The workers will continue to be workers. The loading of the dock also needs people. After they are familiar with it, these people are the most important. For example, the distribution of goods, or the binding of ropes, these are all knowledge. In addition to this, there is another thing. The bigger the dock's capacity, the more people it attracts, and the more goods it will attract. Using these tools to transport the goods to the shore, don't you need experienced workers to transport them? Zhang Xiaobao thought more thoroughly in this regard than Wang Wan. Wang Wan was not stupid. After thinking about it, she stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, I understand. In other words, we did not give up the original industry. Instead, we added a new department and let those people have more jobs. What you want them to do is logistics in the middle. These people will not only help to do temporary transportation around the dock, but also help us to collect information. Just like the pricing power of the market in Zhuangzi, I want to know the price of various items in a certain place in the shortest time possible. Zhang Xiaobao was used to having information in his hands. Now that he had calculated so much, he had long felt that it was difficult. He only dared to play chess in a county. Without so much information to support, he could not make more accurate judgments and long-term plans. For him, the enemy was not terrifying because of their strength, but because of the unknown. You are quite ambitious, aren't you? You even want to use this. What do you want to do? When Wang Wan heard the information, she also became spirited. She was also in this line of work. She was even more specific than Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao only wanted to know, but she was in charge of collecting information in the past. Nothing much. Didn't someone say that if you give him a fulcrum, he can move the earth? Then what I want to say is that if you give me accurate information, I can disrupt the universe, control the air and the sea. It doesn't matter. Only by controlling the information can we win. You are talking about control of electronic power, right? How big is your ambition? Wang Wan understood what he meant. My ambition is to one day eat whatever I want, wear whatever I want, and do whatever I want, Zhang Xiaobao said longingly. What do you mean? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao with an unusual gaze. The scope is a little wider. For example, do you know how to speak human language? I know you have been wandering around the world for a while. Don't try to fool around in front of me, you know? Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, I understand. It means to drink soy milk and want to boil sugar, boil red pond, boil red pond, boil red pond. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan's disdainful gaze and finally admitted that sometimes, hard work and hard work were only equal to genius. He remembered that Wang Wan was proficient in 9 languages, including some regional dialects. When such a person existed in the world, he announced to the world that the 1% of talent that determines success or failure. Zhang Xiaobao, I am telling you seriously now that I won't allow you to think of anything else, Wang Wan said seriously. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. I'm not thinking of anything else. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me. Back then, I worked so hard to live on so that I could fulfill Grandpa Dean's last wish. I still don't know what love is. You give me candy, and I give you fun things to play with. When disaster strikes, you reach out to me. That is love, Wang Wan thought for a while and replied. Then I don't want to implicate you, so I let go. That is heartless. Is it like the person who wrote 100 years ago, the mountains are without edges, and the heaven and earth are in harmony? Only then did I dare to fight with June. Zhang Xiaobao thought hard and finally thought of a better sentence to describe it. Wang Wan was so angry that she laughed. Shallow, what are you saying? When we go back, no need. Starting tonight, you will read the book of songs to me. I will let you know what is evil. I want to know with June Xia Yushu, dare to fight with June, who are you calling shallow? Do you still want your husband's discipline? Zhang Xiaobao had never heard such a long sentence and thought that it was only those 2 sentences. He glared at her and said unhappily, Who do you think I'm talking about? What discipline? Wang Wan glared back. That's right. What discipline? You misheard. What I said was, Meng Pa soup at the bridge of helplessness. Holding the bowl and looking back, one's intestines will be broken. Who says it is easy to forget in this life, and only wait for tomorrow to lie by the side? Zhang Xiaobao reacted quickly and quickly came up with a rhyme. So you're saying that in my last life, or perhaps before, we were fated to meet? Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words and laughed. Fated or not, 100 years of cultivation to sleep on the same pillow. Sleeping on the same pillow, holding an umbrella in the pouring rain. Holding an umbrella, not meeting in the vast sea of people. Not meeting, the magpie flies, the moon is curved. Zhang Xiaobao saw that he had changed the topic and immediately continued. Wang Wan covered her mouth with her hand and leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. Faintly she said, Little mouth, you're so smooth. Speak, how many girls have you tricked? What's the point of tricking girls? I've always been eyeing men to trick. Xiaobao, don't say any more. Let's go to the first house in Lin Shui first. I want to eat some ginger, it's disgusting. Then don't vomit on me. I don't know what you're thinking about all day. Brother Jia, you've come late. You should be punished with a cup of wine. It's fine if you offend us, but if you neglect a beauty, then you've committed a great crime. In the first house in Lin Shui, in a single room on the 3rd floor, a person had just entered when he was stopped by the person guarding the door. The person had a cup of wine in his hand and insisted that this person drink it. The person called Brother Jia swept his eyes across the room. He saw that the woman next to the farmer was looking back. Without saying anything, he took the wine cup and raised his head to drink it. He said, "A cup of good wine is also a cup of purity. Don't let your emotions lead you to the beauty." Good poem. Just as this person with the surname Jia finished speaking, someone loudly shouted from the side, "Brother Weiren, you're really talented. Just one cup of wine and you're able to write a poem." Another person praised. From the way they addressed each other, it was obvious that they were close. Jia Weiren did not look smug. He cupped his hands and raised his head. Just as he was about to receive the woman's gaze, he realized that the woman had already turned her head away. She was looking at the scenery outside through the window. All that was left was her graceful back view. "Brother Weiren, quick, sit here." The person who had expressed his friendliness just now raised his hand to greet Jia Weiren. However, Jia Weiren didn't walk towards him. Instead, he went to another window and signaled the person there to leave with his gaze. Then he sat down. "Xiaoying, there's not much scenery outside. Why don't we talk about poems together? It's better than looking at those indecent people working naked, right?" Just as he sat down, Jia Weiren said to the woman by the window on the other side. Unfortunately, the woman did not turn her head. He could only see the side of her face. Just as he was about to say something, another person appeared at the door. He must have heard Jia Weiren's voice and said, "That's not right. Brother Jia, that's not right. Why are the people below naked? Are they not wearing pants? There's a piece of linen on their shoulders. From what I see, that piece of linen looks better than some people's headscarf. What do you think?" So it's Mr. Han. I didn't expect Mr. Han to be so gracious at today's gathering. "Mr. Han, come and sit here." The people at the table seemed to recognize the new person at the door. They all greeted him. The person standing at the door smiled and nodded. He did not wait for others to say anything about the punishment and poured himself a cup. "I'm a little late. I deserve to be punished." As he finished speaking, he walked to the window and stood behind Jia Weiren. He looked at the situation below and said, "I have a few lines that I'd like to share with all of you. It's for fun. The tides on both sides of the Luoshui River, the 3 autumn leaves are yellow and the 4 seasons are sparse. Can't eat more than the 5 grains? How can the harvest be good enough to guard the 6 lines? 7 turns and 8 turns into this place. 9 arms, 10 stones, 100 shoulders. Thousands of helpers gather like ants. Thousands of people get rice. 10 ships, 9 villages, 8 miles, 7 days, 6 hours. Forgot to mention the 5 classics and 4 virtues. Just a few words, one person ridiculed? Han Xianfeng, you dare to scold me for forgetting the 5 classics and 4 virtues of a gentleman? I'll fight it out with you." The one with the surname Jia was not bad. He knew what the other party was talking about. When autumn came, the people of Sanshui County would run out of food. How could they follow the rules of whether to wear clothes? They were in a hurry to pick out the food. Tens of thousands of people worked together to deliver the food to the local people, even at night. Only those who had forgotten their fathers, mothers, brothers, friends, and the 4 virtues of a gentleman would show off their knowledge and mock the people there. Unable to hold back his anger, he turned and pounced on Han Xianfeng. The people around him naturally would not let him succeed. They pulled him and said Han Xianfeng's lines. "It's so lively. There are so many people. Xiaobao, come in. Brothers and sisters, you can talk. We're not causing trouble. We're just here to watch and not talk. We even brought our own stools." While the people were tearing, Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and walked in. She smiled shyly at the others and explained. She dragged Zhang Xiaobao in. Each of them took a folding stool and ran to a corner to sit down. Chapter 196. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to see what was going on, so they really did come over. They carried their stools and placed them in a corner of the room. Hugging a bag in their arms, they blinked their big eyes at those people. All the scholars were stunned. The one surnamed Jia didn't want to fight with the one surnamed Han anymore. Even the girls who were watching the commotion curiously turned their gazes to the 2 children who had suddenly walked in. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao came over, they purposely went to a small courtyard specially reserved for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to change their clothes. Wang Wan didn't wear dresses like before. Instead, she wore a pink dress that reached her armpits. Her shoulders and arms were covered by a thin layer of cloth that reached her waist. Her tiger head shoes were modified into the shape of a chicken fluffy ball that she had designed herself. A large bow was inserted into her loose hair. 2 small bamboo pieces were specially used to clip her eyelashes. Wei Wei's hair was perked up. There was no glue to hold it in place, making it look more natural. Zhang Xiaobao's clothes were also designed by Wang Wan. It was a white silk short-sleeved shirt that wasn't so tight. It looked a little fluffy. The front of the shirt was open, and only 3 of the 5 buttons were buttoned. The bottom and top buttons were unbuttoned. Below that, he wore a pair of indigo bloomers. There was a fluffy ball of goose fluffy ball in front of his shoes. These 2 styles of clothes were slightly different from the current ones. Fortunately, there were people wearing all kinds of clothes now. There were many strange clothes, so there was no need to worry about being criticized. In the eyes of others, the 2 of them were unbearably adorable. Especially the girls in the middle, who stared unblinkingly at these 2 interesting little guys. If they weren't worried about the adults coming over later, they would have hugged them and kissed them with all their might. "Little brother, little sister, how did you come up here? How old are you?" A girl didn't hug them. Instead, she bent down and asked softly. The 3rd floor was not a good place to be. There were only 4 such rooms on the entire 3rd floor. They were specially designed to extend out from the entire 2nd floor. The lower floor was basically empty. There was only 1 such room at each of the 4 corners of the 3rd floor. It was a circular place with windows around it, allowing one to see more of the scenery. This could be considered the 2nd best room. From here, one could see the river, the mountains, and the pier. There was another room connected to this room. One had to walk through that room to enter this room. That room was guarded by a waiter. The waiter definitely did not let the 2 children in because he was lazy and did not notice. That could only mean that the 2 children often appeared in this place. The waiter knew them, so the family should have some money. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, he could also see that the clothes they were wearing would cost 20 or 30 taels of silver. Especially the clothes that the little girl was wearing, he could see the white skin underneath. However, he discovered that there were 3 layers of muslin at the collar. The woman just wanted to know what the 2 children were doing at home. He didn't want to provoke the 2 children by not answering correctly. "This beautiful older sister, we walked up here. We are 4 years old this year." Wang Wan replied and gave the woman a sweet smile. She was not wrong. According to the nominal age, they were indeed 4 years old. After some days, they would be 3 years old. Zhang Xiaobao did not speak at this time. He felt uncomfortable talking to others like this. He did not want to pretend to be a child unless it was necessary. When he was with his family, he liked to be hugged and kissed by his grandparents or parents. Wang Wan was not willing to do this, saying that he was suffering from the orphan syndrome. 4 years old, you are so sensible. Then tell older sister, what are you here to see? Aren't your family worried? The woman was happy to be praised by the child. She thought that the child was telling the truth. She did not expect that the 2 children in the corner could almost call the wind and summon the rain in the entire Sanshui County. They secretly supported Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi. With the small bridge as the dividing line, they blocked groups of people who wanted to do bad things. Don't be afraid. When the time comes, we will go back. We are not running around. We are just here to see, not to interrupt. Wang Wan was still there with a sweet smile. This was the first time that she and Zhang Xiaobao had traveled so far to play. Naturally, they were happy. Oh, then don't sit in the corner. Come here and eat something. What do you like to eat? The food of the first restaurant in Linshui is not worse than the big restaurants in the capital. There are also some signature dishes that are not available elsewhere. Come to older sister. The woman waved her hand and did not care whether the 2 children could understand or not. She introduced them. Wang Wan shook her head. No, you eat your food. We brought some food for ourselves. Mom said that we can't eat other people's food. We will leave in a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not move. They just stayed there, and the others could not do anything about it. If other people suddenly entered the room, they would drive them out and find the waiter to question them. However, when they saw the 2 lovely children, they could not say anything to drive them away. They did not want the waiter to take them away. At this time, young Master Jia saw that the beauty in his heart was also staring at the children. He could only temporarily put down his attack on the man surnamed Han. The main reason was that he knew that he could not beat him. He was not good in literature, and he was not good in body. Fortunately, his family was better than this man. Thinking of his family, he felt a little better. Sanshui County was good, so his life in the future would be better. Therefore, he changed his angry look and said to the beauty in his heart, "Xiaoying, look down there. Is there any place that is uncomfortable? I asked someone to change it." "Young Master Jia, do you mean that you want to control other people's place? They bought this place. Do you think you can change it just because you want to?" Young Master Han seemed to dislike young Master Jia. Others did not dare to say such things, but he dared. The woman named Xiaoying heard him and nodded in agreement. "That's true. After Sanshui County has this dock, the lives of the people will be better than usual. I think it's good. If I really want to change something, it's better to repair the road, especially the section past the bridge. Put more stones, so that when the snow melts after winter, it won't delay the transportation of goods." Xiaoying is right. The road must be repaired. The people at the dock will pay for it. They are the ones who damaged the road. In a few days we will ask them to repair it. Not only the road, but also a xingzai here. Young Master Jia agreed without thinking, as if he had the final say in Sanshui County. Wang Wan, who was sitting in the corner, was not willing. She muttered to Zhang Xiaobao, "That man surnamed Jia is arrogant. Does he think he is the emperor if we ask him to cultivate here?" She said it softly. At this time, everyone was thinking about what Jia Di said. The house was quiet, and someone heard it. Perhaps Wang Wan meant the same thing. Jia Weiran looked at the two children. He did not like children. He stared at Wang Wan and said, "Little girl, don't you know who I am? Ask the adults in your family if they dare to talk to me like this." "No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Xiaobao." Wang Wan looked scared and said sadly, "Young Master Jia, why do you have to do this to a child?" "Little girl, his name is Xiaobao. What's your name? It's noon. You must be hungry. Come and see what you want to eat. I'll get some for you." The woman beside them was not willing. Why did he scare such a good child? Moreover, she was so sensible. Wang Wan was not so scared this time. "Sister, I'm cuckoo. We brought our own food." Seeing that they were rejected again, the scholars and beauties did not care anymore. They ate and drank while talking about random things. Occasionally, a few of the girls would look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have any food. They took out food from the bag in front of them and listened to the others talk. They also ate. Jia Weiran wanted to talk more with Xiaoying, but he found that Xiaoying kept looking at the two children. He was angry. He saw that the two children took out some kind of smoked meat in the oil paper bag, but it was definitely not beef. He picked up a piece of marinated beef and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You're Xiaobao, right? Don't eat that. Come and eat something good. I have marinated beef here." "But you can't eat it usually. The color of your marinated pork is not good." Zhang Xiaobao raised his head helplessly. He held the meat in his hand so that others could see. Beef is not easy to get. It will be troublesome to kill it directly. You guys eat. We'll eat some of this smoked venison. You guys eat. Don't worry about him. He doesn't know what pork is, what deer is, and definitely doesn't know about marinated meat. Young Master Han said carefreely. The two girls could not help but laugh. Jia Weiran's face turned green. He was embarrassed. He said that the meat in the other party's hand was not good and wanted to give him beef. In the end, the other party had venison. Beef was precious because it was used for farming, but it could not be compared to venison. Looking carefully, the venison looked like it was from the neck. There were even tendons on it. The small piece in the other party's hand was enough to buy the few dishes on the table. What happened today would spread to everyone he knew. What was that? The little girl took out a thick bamboo tube. Did she want to drink water? Just as Jia Weiran was feeling frustrated, he saw Wang Wan take out a thick bamboo tube. He glanced at the bamboo shoot soup and chicken soup on the table and finally felt that he had a chance to regain some face. He said, "Cuckoo, don't drink water. Come and drink this soup. It's made from bamboo shoots. It's not easy to keep it until now. I didn't drink water. I'm eating. Wang Wan explained softly. She took out a big lump of soaked wood ear from the bamboo tube. There was only one wood ear, and it was the size of a small bowl. She took a bite and brought it to Zhang Xiaobao for him to take a bite. Haha. Young Master Han could not help but laugh. He pointed at Jia Weiran with one hand and held his stomach with the other. Not only him, but the others also laughed. One of them squatted on the floor and grabbed his hair to stop laughing. Chapter 197. In the beginning, everyone had already guessed that the two children's family was well-to-do, but they didn't expect it to be so well-to-do. It was fine if it was just venison, but there was also such a big piece of wood ear. Seeing them finish it in a short time, everyone felt that it was a pity. Such a big piece of wood ear could be used to stir-fry a dish or boil a few bowls of soup, but it was eaten raw by the two children. How much money did the family have to get such a big piece of wood ear? Since they could let the children eat it raw, they definitely wouldn't care. Hearing the laughter of others, Jia Weiran was no longer angry. His only worry was that the children would tell the adults of the family what he said just now. He didn't know whose family these two children belonged to. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out another big piece of wood ear. The bamboo tube was empty and put aside. The two of them ate this as well, and then took out the garlic. Everyone was stunned. Garlic was not a big deal as everyone loved to eat it. Some people would first ask if there was any garlic when they arrived at a restaurant. If there wasn't, they would go to another restaurant and eat it. However, when the two children finished eating the garlic and took out the 2 4-inch-long prawns that were frozen in ice, they were finally moved again. Such long prawns were actually eaten cold. If it were an ordinary person, they would feel bad. The prawns that they occasionally ate were only about an inch long. There should be more ways to cook such prawns, and not just freeze them after they were cooked. What was extravagance? This was it. Using precious ingredients to make simple dishes was a symbol of wealth and wealth. Everyone watched as the two children finished the food. When they thought that there was nothing left to eat, Zhang Xiaobao took out 2 bamboo tubes. These were the ones he kept in his bag. He pulled out 2 cucumbers with thorns. Without washing them, he rubbed the thorns off with his hands and put them in his mouth. He began to chew on them. Cuckoo, can you tell me? Where did you get fresh cucumbers? The girl called Xiaoying finally couldn't help but ask. She loved eating cucumbers the most. In summer, she would rather not have other fruits than cucumbers, especially raw ones. She ate a lot in a day. I plucked it from the seedlings. Big sister wants to eat it. Yes, there are 2 roots. While speaking, Wang Wan took out 2 more bamboo tubes from Zhang Xiaobao's bag. She stood up, ran to the table, and put them in front of Xiaoying on tiptoe. I'm asking you where I can buy it. Can you tell me? Just as Jia Weiran was about to question them, he suddenly thought of the adults behind the 2 little ones, so he switched to a more amiable tone. I'm not selling no matter how much you offer. Let's wait until winter, Wang Wan said as she walked towards the corner. Is your family from Sanshui County? Jia Weiran asked again. Yes, I'm from this county. What do you want? Wang Wan turned around and asked. Sanshui County? That's great. Do you know who I am? Jia Weiran was elated when he heard that the 2 kids were from Sanshui County. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't ask more questions like Jia Weiran. They continued eating their cucumbers. Jia Weiran had to say it himself. The next county magistrate of Sanshui County is my father. You guys don't know yet, right? New county magistrate? Oh no, he's really from the outside, Wang Wan mouthed to Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, he even brought along a good-for-nothing son. It's the father's fault if he doesn't teach his son well. It's the teacher's fault if he doesn't teach his son well. From this, we can see what kind of person the new county magistrate is. There's no news yet, which means that the new county magistrate has connections in the imperial court. Let's arrange it later. When he comes, we'll show him. Zhang Xiaobao didn't suspect that Jia Weiran was lying. Looking at the expressions of the others, he knew that it must be so. Since the county magistrate wasn't from the local area and had a son from the outside, they had to make the necessary preparations as soon as possible. Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded. Then what should we do? Should we show him who's boss? Shouldn't we let the people from the Yamen receive him? Logically speaking, County Magistrate Ching should wait for the new county magistrate to arrive before leaving. I didn't expect him to leave first. He only left his official seal and other things in the hands of the registrar and waited for the new county magistrate to arrive. That's not all. Usually, we have to wait for the new county magistrate to arrive after the new year. Based on what he said just now, he should be here soon. We have to show him who's boss, but we can't let the people from the Yamen not receive him. If we want to receive him, we have to do it with great fanfare. Zhang Xiaobao instantly thought of how to deal with it. When the time came, he still had to see if the new county magistrate was as greedy as they thought and didn't care about the lives of the people. The two of them mouthed to each other. No one could hear what they were saying. They could only see their lips moving slightly. Jia Weiran was afraid because they were two children and knew his identity. He was confident and asked, "Where are you from? Tell me, I'll help you if there's a small matter." He actually wanted to please Xiaoying, the daughter of the Qi family. Her family was also an official. As for whether he would really help in the future, it would depend on how many gifts the families of the two children gave. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could say anything, the one with the surname Han said, "Jia Weiran, your father hasn't taken office yet and you're already bullying others? If we ask you for help, won't we have money to spend? Cuckoo, Xiaobao, don't be afraid of him. Tell me if there's anything at home, I'll ask Sister Qi to help you." That Qi Xiaoying also said, "That's right, you're so sensible. If there's any trouble, you can ask someone to send you here. We'll come here to play when we're free. What does your family do?" Sister Qi is so nice, and Brother Han is so nice too. My family is a farmer, so is Xiao Bao's family. Sister Qi wants to come here often? Then take this. In the future, when you come to the wharf, all the shops with rice flags will only charge 70% for food and 90% for things. Wang Wan realized that this woman with the surname Qi must be from an extraordinary family. Since she had a chance to get in touch with her, she immediately took out a sign from her bag. She also took out a piece of ink and wet it with water. She stuck her hand on it and pressed it behind the wooden sign when it was dark. Then, she took out a small knife used to cut meat and carved a word on it before handing it to Qi Xiaoying. Everyone watched Wang Wan's series of actions. When the two of them gave the sign to Qi Xiaoying and left together, they all gasped at the same time. They finally knew where these two children came from. They were farmers. Of course, Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi from Tuqiao village in Sanshui County were farmers. But their farmers were different from others. "Jia Weiran, young Master Jia, your father is the county magistrate. What a high position. Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi need your help." "Ah, I'm dying of laughter. When your father comes here, we'll see who's asking who. I think the two children will tell their families what you said just now. Oh, also, didn't you say that you want to set up a bank here? You even want them to pay for the road." Cuckoo and Xiaobao heard it. "How sensible. Do you think such sensible children will forget what you said?" Xiaoying is still the smart one. She got them to give her a sign. "We can save a lot of money today." That sign is not only useful in the first shop near the water. It's also useful in the entire docks. It can be used anywhere with that flag, including some small boats. Also, between the clouds and the water in Tuqiao village. "Xiaoying, everyone is here today. They gave you a sign. If there's anything in the future, you can't refuse to help. Otherwise, that little girl will be sad. She's such a well-behaved child. If she cries because you don't help, my heart will ache." The man with the surname Han said a few words to the stunned Jia Weiran. Then he pointed to Xiaoying, who was holding the wooden sign, and told her what she should do. Jia Weiran nodded his head blankly. He admitted that young Master Han was right. When the time came, it would be hard to say who would have to beg who. The Zhang and Wang families of Zhuangzi were already listed on the board. Without them, there wouldn't be the current prosperity of Sanshui County. Liangpi, Jianbing, workers at the docks, chauffeurs, shop assistants, rented space, imported soybeans, plows, soy sauce at low prices, and new grains for old grains. The whole of Sanshui County was already branded with their brand. There were also those scholars who wrote poems and essays here, as well as those hand-embroidered poems and essays. Which one of them didn't make people sigh in admiration? Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was already deeply ingrained in people's hearts. If they said something at a critical moment, it would be more effective than the government. Not to mention other things, as long as the two children told others about their identities and got lost, many people in Sanshue County would help to protect them. The people from the carriage company would even send a team of carriages to escort them. What did he say just now? It was over. He didn't need to rely on the two children to keep his identity a secret. How could such sensible children not know what he meant? His mouth, why did he ask for it so much? Just as Jia Weiran was regretting, the waiter outside came in. Now, no one would ask them why they let the two children run into the house. They had their own shop, so they could go wherever they wanted. If it was an adult who came to offer a toast, it would be giving them face. The two children were so cute, calling each other big brother and big sister, so it was not a small matter. Everyone, just now, the young master and the young lady told me that a young lady with the surname Chi took a sign and asked me to remember it. Today, all the wine and dishes will be on the house, and we will give her 2 caddies of fresh cucumbers. In the future, if you want to eat cucumbers, as long as you get someone to bring the sign here, you can give her 2 caddies of fresh cucumbers every day. If there are guests in the house, you can buy them up to 5 caddies. As the waiter spoke, he looked in Qi Xiaoying's direction. Just now, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went out, they asked around about Qi Xiaoying's family background. She was also an official in the imperial court. For a few generations, there would be people who were officials. Although the position was not very high, they had a strong foundation. They had to be generous when giving gifts and could not miss it. Many people wanted to give gifts but did not have the chance. So many cucumbers? That's great, we can eat them every day in the future. Waiter, take this bangle and give it to Cuckoo. Tell her that big sister thanks her. Qi Xiaoying loved to eat cucumbers. She did not expect that they would give her cucumbers directly. As long as there was a sign, they would give her cucumbers every day. She could even buy 5 caddies of cucumbers when she served the guests. As she spoke, she took off the bangle on her wrist and passed it to the waiter. Chapter 198. Everyone, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do at home. I'll take my leave now. The more Jia Weiran thought about it, the more worried he got. He prepared to go home first. Everyone could understand how he felt. This was going to be troublesome. When the 2 kids, Xiaobao and Cuckoo, went back and told him about this, who knew what would happen if his father wanted to take office? After Jia Weiran left, the rest of the people looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Today was really fun. I didn't expect to meet 2 kids. Speaking of the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family, Zhuangzi, they are the happiest. They have been together since they were young. It's much better than those random families that their parents found for them. Sister Qi, don't you think so? A woman sighed and said. She was envious of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They had been together since they were young. When they grew up, how could there be any estrangement? Another man, who was more burly, said, it's not just that. Look at where they were sitting just now. It's right in the corner. The one called Xiaobao is always facing us with his left side. Wei Wei is facing sideways, and the one called Cuckoo is leaning back a little. They also have knives. If I'm not wrong, if someone really wants to attack them, even if they don't use weapons, they would at least be injured. Xiaobao's right arm is not taken out from the side of his body when he is eating. He's not used to eating with his left hand. Don't be fooled by how smoothly he eats. When he's not eating, his right shoulder will move a little. Yeah, it's the same when he's walking. His right hand is always blocking. Could it be that his right hand is not good? It's so pitiful. The woman who spoke just now sighed. What's pitiful? His right hand is holding the weapon, and his left side is facing us. When he moves, he can use the force of turning to use the weapon in his right hand. It's hard for people to guard against him. Think about how they were sitting just now. Cuckoo is a girl, so she should have her legs together. However, Wei Wei was the one with her legs apart. Xiaobao even had one leg in front and one behind. I thought about it for a while before I understood. If someone were to rush over to attack them, that Xiaobao would turn around when he stabs his weapon, and Wan Wan would switch positions behind him. If Wan Wan could also attack, then after switching positions, the attacker would be restrained by Xiaobao. According to their height, as long as the knife was sharp enough, Wang Wan could stab it into the attacker's stomach. These two children are not ordinary. Fortunately, young Master Jia did not lower himself to the children's level. Otherwise, if you really wanted to bully them, you would easily fall here. The strong man stood up, holding a pair of chopsticks in his hand. As he spoke, he gestured to the others. He used a stool as Wang Wan and replaced Zhang Xiaobao's position. When someone came in front of him, he turned around and used the chopsticks in his right hand to stab that person. His feet did not stop moving, and after the stab, he shifted his position again. His body turned in a circle, and he used the chopsticks to stab that person. If the chopsticks were a knife, the person in front of him would definitely block it. However, after he shifted his position, the stool was exposed. That was Wang Wan. As long as there was a sharp knife, he could grab it with both hands and pounce forward. The person in front of him would be exposed. So that's how it is. That's so scary. When the two children were sitting there, they were guarding against us. Fortunately, young Master Jia did not go over. The woman finally understood the knack of switching positions. She did not expect that the two children sitting there were not simple. No wonder their backs were leaning against the wall. Young Master Han nodded. Indeed, they are not ordinary. This means that they have been taught by others. With the wealth of the Zhang family and Wang family, it is too easy to get two good daggers. Perhaps they even have poison on them. Jia Weiran is in trouble now. I wonder if Cuckoo will make a move if there is really danger. If it were me, I would. Even if I don't have such a good dagger, I would use the hairpin on my head to stab it. However, the most dangerous one is Xiao Bao. He will be the first to face the attack. Cuckoo is the happiest person to be able to grow up with such a person, Qi Xiaoying said with a look of yearning. At the same time, she looked at Han Xianfeng who was beside her. This Xianfeng was his nickname. His real name was Han Chang, Han Suejiu. There was no need to say more about his literary talent. Just based on the fact that he could go from 1 to 10,000 in the blink of an eye, and then from 10,000 to 1, he could write a poem. Moreover, he carried a treasured sword. It was said that his horsemanship and archery skills were not bad either. He was the only one left in his family. He had never been a wanderer like the others. He relied on his own efforts to write for others, or to hold down carriages or boats. He did not have much money and did not ask for help. He had never done anything bad. At least that was what she knew. He was also quite generous. It was said that there was once a family of 2 children who were washed away by the water. He was the one who chased after them and carried them out. He was almost swallowed by the waves and was only caught by a tree after rushing for more than a mile. Unfortunately, his family background was not as good. Or rather, he did not have any family background. He was only one person. If he had a Zhuangzi, then even if she could not compare to Zhangjia Zhuangzi, a slightly more ordinary Zhuangzi would do. Perhaps she could think of a way and ask Cuckoo how her family did it. Then, it would not be too troublesome to get him a Zhuangzi. She would go look for Cuckoo tomorrow. Such a sensible child would know a lot of things. If he could earn more money, she would have an excuse to tell her family. Qi Xiaoying suddenly thought of this and decided to help Han Xianfeng. Otherwise, there would be no time left. Her family was constantly looking for people, and if it weren't for the fact that those people were too unpresentable, she would have been married already. Xiaoying is indeed an extraordinary woman. If it were me, I would also be willing to stand beside her like Xiao Bao. Young Master Han did not know if it was because he was drunk or if he said this on purpose. After speaking, he did not dare to look at Qi Xiaoying. Every time she looked at him, he would avoid her gaze. Jia Weiren came out of the restaurant and did not dare to waste any time. He found a carriage and paid double the price to get the driver to rush towards the capital. From here to the capital, it would only take 1 day on horseback if it was fast, 2 days if it was slower, and more than 3 days if it was by car. This time, he wanted to see what Sanshui County was like. He had heard many things, but he felt that it would be better to see it with his own eyes. This time, he finally saw it. The drought in Sanshui County was not a big problem. From time to time, there would be ships transporting food. The local people were also looking for work. There were many small businesses and many people helping to carry goods at the docks. In addition, they were exempted from taxes and transfers. After the autumn harvest, the people still had some spare food in their homes. However, the only difficult thing was the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family. Before he came here, he had asked around. The whole Yamen actually treated the two Zhuangzi as their own family. At crucial times, they would even send a message of good news from 800 miles away. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to meet the two families. Who would have thought that this meeting would be under such circumstances? The two children had heard everything. He did not mention anything about Xing Zai, nor did he mention who should pay for the road. Instead of counting on the two children to return home, he might as well hurry to the capital and find his father to discuss this matter. "Brother, you are also from Sanshui County?" Jia Weiran thought for a while and decided to find some fault with the Zhang family and Wang family. Now, he could only get some information from the carriage. Therefore, he leaned against the window in front of him and asked, "You flatter me. Young master, you should be like the others and call me Madman Ma. I am indeed from here. Originally, my father was the one driving the carriage. However, he was old and didn't do it anymore. It just so happened that he passed it to me." The carriage was a young man. When he heard the question, he quickly replied and cracked the whip at the same time. "Oh, brother, why do you have such a name? I wonder how uncle is doing now. I heard that because of the drought, the harvest at home was not much." Jia Weiran followed the conversation and said. The carriage retracted his leg and called for the horse twice before saying, "My surname is Ma. In addition, I drive so fast like a madman. Others call me Crazy Ma. Actually, I was just fast that day. I drank too much wine and did not think about how tired the horse would be. I just kept on driving with all my might. My father is not bad now. He does not have many things to do. He is much better than before. Young master, since you are in such a hurry to go to the capital, do you need me to urge the horse again?" "No need. It will be bad if it is tired. I heard that the Zhang family and Wang family have many things to do in Zhuangzi. They are in Tuqiao village. It is said that they are trying to raise the price of goods. I don't know if it is true or not." Jia Weiren casually asked. "It's fake. I know a little about what's going on over there. They've never done anything like raising prices. There must be someone who's jealous and spreading this rumor. If I find out who it is, I'll let them know if my whip hurts." The carriage looked like he was going to fight to the death. He was there to clear the name of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. Jia Weiran obviously did not want to hear such words. Therefore, he asked again, "Then they treat you well? Do they usually give you some money? If not, why would so many people help them buy the dregs of the wine?" Hearing this, the carriage handle smiled and said, "There are indeed benefits. Just like what you said, they give us some money. As long as we make 1 or 2 small flags on the carriage or beside the carriage, they will give us money every month. Although it is not much, it is better than nothing." "Make flags? What is it for?" Jia Weiren really did not know about this. He remembered that when he got on the carriage, he did see a sign on the carriage saying something about a cloth company. He even drew a picture. Only then did he understand that they could pay for it. This is called advertising. I don't know either. Anyway, as long as you put it on the carriage, they will give you money. The carriage handle continued. Chapter 199. Jia Weiren nodded. He knew about this advertisement. In fact, it was the same as hiring people to advertise in some places. There were pictures and words. Those who could read would look at the words, while those who couldn't read would look at the pictures. He didn't expect that there would be such an advertisement. He asked curiously, "Then how much do they pay you every month?" Cart handle flicked the whip again. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is not so accurate. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. For example, if you want me to bring you to the capital, then after this trip, other than the fare you gave me, I'll get an extra 10 copper coins. Usually, it's 20 copper coins a month. This month, I've made 2 trips outside, so I've gotten an extra 16 copper coins. In total, it's 36 copper coins." Why is it so much? Jia Weiren couldn't understand. This matter was very unusual. He believed that after he figured it out and told his father, it would be useful. "If we go far, then we'll let the people outside know that there's a cloth shop here. Naturally, we'll get a lot more. I'll also help to send out 100 printed pieces. That's all. Cart Handle answered quickly. He took out something from his pocket and showed it to Jia Weiran. Jia Weiran took it. He could read and saw that it was about the cloth shop. It even said that when he went to the cloth shop with this piece of paper, he didn't have to pay for the ride in Sanshui County. It was strange. How could there be such a good thing? If he didn't have to pay for it, who would pay for the ride? Could it be that Cart Handle would give it away for free? This cloth shop is opened by the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi? No, they don't sell cloth. You must want to ask who will pay for the ride, right? Of course, it's the cloth shop. We drivers have signed a contract with them. As long as we pull people over, regardless of whether they buy or not, we'll pay for the ride. It's a little less than usual, only half of the usual amount. Not only the cloth trade, but the other grain trade, meat trade, and clothing shops were also like this. As long as someone had this kind of paper, we would pull it to the place and let the shop pay for it. Also, in Sanshui County, the price of the carriage was set according to the distance it took to travel. Why don't you think about it? From Little Luoshui to between the clouds and the water, at most 3 people can sit in the carriage, and the fee is only 17 copper coins. From Little Luoshui to the Yamen, it only costs 2 copper coins. There's a bridge at Little Luoshui. If you insist on taking the carriage from here to there, the fee is 1 copper coin. If you walk all the way to the place that sells candles, the fee is also 1 copper coin. Che Handlebar explained patiently. Jia Weiran listened for a while and was confused at the same time. Then how much is it? What's the maximum amount? At least 1 copper coin. It's hard to say more. If you insist on having someone drive the carriage to Bashu, I estimate that it would cost at least 50 to 60 taels of silver. Also, if you feel that this speed is too slow, you can go faster, but you have to increase the fee. The horses are tired and won't be willing to run for a few days. Che Ba memorized all these details, so when someone asked, he could answer immediately. The person pulling the carriage was a mule, also known as a horse. It didn't pull too slowly, and it didn't stop to eat when it saw the grass by the side. The road wasn't good, and it was a little bumpy. The carriage didn't have any shock absorbers. Jia Weiran listened to Che Ba's explanation while swaying. He wanted to use his own understanding to understand, but the more he thought, the more confused he became. He could only continue asking, why is it so expensive to go to such a far place? If you travel by yourself, 20 to 30 taels of silver should be enough. That's different. People like us are afraid of accidents. If you want my carriage to go to such a place, even if it's just you, there will be 2 carriages and 2 horses traveling together. I'm not even talking about money. 1 horse will travel half a mile in front of the carriage, the other horse will travel 1 mile behind the carriage, and the other will follow behind. If the carriage in front breaks down, the carriage behind will take over. If there's danger, whichever side is in trouble, the person riding on the other side will remind them. That's the rule. For example, at night the price will be higher than during the day. You can only travel with a companion, in case you encounter robbers and don't even have a messenger. Che Ba was happy when he talked about this. This was a rule set by the carriage company. In the past, there was no such thing. It was County Magistrate Cheng who discussed this with the owner before he left. Now, he didn't have to worry about traveling at night. During the summer, the bailiffs of the Yamen had taken good horses. Regardless of whether it was day or night, there were people constantly patrolling the entire county. These things were bought with the tax money paid by the docks. They had also recruited more bailiffs. In any place in the county, even in the most remote village, it wouldn't take more than 2 hours for a bailiff to ride by on horseback. Che Ba didn't want to keep this a secret, so he explained the situation to Jia Weiran. When Jia Weiran heard this, he gritted his teeth. No wonder the tax paid was so little this year. The document only emphasized the drought in the county, but didn't mention the docks making money. Whenever the docks were mentioned, it was replaced with words of someone doing a good deed. The money was all used to buy horses and recruit people. The bailiffs didn't need to be appointed by the imperial court, the county could find them themselves. How much money was spent? When he thought about how much money his father had spent to get this position, he felt heartache. He thought that he could get some benefits when he came to the county that was supposed to be rich, He didn't expect that he would use up the money before he left. He wanted to know more about how much money was spent, so he asked again. If that's the case, there should be more than 100 bailiffs in the county, right? Is it the same for horses? I don't know why it takes less than 2 hours to get to the furthest place, but why is there only one bailiff? It seems that 2 hours isn't enough to get there from the yamen, right? 100 bailiffs? How is that enough? Originally, there were only this many. Now there are more than 400 bailiffs in the entire Sanshui County. Everyone has a horse. My third uncle's son is always fooling around, but this time he was recruited as a bailiff. That brother of mine always quarreled with his uncle and aunt, making my uncle worry all day. Now, he has become more honest and knows how to be filial to his parents. He has something to do, so he can laugh all day and doesn't gamble anymore. I heard that on the second day he became a bailiff. My aunt went to visit him at the yamen. In the end, he quarreled with her for a while and was beaten 20 times. The county magistrate said that people who are not filial to their parents can't be good to the people. They can't be expected to work hard for the safety of the people. A bailiff goes to the furthest place every 2 hours. When one bailiff has been gone for almost 2 hours, another bailiff goes there on horseback. There are more people, so it's easier. Basically, there will be 2 batches of bailiffs every 15 minutes at Shao Luoshui and Tuqiao village. Especially Tuqiao village, all the bailiffs sent are former bailiffs. The county magistrate said that nothing is allowed to happen there. Che Baosher said a lot of things that he liked to say in one breath. After Jia Weiran heard this, he was stunned. Suddenly, he was happy and asked, why did they send such good bailiffs to Tuqiao village? Is it not peaceful there? How can it not be peaceful? There are 2 Zhuangzi living there. Everyone knows that the Zhang family and the Wang family have 2 children there. They are very precious. Children are easily deceived. What if they are accidentally abducted by others? Today, I heard that the 2 little fellows have arrived at Little Luoshui. All of us have discussed it. As long as we see them, someone will follow behind them. Nothing must happen to the 2 of them. So many people are counting on the 2 of them to survive. Young master, perhaps you haven't seen them. Those 2 little fellows are the most good-looking ones. They're much better than my son. Sigh. When Che Baosher talked about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, his face was full of smiles. However, Jia Weiran was full of depression. Those 2 children were frighteningly smart. When they talked and did things, they were no worse than adults. They would not be abducted in their own Zhuangzi unless the sun rose from the west. There were hundreds of Zhuangzi there. Other than the 2 of them, the Gu family would not ignore them. Between the clouds and the water was just nearby. It was said that the 2 children had a whistle. Once it was blown, anyone who heard it would run there. Who would be so reckless as to abduct people there? This seemed to be an issue. A Zhuangzi had the best bailiffs patrolling there. What right did he have? Yes, this was enough to cause trouble for them. Thinking of this, Jia Weiran asked again, then aren't you afraid that others will report that they are using the bailiffs for personal reasons? After saying this, he waited to see Che Baosher's worried expression. After all, Che Baosher was wholeheartedly looking there. In the end, he was disappointed. Che Baosher laughed and said, how is it for personal reasons? There are 2 7th-ranked officials there. The bailiffs are not specifically to protect them. They are to protect the place where there have been auspicious signs. Besides, I heard that the imperial nephew is there. With more bailiffs, he will be safer, right? Who dares to speak nonsense? They can do that? Jia Weiran was stunned. Why was that place so complicated? All kinds of messy things could happen. Young master, from what you're saying, do you have some sort of plan? If that's the case, you should get off quickly. I won't charge you for this part of the journey. Otherwise, if something happens to you, I will be implicated. If you want to touch the Zhang family, Wang family, and Zhuangzi family, it's the same as touching our hearts. Thousands of people depend on them for survival. If they fall, what are we going to do? Che Baosher was not stupid. When he heard the words of the person sitting in the car, he said unhappily, no, I don't have any plans. I'm just curious. Just curious. Tell me about the snacks here. Jia Weiran looked outside the car. It was in the middle of nowhere. How would he dare to admit that he was abandoned? If he could find another place to pick him up, wouldn't he be exhausted? Xiao Bao quickly sends someone to the capital to ask, why was the new district magistrate decided? Ask for detailed information about him. Money moves people's hearts. If that's the case, a good place can't have a good official. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao left the restaurant and stood on a small boat. They looked at the ripples created by the rain and were a little dissatisfied that the district magistrate was replaced by an outsider. Yes, I've already arranged for someone. Don't worry, he should be more worried than us. We are the home field. Look at the surrounding boats and you will understand. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the dozen or so small boats that seemed to be moving and turning at the same time. Some of those small boats would leave after a while, and new ones would join in. It felt very normal, but if one looked carefully, one would realize that these small boats were faintly protecting his and Wang Wan's boat. If other boats wanted to rush over, no matter from which angle, they would have to knock over at least 3 boats consecutively. Chapter 200. Let's go. I don't know who leaked our identity. Standing here, we have to delay the boatman's work. Buddy, let's go ashore. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the boats that were spontaneously guarding by the side. He didn't want to waste other people's time, so he held an umbrella and called the guy who rowed the boat. Okay, little Gongzi, we'll go up now. The guy rowed the boat to the shore, and the surrounding boats also followed the movement of drawing a circle with the boat as the center. Just as the handle said, the existence of Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi was not only related to themselves, but also to many people. Nothing must happen to the people of the two families. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao came to the shore, the heavens seemed to be cooperating with them. The rain that was not too heavy just now fell down, and a mist immediately rose on the shore and in the river. A gust of wind blew. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to stand the umbrella on the ground. He and Wang Wan firmly held the umbrella with 4 small hands. In order to be able to block the rain, the two of them held a large umbrella with a diameter of 1.5 meters. They were short, and the umbrella handle was long. The advantage of this was that the rain that fell on the ground around them could only splash a little on their bodies. Xiaobao, are you cold? It's so cool. Wang Wan felt the water vapor blowing and asked Zhang Xiaobao. She stood facing the wind, and Zhang Xiaobao's back was facing the wind. A lot of the fine rain was blocked by Zhang Xiaobao. It's cold, how can it not be cold? Even if it's cold, we have to endure it. I'm used to it. There's an umbrella here. When the wind is a little less, we'll go to our barbecue shop to eat something and change our clothes. Zhang Xiaobao shivered. Xiaobao, do all men like to protect women? Wang Wan didn't have any good ideas. She could only hug Zhang Xiaobao. Not all men like to be protected by women. I think that men who are willing to protect women are generally stronger. It's his right to say what he wants, and it's his duty to protect women. When you want to get something, you have to give. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and analyzed rationally. What about you? I'm also more domineering, but I still listen to your opinions. After all, sometimes, you're more professional in some matters. I feel that you're also a domineering person. I don't know if it's because of your family or the department you were in. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he tightened the muscles in his abdomen. The advantage of this was that the stomach area of his body was always warm. Through his mental self-control, he made the muscles in the other parts of his body relax. Otherwise, if he had goosebumps, it would cause his body to consume more heat. The function of goosebumps was to reduce heat dissipation, but if all parts of the body were to tighten, it would increase the consumption of energy. Didn't you ask someone to investigate my situation? Why didn't you find out anything about my family? Wang Wan asked with a smile. I didn't find out. That kid didn't know much. He only knew about your original learning and training. He couldn't find out anything about your family. I found a deputy minister to investigate you, but he only found out your name and the name of your family. He didn't know anything else. Therefore, I know that your family is definitely not ordinary. I guess that your grandfather or grandfather, which is also your grandfather, will have soldiers standing guard at the door of a certain house. You are indeed very lucky. It's not that your family is powerful, but that you have a family. The wind is weak? Zhang Xiaobao felt a little regretful when he thought of the time when he asked someone to investigate who would come to catch him. The time was too short. If he had one more day, he would have been able to find out. Unfortunately, when he came back, Wang Wan's reaction was too fast. When he was talking, he found that he was not so cold anymore. Wang Wan smiled. Not cold? Do you know why? This is the power of people's hearts. Don't always think about my family. Well, you guessed right. There are people standing guard at my grandfather's and grandfather's houses, but your vigilance is too low. Didn't you hear anything? Look back. Zhang Xiaobao was not low vigilance. He was so cold that he put all his attention on adjusting his body. When he heard that, he turned his head to look back. Even though he was used to many things, he couldn't control himself at this moment. His eyes turned red. Behind him stood hundreds of people who worked at the dock. They just stood there, one close to the other. They didn't have straw raincoats or bamboo hats on their heads. They formed a square formation that was 20 meters long and 5 to 6 meters wide. The wind that blew from there couldn't break through this human wall at all. I really didn't hear any footsteps. How did they come? Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath, blinked his eyes, and returned to his calm appearance. I came softly. The summer insects also fell silent for me. Silence is the footsteps in the rain. The wind crumbles outside the human wall. Wang Wan said a nondescript poem. Zhang Xiaobao understood and nodded. From tomorrow, no, from today onwards, set up a buffet for all the people working at the dock. They can eat as much as they want at 3 copper coins for 2 meals. Drink according to the cost. In order to continue squeezing their surplus value, let them advertise our shops here or between the clouds and the water. Make them custom-made clothes with our logo. We can't let them take advantage of us. Xiaobao, you're really a good person. You're giving yourself an evil excuse for doing good things. Unfortunately, the river here freezes when winter comes, and they have nothing to do. Wang Wan rubbed her eyes on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. She was also touched. She and Zhang Xiaobao were only children of Zhuangzi, but because she did something that she felt should be done, she got such a result in exchange. Perhaps even County Magistrate Qing wouldn't be able to enjoy such treatment. If these workers were the soldiers before she and Zhang Xiaobao came here, she believed that it might be possible. However, these people didn't have such strong discipline, and they didn't have such a high level of awareness. Everything came from the bottom of their hearts. In fact, these people thought the same as Zhang Xiaobao and her in the beginning. If you're good to me, I'll be good to you. Her family's life was better than before, so she had to protect this benefit. She and Zhang Xiaobao just gave an order not to charge any extra fees for the dock workers. It was unlike other dock workers who had to pay extra every day to allow them to work. Why don't they have anything to do? In winter, they can dig holes. After 2 days, when there are fewer boats, they can dig holes. Hire them to work and dig big holes. They have to be connected to each other. Put up a shelf on top and cover it with soil. Or just let them dig a cellar, a bigger cellar. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to find something for them to do. He couldn't let them waste a winter's time. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said, "Do you let them dig a cellar to store some vegetables or something? Then they have to work now, but there's a lot of work at the docks." Absolutely not. There's no need to care about the vegetables. Digging a cellar is to put ice. When the water in the river freezes in winter, put it in the cellar and take it out next summer. We don't expect them to eat it. We just want them to help with something or put an ice basin next to others when they eat. This is all money, and saltpeter is not cheap. When County Magistrate Qing has something to do in the capital in the future, we can use boats to transport the ice over. Since we've decided to train him, we have to prepare a follow-up for him. We have to let him understand that he still has a huge team behind him. Zhang Xiaobao's mind was agile. In an instant, he thought of a way to continue to let people have things to do. He told Wang Wan. Yes, he's not fighting alone. At this moment, I won't joke around. After digging a cellar and storing ice, what are they going to do? Liangpi won't be easy to sell in winter, right? Pancakes are still okay. When we're done, it will be almost spring. Those who have land at home can go and farm. Those who don't can be organized to help others farm. We can also provide some mountain vegetables. It's not that they don't want to work, it's just that they lack an organization. I plan to connect everyone in Sanshui County with Zhuangzi in the next few years. Whoever dares to touch Zhuangzi is equivalent to touching a county's people. Liangpi is easy to deal with. We can't just sell it and change it to spicy skewers. There seems to be too little spicy food. Spicy food is also fine. It's easy to make the tools. Don't think that we don't have much profit. In the end, people can even copy our products. Our brand can be established. When we mention spicy skewers, the first people think of our Zhang family and Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao would never think of doing such a profitable thing in the past. Now that the environment had changed, he had to think carefully about letting people recognize the two Zhuangzi in their lives. Okay, you can decide on these things. What do we do now? Just stand here and wait for the rain to stop? Wang Wan admitted that she wasn't as good as Zhang Xiaobao when it came to making money. We can't just stand here and wait. Let's go to the barbecue shop. Otherwise, people will catch a cold. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at the people who were standing there to block the wind and rain. He and Wang Wan grabbed the umbrella and walked to their shop. When the two of them moved, the others followed. No one spoke. They walked in silence. As they got closer, their pace became the same. As a result, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked on the side. On the other side, there was a uniform sound from the direction of the wind. The sound of splashing water resonated with the crowd. People in the distance could hear the rumbling sound. As they walked all the way to the Zhang family's barbecue shop, the surrounding shops and pedestrians who were taking shelter from the rain all stared at the group in shock. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood out even more under the umbrella. When they arrived at the entrance of the barbecue shop, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan held the umbrella and looked back at the kind people. They wanted to say something, but they found that any words would be useless at this time. The two of them looked at each other and directly turned to enter the shop. They didn't look back at those people. The shop wasn't small. The windows were low, and there was rain outside. The people eating in the shop clearly saw that so many people had sent the two children here and tacitly turned around and left. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked around to find a place, many people couldn't help but stand up. Chapter 201. Do you see that? This is the aura. It doesn't appear because of how powerful you are, but because of how the people around you flatter you. When I stood in front of the supermarket, no one thought that I was powerful. Instead, some people thought that I was stupid. Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan. Really? It's not because of someone's aura? Wang Wan thought of her grandfather and grandfather. She felt that what Zhang Xiaobao said was wrong. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to know what Wang Wan was thinking. He said, "Are you thinking of your family? That's because you know their status. For example, if a high-ranking official goes to a normal food stall to eat, he will sit there with a serious expression. Other people who eat will not pay attention to him. Only the waiter will ask him what he wants to eat. At this time, there are a few hooligans drinking next to him. If he takes out his dignity and says a few words to those hooligans, can you guess the consequences? Will I get beaten?" Wang Wan thought for a while and said, "It's good enough that you don't get beaten to a pulp. If you keep a straight face and talk to those hooligans like you talk to your subordinates, is that the aura? After a while, the police will come and surround those hooligans. Then, a few people will come and talk to him respectfully. That's the aura. Even if he has been beaten to the point that his mother can't recognize him, even if his originally good clothes have been turned into rags, people will still be afraid of him. If you usually have a high and mighty appearance, people will retreat. It's not because they feel your aura, but because they don't want to talk to you. I have met a lot of people like this before. They rely on their angry appearance to get rid of those who don't want to find trouble. It's so simple. Sometimes I do it, but when I do it, I usually use a helicopter as a foil. Otherwise, people won't talk to me." Zhang Xiaobao introduced some information about the use of aura to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded. She admitted that Zhang Xiaobao was right. When people interact with others, if you always have a straight face and act like you are treating your subordinates, some people don't want a conflict with you and will retreat, while others will dislike you. So she asked Zhang Xiaobao, "How can you make people treat you well and respect you?" It's simple. First of all, you have to respect others. If you find that when you respect others, others don't respect you, it means that they have an aura. They treat others' respect as flattery, and they think you are afraid of them. Zhang Xiaobao explained again. Wang Wan smiled and said to the people who stood up, "You eat your food. It's raining heavily outside, so they sent us here. Don't worry about us. Adults want to protect children." Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were wet, but the two of them were still smiling. This made people feel more and more interested, especially when Wang Wan spoke like a little adult. A middle-aged man looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the waiter, "Waiter, give the two Xiaobao some food. Put it on my tab." See? This is also a kind of aura. A real aura doesn't need others to flatter you. As long as you show your kind side, then people with the same kind side will like you. Of course, even if you keep a straight face now, others will like you. Children are cuter when they are serious. Zhang Xiaobao then changed to lip language and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and replied, "That means that no matter how we look, others will like us, right? That's the good thing about children, right? No, some people have no desire for life. Their hearts are so cold that they don't know how to cherish and love. Then they won't like us." Like that Jia Weiran. He didn't want to care about children like us at first, but later on his attitude changed because he was afraid of us. There is no light in his heart, only profit. Then isn't it sad for him to be alive? Wang Wan asked. No, he might think that our lives are sad. When the birds laugh at the fish for not being able to fly freely in the sky, the fish might also think that the birds are sad because they can't breathe in the water. Zhang Xiaobao smiled at the people looking at him and said to Wang Wan with his lips, "Xiaobao, you must be good at philosophy. Have you reached the level of a master?" Wang Wan winked. No, if I really mastered philosophy, I wouldn't have to learn all kinds of psychology. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while before answering. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao walked to the same table, they suddenly thought of something. "Xiaobao, do you mean that people who can build a 100-story building don't bother to play with sand?" That depends on how you interpret it. Children who play with sand at the beach don't build castles, but dreams. I met a girl at the beach. She was a paralyzed child. She was only 4 years old, but she was drawing wings on the beach, all kinds of wings. At that time, I was negotiating with a country about the use of gas. It was actually a scam. We were in a kind of ice age. I wanted to use the gas on bicycles to reduce pollution, but it was actually a scam. After all, the compressed gas used for bicycles would be dangerous if it collided with other cars. I wanted to use this to buy out their country's gas, the cheaper kind, to serve their bicycles. When I was troubled, I saw that little girl. I asked her, "Why are you drawing wings?" She said, "I can't walk, so the only thing I can do is to fly. Draw wings, accompany me to fly, accompany me to break through." Then I changed my strategy. I know, the biggest scam in the world, a scam that isn't a scam. My dream is to fly. Just that one time, you made 16 billion. That country spent most of their budget on this matter. While promoting their local gas storage and safety technology, they lost a lot of money. It was hard to judge whether they were scammed or gained. So it was you. Okay, when you contributed to the world's disabled children, you also cheated a lot of money. Shouldn't that money be invested in the basic education of children in our country now? Amazing, so that's how it is. Your scam has been written in the textbooks. Wang Wan didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking. She already knew the situation. She really didn't know how to evaluate Zhang Xiaobao's behavior. He didn't spend a single cent, but he almost praised that country. But he helped the disabled children of that country benefit and improved that country's gas technology a lot. Therefore, it was written in the textbooks that it wasn't a scam. She really didn't know that this matter was done by Zhang Xiaobao. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao say it, she didn't doubt it. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't lie to her. Lying to her was meaningless for Zhang Xiaobao. I don't want to talk about this. I want to tell you that the engineer is actually not as good as the little girl. A building with hundreds of floors is not as good as those castles on the beach. This is philosophy, with the purest purpose and hope, with countless flaws. This is art, and this is real philosophy. Birds don't pretend to be pretentious because of their posture in the air. Fish don't feel proud because of their swimming in the water. Then why do humans dare to do something to feel proud? I have never thought about the pride after deceiving people. I know that I am walking on thin ice. I put away all my arrogance, just for that one last wish. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what he was going to say. He took a few deep breaths and calmed down. Wang Wan sat opposite Zhang Xiaobao and looked at him. After a while, she suddenly smiled. Xiaobao, I finally know why so many people follow you wholeheartedly. You put your life into your dream. I feel really happy now that I have come here with you, flying with me. I don't expect to fly. I don't know how to do that. I can only deceive people. Zhang Xiaobao felt a lot more relaxed after he said those words. I know how to do that. Xiaobao, when you sleep at night, you cover me with a blanket a few more times. I will make a hot air balloon for you. I am a high school student. I have a master's degree at the age of 14. My major is law, but I don't know anything. Wang Wan said with a smile. It's up to you. I'm not that shameless. I never take care of others. You don't mean what you say. What about the blanket that you cover me with at night? I always turn over. Wang Wan continued. Pomegranate, it must be her. Waiter, bring the charcoal. Zhang Xiaobao said and lowered his head to call for the waiter. Waiter, didn't I say just now? I asked you to put the bill on our table. What kind of charcoal did you bring? Why is it in that shape? When the person who spoke just now was waiting for the waiter to bring the charcoal, he asked unhappily. The waiter was stunned for a moment. He looked at the charcoal and the shovel in his hand and then looked at the charcoal of the person who spoke. He explained, Sir, the two of them don't need to spend money to eat here. Naturally, the charcoal they use is different. Your charcoal still emits smoke. This charcoal doesn't emit smoke when burned. It is specially smashed with bamboo charcoal and roasted into a slightly white color. Then it is pressed again. You can't buy this kind of charcoal. Really, it is much better than yours. Even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't dare to serve bad things to the young master and young lady. You can see it when you look at the dishes. Others can't eat it at all. The waiter said and showed one of the things on the plate to others. It turned out to be a translucent thing. It was made by smashing the fish meat and pressing it with a red-hot iron plate. It was the same to eat it directly. There was no need to roast it at all. He didn't know the principle of making things under high pressure and high temperature when there was no oxygen. When the person heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He waited for the waiter to put down the charcoal. When he saw that there was no smoke coming out, he believed it. At the same time, he said discontentedly, Why can't I use these things? The cost is too high. Unless you are willing to spend more money, several times more than what you are spending now. The waiter answered honestly. Chapter 202. Hearing the waiter's words, the man felt a little unconvinced. Just as he was about to continue, the woman next to him said, Husband, don't say any more. If I'm not wrong, of the two lovely children, one should be called Wang Wan, and the other should be called Zhang Xiaobao. Is what Madam said true? How did Madam know? The man who had wanted to quarrel just now quietened down and asked the woman next to him in a low voice. Husband is busy with important matters all day long. How could you know such a small matter? I heard that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families of Tuqiao village each have a child. One is in trouble and the other is a girl. When they were young, as soon as they opened their eyes and saw each other, they had to be together. According to some people, they were childhood sweethearts. Since then, the boy and girl were inseparable. Whenever they went out, they would always go together. The two children were very sensible and never caused trouble for the adults in the family. When they met outsiders, they were not like other children. They would always smile first. As long as it was a place under their family's management, whether it was the shopkeeper or the waiter, they would remember their appearance. Husband has been here several times, so you should know that no waiter has ever called anyone little master or little lady. No matter the age, they all call them the same. Husband naturally heard the waiter call them little master and little lady. It wasn't out of respect for people like us. Even the charcoal was different. I think that the two children are the little ancestors of the two Zhuangzi families, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If you don't believe me, husband can stand up and walk over to see if anyone will stop you. The woman spoke in an orderly manner, but the man didn't know the power of the woman next to him. He really stood up and walked over. With a whoosh, 8 people stood up at the 2 tables next to them. 4 of them wore tight black clothes, 2 of them looked like scholars, and 2 of them wore yamen runner uniforms. As the 8 of them stood up, the waiter who had just spoken also exclaimed and stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's table. As soon as he shouted, 2 more waiters immediately came in. One stood in the aisle, and the other welcomed the man who was walking over. "Sir, what do you want?" The shop assistant who greeted him changed his smile and asked cautiously. "I don't want anything. I think those 2 kids are nice, so I want to go over and talk to them." This man was not a fool. From the expressions of the people around him, he could tell that something was wrong. It seemed that the madam was right. The 2 children were Zhuangzi's little ancestors. He glanced at those 8 people just now. It was just a short time before the 2 children came in, less than a quarter of an hour. Especially the 2 yamen runners, their hands were already on the hilts of their swords. "Sir, if you really want to talk, I'll have to search you. Please forgive me." The shop assistant glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing the 2 ancestors nod, he continued speaking. This man was really too curious. Who would dare to search you normally? Unless the shop didn't want to open anymore. At this moment, he met the shop assistant's gaze. Seeing that the shop assistant didn't have the slightest intention of backing down, he could only agree. "Search. After you're done, I can go over." You really take care of the children here." The shop assistant didn't stand on ceremony and directly searched him. He found 2 taels of silver and a string of copper coins on the man's body. He directly went to the woman and said, "Sir, please." "Brother, you also want to go over and take a look? I'm going over as well. Why don't we go together?" At this time, one of the yamen runners suddenly spoke. He took 2 steps forward and stood next to the man. "Uncle Song, you're also here. How is our little brother? Does he cry all day?" At this time, Wang Wan stood up and greeted the yamen runner. When the yamen runner heard Wang Wan's words, a smile appeared on his face and he replied, "Well, that kid cries all day long and makes a lot of noise. At first glance, I can tell that he is a naughty child. I don't know what to do in the future. My brother and I were patrolling here and happened to see you. How is the family?" "Well, thank you for your concern, Uncle Song. In fact, the reason why the little brother cries is not that simple. It's either because he is hungry, or because he is uncomfortable with the cold or heat. It might also be because he wants to pee. You have to watch him more. The most important thing is to get a small bed for the little brother. It must be placed in the corner, not next to the window, but the corner next to the door. Put some warm-colored cloth on the 2 sides of the wall. Oh, it's red cloth. It must be thicker. Also, there can't be too much empty space around the little brother's bed. Even if you put some bags, it will be fine to put all kinds of things in them. This way he won't cry so much. Xiao Bao, it's your turn. Don't always make me say that you don't know as much as I do in this area. What else do you want to do? Give me some ideas." Wang Wan smiled and gave some ideas. As she spoke, she realized that Zhang Xiaobao had been silent all this time. She nudged him with her hand. Zhang Xiaobao could only say, "Also, you have to hold the little brother often, especially when he is sleeping. You have to put the little brother in the middle, pull a curtain at the foot of the bed, and put an extra pillow on the head. This way, the little brother won't cry unless he is hungry or needs to pee." Because Zhang Xiaobao was an orphan, he specially studied this aspect. No matter how young a child was, he still needed a stable environment. That was to make the space that he could see as small as possible. It also had to be warm-colored. With 2 adults by his side, he would always feel that he was in a safe place. In particular, the stretching of space was the most important. Children usually didn't have much of an impression of heights. They dared to climb down directly from a height of dozens of meters. They didn't have that kind of concept, but they were the most intuitive about the size of their surroundings. Especially at night, as long as they couldn't see their surroundings, they would be afraid. In the dark, even if their body temperature dropped by 0.2 degrees, they would immediately wake up and cry to call for protection. Many times, the adults didn't understand and just hummed to coax them. In the end, it was very ineffective. The most correct way was to hold the child in their arms. Usually, the child would fall asleep again within a few seconds. The adults were simply used to this kind of thing but couldn't get rid of it, unless they were like him or Wang Wan, who were specially trained and knew how to adjust their body through psychological cues. This was also why there were always people patrolling the main courtyard of Zhuangzi at night. Those in the inner courtyard could sleep soundly. When the Yamen runner surnamed Song heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words, he nodded vigorously. If it were others, he would be suspicious, but he had always trusted these two little guys. He had heard that when they were almost 1 year old, the two little guys had never cried. In the main courtyard of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, the servants woke up at night and were not afraid. The surrounding sentries were always around to protect them. Okay, I'll arrange it when I get back. What should the child eat? Only milk? Oh, it's all thanks to Zhuangzi. The child's mother's milk has always been very sufficient. The Yamen runner began to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for advice. At the same time, he was very grateful. His wife's milk was sufficient, and it was all because of Zhuangzi's food. The small restaurant in the county would basically send them a bowl of milky white fish soup every day. There were some green vegetables in it, but there was no salt. There was also a pig's knuckle every 3 days. He couldn't repay this kind of considerate care. Today, he happened to hear that the two of them were coming here, so he called his companions in advance to wait here with him. Wang Wan imagined the child's playful expression and said, "You can also give the little brother more fruit juice. Don't give him 2 sour fruits, choose sweet ones. Little brother will definitely like it. If there's no fruit juice, then feed him some rice porridge. It's best to add some sugar. Oh, I forgot about this. I should have asked someone to send him some white sugar. I'll arrange it later." Wang Wan was right. Children liked to eat sugar, not because it was sweet, but because it was hereditary. No matter what food it would eventually become sugar when it was absorbed by the human body. When children were young, they were influenced by their genes and liked to eat sugar. This was necessary for survival. Another point was that children were not afraid of eating fishy and greasy things. If you gave them fatty meat as long as they could bite it, they would also like to eat it. Some adults didn't want to eat fish because it was fishy, but children were not afraid. Everything was instinctive. At this moment, Xiaobao added, "When he's a little older, we'll give him sugar and rice. There's no need for any salt. Little brother will like it too. The rice here has to be ground up, or it'll be too hard." When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he thought of his grandfather, the director. At that time, some children were sent here, and they were fed like this. His younger brothers and sisters had also grown up. "Okay, I'll remember it. Brother, don't you want to talk? Sit here. I'll stand." Bailiff Song firmly remembered Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words. He pointed to a seat opposite Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the man next to him. He held the handle of the knife with one hand and pressed the man's shoulder with the other, asking him to sit down. At this time, this man really believed that the two children in front of him were definitely the little ancestors of the two Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He had long heard that the people in the Yamen were good to the two families, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. "Well, that, little brother, little sister, what do you want to eat? It's my treat today." The man sat down, looked at the bailiff next to him, and said with a trembling voice, "We're not roasting anything, just roasting some garlic. It's raining heavily outside, and it's cold. We're afraid of getting sick. It's good to eat some garlic. Waiter, add a fish for each table." Wang Wan picked up the fish that was pressed until it was translucent, put it on the rack, smeared a layer of oil, roasted it a little, and put it on Zhang Xiaobao's plate and her plate. She said to the man and called the waiter. The man looked at the thing that Wang Wan roasted should be called fish fillet, but it wasn't fish fillet, and asked, "Little sister, don't you want to smear some chili sauce or something?" "I won't. If I do, it'll taste like chili sauce. It's best to eat the original flavor." "Oh, brother, try it. Uncle Song, bring a few of these fish back for little brother to bite when he has nothing to do." Wang Wan said again. Chapter 203. When Wang Wan said these words, she showed her magnanimity. If it was an older person, others might think that she was pretending to be generous, but when it was said by a child, it could only make people feel that this was a good family education. That kind of constant smile and steady appearance made the people eating envious and emotional. "Husband, come and take a look. There's something good here." Just as the man was in a dilemma, the woman who came with him suddenly spoke. The man smiled apologetically at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, then returned to his original position and asked the woman, "Madam, what good thing did you say?" "Oh, husband, look at this." As soon as the meat is placed on the shelf, it turns from red to white. Is it fun? The woman really didn't know what to say. She called her man back so that he wouldn't be embarrassed. She didn't expect that the man didn't even understand this. "Oh, it really changed." "Hee, madam, then let's eat first." The man saw the look in his wife's eyes and finally understood. He laughed and agreed. The people at the surrounding tables looked at him enviously or looked at his wife. If there was a good woman in the family, it could really save a lot of trouble for a man. "Xiao Bao, that woman is very powerful. I listened to her analysis just now. Now, she can help the man to be less embarrassed. It's a pity that the man is really not presentable. Otherwise, his achievements would be even higher." Wang Wan muttered to Zhang Xiaobao beside her as she bit the fish in her mouth. Zhang Xiaobao put the skewered garlic on the shelf to roast, flipping it from time to time, and replied, "I think that woman is the happiest. At least the man doesn't feel that it's embarrassing to be helped by a woman." In many families with powerful women, the man doesn't say to reflect on himself, but is always there to be angry. Men, some without ability, always feel that it's embarrassing. Only those who truly understand the reason will put the position of the family in the right place. I think my father is not bad. My mother is in charge of the entire family, and my father has never interfered. He only wholeheartedly studies. Who dares to say that he has no ability? How can a person without ability find a good wife like my mother? You see, I'm strong enough at home, right? My father didn't say anything. This was a real man. If there was any danger, I believed that he would definitely stand in front of me and my mother. Even if he wasn't that capable, look at the people in the inner yard. Who would dare to look down on my father? When a man gave in to his family, it wasn't that he didn't have dignity, but that was his magnanimity. The green hills do not feel joy or sorrow because of the blooming of flowers and the falling of leaves. The sea does not feel sorrow because of the ebb and flow of the tides. The sky does not feel sorrow because of the rolling clouds. This is what it means to be small and not be a gentleman. To be inconsiderate is not a gentleman. To retreat 3 steps is not to lose. Then, do you listen to what I say? Wang Wan picked up a piece of garlic roasted by Zhang Xiaobao and put it in her mouth. "Listen, when you asked me to get down from the couch, didn't I also roll down first? It was so high and my head was shaken. Don't you see that I've become a fool?" Zhang Xiaobao said while biting the garlic. "Who asked you to be so powerful? You didn't get hurt when you jumped down from a height of 15 meters. You can climb a 9-meter wall with your bare hands. The couch is only slightly taller. That's because I practiced in the past. If you ask me to jump down from a height of 15 meters, I'll be like this roasted fish, sliced into pieces. Besides, I didn't jump vertically. I had a lateral force. When I landed, I also did a series of shock-absorbing movements. The limit of a human is not 15 meters. Some people accidentally fell from the 4th floor, but they also didn't fall. That was 12 or 13 meters, and it was vertical. This means that a human can stimulate more shallow abilities. I don't have the talent. It was exchanged with countless injuries. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't proud of his ability at all. He knew the bitterness of it. Wang Wan thought for a while. That's true. I heard that more than 100 years ago, not long after the liberation, there were thieves who were able to escape by jumping from the 4th floor. The department I'm in has been researching something. What is it? Is it jumping off a building? Zhang Xiaobao asked curiously. What do you mean by jumping off a building? That's just sleepwalking. When sleepwalking, humans are usually able to exert the limits of their bodies. For example, a person who needs 6 minutes to run a kilometer can climb from a dozen floors above to the ground through a pipe flowing with rainwater when he sleepwalks. He could even move sideways to a window that was about 3 meters away. Normally speaking, it was impossible. When he did this, there was a kind of fear that would affect his performance. However, under the condition of sleepwalking, he could do it, and it was done very easily. Look, the record of the long jump is more than 9 meters. Then, a normal person can jump 6 or 7 meters with a run-up. However, in our internal records, there was a sleepwalker who jumped from 2 buildings that were 8.5 meters apart without any run-up. Of course, when we checked him later, we found that the degree of damage to his body was more serious. However, he still jumped over. It's because during the process, he exerted the limits of his body and stimulated the shallow energy. His muscles and bones, including the supply of oxygen, were at their most perfect at that moment. If soldiers could be like this in battle, then even the special forces would have to stand aside. Our 2nd Division has such a research project. One reason for capturing you is to get money, and the other is to study your body. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's because you're too powerful and overdrew your life, causing you to fall seriously ill, or if it's because you're unlucky that you brought me here. Wang Wan finally said something that she had never said before. She felt much more relaxed. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. So, did you guys make some kind of drug? It can help people get more help at that moment? Yes, there has always been. Otherwise, the athlete wouldn't need to have his urine checked. However, our research department found that the human body can secrete that kind of hormone. We've been looking for such a person. How can we say that we've failed to find you? Who asked you to be so kind? You were willing to change a child. At that time, you should be defined as being kind. Even if you were executed 10 times according to the crime you committed, it would still be a light punishment. It's already a long story. Let's think about the present. I'm going to take out 5,000 taels of silver and spread it in Sanshui County before the new county magistrate takes office. Can you help me think about what should be done? We must create an image of being close to the people. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to talk about the original topic. He could only think of it as a dream. It was the past, and it was morning when he woke up. Wang Wan stopped what she was doing and thought carefully. 5,000 taels of silver was not a small amount. Except for building all the roads in the county, there was no problem to do other things. How about we give some oil to each family? There's still some money left. Give a few kilograms of oil to each family. No. How about building their houses? It will cost less money. Repair, not rebuild. Or give them some fireworks and firecrackers to keep for the new year. Wang Wan was giving ideas. She rejected every one of them. In the end, there was no other way. She simply stopped thinking and put a prawn on the rack to roast. Zhang Xiaobao was also thinking hard. He wanted to improve the reputation of Zhuangzi again before the new county magistrate took office. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's collect dung. Let's not collect people's dung. We'll collect livestock's dung and let them dry it. The price can be slightly higher. Other than that, we'll collect some smelly fish, rotten prawns and other things." You want to make fodder? Wang Wan asked doubtfully. That's impossible. The smell is so bad. Don't we have some middle and lower fields for our own household? Next year, we'll take turns and raise them for a year. They'll all go to the fields. The rest will be fed to the chickens. There's still some money left. We don't need so much money. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and came up with this idea. This time, he was not afraid of others saying that he was stupid. In the past, people said that every time Zhangjia Zhuangzi did something, those who did not understand would say that he was stupid. After a few things, he believed that those people would change. Okay, let's do that. We'll just eat a few mouthfuls. Let's go and change clothes. Wang Wan did not roast so many things, so there was no need to throw away the rest. After eating the prawns, she pulled Zhang Xiaobao and walked out. The Yamen runners also left. The other 4 people looked at each other and separated again. They fell behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Xiaobao, do you think we should help to fix the Yamen? Their rule is that officials do not fix the Yamen. I think it's broken a lot." After changing clothes, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao sat at the door. They looked at the heavy rain outside and chatted. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the rain and said, "Well, you reminded me. Fix it? We must fix it. Not only do we have to fix it, but we also have to add a place for the people to rest. Before the new county magistrate arrives, we have to let the people get used to this. You're so bad. Are you waiting for the new county magistrate to arrive and think that this place is not in line with the rules and remove it? Will he be scolded by the people? Then his prestige will be reduced a lot. Then, when the people report the case, can they directly tell the Yamen runners on patrol? Wang Wan understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning and added. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Good idea. This way, things in the Yamen will be more troublesome. If he is a capable official, then there will be no problem. If he is a person who comes in through other channels, then he will suffer. But I heard that this year's county magistrate selection is done by Li Longji himself. How can there be a mistake? Wang Wan asked again. He is also a person, not a precision instrument. A person can make mistakes. If he is really so good, who appointed the provincial governor surnamed An? Who appointed the prime ministers surnamed Li and Zhang? By the way, what has Li Sun been doing recently? I haven't seen him for a long time. I miss him. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he suddenly remembered that there was a neighbor of his imperial nephew. Chapter 204. Gently play and sing, the water flows with me. When I leave, the fallen leaves are drifting. When I return, they are green and yellow. At home, my mother looks at the door, and Yen is at the other side. Gently play and sing, the water flows with me. The group was made up of children between the ages of 10 and 15. They were walking in the middle of the endless fields. One of the children had probably received a different kind of education from a young age. He even brought a lute with him and sang along as he walked. Little Black, can you stop singing? We haven't left home that far. You mean you won't come back for the rest of your life? How annoying. While this person was singing, the person next to him was unhappy and complained to him. Who are you calling Little Black? I hate it when people give me nicknames. Earth Tank, can't you speak properly? The person called Little Black stopped what he was doing and replied. The kid was unhappy. Who are you calling Earth Tank? I'm short and fat now. Won't I grow up in the future? Everyone calls you Little Black. Who told you to fall into a mud pit in the summer? You don't know how to wash and play with us? I'm not the only one calling you that. Others are calling you that too. No matter what happens in the future, you're fat and short now. Just wait for your bad luck. You shouldn't have come at all. I heard that this time is different from the previous 2 times. Let's see how much you can carry. Little Black didn't want to let go of the person who disturbed his mood so easily, so he mocked again. Then let's wait and see. Look at how thin you are. With so many things, I'll crush you. The person nicknamed Earth Tank was not convinced. The team passed through the fields. There was a small path in front of them. No one knew where it led to. At this time, Li Sun began to let people announce the rules. He listened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and was prepared to have a real survival in the wild. First of all, there was a change in the arrangement of water supply at intervals. And no matter if it was day or night, there was no tent. Unless someone was ready to leave, they would be placed. If they wanted a tent, they could carry it themselves. Not only that, he also asked people to bring as many things as possible, whether it was food or drinks. At the same time, there was no limit on how far they had to walk each day. It was just a matter of who got there first. It seemed that it would take at least 4 to 5 days to get there. During this process, the parents were not allowed to give the children anything, and the children were not allowed to go to a shop to buy things. If they wanted to drink water, it was simple. They just had to bring enough or drink from the nearby river. If the water was poisonous, they could ask someone to check for them. It was the same for food. They would eat whatever they could find. If they couldn't take it, they would leave the team. This time, there weren't too many people, only 80. It was all to give him a clear survival training and let him write it to his father and even send it to his uncle. The team temporarily stopped on the road. With the shouts of Li Sun's subordinates, the children began to prepare. They learned from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that the bags took up half of their bodies and were not small at all. The parents were busy stuffing things into the bags. There were jerky, water, clothes, blankets, and so on. There were all kinds of things. Li Sun was also stuffing things for himself. He had specifically asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about these things, so he was more prepared. A blanket was indispensable. In addition to this, there were jerky and fried noodles. Originally, he wanted to make some of Zhang Xiaobao's instant noodles, but he felt that it would take up too much space, so he could only give up. There were also 2 water bags, a pair of shoes, a small shovel, a bowl set, and a fire scythe for starting a fire. When everyone was almost ready, they set off together. The path was not that wide, so it was impossible for everyone to walk side by side. At this time, Li Sun learned to be smart. He followed behind a person who was about the same height as him. He only lowered his head to look at the other person's feet and walked mechanically. This would reduce the consumption of energy. Why didn't Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan come? A person in the team muttered, gritting his teeth. It seemed that he had a deep hatred for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. These words were heard by Li Sun. He turned his head to look at Han Yongyao, who was speaking. He knew that this conflict was caused by him. He found it funny in his heart. This brat didn't dare to take revenge on him, so he put his hatred on the two children. Not to mention that they didn't come. If they came, what could Han Yongyao do? Fight, 2 against 1. In the desert he asked clearly and was defeated. In terms of survival in the wild, with his little ability, how could he compete with 2 children who were taught by a master? If I meet them this time, I will definitely let them know how strong I am. Humph, they actually dared to knock me down. I am not convinced, Han Yongyao continued. There are many things that you are not convinced of. Don't grumble in front of me, it's annoying. Li Sun frowned and looked at Han Yongyao. He replied with dissatisfaction. He had a good impression of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although they were 2 children, they spoke like adults, educated and reasonable. Compared to the current Han Yongyao, they were not at the same level. If the 2 children had lived in the palace since they were young, it would be understandable. However, they lived in Zhuangzi. It could only be said that the master behind them taught them well. Li Cheng ran there and had not returned until now. He did not know how his conversation with the master went. He heard that recently, the master had been giving Li Cheng some interesting questions. They looked simple but were not easy to do. He hoped that when he returned, he would be able to give him a surprise. When Han Yongyao heard that his words were interrupted, he was about to refute. However, he suddenly realized that it was the imperial nephew. He immediately closed his mouth, afraid of causing trouble. However, his heart was even more uncomfortable. His hatred for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also increased. He did not dare to provoke the imperial nephew. He could only walk slowly and wait for others to pass by. Then he started to grumble again. Don't think that I don't know. That land is nearly 6,000 mu. I rewarded 4,000 mu. It's all occupied, right? When I return home, I will settle this with you. It's not that easy to knock me down. Make money? Let me make money. You won't have the life to spend it. Yongyao, what are you talking about? Who offended you? Tell me, I will help you think of a way. Just as Han Yongyao finished grumbling, someone came over and asked in a low voice. Who else could it be? It's Zhangzhe Zhuangzi and Wang Zhuangzi's little brats who stole the land that my family wanted. Last time in the desert, when I was not paying attention, they kicked me down. The 2 of them were afraid that I would beat them up, so they ran away quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. I can't take this lying down. Han Yongyao looked at the person next to him. He knew him. If he wanted to see him, he would often see him. He was next to his family's Zhuangzi and was older than his family's Zhuangzi. He slightly changed the situation and told the story. The 2 of them were kicked down by you? I heard that the 2 of them are not even 3 years old. How did you do it? In the desert? When the person heard this, he was curious. He did not care if it would make Han Yongyao sad and asked. Yes, it's the 2 of them, a boy and a girl, surviving in the desert. They said that they were 5 years old. Don't look at them because they are young. They are not young, and they are full of evil tricks. I was careless and was knocked down by the 2 of them together. Don't you know me? I can beat the 2 of them effortlessly. Look, you didn't see them today, right? They are scared. Han Yongyao found an excuse for himself and gestured for the person to look around. Indeed, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not around. Yeah, they are really scared. The person did not know what to say at that moment and could only follow along. The other person next to him looked down on Han Yongyao and interrupted. Who is scared? You should be happy that you didn't see the 2 of them today. You didn't see the 2 of them jumping on their horses on the grassland. You are scared to death. Are you as tall as a horse? The two of them can cooperate with each other and change their body shape in the air. If you meet them, one of them will jump on the other and kick you to death. Do you think they are pushovers? In the 2 wilderness survival missions, which one of them didn't run at the front? In the desert, when you were crying at the end, they were trotting all the way there. It was clear from his words that the person who spoke was someone who had experienced the 2 wilderness survival missions. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had left a strong impression in his heart. He was one of the last 3 people to walk in front of the others in the desert. He could only watch as the 2 children ran from behind and overtook him, but there was nothing he could do. At that moment, he was really convinced. He remembered that when he heard the 2 people running by, they shouted 1, 2, 2, 2, the same pace, the same arm swing. Even when they were close to the tent, the sound still echoed in his ears. Thinking about the shocking scene when they got on the horse on the grassland, he did not dare to compare himself with them. Han Yongyao obviously did not like to hear others praise Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He turned his head and said, "I am not talking to you. Brother Xing Yi, I am talking to you." "They tell me." The person who was called Xing Yi nodded. It was his first time participating in this mission, so he did not know what had happened before. "Then help me think of a way to deal with the 2 of them. Let me tell you, their family took up more land than they should have. They were given 4,000 mu of land. In the end, they took up nearly 6,000 mu of land. I must let them know my power." Han Yongyao had been holding back his anger, hoping that others would help him. He really could not think of a good way. "I also heard about what happened to them. I don't think we should tell them first. We should let them know from another angle. I have an idea." "Listen to me," the person thought for a while, then put his mouth close to Han Yongyao's ear and said his idea. "Will that work? If you ask me to do that and the government finds out, my family will also be in trouble. It will not be easy to poison them." Han Yongyao heard the person's words and hesitated. "How can it not be easy? Your 2 families are next to each other. Just send 2 people over at night." The person continued to emphasize. "Okay, I will listen to you this time." Han Yongyao finally agreed. Chapter 205. After the autumn rain, it was much colder. The restaurant between the clouds and the water lived up to its name. Wild fish hadn't washed up here, and local fish couldn't be found here either. The people in the restaurant had to fish some fish from the pond in Zhuangzi and put them in the middle of the restaurant that was surrounded by a net. The tables on the first floor where fish could be caught were also full. Only these tables could be used to eat and fish at the same time. Compared to other places, the price was also higher. Today, not only were there many customers here, but there were also many customers eating on the first floor and the second floor. Almost every customer was carrying a plate with a number written on it. When it was almost time to get a person's number, a waiter came over to greet the customer. The customer followed the waiter to a private room on the second floor and discussed with Steward Zhang about buying popcorn. It was the snack that popped out of the popcorn, glued it with sugar, and cut it into pieces. As for how they talked inside, the people outside didn't know. All the merchants who came out didn't say anything when they were asked. "Waiter, come here, I want to ask you something." In a room on the second floor, 2 merchants, one thin and one fat, sat opposite each other. They were looking at the scenery outside while eating and drinking. The number of words on their plates was a little late. They couldn't wait any longer, so they had to call the waiter over to ask. The waiter came over with a smile and stood beside them respectfully. "Sir, please tell me. As long as I know, I will tell you everything I know. I heard that the popcorn is the rice that was originally used to make seeds. Is it true that it was drenched by the rain?" The fat merchant thought that when they entered the room later, they would need to talk about the price. For example, if the popcorn was drenched by the rain, they would have to lower the price and so on. The waiter blinked twice and coughed softly to clear his throat. Then he said, "Sir, you know about it?" "Yes, there was such a thing." "You didn't know that day." "That guy, let me tell you, there were so many people. It was so dark that you couldn't see anything. It was about to rain. Everyone was anxious, especially the owners of the grain store. They were so anxious that their eyebrows were on fire. Guess what they did? Lighting up the lanterns, that guy lit up half the sky. He swung his scythe and the rice fell one by one. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just as he was about to collect the scythe, there was a loud crack of thunder, and who knew how many people were killed? Then, raindrops as big as soybeans came pouring down. That guy, just listen. There are sounds of rain everywhere. This lowly one is watching from the second floor. I saw the uncut rice seedlings get smashed down by the rain. The rice grains get smashed everywhere. The guy, dude, what are you talking about? It's raining so heavily at night. Can you see the rice grains flying over there while standing here? Let me ask you, are those patties moldy? Listening to the waiter's boasting, the thin merchant interrupted the waiter unhappily. The shop assistant didn't feel embarrassed at all. He smiled and said, "Sir, you are right. I heard it from others. Please excuse me. You asked if it's moldy? No, absolutely not. Listen to this lowly one. At that time, I heard that the owners of the grain stores were so anxious that they cried. That guy looked so pitiful. Guess what happened? Zhangzhe Zhuangzi collected the patties that were soaked in the rain and sold some new seeds to them. They were so touched. That guy kept praising Zhuangzi and cried even louder than before. Other people would be done for if they encountered such a thing, but the Zhang family's farmstead didn't care. That night, they collected the drenched rice and began to peel it. After peeling it, they placed it in something and threw it into the fire. The entire farmstead heard the sound of a clanging sound. That fellow sounded like thunder. This lowly one went to see it the next afternoon. That guy, can you guess what this lowly one saw? You definitely won't be able to guess. It came out right in front of this lowly one's eyes. Oh, it's so scary. What's scary? The shop assistant said and gestured, which really attracted the two merchants. At the critical moment, he suddenly stopped. That's a good question. What's scary? Don't worry, this lowly one definitely didn't see a big worm or a wild wolf. We don't have those things here. Even if we do, we don't need to be afraid. Zhuangzi has a protection team. You don't know that the protection team is very powerful. The guy. With a clatter, a string of coins was thrown on the table. The thin merchant didn't say anything and just looked at the shop assistant. That day, this lowly one saw some planks in the courtyard of the manor. On top of the planks were pieces of paper. A small mountain of rice was piled on top of the paper. Beside it, there was also someone boiling sugar to make the rice stick to the rice. The shop assistant changed his expression and said what the two wanted to know as quickly as possible. At the same time, he picked up the 20 coins and put them into his sleeve. Well, then do you know what turned the rice into flowers? The fat merchant asked again. No, the shop assistant answered without thinking. With a clatter, another 11 strings of coins were thrown on the table. This time, there were twice as many coins as last time. The two merchants didn't know how to carry them, but they were strangely heavy. I don't know. Please don't take them out. Even if I know, this lowly one can't say. The shop assistant directly said. The two merchants looked at each other. The thin one nodded and the fat one said to the shop assistant, "Do you want to change to a better place to work?" "Yes, but I don't know." The housekeeper said that this lowly one will be a shopkeeper in a few days. The shop assistant stopped smiling and said seriously. The thin merchant looked at the shop assistant and thought for a while, "Then you have to work hard. I heard that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is selling chickens recently. Do you know how many of them haven't been sold?" "You mean chickens?" "Yes, we're selling them. Not only chicks, we're selling ducklings and geese as well. There are so many of them. That fellow, when I came out this morning, I saw a flock of chicks running back and forth in the farmstead, chirping nonstop. That's what they look like. They're half the size of my palm and are so furry." Speaking of this, the shop assistant's face was full of smiles again, and his hands were also on the drawing board. When the two merchants heard this, they sighed at the same time. They exchanged for a string of 10 copper coins and pushed it in front of the shop assistant. There are about 6,000 left to be sold. You have to give them to the farmers on Zhuangzi first and to the surrounding Zhuangzi as well. If you want to buy them, you have to be quick. Otherwise, you won't have anything left. This lowly one has a list here. Please take a look. It has the size and price of each bird written on it. When the shop assistant put away the money, he told the two of them what they wanted to know. He also took out a piece of paper with some words written on it. The fat merchant took it and handed it to the thin merchant. On it was written the number of days and the price of 3 kinds of birds. The male and female birds were calculated separately. It also said what to feed them, which ones were cheaper and which ones grew faster. It was very detailed. Who should I talk to about this matter? The thin merchant folded the paper and put it away. When it's your turn, you can talk to Steward Zhang directly. If you want to ship them back yourself, we'll see how much you can negotiate. If you want to ship them back to Zhuangzi, you'll have to pay more. After the shop assistant finished speaking, he saw the 2 of them and immediately left. At noon, the weather was a little warmer. Some of the 80 children were tired from walking. They found a place under a tree and squatted there to eat. Everyone was carrying a big bag. Although it was a little heavy, there was a lot of things inside. There was water and meat, and some people even packed some washed fruits. Brother Yongyao, did you arrange someone to go back and do the poisoning thing? The person who gave the bad idea, who was called Brother Xing Yi by Han Yongyao, came over with half a lamb leg in his hand and asked in a low voice. Humph, Brother Xing Yi, don't worry. I've arranged everything. Brother Xing Yi, try the lamb chops my family brought me. Han Yongyao handed over several pieces of smoked lamb chops. Good, it's good that you've arranged it. Brother Yongyao, try my leg of lamb. I brought 3 this time. Xing Yi took out a leg of lamb to exchange. The 2 of them laughed sinisterly. Li Sun was also eating at this time. He was surrounded by a few people who had stayed with him from the grassland to the desert. The things they took out were different from those people who came here for the first time. Most of the things they carried was water. There was no whole roast chicken, no lamb leg, no lamb chop, and no sauced beef. They were all kinds of fried noodles, and there was some hard jerky inside. They grabbed a handful and stuffed it into their mouths, drank some water, and slowly chewed. They also licked away the little bits of foam on their mouths and hands with their tongues. Young Master Li, looking at the things they brought, it seems like they won't last more than a few days. Are you really going to give them a beating? A person finished the food in his mouth and asked softly. Li Sun's face was gloomy. He looked around at the people who were eating and snorted coldly. That's what I said at the beginning. If they were willing to come, I would have let them know in advance that the journey this time would be very long. They actually dared to bring so much meat and bones that take up so much space. Beat them. The journey has already been divided into 10 portions. I won't let them off easily. Li Sun's big matter was to summarize the situation and report it to his father. He wanted his father to allow him to send people to survive in the harsh wilderness for a longer period of time. He hadn't added the intelligence gathering and anti-reconnaissance yet. After Li Sun finished speaking, those people didn't know what to say. Li Sun thought for a moment and said, when the time comes, apart from those who are in the military, I will give them a position as a tribute to their hometown. Rewards and punishments will be fair. Thank you, young Master Li. When the people around heard that the imperial nephew had secretly given them a position, they thanked him one after another. Otherwise, with their age, they might not be able to pass the exam. It would be very difficult for them to get a position. Young Master Li, the fried noodles we brought can't last until then. It's estimated that it will take half a month. What should we eat at that time? Can you tell us a bit? A person next to them suddenly thought happily. The backpack was only so big. If there was too much, it wouldn't be able to walk. If they ate it all, how would they replenish it? The grass was already yellow, and the wild vegetables couldn't be eaten. Chapter 206. He was not the only one who was worried. The others were also worried. If they put too much in their backpack, they would not be able to carry it. It would take them about half a month to walk the designated distance. No matter how much they put, it would not be enough. Li Sun got the secret book from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so he was not worried at all. He smiled and asked the others, "Did you bring a shovel?" "Yes, but the shovel is useless. We can't eat the wild vegetables. They taste like wood in our mouth." The person who spoke just now quickly nodded and took out the shovel that was passed down by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from his backpack. Now, each of them had one. "It's good that you brought it. Don't worry about the rest. Did you bring salt?" Li Sun asked another thing. Everyone nodded together. Blankets, salt, shovels, bowls, lime, fire sickles, ropes, and telescopic sticks had become essential things for them. Even if they put less food in their backpacks, they could not lack these things. Otherwise, it would be easy to get into trouble. There was also a spare pair of shoes, the kind with small lumps on the bottom. Then don't be afraid. This time I brought more things than you. I filled a small tube with vegetable oil. I can share some with you. It's not your fault. You didn't know before. Li Sun only said that it was enough to bring things, but he did not say what they were for. Everyone wanted to know very much, but they did not dare to ask. They could only remember these words and wait for the right time. With fried noodles and water, Li Sun and the others ate quickly. After they finished eating, they went on the road without waiting for others. Seeing that the imperial nephew left, the others followed one after another. Fortunately, they could hold the food in their hands and did not need to squat in one place to eat. The mountain is covered with red maple leaves. The path leads into the secluded thicket. The pavilion is high, the road turns, and the building is short. Grinding the ink to leave a poem, and putting down the brush to wait for the paper to be empty. The woodcutter occasionally sat down and talked in detail about the thick autumn. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan changed out of their good-looking but troublesome clothes. Under the protection of several people, they climbed the mountain next to them. Only after taking a few turns and walking on a small path did he realize that there were quite a lot of scholars here. Perhaps autumn was the time when great poets were in high spirits. Every pavilion and building that he came across were filled with poems written by people. When there was no place to write, there was a specialized person who would hang a piece of white paper there and let people continue to write. Some people had already dipped their brush in ink and found that the paper they had just hung up was occupied by someone else, so they could only wait. Xiaobao, look, this poem is well written. Today is late autumn. I'm here to climb the mountain. The poultry were also climbing, a duck and a cliff. This person must be very good at singing. Yaiyeo, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a red face as she looked at the chicken chop. Yes, it's not bad. It's a good poem. Zhang Xiaobao praised. So this young master and young lady can also tell that my poem is not bad? It's really sentimental. Just as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, a person who was about to pick up a brush and write a poem said. The two of them were stunned. They actually met? Wang Wan's mouth moved. Xiaobao, remember to remind me to write my surname backwards. I don't want to be like him. Okay, I'm glad. If he wants to be surnamed Zhang, I will write it separately. The top is Bao, the bottom is Chang. Zhang Xiaobao expressed his understanding. This person seemed to be unsatisfied with what he had just said. He stopped and said, Then do the two of you know the meaning of my poem? He really didn't mind that the children in front of him were young and treated them as two people who could talk to each other. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and gave him a look. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, According to my guess, this is a poem with the world in mind. From the last line, you can tell. A duck and a cliff. A duck standing on the edge of a cliff. Looking at it, one is worried that it will fall. If even a duck can be treated like this, how can a human be treated like this? That's not right. My poem is a sentimental poem about the past. Young lady, you say something. This person didn't plan to let go of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan so easily. He shook his head and looked at Wang Wan with expectation. Wang Wan had no choice but to bite the bullet and stare at the poem. She wanted to find a sentimental meaning from it. I know. You must have a duck at home. When you miss home in the autumn, you climb up and see other people's ducks. You think, home is at the corner of the sea, and I am at the end of the world. There are ducks at home, and there are ducks here too. You feel sentimental, right? Wang Wan held back for a while and finally said it. This person nodded. Yes, although it's not the center, it's not far. When I saw this duck, I thought, why aren't you a wild duck? That way you can fly very far. Don't tell me you want to jump off the cliff and fly? If I grew wings, I would definitely go home and take a look. Yes. That's right. It's very artistic. Then Brother Wang, you are busy. We will go up first. Zhang Xiaobao quickly agreed. After he finished speaking, he grabbed Wang Wan's hand and was about to run up. Wait, I see that the two of you are not bad. Don't you have a sentimental sentence? For example, The two of you have done well last year and this year. Why don't you leave a piece of calligraphy here for future generations to see? This person stopped Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and insisted that the two of them write something sentimental. Cuckoo, you right? There's really no other way. We have to deal with one. Let's go. Zhang Xiaobao let Wang Wan take the lead this time. His writing was better than this person's, but the time he had to practice was too short. Wang Wan had no choice but to run to this person and take the brush. She spread the paper on the stone table. When she was about to write, she said, "I don't know how to write poems. I will just write something fun. Sentimental. I will definitely be sentimental." As Wang Wan spoke, she wrote the Lu script. Her wrist was not strong enough and was a little soft. After she finished writing, she threw down the brush and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to run. After the two of them left, this person smiled and looked at what Wang Wan wrote. "Ah, you are the wind, I am the sand. Hee hee, a child will be a child. It's fun to write." When this person saw the first few words, he laughed out loud. The person beside him also curiously came over and read, "Ah, you are the wind, I am the sand. When I blow duckweed, we are a flower. When I laugh, the flower falls." The person beside him looked at the words on the paper and then looked at this person surnamed Wang. He laughed and left without saying anything. "Young Master Wang, I wonder if you can give this paper to me?" Just as this person surnamed Wang was polishing what Wang Wan had written, another person who had also just arrived walked up to him, glanced at the words, and said to him, "This. Young Master Wang, I have 100 copper coins here. I can exchange it for the words in your hand." Young Master Wang also wanted to write. "How about I give you another 100 copper coins?" This person immediately added. The man surnamed Wang didn't hesitate. When he saw that the 200 copper coins were about to be sold, he wrote one as well. Together with the one written by Wang Wan, the man in the pavilion copied it and sold it to him. "Go, quickly send this to the official. Tell the official that this was written by a little girl from Zhuangzi." This person took the item and hurriedly turned around and walked back. After walking for a while, he gave the order to the person in front of him. The person nodded and carefully put away the words. He turned around and ran away. This person took out what the person surnamed Wang had written and glanced at it. He cursed, "Rubbish." He rolled it into a ball and threw it into the mouth of a toad that was carved out of wood. It was a special garbage bin. A person carrying a basket on his back and a broom in his hand swept the branches and pebbles on the road. He glanced at this person and then glanced in the direction that the other person had left. He unhurriedly swept the ground under his feet and turned around to walk in another direction. Just as he turned around a corner, he suddenly sped up. He stared at the figure of the person who had left until they reached the foot of the mountain. He saw that person running towards the pier. He said a few words to a person in the carriage beside him. Soon, a horse carrying a person also went in that direction. That was too scary. Later, we will take a detour and don't meet him again. I will remember and not talk nonsense in the future. Wang Wan patted her chest and said with lingering fear. She had run all the way to the top of the mountain with Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, he was too persistent. I hope that he didn't participate in the imperial examination. His writing was also terrible. Yes, standing here and looking down, it is indeed spacious and bright. It's just that this place hasn't been fixed yet. There is only a platform and no railings. It would be bad if he fell. Zhang Xiaobao opened his arms and felt the wind blowing. He looked at the scenery below and said happily. Wang Wan also said, "Yes, after fixing the railings, we still need to add 2 nets below. I'm afraid that people will stand on the railings to enjoy the scenery. It's a pity that we don't have good steel cables. Otherwise, it would be even more fun to slide down. Okay, let's go down and shake off the tail. Let's see how the lake is being fixed." Zhang Xiaobao whispered and pulled Wang Wan down another path. The people protecting them still followed behind. Going down the mountain was slightly slower. There was no main road and it was rugged. The stairs were also cut out from the mountain and there was only a rope to protect them. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, there were 3 carriages waiting for passengers parked side by side. The people protecting them first surrounded the 3 carriages and waited for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to enter. Only then did they protect one of the carriages and quickly move in the direction of the yamen. As soon as the first carriage left, 2 people got on the second carriage. After giving the order, they also moved in the direction of the yamen. After the second carriage left, the last carriage changed direction. The sound of horses' hooves could be heard as they went to the lake. After about a quarter of an hour, the third carriage stopped. The door opened and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came out. Seeing that there was already water and there was still a dam around the lake, they held hands and ran over. Okay, when the dam is finished, we can dig a canal to connect to the little Luo Shui. It will be much more convenient to come here next summer. Wang Wan stood in the pavilion by the lake and planned. Yes, that's right. It's just that there is no spring on the mountain. Otherwise, there would be a small river for those scholars and beauties to play with. Zhang Xiaobao was slightly regretful. Chapter 207. Xiaobao, who do you think is following us? I think it's quite interesting. Wang Wan began talking about the tale. Those people were too unprofessional in following them. How could they be seen through? Ever since they came out in the morning, there had been 2 different groups of people following them. It was unknown if they had planned ahead and kept following them. Did they think they were too impressive, or did they think that she and Zhang Xiaobao were too foolish? Such a method of following was an insult to the intelligence of others. They were too inexperienced. It was easy to shake them off. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei shook their heads. How would I know who is following us? There are many people who are curious about the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads, and any one of them could be the culprit. When the people who are tracking them come back, it will be clear. The things you wrote have been taken away, and they are probably keeping them for research purposes. Xiaobao, let's go out and have fun in a while. Then we will let them see us and shake them off. Let them experience it. Wang Wan suddenly thought of an idea, perhaps feeling that life was too boring. All right, let's do that. When it gets a little darker, we will go boating by the river. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Are you stupid? How did you lose them? Tell me, where did you lose them? In a courtyard beside Sanshui County's yamen, 2 people who were following Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were standing in front of a man in his late 30s. They lowered their heads and were being reprimanded. They took the second carriage and followed behind the first one. In the end, the first carriage arrived at the yamen and stopped there. The surrounding guards dispersed. They unloaded the horses and tied them to a tree by the side. They found a rock and sat on it to take a nap. In the end, they waited and waited until it was almost night time, but no one came out of the carriage. As the sky darkened, the carriage seemed to be tidying up the carriage. The surrounding boards were all removed. When the 2 saw the empty carriage, they were dumbfounded. Where was the person? Why was there no one? Hey, I'm asking you too. Do you know where you lost him? Think about it carefully. You can't even keep an eye on 2 children. What little smarts. How dare you call yourself that when you're so stupid? The man sat there and asked the 2 of them to recall when they had lost face. When those people dispersed, they probably hid Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in their clothes, Xiao Tsong said after thinking for a while. That's not right. We should be able to see a person hiding in the clothes. I think they jumped when they were crossing the bridge. Tsong refuted Xiao Kong. The person sitting there was so angry that he laughed. Aren't you following behind? There are railings on the bridge. Why don't you jump and show me? Think again. That means that when the carriage was unloaded, he used the horse to block the carriage. That's right, he led the horse around the carriage. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran out and ran. No, we can see everything around us. There's no place to hide. But as Xiao Tsong spoke, he denied his own words. Tsong didn't understand and scratched his head. At this time, a person ran in and said, I found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They're at the dock. They got on a passenger boat. They should be going somewhere else. Okay, send more people. Tsong, Xiao Tsong, you 2 go quickly. Remember, you can't lose them this time. Wei Wei, who was sitting, nodded and glared at the 2 of them. I'll follow them this time. Send more people to watch them. Xiao Tsong promised. Tsong also looked determined. When the 2 of them arrived at the dock, they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan standing under the lantern on the boat. They were pointing at the river and seemed to be talking about something happy. Tsong, they're there. The person who stayed here pointed at the figure on the boat and said to Dekong, I saw them a long time ago. Let's go and get on the boat. Arrange a few people to hire a boat to watch by the side and see where they want to go. Tsong vented his anger on this person. He brought a few people over and asked Xiao Tsong to watch from the outside. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also found the two people who were following them. They looked at each other and smiled. They turned and entered the biggest cabin in the middle of the boat. There were many people inside. The design of this boat was different from others. There was a space in the middle for people to eat, drink, and chat. If they wanted to go back to rest, there were 2 entrances and only 1 floor. Otherwise, the beam above would not be able to hold. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked through the crowd and turned to enter a door. After a while, 2 more people went in. When Tsong brought people to find the people who stayed in the cabin to watch, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still came out to watch the fun and then went back. Open your eyes wide. How many people went in? Tsong was now sure. 4, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and 2 people, a boy and a girl. The person who stayed behind replied. Alright, now there are 6. Another 2 went in, so 5. An old man came out, and a child went in. Watch them closely. One of you go over and don't let him change. Now there are 4 people, so an adult comes out. Tsong stared without blinking and asked people to see if there was any way to go elsewhere. Tsong, the child who went in just now, came out. That's right, it's the same one. Now there are 3 people, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and 1 more person. One of the people who watched came back. 5 went in, now there are 8 inside, 2 more went in, 10 more came out, 3 more came out, 2 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 more came out, there is 1 more inside, and, how many more? Tsong was stunned as he counted and asked uncertainly. Tsong, I remember, there is 1 more. He came out, there is no one inside now. A person at the side was still smiling and saying, No one? Where are Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Stupid, how did you count? Go in and take a look. Tsong was stunned this time. He was the first to rush over, and the others followed. They waited for the door to be pushed open, but there was no one in the empty room. Quick, follow me to find Xiao Kong. He is outside. Tsong shouted and ran out first. At this time, the boat had not left yet. They had to wait for a while, and when most of the people were on it, it would leave. Xiao Tsong was guarding outside. There were people on the boat, on the pier, and on the bridge. He did not believe that he could not guard them. After waiting for a while, when the boat was about to leave, he suddenly saw Tsong running out from inside. With the help of the lights on the boat, he seemed to be very flustered. Xiao Tsong hurriedly went over. What's wrong, Tsong? It's gone. It disappeared right under my nose. Did you see it? Tsong grabbed Xiao Tsong's shoulder and asked nervously. Xiao Tsong asked curiously, What's gone? Who did I see? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them are not in the boat. We have been keeping an eye on them. Did they come out? Tsong did not know how to describe his feelings. The thing he regretted the most was that he did not send anyone in, but that seemed to be someone else's rented cabin. He could not send anyone in. You didn't keep an eye on them. I didn't see them outside, so they must be inside the boat. Arrange for people to get on the boat and follow them. When they get to the place where they disembark, get people to watch them. This boat is going to the capital, so it can stop 3 times on the way. Tsong gritted his teeth and gave the order. 4 people went on the boat, while he and Xiao Tsong rushed back. They had to report. In the semicircular room on the 3rd floor of the first house in Linshui, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood by the window and watched Tsong and Xiao Tsong lead the others in a hurry. They kept laughing. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and sighed helplessly. It's too unfulfilling. Why don't they remember what the people who come in and go out look like? They only think about the 2 of us. It's over. They lost us again. They didn't notice when 3 children came in twice. They didn't notice when 4 children went out. Don't they know that 2 children are together, wear big clothes to cover their faces, change into big shoes, and use wooden sticks to lengthen their arms? Let's go. We'll give them another chance. Let's go to the county town's night market to eat snacks. There's no curfew here. I wonder what it's like in the capital. Zhang Xiaobao was ready to continue attacking the other party. He already knew the house. Tsong and Xiao Tsong followed the first car, and there were people following behind them. The two of them talked and went downstairs. They took the boat to the shore and strolled directly to the night market. Young master, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are hiding on the boat. I've arranged for people to watch them. One stands outside. Even if there's a small boat, he can still see them. One stands inside. There are two waiting for rotation. The people protecting them should know that someone is following them. Tsong and Xiao Tsong returned to the house and reported to the person who was still sitting there. The person pondered for a while and asked, "Did you see which cabin they went into?" "I saw it, but there was no one in the cabin after that. I kept an eye on it, but I don't know how it disappeared. Maybe the cabin was connected to a secret passage somewhere else." Tsong found the best explanation for the situation at the time. "What secret passage? That boat doesn't have a secret passage at all. I've specially asked people to check it. All the wood texture is correct, and it doesn't look like it's connected." "Stupid, you still lost them." The person really didn't know what to say. Tsong trembled. He wanted to explain, but he opened his mouth and didn't say anything. "Young master, I was guarding outside. I didn't see the two of them come out. They must be on the boat." Xiao Tsong helped Kong report. Just as Xiao Tsong's voice fell, a person came in. "Young master, in the county's night market, our people saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan eating pancakes. Wang Wan also asked for a bowl of liangpi soup. At a place selling barbecue, they asked someone to roast a few shrimp." "Yes, I know. You can leave." The young master responded and waited for the person to leave. His eyes turned to Tsong and Xiao Kong. He didn't say anything and just stared at them. Chapter 208. Young master, did they make a hole in the boat below and enter the water? Tsong was dumbfounded and tried to find an excuse. "I think water has entered your head. Didn't you say you were counting people? Why did water enter again? There will be fewer people entering. Are you stupid?" This young master was also puzzled. Tsong and Xiao Tsong were usually smart people. What happened to them today? They seemed to lose track of each other every time. Xiao Tsong was at the side and could not understand. It was strange. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Looking at the young master's gloomy face, he said softly, "Young master, this time I will not lose track of them. I will go again." "Go, all of you go. Follow them. What's the point of losing track of them? If they wanted to do something, they would have done it long ago. Go take a look and learn from them. Tomorrow, get someone to find young Master Song. Go early in the morning. Don't wait for him to find us. Tell him that we have no ill intentions." This young master gave up on punishing the two of them and waved his hand like he was shooing away flies. Tsong and Xiao Tsong did not understand and asked at the same time, "Young master, why would he find us?" "You can follow them, but they will follow you. If you lose track of them, do you think they will lose track of them as well? They have not sent the bailiffs to find them because they are waiting. If we go tomorrow, we will be weaker than them. Young master is saying that they are following us and did not see them. Tsong and I have been very careful. What is the use of the bailiffs coming? They dare to arrest us?" But Xiao Tsong did not believe it. The young master laughed. "Kakik, not arresting them, but dragging you to see an illness. Do you know what illness it is? Water has entered your head. Scram." Tsong and Xiao Tsong ran out in confusion and stood at the entrance of the house. They looked around cautiously. "Tsong, did you see them? Are they following us?" Xiao Tsong asked. "No, young master said so." "Let's go, young master is angry. I've been following him until night time today, and I'll follow him during the day tomorrow. I don't believe I can lose him again." Tsong looked back at the house, shivered, and walked quickly to the night market. When the two of them arrived at the night market, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each ate a fruit pancake. They were almost full and were eating prawns. This time, the prawns were small, about an inch long. They were taken out of the bucket alive. When they were roasted, they would turn red. They didn't even need to peel the skin off their heads. Just brush it with some salt water. It won't have much taste. "Xiaobao, you eat one more. I'll eat one more. Let's split these two. Let's go. They're coming." Wang Wan burped. Seeing the 2 prawns left in front of her, she gave one to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was also full, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. He took the prawn and peeled off the shell. He put the meat in his mouth and slowly chewed. He gave a look to the person beside him. The person beside him threw a few copper coins to pay for the prawn. "Let's go. We'll throw them off again. We'll study at the inn over there." Zhang Xiaobao wiped his hands, stood up, and walked with Wang Wan to the stall. The 2 of them are wearing white clothes. It's finally easy to recognize them. Follow them. De Song looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan standing up and memorized the color of their clothes. The most conspicuous thing was that the 2 of them were surrounded by several bodyguards. He finally recognized them. Xiao Tsong took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Only then did he follow. Today was really too shameful. He had to get back at them. People came and went in the night market. Because it was close to the pier, some small goods shipped from other places were bought by the people at the small stalls at the pier. They were waiting to set up a stall here at night to earn a few copper coins or exchange for some necessities. Their days would be better. It was almost winter. It was not easy to find work. If they didn't leave some money, it would be difficult to find someone to ask for help. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan strolled slowly in the night market. They stopped from time to take a look. Occasionally, they would buy 1 or 2 small things. As they walked, the number of people in front of them suddenly increased. There were some new cheap radishes. They were selling them 1 copper coin for 3. The price was low. They could be eaten in winter or made into pickles. They could be eaten with rice. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and gestured to the person next to them. The 2 of them also squeezed into the crowd. A moment later, a group of bodyguards escorted 2 children in white clothes out of the crowd and continued to walk forward. De Tsong wiped the sweat on his forehead and complained, "It's so crowded. I didn't lose them. Let's go closer." They are not afraid of squeezing people. If I were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's family, I would find new bodyguards for them. Xiao Tsong also muttered. After the 2 of them followed, in front of the crowd, there were 2 children in gray clothes. Each of them had a bundle of white things in their arms. They were squatting there and picking radishes. Each of them was holding a copper coin in their hand. "Xiao Bao, I think these radishes are good. Buy them and stew them with beef. Help me tie them up. Forget it, use your clothes to carry them. Give me the money. These 6 radishes are what we want." Wang Wan wrapped the 3 radishes in her clothes and threw the money to them. She got up and walked back with Zhang Xiaobao. 2 more bodyguards came to their side. After an hour, De Tsong and Xiao Tsong were a little annoyed. They squeezed around and didn't know why the 2 children didn't stop strolling. When they came to a place that sold all kinds of wood carvings, the 2 children squatted there and picked. The bodyguards around them dispersed at the same time, as if they didn't care about the 2 children. De Tsong and Xiao Tsong were confused again. When they got closer, they heard the girl say to the boy, "Brother, the people in Zhuangzi of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are so good. They gave us a set of clothes and bought us a lot of things. They protected us all the way to the house. When we go back later, I will show mother. I bought 5 feet of cloth for her. Little sister, they also gave me 10 copper coins. I will buy some wine for father. Give me 2 copper coins." The boy also said happily. Hearing this voice, De Tsong and Xiao Tsong rushed over and squatted down to look at the 2 children carefully. At first glance, they knew that they were not the children. They were about the same height and hair, but their faces were definitely not as good-looking as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Why are you wearing white clothes?" Xiao Tsong swallowed her saliva and asked unwillingly. "Why do you care what we wear? Our house is right next door. If you dare to do anything bad, you are finished. Uncle Yamen Runner, someone wants to arrest us." The little girl looked at De Tsong and Xiao Tsong warily and said a few words. Just then, she saw the Yamen Runner on patrol and shouted loudly. The Yamen Runner on patrol had a knife on his body. When he heard the shout, he put his hand on the handle of the knife and quickly ran over. There were 2 Yamen runners, each watching 1 child. "No, we didn't catch them. We were just asking. We were just casually asking. We even bought things for them. We even took out the money." De Tsong was smart at this time. He took out a small string of money and stuffed it into the little girl's hand with a harmless look. "Thank you, Uncle Yaman Runner. Brother, let's go home. We won't buy anything first." The little girl held the money and had no intention of returning it. She thanked him and followed her brother to the place behind the stall. Her house was there. "Let's go. Don't ask blindly in the future." The Yaman Runner looked at De Tsong and Xiao Tsong and gave them a warning before letting them go. They didn't believe that there would be people who would cheat children in the night market. In the night market, some of the original wanderers had changed to small businesses. They would naturally help the people in the county. Otherwise, if young Master Zhou knew that they didn't do anything, he wouldn't let them go. In the study of the house next to the yamen, a person was holding a pen in his hand and was writing something. Suddenly, light footsteps came to the door. "Who is there?" The person put down the pen and asked. "Young Master, De Tsong and I are back." Xiao Tsong's voice came. "Oh, come in." The young master made a nasal sound and let them in. De Tsong and Xiao Tsong opened the door and walked in. They stood side by side in front of the young master and lowered their heads without making a sound. The young master looked at the two of them up and down and said, "Did you lose them?" "Young master, you are really good at predicting things." De Tsong flattered. "Predict what?" "I know that the two of you are stupid. 3 times. 3 times. 3 times in one day. My face is lost because of you. I did it on purpose. I did it on purpose. I was warning me. I was laughing at me. My subordinates are only so capable and I still dare to send them out. That's what I wanted to say." The young master said. He smiled bitterly and said to the two of them, "It's not your fault. I underestimated them. Come and take a look. There are a few pictures. Look at them and you will know how to lose them." The young master took a few pieces of paper from the desk and threw them in front of the two of them. "Young master, you are amazing. You figured out how to hide so quickly." Xiao Tsong picked up the paper and flattered him. "They sent you to the door of the house. Since you are in, don't go out today. Just stay in the house." "Why?" "De Tsong and I still need to arrange people." Xiao Tsong picked up the paper and was about to look at it. "Only entry and not exit. The bailiffs have already surrounded them. The news can't be spread. The people outside don't dare to fight with the bailiffs without orders. Look, I will show you what means." The young master said helplessly. De Tsong and Xiao Tsong understood. They lowered their heads and looked at the pictures on the paper. According to the order, it was a car, a boat, and a night market. The two of them looked at it and their eyes widened. "Little Tsong Aya, if we had known earlier, we would have hired the remaining 2 cars. It's interesting that there are people on board. I'll remember it." De Tsong seemed to have learned a lot and said happily. Xiao Tsong nodded. Yes, it was the same at the night market. They actually put on clothes and found 2 children of similar age. When they were squeezing, they used those people to protect them to make us believe that it was still the 2 of them. "Young master, don't worry. The next time they take a car, board a boat, and go to the night market to change people, De Tsong and I will definitely follow them. 20 whips per person. Take it yourself. Next time, they will change. You have become stupid today. Get out." The young master didn't blame the 2 of them for not being able to follow. The other party's means were too powerful. But now they were still stupid. He finally couldn't help it. Chapter 209. He waited for De Tsong and Xiao Tsong to leave dejectedly. He pondered for a while, picked up the brush and wrote 2 more lines. He blew the ink dry, folded the letter, and put it in the envelope. He thought for a while, then threw it on the table. He put on a coat, got up, and walked to the door. He stood in the middle of the house, looked at the night sky, and listened to the sounds coming from outside. He shook his head and turned back. When he reached the door, someone came over and asked, "Master, do we need to rush out? There are still some people in the house." "No need, come with me," the master said as he walked to the study, picked up the letter he had just written, and handed it to the person. "Go to the door later and give this letter to them. Tell them to hand it to Song Jinggong. We can leave tomorrow." "Master, there is no need to do this. It is just a zhuangzi," the person advised. The master did not want to say more. He just spat out 2 words, sat there and closed his eyes. Slap. It is such a cold night, and there are mosquitoes. A slap was heard, followed by a complaint. Li Sun and the rest had been hurrying along. They only rested for a while during dinner. They could not sleep for a while, and walked for more than 2 hours before they found a way to rest. They did not have a tent, as it was too heavy. They had brought some before, but when they set off, they changed it for food. Beside Li Sun, there were also people who had come down with him. In total, there were about 30 people. The rest were new recruits. The 30 or so people used their knives to cut down the withered grass around them. They twisted them into ropes and lit them up. Especially those with wormwood, it would be better. In the midst of the smoke, they spread out their blankets and slept. Next to them was a bonfire that they had lit, and they took turns to keep watch. The newcomers had also prepared a lot of things and learned from them. Even so, there were still mosquitoes that were bold enough to rush over and bite them. As for whether they had the strength to fly back, that was unknown. Don't make a sound, the others still need to sleep. Hearing the noise, Li Sun warned. The one who spoke just now was Han Yongyao. After being taught a lesson, he became well-behaved. Listening to the buzzing sound in his ears, he couldn't fall asleep at all. He also brought a blanket, but because he was a little fat, he couldn't cover himself with it, unlike the others who covered themselves with half of their blanket. There were also those who were slightly fatter. They gritted their teeth and only cared about covering their bodies. Underneath their bodies was a mat of dried grass. It was just a little prickly, but it was better than being stared at by mosquitoes. Brother Xingyi, are you asleep? I can't sleep. Han Yongyao didn't dare to speak loudly. He could only whisper to Brother Xingyi, who was lying beside him. No, I can't sleep either. If this goes on, I'll be finished in a few days. Do you think we'll be beaten up if we quit? Xingyi felt regret in his heart. He felt that he shouldn't have come here. At first, he wanted to find something new and get to know his imperial nephew. How could he have known that he would suffer so much? Yes, as long as we retreat, we don't know how many hits we'll have to endure. Brother Xingyi, after we poison them, can we let them know how powerful I am? Help me think. Han Yongyao felt that it would be too easy on Zhangjia Zhuangzi if he only poisoned some fish. Originally, he wanted to poison the poultry, but the person who was arranged to poison them said that the poultry were not poisonous. If they were locked up at night and really woke up in the middle of the night to eat, it would be too noisy and would be discovered. Therefore, he changed to poison the fish. Then let me think. Brother Yongyao, they have a forest. What do you think will happen if we burn it? Why don't we set it on fire and find someone to set it on their side at night? Don't set it on your side. That will arouse suspicion. Just pay attention to the direction of the wind. Xingyi rolled his eyes twice and immediately came up with an idea. Hearing this, Han Yongyao nodded happily. After a while, he sighed and said, No, this really can't be done. If it is discovered, my family will be finished. There are mulberry trees in the forest near his house. If the mulberry trees are destroyed, perhaps the emperor will personally investigate and think of something else. I will remember this and use it when there is no other way. We have to find someone reliable. When the time comes, we will run away after setting the fire. I will think about it again. Think about it. Tell me something else. For example, his family has a restaurant. Little Luo Shui also has a business there. Xingyi pondered for a moment and felt that it was indeed too dangerous. If he was caught, he would be exposed and his family would also be implicated. Restaurant? Also open a restaurant to go against them? No, I don't have that ability. Restaurant, between the clouds and the water is in the water. It is better to find someone who is good at swimming and break the pillars of their restaurant under the water bit by bit. Destroy a little bit every day. After a long time, they will have to rebuild it. That will cost a lot of money. If that didn't work, he could eat in a separate room on the second floor. He could use a bamboo tube to store more ants. When he was eating, he could secretly make a few small holes and put the ants inside. He could change the location every day. It would be best to put ants in all the rooms on the second floor. If you have more money, you can eat on the rooftop. You can also put more ants there. In a few days, the restaurant will be emptied. Little Luo Shui's family does the same. Who would have thought that you were the one who did it? Xingyi indeed had a lot of bad ideas. In just a short while, He had thought of two. Hearing the second one, Han Yongyao finally decided to choose this one. It was really too good. He only needed to put more ants. When the wood was almost finished, the restaurant would be finished. Brother Xingyi, don't worry. As long as I get my revenge, I won't forget about you in the future. That's what I'll do. Tomorrow, I'll find someone to eat with. First, I'll make it through this journey. I don't want to be beaten. Han Yongyao thanked. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. It was as if the restaurant would collapse tomorrow. He could not sleep even more. Being able to help Brother Yongyao get revenge, I am also happy. Go to sleep, tomorrow we will have to hurry again. Xingyi replied. He turned around and closed his eyes tightly. He wanted to sleep early, but in his heart he also thought that his idea was brilliant. In addition, when the wind blew, it was a little cold, so he could not sleep. They could not sleep, but Li Sun fell asleep. It was also the method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan taught him. That was to think about his own breathing. After every breath, he would feel that his body had no strength. Thinking about it made him sleepy. Thinking about it, he would forget about it and fall asleep. The people who followed them watched their child suffer. They really did not understand what the imperial nephew was trying to do. If it continued like this, it was hard to say whether the child could bear it. Why did he have to live outside? Wasn't it the same at home? They lived in tents while the child lay on the grass. There were mosquitoes. It was heartbreaking to see. Under the curtain of night, 3 figures appeared in Zhuangzi. The light of the stars and the moon was blocked by the drifting clouds in the sky, so people could not see clearly. Big brother, it's here. Pour the things into the pond and leave immediately. They won't find us. Which pond is it? How many ponds are there here? I heard that only one pond is dedicated to raising fish. The others are not cared about. If there are wild fish, they will grow them. If there are none, they won't release the fry. The 3 people were all wearing dark gray clothes. When they approached the small bridge, one of them whispered. The dark was good for them, but at the same time, they could not see clearly. In order not to be suspected, they only let another person come to check during the day. They listened to the information provided by this person and judged. It should be in front. There is a big tree next to it. Be careful. Don't alarm the dog. It will be over when the dog barks. Go, let's go. A rough voice sounded. Then the 3 figures crossed the small bridge and took a detour to the market. Big brother, look, this is the market. There are also some simple houses. I heard that there are goods inside. Do you want to steal some on the way back? The 3 people hid in the shadow of a house. The person who spoke first said again. Don't worry about that. Today we are only poisoning. If we delay our business, we will be beaten when we go back. Go lower. Don't let people see us. The big brother was steady and focused on the task. The 3 of them passed by this area and continued to move forward. Just as they left the shadow where they had been hiding, the wooden board of that area was suddenly pulled open from the inside. A person walked out and looked around. Then, with the same caution, he ran to a house on the opposite side. He gently scratched the door a few times. After a while, the door was pulled open. Someone is here to make trouble. You go and find them. I will keep an eye on them. The person who came out first said. He turned around and followed the 3 people. At the same time, he pulled out a short knife from his waist. The person behind the door also ran out. After a few dozen steps, he came to the grocery store. He climbed up the ladder on the side until he reached the top. He squeezed into a small compartment that could only fit 1 person. He took out a fire sickle and lit a candle. Then, he put a bronze mirror behind the candle and shone it at a high place in front of him. When that place was lit up, he blew out the candle and climbed down. He also took out a short knife and followed the first person. The 3 people who came here to poison didn't know that the Zhang family and Wang family were so strict in Zhuangzi. He thought that it would be fine and was prepared to go back and enjoy himself for a few days after he was done. After walking for a while, the 3 of them were suffering. They entered the paddy field. Although they were well hidden, they would always accidentally kick the stubble under their feet. Big brother, there is a rice paddy in front. Go and rest there. I fell to my death. One of them was tripped several times. His face was scratched. Under the dim moonlight, he saw a rice paddy in front of him. Okay, don't worry. We have a whole night. You can take it slow. The big brother also felt that it was a good place to hide. The three people changed their direction slightly and went there. Just as they went there, more than 30 people appeared in Zhuangzi. They also went to the rice paddy. There were also people guarding there. They were afraid that someone would ignite the rice paddy. The Zhuangzi was still useful. Chapter 210. Deep in the night, heavy with dew, cold wind, how can I stroll in the fields? Where did the drunken words of three people come from? Face to face, they moved in a daze. He was too lazy to use torture. He let them show off and only dug holes in the ground. Don't mention the fact that he is a noble. For the sake of the long term, he buries the short-term pain. The three people who wanted to poison the pond were caught. They couldn't imagine how much energy, money, and manpower Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had invested in this area in order to have a stable backing. According to their respective understanding of reconnaissance, anti-reconnaissance, capture, and anti-capture, the two of them specially carried out a series of offensive and defensive drills. They made use of all the people in Zhuangzi as much as possible. With the same weapons and the same physical fitness, they could resist 3 times the number of troublemakers. Thus, the operation codenamed My Zhuangzi, I'm in charge, was launched. The emergency light code was 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short. If one had to give it another meaning, it would be send, 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 send. For this reason, Wang Wan had also drawn a 3-dimensional defensive map of the Zhang family and Zhuangzi family. It was the kind of 3-dimensional defensive map of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Wang family. It was the type where the 3 forces were integrated into one, and the goal was to cooperate in battle. Later, due to the limited resources at hand, they could only create a land defense system at a few important locations. Other than the main family's courtyard, there were no visible sentries, only hidden sentries. The main reason was that there were too few people available. With the members of the Zhuangzi protection team as the main body, they set up such hidden sentry posts at any place that Zhang Xiaobao or herself thought they could sneak into Zhuangzi. They were also equipped with a second echelon to focus on the defense. For example, the straw pile could not be burned, as it would affect next year's grain production. They had specially arranged people inside, and the other places were also deployed according to the temporary combat mission that the two of them had formulated. If it weren't for the short time, Wang Wan would have even planned to build a Zhuangzi between the Zhang family and the Wang family. She would also be able to reach the underground network between the clouds and the water through the river. Unwilling to give up, Wang Wan planned to complete this within 3 years. She planned to ambush millions of soldiers to try a sneak attack. When this plan had first been made, the Manor Lord didn't understand. All he knew was that if the Manor Lord wanted him to watch, then he would do it. The people in the inner courtyard didn't understand either, but they knew that whatever the little ancestor said was right. Tonight, after more than 30 people with hunters' weapons surrounded the 3 of them, the villagers admired the master, and the people in the inner courtyard praised the little ancestor. "What are you doing? I haven't had enough yet." Old Third, who was surrounded by more than a dozen people, narrowed his eyes and shouted, "What wine? Who are you trying to fool? You want to poison the pond? Are you blind? Do you think that the bridge is so easy to cross? Keep pretending, keep pretending. Captain, the 3 of them want to poison the fish in Zhuangzi. I heard them clearly." The person hiding in the wall pointed at Lao San, who was sitting on the ground, and said angrily. The captain was chosen by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from more than 700 people, so he was naturally not that simple. He sneered and said, "It's not poisonous fish. They drank too much. Go and get some wine from the grocery store. Get a jar and let him drink it. If he can't drink it, just throw it into the pond." The 3 people beside him immediately ran to the grocery store. They knew how big the jar should be. It was like a water tank, the kind that was buried in the ground. Each jar contained 40 to 50 caddies, so they wouldn't die from drinking it. "Get those 2 people here too. There's no need to treat the 3 of them like this. It's good to divide and surround them, but there are too few opponents. It's not worth it." The captain of the protection team called out again. He didn't know whether to be happy or angry now. This was the first time that the protection team had encountered someone who came to cause trouble, and he caught them. When the time came, the Manor Lord would definitely be satisfied with them. However, someone really dared to have ideas about Zhuangzi. It was obvious that they looked down on the protection team and treated them as decorations. The most infuriating thing was that the 3 people came just to poison the fish. There weren't many fish left in the pond. Most of them were taken to the mountains and would sprout again at the beginning of spring. They would grow up together with the lotus flowers. Even if they were poisoned, there were only a few fish left. The owner of the fish in the pond had already agreed half a month ago that they would share the fish with the villagers during the new year. The 3 of them were really capable. If they had the guts, they could go to the goose farm and poison them. They wouldn't be able to kill them. Why don't they try going to the Manor Lord's courtyard? They could go to the kitchen and poison the Manor Lord. Let's see if they had the ability. They spent a lot of effort to come here just to poison the fish that would be shared with the villagers. This kind of people was the most hateful. The 7-year-old boy in the family even said that after the fish were shared, he would make a wire plate on the stove and roast fish for his 3-year-old sister. If the fish were poisoned, what was the point of roasting it? Bullying my child? Let's wait. After a while, the wine was brought over and piled on the ground. Just by listening to the muffled sound, one could imagine how much wine was inside. The 3 people who were caught gathered together. The one who was the big brother finally spoke. Don't waste your time. Even if we drink to death, we won't say who sent us here. Use your methods and see if you can pry open the mouths of our 3 brothers. Good, I like people like you. Straightforward and straightforward. Dig a hole. The Manor Lord has instructed us that anyone who speaks like this is not an ordinary person. We can't afford to offend them. If we find out, it will be even more troublesome. Bury them as fertilizer. Give the people behind them an explanation. Tomorrow morning, release the news that the 3 drunkards drowned in the river. Bury them. The captain snorted in disdain. After giving the order, he turned around and left. Seeing that the captain had left, the remaining people split up and went to the grocery store to get some things. After a while, they came back with shovels in their hands. They were divided into about 10 people and started to dig a hole. The sound of shovels being kicked, the sound of dirt being thrown, and the sound of breathing mixed together. Those who didn't know would think that they were building a house. What scared the 3 of them the most was that under the dim light of the lantern, a person was kneeling on the ground. He was placing incense, candles, yellow paper and other things one by one. He was muttering. The King of Hell's palace has inquired. You must tell us in detail who you are. Why come here to seek death and build a new grave in the middle of the field? Looking at the hometown on the terrace, helplessness has become a soul. Henceforth, yin and yang are separated into 2 worlds. Father and mother at home have nothing to eat. Where is father when I learn to speak? Late at night, widows are stained with tears. When I come, people talk about riches and honor. Who cares about the old and young when they die? I don't burn paper candles for myself. I only hope for peace in the netherworld. If the judge says to throw me into a pot of oil, give him 300 taels of silver. Give me a few more incense and candles. It will be easier to live in the next life. Perhaps my wife will also be reincarnated. I'm afraid that we won't hear each other if we brush past each other. Then I'll burn yellow paper as a bundle. Remember, don't bury me. I'll tell you. The Han family in Zhuangzi asked us to come here. Han Yongao, it's him. It's all him. He said that he would give each of us 10 taels of silver. Also, it was a young master from Zhuangzi who came up with the idea. They are now living in the wilderness. I have an old mother at home. My father died early. My mother raised me. I also have a new wife. She's already 4 months old. In half a year, there will be a descendant. I said, don't bury me. The youngest of the 3, Lao San, couldn't hold it in anymore. He shouted and told everything he knew. The sound of digging was gone, and so was the sound of muttering. The people around them looked at the 3 of them and did not move. The person who was burning paper candles stood up and said to the others, let's go. Tie the 3 of them up. Separate them and bring them to the main house. I'll go find the housekeeper. Lao San, you're confused. They're just scaring you. Why did you say it? What about your family? Will they let you go? The eldest brother didn't have time to stop him. He let Lao San say it out loud. He was very upset. The person who was burning paper candles frowned and asked Lao San, "Is he your brother?" Lao San was also confused and answered casually. With a bang, a shovel hit the eldest brother's face. He didn't know how much strength he used, but he directly knocked the eldest brother out. It's good that he's not. He can't live. The people from the yamen will come in a while. He and the one who came with you should be the second brother, right? They're going to the yamen. You should stay in Zhuangzi first. You were caught, but you didn't say anything. The person who burned paper candles didn't have any pity for the others. No, my second brother is mute. He never speaks. I haven't heard him speak for a few years. He only knows how to use his hands to draw. Lao San quickly pleaded for mercy. Okay, then stay here first. I'll tell the housekeeper to send something to your house so that you can give birth to the child. There's no need to tell me. You'll be in charge of these things in the future. Yu Yong, I'll talk to Master and Madam and let you have the surname Zhang. In the future, you'll be in charge of these things. At this time, Steward Zhang also rushed over. As soon as the person who burned paper candles finished speaking, Steward Zhang gave away some of his power. Steward Zhang, what are you talking about? I wouldn't dare. Your captain told me that you were the one who came up with the idea. You should do your job well in the yard. If it were me today, I wouldn't be as good as you. There are more and more things going on in Zhuangzi, and I can't manage them all. I'll be relieved if there's one more smart person. Steward Zhang knew what Yu Yong was thinking and said with a smile. In fact, he didn't want to give away his power, but he knew that the young master and young madam had already spread their influence. He couldn't do it alone. If he seized power, the old madam and old master might not say anything. Madam and master might be willing to accept it, but what about the young master and young madam? Unless he did everything well, otherwise, if something happened and he still didn't want to let go of the power, he didn't want to think about the consequences. At that time, he would make the little young master and little miss unhappy, so he might as well hand over the matter now. Were the young master and young madam ordinary people? That kind of scheming didn't even need to meet them. They could tell what the owners of the grain store were thinking just by listening to what they said. They would never allow their subordinates to take control of things that they couldn't control. Thank you, Steward Zhang. I'll listen to you in the future. I'll do whatever you ask me to do, Yu Yong said gratefully. Steward Zhang was shocked. Don't listen to me. Listen to Madam, Master, Old Madam and Old Master, and also the young master and young madam. You'll know in the future. If you really want to listen to me, then you'd better continue with your current work. Chapter 2:11. After saying this, Steward Zhang rejoiced in his heart. It was fortunate that he had listened to his father and thought for Zhuangzi. He did not fight for the power of madam and master, nor did he bully the young master. Otherwise, he would have been buried. He had dreamt of the young master's big eyes and charming smile many times at night. Every time he would wake up with a start. He did not know why, but when he saw the young master during the day, he felt a kind of innate coldness in his dreams. Especially the gaze in his eyes, which seemed to be staring at him all the time. Yu Yong did not know what Steward Zhang was thinking, but when he heard Steward Zhang's words, he quickly nodded in agreement. He ordered people to push the 3 people who wanted to cause trouble into the yard. It did not take long before the yamen runners stationed here rushed over. There were 3 people in total, and the leader was someone Zhuangzi knew. It was Qin Dong. Sir, I am innocent. We 3 brothers drank too much and accidentally walked here. They beat us and asked us to say that we were here to do bad things. Sir, I'm innocent. Sir, you dropped your money. The big brother was no longer as calm as he usually was. Perhaps it was because he felt that this was an opportunity, so he shouted at the 3 yamen runners, hoping to get some help. At the same time, he also rushed forward. He pulled Shindong's hand and shook out a string of 60 copper coins and 2 silver beans from his sleeve. These coins added up to 4 taels of silver. He threw them directly at Shindong's feet. If his hands were not tied in front of him, he might have been able to move more gracefully. When Chen Dong picked up the coins, the big brother turned his head to look at Steward Zhang and Yu Yong. His meaning was self-evident. Steward Zhang saw his gaze and turned his head away. Yu Yong laughed in a low voice, which made him confused. With a bang, Chen Dong kicked the big brother in the chest and kicked him 3 meters away. He said, "I dropped the money, but I always put it in the money bag at my waist. How could I drop it? You dared to steal money with your hands tied. Let him know how powerful you are." As Chen Dong spoke, he took a step back. The 2 Yamen runners next to him immediately rushed up and started beating him up. One of them cursed as he beat him up. "Are you blind? How dare you steal Brother Chen's money? You didn't steal it well, but you still pretended that Brother Chen dropped his money. I let you steal it, but how dare you? Even young Master Zhou doesn't have to smile at us, and you want to cause trouble here? Do you think Sanshui County is your home?" The other one was even more ruthless. He specifically chose the most painful places to hit. He also scolded, "Zhang family and Wang family, Zhuangzi, are slandering you? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Who do you think you are? If they could poison the pond today, they could poison other places tomorrow. What if they got on the fungus? What if it gets on the cucumber? I can see that you want to poison my 70-year-old grandmother to death. Brother Chen's child is only 1 year old, and you can do it? I'll beat you to death. Just you wait. When we get back, I'll let you know what's good for you. You can cause trouble anywhere, but you came here. Fine, you're good. I usually change into normal clothes when I cross the bridge when I have nothing to do. You're making trouble for us. Good, you have a backbone. You made us come here in the middle of the night." "No, Your Excellency, I'm innocent." This big brother was beaten silly. He gave away 4 taels of silver and received such treatment. How much could Yamen runners earn in a year? It was only a few hundred copper coins a month. This money was equivalent to a year's salary. Why was he beaten? "Brother Chen, what's going on?" While one of them was shouting and the other 2 were cowering at the side, Father Zhang heard the commotion and came out of the study. Zhang family clan members were 1 step behind, and they also came out. When Chen Dong saw the master come out, he gave them a look and they stopped. He stepped forward and bowed, "Your Excellency, it's all my fault. I didn't do a good job and let people come to Zhuangzi to poison you. Fortunately, I didn't succeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the face to return home. My father will beat me to death if he knows. I'm an adult and I can't even watch over a person. I'm too ashamed to go back. Your Excellency, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter and give you an explanation. Tomorrow, no, tonight, I'll take people to watch over the bridge. I'll take a 24-hour shift. If something like this happens again, I'll jump off the mountain behind Xiao Luoshui." Father Zhang looked at the person who was beaten and said, "Brother Chen, you're treating me like an outsider. The Zhang family and Wang family have never had any adults in Zhuangzi. Both families have children. I wonder if Uncle Chen's body is still healthy? It's cold these days. I heard that Uncle Chen's legs are inconvenient. Someone, go to the 5th storeroom and get some medicinal herbs to expel the cold. Remember, pick the big ones. Brother Chen, I've been busy these days. You know that I usually don't care about things. I forgot about Uncle Chen's matter. I heard that Brother Chen's little boy is very sensible. When he goes back later, bring a bell. Gold is too heavy. Let's make it silver. Madam, how do we set up the Kong bed? It's getting colder. Last year, my father's legs were cold. It's good that he was able to live on a Kong bed. Get someone to set one up for people like Brother Chen in Sanshui County. Prepare some charcoal and buy the firewood locally. Husband, you're right. It's my fault for not being thoughtful enough. Husband, don't worry. I'll remember this. When the firewood is hot, it'll smoke. Husband, it's cold at night. You should put on a coat. Although Zhang Wang family was usually in charge of the family, she really gave face to Father Zhang at this time. She spoke softly and didn't make any excuses. What does a woman know? Do we still have fungus at home? It's easy to cough in this season. Eat some to clear your lungs. Father Zhang was the head of the family, so he should act like one. Moreover, he was an official. He was rank 7, which was not low. Zhang Wang family was still gentle. Husband, you're right. I'll get someone to get it. There's still some in the 5th storeroom. 5th storeroom? Father Zhang hesitated. 5th storeroom belonged to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan usually sent part of their income to the storerooms of the Zhang family and Wang family. Both families knew that the Zhang family's fifth storeroom was the biggest. There was basically everything in there. Things that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, swam in the water, and dug in the grass. There were also silver and copper coins. Anything that could be seen on a normal day could be found there. Father Zhang had just taken the herbs from his son's storeroom. He felt a little embarrassed to take the fungus at this time. Husband, although the gatekeeper of the fifth storeroom is a little stingy, he can't wait to be happy when father wants to take something. Speaking of Uncle Chen's children, I thought of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Those two children are the best. Zhang Wang family hinted. Father Zhang immediately understood. His son and daughter-in-law would never get angry with the family. His position was given to him by his son. This was the good thing about having an immortal son. He never had to worry about it. Everything at home was arranged well for him. He was sensible and obedient. When he was taught something, he would also learn it seriously. Thinking of this, Father Zhang became more confident and ordered. It's not easy for the bailiffs in the yamen to run around all day. When there's a lot of dust, they'll get cold. When they cough, they'll get sick. Send half a caddy each. You're right, husband. I understand. Tomorrow morning, I'll send not only the black fungus but also the white fungus. Half a gene of the same thing. Madame Zhang still echoed, as if her existence was to add luster to Father Zhang. Besides, half a caddy was really not a lot. It was not like the fungus was dry. Half a caddy was the same as half a caddy when it was wet. It was fine to give it to them. Every yamen runner had the same amount. It seemed like a lot, but who asked the family to grow it? Looking at the situation in front of them, the benefits were reflected. Not to mention that this person was really here to poison them. Even if he wasn't, he would still do whatever he wanted. This had little to do with the man's official position. He was just a seventh-ranked official. The yamen runners did things according to the ancient records. You couldn't find fault with it. The reason why Qindong did this was because Zhuangzi was so good to him that he took care of every family member. The beating was almost done. It was time to send them to the yamen. Qindong didn't say a word of thanks. He waved his hand at the two yamen runners and walked out with the eldest brother of the three. You can't arrest me. Do you know who sent me here? The Han family, it's Han. One of the two yamen runners who escorted them swung his hand and hit the eldest brother until his mouth was full of blood. What are you talking about? Which family? Didn't you hear it? Wait for the Zhang family to say it. Poison. Who asked you to poison them? Fish will die if they eat it. People will also die if they eat fish. You are killing people. Of course, Qindong wouldn't let them say it out loud. When the time came, whether to advance or retreat would depend on the Zhang family. Otherwise, why would they send him and a few yamen runners here to guard? The eldest brother had been beaten senseless and was dragged out. As for the remaining two, the third brother was already sitting on the ground, his face full of fear. He finally understood that he had only thought of the Han clan's abilities. After crossing the province, the Han clan was useless, and the Zhang clan was the most powerful one. The yamen runners from Sanshui County were like servants who did whatever they said. If something happened, they would be punished. If they fought with the Han family, they would be courting death. Only the second brother's expression didn't change much. It was as if he already knew that this would happen. Or perhaps he was always like this no matter what situation he encountered. Let me tell you, you are finished. You have offended the Han family. In this place, no one is not afraid. Let me go. Third brother, you actually dared to join the enemy. Your family won't have a good life. The eldest brother, with blood flowing out of his mouth, seemed to have recovered a little. He didn't suffer internal injuries just now. It was only at the last moment that he broke his mouth and shouted. Qindong didn't care what he shouted. Who was the Han family? It was useless. Unless the emperor came, there was no need to care. The prince was in charge of this province. Was the Han family powerful? The imperial nephew Zhuangzi was next to him. He took note of these words and signed them together. Eldest brother is done for this time. The second brother, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. Chapter 212. Second brother, you can speak? Lao San was the most surprised. Even though he was worried about his family's situation, he still looked at his second brother who had never spoken before in fear. If you don't speak now, you won't have the chance to speak anymore. The Han family chose the wrong opponent. Zhuangzi Zhang family and Wang family are not that simple. In the entire Sanshui County, unless the emperor gives the order, no one can control them. Lao Er's voice was a little hoarse when he spoke. It was unknown whether it was because his throat was not good or because he had not spoken for a long time. Lao San had to admit that Zhuangzi Zhang family and Wang family were very powerful in Sanshui County. He had heard them say that they would give away half a caddy of black fungus and half a caddy of white fungus. The yamen runners in the county must have reported it if they had any problems. He just didn't know if the other secretaries and deputy county magistrates had been bribed. He was still sober. He knew that the county magistrate had already left and a new one was coming. During this time, the county affairs were handed over to the deputy county magistrate and the secretaries. If they wanted to convict someone, they didn't even have to report it or hide it. However, he was also afraid that his family would be implicated. He sat there with a sad expression and said, "What about my family?" "Family? You still think about your family? Why don't you think about other people's families after you poison them? What if someone accidentally eats it and dies from the poison? Have you thought about that?" Ergo appeared at the entrance of Zhuangzi. It would have been better if he didn't listen to Lao San. After hearing what he said, he suddenly couldn't control himself and shouted at Lao San. "It's not easy for me either. It's all for some money. If the fish in the pond die, the master family will just have to pay some compensation." Lao San really didn't know what to say and could only use this excuse. Ergo heard his words and laughed again. Compensation? The master family is indeed not afraid of compensation. Don't talk about poisoning these fish. You can also poison something else. As long as it's not a person, you can see if Zhang family and Wang family can pay for it. However, these fish no longer belong to the master family a few days ago. They are the food of the 2 Zhuangzi farmers for the new year. There are a few of my fish in there. If you poison the fish, what do you want us to eat? We'll eat you. If each of us takes a bite of you, you won't even have enough bones to gnaw on. Don't even think about getting better. Hearing Ergo's words, Ergo was even more frightened. He curled up and didn't dare to make a sound. Ergo had no choice but to say, "We want to live well." Who doesn't want to live well? You want to live well, so you want to poison our fish? Ergo said contemptuously. "Brother Ergo, now is not the time to talk about this. Master, madam, I'm going to ask someone to find his family. Do you have any family?" At this moment, a little girl stepped out from behind Ergo. She looked at Father Zhang and Jiang Wang clan and pointed at Ergo. "No, I have no family. Or you? What are you doing? Lua? I've never heard of them. Are the Zhang and Wang families from Zhuangzi?" The second son looked back at him, his gaze as cold as ever. Lua wasn't afraid at all. She said, "I'm Liu Feng Liu. I was helping Brother Ergu settle the accounts tonight. I heard some commotion here, so I came over. Master, madam, quickly go and save him. This person is not bad." Lu continued to point at Ergo as she spoke. If it were someone else who said this, Father Zhang wouldn't have cared at all. Similarly, Mother Zhang and Jiang Wang clan wouldn't have agreed. However, since it was the little girl in front of them, they had no choice but to consider it. His son and daughter-in-law had always thought highly of Lu. They had given her a lot of things. They even gave her a courtyard between the clouds and the water for her family to live in. There seemed to be no one who could receive such treatment from his son and daughter-in-law. They couldn't see it themselves, but they believed in their son's abilities. "Housekeeper, I'll leave this matter to you. Lu is a good child," Mother Zhang said to Steward Zhang after glancing at Father Zhang. After that, she left with Father Zhang. "Qiao, did I say a lot of things today that I shouldn't have?" Mr. Zhang felt that he had been a little unreasonable just now, especially to his wife. Mother Zhang was only in her 20s. She wasn't old at all. When she heard this, she smiled and replied, "Husband, you're not wrong. Mother used to tell me that in front of outsiders, a man's words are always right. As long as I'm by his side, even if he's wrong, the woman has to take care of him. Mother said that a good wife can help her man avoid all dangers. The man stands in front, while the woman stands behind. When there's trouble, the man goes first. When the man makes a mistake, the woman has to take care of it. This is a family. The rise and fall of a family can't be without women. Xiao Bao said that we're going to see the lake. Husband, bring me there next year. Look at the lake. It's calmer than the human heart. Look at the thousands of people who welcome you. Look at the fragrant flowers and green grass. Look at the green mountains and clear water. Autumn is fine as well. The leaves are red and sparkling, and the crescent moon hangs in the sky. Go with the waves. Who cares if it's the mortal world or the netherworld? Husband, you were reading in the study room today and didn't know some things. Little Luo Shui sent a letter saying that our daughter-in-law casually wrote something. La, you're the wind and I'm the sand. When the duckweed blows, we're like a flower. Occasionally I laugh and fall. Mother Zhang didn't wait for Father Zhang to say anything and interrupted. And the sentence is ordinary. It's not easy to write something like that from a child who's not even 3 years old. I'll teach them properly in the future. Unfortunately, madam, why don't you teach them? She's a talented woman. Wei Wei nodded her head. She didn't praise her daughter-in-law much, but she was very satisfied with her daughter-in-law. It wasn't easy for her to write something like that at such a young age. Especially the 3 words la at the beginning. It expressed the mentality of a child. If it was written by an adult, it might be better. Mother Zhang was also very satisfied with Wang Wan. Not only did she write something like that, but more importantly, she had always been by Xiao Bao's side, helping him to come up with ideas and find loopholes. She knew very well that the 2 children had been thinking about Zhuangzi for countless nights. Other than when the guards were asleep, the 2 children were still thinking of ideas. They couldn't hear clearly what they were saying, but there would always be new arrangements the next day. For example, they were the ones who suggested catching the culprit. At that time, they only thought that the children wanted to play and let them play. Who knew that the culprit was so powerful that they really encountered danger? Madam, what are you thinking about? Why don't you go back and rest? If you give Baolang a younger brother or sister, will he be as smart as Xiao Bao? A girl like Yaoan would be fine too. Father Zhang was still fantasizing about having another child. The boy would be like Zhang Xiaobao and the girl would be like Wang Wan. If my husband says so, then so be it. What I want to say is that the handwriting of Yao Wan is different from what we've seen before. I don't have the ability to teach a child. As long as he has enough to eat and clothes to keep him warm, that's enough. There are no more talented women in this world, only Zhang Wangshi and Xiaobao's mother. If anyone thinks they're good, they can compete with me. If they give birth to a child like Xiaobao, she will be scared to death at Shuiyun Denver, Mother Zhang said proudly. Father Zhang didn't want to hold his son too high. Otherwise, it would be very painful if he fell. What's between the clouds and the water? In the future, you have to take care of him properly. Don't always spoil him. You are always reading by yourself and never care about your son. Mother Zhang said unhappily when she saw that there was no one else around. Father Zhang didn't care about this change in attitude at all. Who asked Xiao to be liked by his parents? She cooked well and knew how to take care of people. Most importantly, her literary talent was better than his. Ever since she married into the family, she never showed it in front of outsiders. She only focused on taking care of the courtyard and even managed it well. She was a talented woman of a generation. He was already climbing up the social ladder. Moreover, he must take the exam next year and raise his net worth to fight for Qiao Er's face. Yes, Madam is right. What's wrong with between the clouds and the water? Father Zhang was willing to compromise. For this family, he had done too little, especially before he obtained scholarly honors. As for this rank 7 official, that was obtained with the help of his son and daughter-in-law. Hundreds of thousands of caddies of grain were given out for free. More than 30,000 domestic animals were released. The bribe of the county, the contribution of the province, the auspicious signs of the imperial court, no matter which one it was all controlled by his son and daughter-in-law. Even the respect of the bailiffs was not understood by others, but he knew that they were not respectful to him, the master of the house. They were grateful for the benefits that the master of the house had given them. These benefits were ingrained in their bones and were not as simple as spending money. When a family's daughter-in-law gave birth to a child, they didn't give gifts of gold and silver. Instead, they gave gifts that the adults and children needed. When a family's elder celebrated his birthday, a group of carriages would be sent over to support the occasion. When a bailiff married his wife, firecrackers would be set off throughout the village. When a bailiff was injured, a doctor would rush over with medicine. According to his daughter-in-law, it was to let the bailiffs get used to the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family. They would never have to think about it and would never forget it. Zhang Wang clan smiled at Father Zhang. Between the clouds and the water. That's not normal. Yongqing, I'll tell you more when we're in the house. Today, I owe 1.5 chapters. Yep, 1 chapter is 3,000 words. If it's not enough, I'll take half a chapter. A total of 2.5 chapters. I can't find an excuse. Trivial matters in the real world. Chapter 213. The culprits were caught. Zhang Wang clan and Zhang Zian's father came over to take a look and then went back to rest. Steward Zhang dealt with the aftermath. Lu watched from the side and gave 2 ideas. One was to treat the 2 captured people well so that they could be witnesses at critical moments. The other was to send people to fetch Lao San's family. Steward Zhang adopted the second idea. He sent the Miao protection team over. As for treating the 2 well, it would be good enough to tie them up and throw them into the woodshed. At least it would be better than their elder brother. He wondered what kind of treatment his elder brother would receive after he was caught by the bailiffs. Seeing the Miao protection team leave, Steward Zhang was not worried about whether they could bring them back. The other Zhuangzi were not as strict as Zhang Wang and Wang clan. He ordered the guards in the inner courtyard, Huzi, quickly go to Xiao Luo Shui and tell the little master what just happened. Huzi nodded and ran to the back to lead the horse. He took out a bag of water and 2 steamed buns from the wooden box at the door. This was specially prepared by Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. There was not only food and water in the box, but also some simple medicine and small tools so that it would be convenient for people to use in emergencies. After all this, Steward Zhang could not fall asleep. Similarly, those who woke up were either excited or angry and could not fall asleep. Sitting in the side hall, Steward Zhang learned how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan drank tea. He made himself a pot of strong tea and took a plate of snacks. He frowned and thought about something. A manservant who was usually in charge of running errands and doing chores stood beside him. Seeing that Steward Zhang did not drink the tea or eat the snacks, he just sat there and reminded him with a yawn. Steward Zhang, the tea is getting cold. Do we need to interrogate those 2 people? Ask more questions and wait until tomorrow morning. Master and Madam will be happy. Wait for the young master and the young lady. As long as nothing happens here, we can't casually interfere. Otherwise, if we make a mistake, it will disrupt the young master's plans. Steward Zhang gave the servant a warning look. As long as he took care of Zhuangzi and made no mistakes, it would be a credit to him. When the young master did things, he had a long-term plan and a casual move could make things difficult for the young master. I understand. I won't say what I shouldn't say. Steward Zhang, why do we need to dig 2 more rivers between the clouds and the water? Even if there is a fork, the water that flows down will still be the same. The manservant was shocked and almost got himself into trouble. The rule of the main family was that each person was in charge of their own business. If they did well in their own business, they could learn what others did and learn how to read and write. However, they could not casually meddle in other people's business. If they found that others were obviously doing something wrong, they could remind them. However, they could not deliberately wait and complain when they saw that others were about to do something wrong. If they wanted to fight for more benefits and make Master and Madam think highly of them, they had to weigh their own abilities. If they were not capable, then they should not go forward. If they wanted to use other people's methods to improve themselves, the first one to be punished would definitely be them. Therefore, the people in the main family were divided into ranks, but they could only be in charge and could not bully others. The main family did not need the scheming between the servants to balance the family. Steward Zhang was satisfied with the manservant's reaction. He poured 2 cups of tea and signaled for the manservant to sit aside and drink. Then he said thoughtfully, "We need to build buildings over there, and we need to build roads here. Digging 2 rivers is to divert the water. When the time comes, people will expand the pond there, just like a small lake." "We need to build buildings? Our main family is really rich. Steward Zhang, will there be so many people coming to build buildings? Between the clouds and the water is not bad now, and it is because some of the restaurants in Little Luoshui are connected to each other. The road in front of us has already been built this year. Do we still need to build it?" The manservant sat next to him excitedly. He had been in the side hall several times, but he had never sat here. Originally, there was no side hall in the main family, only a main hall. After Master became an official, the layout was changed. To be able to sit here, it seemed that his status was much higher. However, he did not quite understand what Steward Zhang said. "We need to build buildings. There are fewer people coming from the north, but there are still people coming from the south. The imperial grandson has been eyeing our family." Little young Master had no choice but to pull him in. Since the imperial grandson paid for it, he would naturally be willing to come here to play. There will be a lot of people coming. The road leads to the mountain. That mountain now belongs to our family. When the time comes, we can climb the mountain to play. We can walk back and forth between the restaurants here. The young lady has drawn a rough map. Find someone to build the buildings. The general layout has to be done according to the map. In the future, several restaurants will be connected together, and there will be a special corridor above. Steward Zhang said slowly at the side. The manservant listened without blinking. His face was full of yearning. He poured water for the housekeeper and listened to him continue. "And here, 6 ponds will be connected. A corridor and a canal will be built in the middle. Flowers and plants will be planted on both sides. That way, there will be a lot of water vapor. In the morning or at night, it will be foggy. It's so beautiful. What should I say?" The manservant imagined the scenery and prepared to describe it with a word. However, he could not figure it out and could only be anxious. The young lady said that when the time comes, there will be green hills and buildings outside the mountains. We also need to plant some reeds. Below the restaurant, we will divide them into pieces so that boats can go back and forth. In the middle, we will build a platform with stones and a pavilion on it. 2 corridors will be connected to one of the restaurants and one here. Steward Zhang said. He was also looking forward to it. He would be able to see it next year. It seemed that his Zhuangzi could only be inhabited by immortals. The manservant opened his eyes wide and suddenly said, "I know. Planting reeds will attract many people. According to the meaning in the Book of Songs, there will be more women. The reeds are green, and the white dew is frost. The so-called lover is on the other side of the water. Tracing back from there, the road is long and obstructive. Tracing back from there, the water is in the center." "Ha, it seems that you have learned something." "Yes, that's the meaning. The mountain is in the center of the water. Planting reeds is not only for this. The feces at home need to be dried. The firewood is not enough from the mountain. When the time comes, we will use reeds instead and weave them into mats. Learn well. If you can learn 10% of the skills of the young master and the young lady, you will benefit a lot. The young master and the young lady's plans are never that simple. There are other things that I can't think of if the young master and the young lady didn't mention it. I can only guess about the road and the building." When Steward Zhang heard the manservant say reeds, he praised and then sighed with emotion. The manservant scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, "Everyone in the master's family is learning. I don't want to fall behind. When the master's official position is higher in the future, I can't lose face for the master. I will work hard and do a good job. When the time comes, I will show those scholars what a person who can do chores in the Zhang family looks like." The more the manservant said, the more excited he became. He had memorized a lot of things and learned hundreds of words. He was working hard to practice writing. After saying this, he calmed down a little and said, "I have some confidence compared to the people outside, but I don't dare to compare with the young master and the young lady. Not to mention 10%, as long as I can compare with the 2 little ancestors in our family, I will be satisfied." When the manservant said this, he didn't feel modest at all. He really didn't dare to compare with the young master and the young lady. The two little ancestors' plans were as profound as they could be. When they collected grain and raised chickens last year, who would have thought that it was because of the locust plague? Unexpectedly, the master's family got two officials in exchange. Go to sleep. Don't delay tomorrow's work. After talking for a while, Steward Zhang finally felt sleepy. He told the manservant and got up to leave. The manservant tidied up the things on the table and went to the residence with his dream. Maybe he would have a good dream tonight. The wind twirled around the Meon, and the moon was half-curved. The Milky Way was full of stars, and the insects were silent. It was Yilanshan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still awake. There was a letter in front of them. It was sent from that house. It was very clear that there was no malice in it. It just wanted to meet with the master. There is no signature. Who is it? If there is no malice, don't let people follow you. For us, stalking is malice. There are always eyes watching us. No one will be happy. Wang Wan observed the handwriting of this person, trying to figure out the character of the person who wrote it. Then let's have Song Jinggong talk about it tomorrow morning. Bring the two of us and see what is going on with this person. The letter you wrote was sent by their people, but they didn't send it directly to the house. Instead, they took a boat and split it into two places. Do you see anything? Zhang Xiaobao used his hand to support his chin. He was also thinking. He didn't know which aristocratic family sent this person, or which big official sent this person. Or maybe it was from a rich company. The style of writing is restrained. This person should be more stable. Doing a good job in the big picture means that this person often arranges things for others. His tone is slightly more self-centered. This means that his status is not low. In his heart, the two of us Zhuangzi are nothing. Wang Wan analyzed the letter as she read. This was what she did. She could write with her left and right hands. She knew a few types of characters. When she wrote, she could also adjust her mood to prevent others from reading her handwriting. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the letter and looked at it. He didn't know much about handwriting, so he couldn't see anything. He only felt that the other person's handwriting was better than his. He put down the letter and said, "Meet him tomorrow. Ask him who is behind him. It can't be that someone thinks the two of us are cute and sent people to protect us, right? Then go to bed early. After meeting him tomorrow, we will play for a day before going home. Make some arrangements and welcome the new county magistrate." Wang Wan threw the letter in her hand, pulled the thin blanket and lay down. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a few seconds. He shook his head and followed her in. The next day, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, Huzi didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to get up and prepare to meet the person in the house. Damn that Han Yongyao. It's not over yet. Let's go over there. Let Song Jinggong take care of this. Wang Wan said angrily. Chapter 214. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed not to meet that person. He planned to go to Li Sun's place to find Han Yongyao and let him know that if he was not a bad person, he would not be retaliated against. The two of them first let Huzi go to rest, and then arranged for the bailiff to go to their home to tell them some things. They could not let others take action, and they did not have any reaction. After finishing these things, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hurriedly ate a meal, prepared for a while, and then rushed to the other side by car. The place Li Sun chose was next to Sanshui County, and part of it had already left Sanshui County. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the car, sullen and silent, shaking with the bumpy car. Pomegranate, who was sitting opposite them, saw the young master and young lady like this, so she advised them. Young master, young lady, it is not worth being angry with such a person. When the time comes, we will teach them a good lesson, and they will know to be afraid. Well, don't be angry, but he is a little annoying. Such a small child, but he is full of bad ideas. It seems that the adults in the family usually did not discipline him well. Let's go and deal with him first. We can't let them have an easy time. Zhang Xiaobao adjusted his posture and leaned back on the cushion. That's right, we can't let him off easily. He is so close. If we don't do it this time, he will think that we are afraid of him. Children are like this, they will definitely have worse ideas. We can't always watch him. Wang Wan also agreed. Although he was a child, he was not worse than an adult when he was bad, especially when his family had some power. At first, he just wanted to vent his anger, but when you did not care about him, he would treat it as a fun thing to do and scheme against you. Pomegranate felt that the young master and young lady were the most interesting at this time. They said that others were children, but the two of them were younger than the children. She thought for a while and asked, "Can't we let the authorities arrest them? The three of them have already been arrested, and then there will be witnesses." "What do you mean by that? There is no written evidence. When the time comes, he will say that he did not know, and these three people framed him. What can they do to him? Who doesn't know how to play dirty? Let him play dirty." Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was his greatest misfortune to have such a neighbor. He wanted to make trouble for you all day long, but he still had to spare some energy to guard against him. How could he have so much time? Wang Wan also said, "We can't let him off so easily this time. Xiaobao, how do you think we should deal with him? We can't possibly beat him up, right?" "There's no need to beat him. Just scare him and drag him down. As long as he can't reach the destination in the end, Li Sun will beat him. Li Sun has always wanted to show off in front of Milord. We must grasp this mentality firmly." Zhang Xiaobao also smiled sinisterly and tapped his face. Pomegranate saw the little lord's actions from the front and began to feel sorry for Han Yongyao. She didn't know what the little lord would do. "Xiaobao, that Xing is next to the Han family, right? Surnamed Yuan, he also came up with the idea. This time, we should give him a warning as well." Wang Wan leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and closed her eyes to rest. "Yes, could it be that there's no good person over there? We can discuss with Li Sun about building another restaurant between the clouds and the water. Let's ask Li Sun for help." In order to prepare for the long journey ahead, Zhang Xiaobao also closed his eyes and leaned his head on the carriage. The carriage rushed all the way. In the afternoon, they finally caught up with Li Sun and the others. The group had already started to move. Those who walked fast were more than 1 li ahead of those who walked slow. Li Sun didn't walk so fast. There were more than 10 people around him who were also maintaining their strength. Han Yongyao was also here. This was ordered by his family. Before they came, they had already said that they had to follow beside Li Sun. They also asked the servants who came with them to watch over them. Everyone was walking when a carriage suddenly cut in. Li Sun's face immediately became ugly. Who was so bold to drive a carriage here at this time? When the carriage stopped and the door opened, Li Sun's face changed again. The others' faces also changed. Those who knew Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan before were happy. They thought that as long as they followed these two people, they would be able to reach their destination. Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi's faces also changed. They were family members and knew their own situation. They just came up with the idea. Last night, someone should have poisoned them. Why did these two people who didn't come before suddenly come? Could it be that they came specifically for them? Young Master Li, we're also here to participate. We're a little young and we cut in at this time. Do we need to start from the beginning? Then let the carriage turn back. Zhang Xiaobao jumped off the carriage first. He turned around and held Wang Wan with one hand. Then he turned around and asked Li Sun. Li Sun's face showed a happy smile. He stepped forward and said, "If other people are so young, of course they can't. But if it's you guys, then there's no need to worry. Just now, you said that you're young. Since you're young, of course you should walk less. Just walk with us. Have you brought your things? This time, there's no tent for you to go in and talk about the quality of the food." As Li Sun spoke, his eyes swept over Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's backpacks. He really wanted to know what they brought this time. To him, these two backpacks were no different from 100 treasures pouches. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and patted the side of his backpack. He smiled and said, "Yes, we've brought everything. We can hurry on. Young Master Han, you're here too? Did you dream that you fell into the pond last night? Did you find that the water was poisonous, and there were dead fish floating around?" After greeting Li Sun, Zhang Xiaobao turned to face Han Yongyao and asked softly, "What pond? I don't know what you're talking about. I still have to hurry on." Han Yongyao trembled and took 2 steps back in fear. He didn't dare to look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Yuan Xingyi smiled and said, "I didn't expect that the two people who were said to be so powerful would finally come. Young Master Zhang, The road ahead will depend on you. Zhang Xiaobao returned a smile and didn't say anything. He sighed in his heart. These children of rich families were indeed better than the children of ordinary families. Perhaps they were a bit worse at enduring hardships, but when it came to dealing with people or things, they could always perform better. This was what they learned from being around adults. Xiaobao, can you let me see your backpack? When the children began to hurry on, Li Sun couldn't hold back his curiosity and walked beside Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Looking at it now will waste time. We'll know when we need it. I originally didn't plan on coming, but something happened at home yesterday. Cuckoo and I were playing with little Luo Shui, so we had to come and ask for young Master Li's help. The children around them were all raised by their families since they were young, so they spoke like adults. Zhang Xiaobao didn't hide it and also spoke to Li Sun in the tone of an adult. Li Sun naturally didn't speak for nothing. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he seemed to understand. He thought about how Han Yongyao had avoided his gaze and said with a smile, "Xiaobao, could it be that someone in your family went to poison the pond? How many fish died? Last time, your manor sent someone to deliver the fish recipe. I was thinking that after this matter, I would go to your pond to catch a few fish, but it seems that won't be possible." When Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi, who were following not far behind, heard their nephew's words, their footsteps became chaotic and they almost fell. They felt sweat seeping out of their foreheads. What they wanted to know the most right now was whether the person who had poisoned the pond had been caught. If they were caught and exposed them, wouldn't they be accused of plotting against the imperial nephew? Zhang Xiaobao seemed to know that the two people behind him were afraid, so he deliberately turned to look at them and said meaningfully, "Young Master Li, you may not know, but some people can't wait for everything in my family to be poisoned to death. Unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint them." In Zhuangzi, there was a farmer who happened to wake up at night and found 3 people. As for the fish, young Master Li, go back and pick a few good ones. Young Master Zhang, so someone went to make trouble at home last night. No wonder you said you were dreaming. Young Master Zhang must have dreamed about it last night. I wonder if those people have been reported to the authorities. These people can't be let off lightly. Yuan Xingyi was afraid in his heart, but he pretended to be concerned as he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, they have been caught and handed over to the bailiff over there. Unfortunately, these 3 people are too stubborn. The person who came to report said that the bailiff hasn't been able to get anything out of them. It seems that the person behind the scenes who wanted to poison young Master Li is not simple. Zhang Xiaobao first put a hat on the heads of the 2 people. How could Yuan Xingyi admit to this? He quickly said, "Young Master Zhang, you're too serious." Young Master Li also said that he was going to eat fish. How did those 3 people know in advance? If they really knew that young Master Li was going to eat fish, they wouldn't dare even if they had more courage. Yes, they definitely wouldn't dare. It's probably someone from Zhuangzi who was jealous of the fish in Zhangjia Zhuangzi's pond, so they went there. It's just a small matter, how could there be someone secretly instigating them? I'm just afraid that the 3 of them will accuse me. I'll send someone back to investigate later. If I'm a villager from Zhuangzi, I won't let them off lightly. Han Yongyao also said on the side. The only thing he hoped now was that the 3 people didn't say anything or suddenly died. That would be even better. This kind of thing will naturally be dealt with by the authorities. Hurry up, hurry up. According to the situation, we still have to walk for half a month. There's a section of road ahead that is not easy to walk. Li Sun knew what was going on, but he didn't say that he was going to punish the 2 people. Especially when Zhang Xiaobao said that he was going to poison him, he felt that Zhang Xiaobao was an interesting person. If that was really the case, the 2 people could be exterminated. Even if he didn't have the opportunity to sit on the throne and was just a side branch, he still had to protect the identity of the imperial nephew. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also knew that they couldn't immediately take revenge, so they could only wait for an opportunity. They no longer paid attention to the 2 people. Looking at the seemingly endless road, they walked beside Li Sun. After walking 100 steps, Zhang Xiaobao thought of the cooperation and said to Li Sun, "Young Master Li, when it's time to rest at night, there's something I need to discuss with you." Chapter 215. Li Sun chose this path so as not to delay the people on the main road. There were already people in front of the path to check if there was any danger. Usually, no pedestrians would come here. However, there were two small hills on the road. Although they were called hills, they were actually dirt hills. There were a few trees on the hills, but there were no cliffs or precipices. Today, they would reach there if they walked a little further. Going over the hills would take a lot of time. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he sped up a little. According to his calculation, most people would be resting on the hill at night. He and Wang Wan did not speak. Li Sun and several people around him also hurried on. Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi, who were behind them, could not stay silent. The two of them stayed a little further away from the group and got together to discuss things. Brother Xingyi, I don't understand. Why were the three of them caught? Do you think he'll give me up when the time comes? Han Yongyao rubbed his hands anxiously, hoping to hear some comforting words from Yuan Xingyi. Yuan Xingyi was also worried. Hearing this, he smacked his lips and said, "Of course. Those Yamen runners are all good at tricks. I'm not afraid of them. If they ask and we don't admit it, what can they do? We are not in Sanshui County. Where do they dare to catch people? So it's okay?" Han Yongyao was happy. Okay? If this matter is serious, Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi will remember us. They may even do something bad to our two families. No, I have to send someone back to tell them to keep an eye on them at night. As Yuan Xingyi spoke, he suddenly thought of this. Ignoring Han Yongyao, who was asking how Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi would retaliate, he quickly found a guard who accompanied them here. After the guard took the order and went back, he let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Han Yongyao, who had also just sent someone back to report, and said, "That's good. That's good. In the future, we should get in touch with young Master Li more and give him some benefits so that young Master Li won't help them. I see that young Master Li is quite good to the Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi. I don't know why he doesn't want to buy the restaurant and Zhuangzi anymore. If there's a chance, we should stir up this matter." As he spoke, Yuan Xingyi laughed sinisterly again, perhaps because he felt that his idea was good. Han Yongyao nodded vigorously at the side, thinking that this was indeed a good idea. "Then when we eat later, I will give young Master Li the good stuff in my bag." Han Yongyao thought of such a way to get close to and please him. Yuan Xingyi shook his head. "No, young Master Li is here to get some food. If you give him your food, he won't eat it. He wants to experience the details of surviving in the wild. If you really give him food, he will be angry." Brother Xingyi is right. I was careless. No thanks. Han Yongyao felt that he was much worse than Yuan Xingyi. He was even more grateful and learned to imitate Yuan Xingyi. Li Sun hurried along, looking up at the sky from time to time. He felt that the sky was getting dark too slowly today. He kept thinking about Zhang Xiaobao's words that they had something to discuss. In his opinion, it was not Zhang Xiaobao who had something to say to him, but the expert on Zhangjia Zhuangzi who had passed the message through Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. In this kind of torment, the sky finally slowly darkened. They also walked to the second hill. When the sun, which was as round as an egg yolk, was about to set, the team stopped. The people in front of them had already taken out their food and started to eat. Li Sun and the others also started to eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out their food. When they saw it, they were surprised. Li Sun was also a little confused. He thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would take out the same fried noodles as he did. Unexpectedly, they took out raw rice from their backpacks. "Xiaobao, you are going to..." Li Sun pointed at the raw rice and asked. "It's evening. Cuckoo and I only had some snacks at noon. If we don't eat now, we will be hungry," Zhang Xiaobao said matter-of-factly. The two of them each took out a small pot and put 2 bowls in it. One was like a big ladle and the other was like steamed, but much smaller. Wang Wan was in charge of adding water to the steamed rice, and Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of digging a hole to collect firewood. A small iron ring that could be folded and supported by 3 legs was put on the fire. When the rice was steamed, the two of them took out the already cut radishes and beef and put them in another pot. They poured some oil, added some chopped green onions, and cooked beef with radishes. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could they still be in the mood to cook at a time like this? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out 2 large goose eggs under everyone's astonished gazes. The two of them even put the goose eggs into their backpacks. Xiaobao, eat one. One is enough for the two of us. Wang Wan looked at the goose egg in her hand and then looked at Zhang Xiaobao's egg. I'll eat one. Zhang Xiaobao took back his egg and took out the iron one with the biggest bowl. He lit a fire and put oil in the bowl. Wang Wan came over and knocked the goose egg on the side of the bowl. With a hua sound, the egg white and egg yolk inside fell into the bowl. Raw. Several people said at the same time. They thought it was salty and cooked, but they didn't expect it to be raw. Li Sun looked at them from the side. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. How could Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan not bring food that was convenient to carry? They came here to cook. As a result, there were less things in their backpacks. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiaobao, is there something special about the things you've brought? Something special? No, Cuckoo and I came here in a hurry. We came here from Little Luoshui. How could we prepare other things? We can only bring some. Let's eat beef stewed radish later. I put my family's special seasoning in it. I like to dip the beef in garlic sauce. Cuckoo doesn't want to eat it. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Sun. In fact, he and Wang Wan came here to find trouble with Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi. It wasn't a real survival in the wild, so they should enjoy it. Li Sun naturally didn't believe it. How could there be nothing in Little Luoshui? Seeing Zhang Xiaobao say so, he could only keep the words in his heart. What if the two of them ate all the food? Would they rely on eating that thing all day in the future? The food was stewed in the pot, and with Zhang Xiaobao's 13 spices, the aroma drifted everywhere in a short while. The same was true for the aroma of the rice. Those who could only eat fried noodles or cooked foods secretly swallowed their saliva. Even drinking a mouthful of the stewed soup would be enough. Li Sun thought about it and finally decided to eat some of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's food. He said, "Give me some later. Less meat, more soup. You two can't eat the rice, right? Give me some, I'll eat it in the soup. Are these cucumbers?" As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao took out 2 cucumbers from his bag. He put an iron bowl over, pulled out a small kitchen knife, and slapped it. Wang Wan also handed over a few cloves of garlic. Hearing Li Sun's words, Zhang Xiaobao didn't stop slapping and said, "Yes, cucumbers. Give some to the garlic and cucumbers to eat. I'll give you some later. Ordinary people can't eat cucumbers unless they are transported from somewhere else." I know. It seems that Zhuangzi will be auspicious again this year, right? When winter comes, give me some and I'll help you sell it. How about it? Li Sun understood the cucumbers. What auspicious? It was that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi had a way to grow cucumbers. He guessed it last year. At that time, he wanted to come and snatch it, but he was stopped by his father. He said that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was counting on cucumbers to make more money. Later, he heard that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was already prepared. As long as someone went there, he would destroy the place. Only then did he give up the idea. Now that he was more familiar with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was even more embarrassed to ask for the method. He could only buy some and bring them back. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and put the cucumbers and garlic into a bowl. He sprinkled some salt and said, "There's no need to sell them. My family planted a lot this year. We can eat them all in one go until next year. When we go back, I'll have someone send some to your place. You have to show filial piety to your elders and learn the method of planting. Give it to the prince and do something good for the people." Your family is going to hand over the method? Li Sun didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to be willing to hand over the method. It was all money. He didn't hand it over last year because he suddenly found the method. He didn't know if it was good or not. It was auspicious. This year he mastered the method. That person in my family said that he couldn't keep it. If he handed it over, he would get some benefits. If he didn't hand it over, how dare he sell it and say it was auspicious? Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. Once the method was revealed, it would not only be planting cucumbers, but also other things. How much money would they lose? But this method was like a bomb. With the arrival of the new county magistrate, the income of Little Luoshui was so high. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi were being targeted. Li Sun thought for a while and said, "I understand. You said that you have something to discuss with me. Is this the thing? What benefits do you want? To promote your father and Wang Wan's father by 1 rank? No, it's just an empty position. A rank 7 official position is enough. Cuckoo's father will think of a way. My father can't be promoted no matter what. If he is promoted, it will be hard to arrange things in the future. As long as you help to spread my father's reputation, it will be enough. This method will be the Yongqing vegetable growing method. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to ask for an official position for his father now. If he really gave it to his father, how would he arrange his rank after the imperial examination? If he got a rank 6 official now, would he be able to be a county magistrate in the future? That would be the county magistrate of the capital city, Chang. He could use this vegetable growing method to gain a reputation. When the time comes, he would help to spread the word. Also, with county magistrate Cheng's help, it would be easier to send out invitations. Li Sun didn't know that all this was discussed by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He thought that it was the advice of that expert, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Young Master Li, I said that we have something to discuss. It's not this. It's another thing. Let's build a few restaurants between the clouds and the water. I will tell you the details later. The other thing is that I need your help with. Zhang Xiaobao said again. Recommend a book for friendship. Wang Daoji's model competition recommendation ticket, don't give it to him. Leave it for me. Thank you. Chapter 216. What's the matter? Li Sun asked. I want my father to be the top scorer in the examinations and become the top high scholar in Ping Prefecture. Zhang Xiaobao said seriously. What subject? When Li Sun heard that he wanted to become the first high scholar, he gulped and asked. The Jinshi subject, which was originally the elementary scholar subject. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Li Sun was no longer swallowing his saliva, but was wiping his sweat. He had promised to give these children a tribute, but it was the kind that would be placed at the back of the queue. Not many of them would be able to persist. But Zhang Xiaobao, or rather the person behind him, wanted to be the top scorer, and it was for the Jinshi subject. This was too scary. Xiaobao, when you go back, you should tell your family that it's not easy to become the top high scholar of the province. You need to have real talent, fame, and support. What I say doesn't count. Let's talk about the matter of the restaurant. Li Sun was indeed in a difficult position. He did not have the ability to obtain the position of the top high scholar in Ping Prefecture. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to discuss this matter first and said, Young Master Li, you don't have to be in a difficult position. You have the fame. From tomorrow onwards, all the restaurants in Sanshui County will sing Yongqing poems. Within half a month, all the restaurants in Ping Prefecture will sing Yongqing poems. During the new year, Guanyi Dao, Hunan Dao, Shanandong Dao and Hedong Dao will sing Yongqing poems wherever there is a well. Li Sun was stunned. He understood what the person from the Zhang family meant. He wanted to use money to bribe people to spread the poems everywhere. As long as the poems written by Zhang Xiaobao's father were not too bad, there would be no problems. But how much money would that require? No wonder they did not want empty positions. Thinking of this, Li Sun nodded. If that's the case, then it will be easier to handle. With this method of growing vegetables, your father's reputation will be very big. It's time to let your father write more poems. Write more, right? Well, did your family say how much they are willing to pay this time? He just wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao how much money his family could give to the people above him so that they could help him. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao was silent. He had to calculate how much income he had and how to distribute it. His family was suddenly poor again. Just the expenses for those rumors alone were not small, and he still had to give gifts. How much money could he have? Between the clouds and the water was not earning enough, at least not now. Little Luo Shui could do it. It was not a problem for them to earn 100,000 taels of silver a year. Compared to those large clans with a foundation that could easily earn 1,000,000 taels of silver, it was not bad. Compared to those small clans, it was not bad. But this money could not be earned immediately. He needed a period of time. He was poor, but it would be enough to wait until his father finished his exams. 5,000 taels of silver a month. You can borrow some first. It should be 30,000 taels. I can take it all out at once. What do you think, young Master Li? Zhang Xiaobao calculated and gave a number when he lamented that he was poor. Li Sun did not understand what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. Did his family not tell him about this? When Zhang Xiaobao said this, Li Sun smiled. It's good to have this money. I will help you arrange it. In fact, it is not a small amount. How much is the annual tax of the imperial court? With this money, people in the capital can also send invitations. Just wait for the good news. It seems that your family has made a lot of money. I will be counting on you in the future. Zhang Xiaobao naturally knew that the tax of the imperial court was not that high. It could easily be tens of millions. It was impossible. The main reason was that the tax was low. It was not like in the capital, where one had to pay 20 to 30% of the tax. But it could not be said that there was no money here. The wealthy families in the capital could casually send a gift of 1,000 strings of coins. At this time, the river there was not frozen. When the weather turned cold, the income would be even lower. They could only wait for the next year to sell ice. Then I will have to thank young Master Li. When the restaurant between the clouds and the water opens, young Master Li will also have a small amount of money. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun. A fragrant smell entered his nose. It would be ready to eat in a while. Li Sun understood that this was a benefit given to him by the Zhang family. It seemed that this Zhang family was not bad. He could get some benefits from the way they grew vegetables. This time, he got another. His imperial nephew was also poor. The money that the palace gave him every month was not enough to do anything. He originally wanted to buy the restaurant between the clouds and the water, but now he did not need to. Zhang Xiaobao said that this was a temporary idea. He immediately arranged for someone to go back and ask his father to write some poems. His father's talent was not bad. He knew a lot of things. If it was not for the fact that he was afraid that his father would be angry, he could have asked Wang Wan to help him think of some poems to fake. The stew bubbled for a while. After it was thick, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the pot and gave some to Li Sun. They began to eat the fragrant rice. Li Sun praised as he ate. But what did you put in? Don't forget to send me some of that seasoning when you go back. I will ask the chef to add it when he cooks. With a common interest, Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun's relationship became closer. He chewed the beef with a bit of tendon at the back and nodded. But I will have someone send it to your place when we go back. When the restaurant is built, the mountain and the restaurant will be connected. You can bring people who are close to you to play. Remember to pay. Don't let your family's business fail. Yes, I will. You must pay. When the time comes, I will also have a share. My carriage needs to be changed. I need to make a few more sets of clothes. Look at these clothes. I wore them last year. They are a bit small. Li Sun said happily. He even cried that he was poor. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the clothes Li Sun was wearing. They nodded and didn't say anything. He didn't wear the same clothes every day last year. As long as his body didn't grow too fast, so what if he wore the same clothes the year before? The three of them sat together and chatted while eating. This made Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi, who were eating the smoked meat behind them, feel uncomfortable. Especially the smell of the beef stewed with radish and the fragrance of the cucumber, the two of them felt that the meat in their mouths was really hard to swallow. Brother Xingyi, didn't you just say that young Master Li won't eat other people's food? Now we have to add 2 more dishes. Han Yongyao looked at the smoked lamb leg in his hand and complained. If you give it to him, of course he won't eat it. But that dish is freshly made. If you give it to me, I won't be able to resist it either. I didn't expect that 2 kids could make such delicious food. Cucumber with garlic. I can even eat a bite. Yuan Xingyi also felt that the food in his mouth was tasteless. Looking at the others eating the hot food in big mouthfuls, he smacked his lips and finally took a bite of his own food. Who asked him to not bring anything raw? If he didn't want to be beaten, he could only endure. The adults who followed them also smelled the food made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. One of them, who seemed to be a mother, said to the mother of another child next to her, "If I had known, I would have brought some raw food for Exen. It's useless. They don't know how to cook." The children of the Zhang family and the Wang family are very good. Last time on the grassland I saw them cook. I don't know how their family teaches them. The woman who heard the voice sighed. The one who spoke before said, "It should be that their family is not rich. Their children have to help out since they were young." Not rich? This elder sister, do you know which family they are from? To Qiao village, the treasures of the 2 Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The wharf in Shaoluoshui belongs to them. There are hundreds of shops, restaurants, and warehouses. They only rent and don't sell. The rent they receive every year is hundreds of thousands of strings of coins. The woman who understood the situation gave an introduction that she didn't know. Speaking of which, she was even more envious. The wasteland that they bought with 1,000 taels of silver turned into a chicken that lays golden eggs. When the woman heard that the two children were raised by the two Zhuangzi of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she opened her mouth wide in shock. After a while, she closed it and said, "Such rich Zhuangzi actually let their children learn how to cook? Could it be that they want their children to be cooks in the restaurant in the future?" She said sourly. Then, she looked at her 11-year-old child who was gnawing on a meat pie. The crumbs were everywhere. Then, she looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who were still eating. She helplessly shook her head. Today was the last time the child would eat meat pie. Starting tomorrow, he would eat something else. The meat pie couldn't be left for too long. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished eating in a short while. They looked at the bowl that was stained with oil and then looked at the water bag they brought. They poured a little water into it and shook it a few times. Then, they raised their heads and drank the water that was stained with oil. Then, they took out 2 pieces of paper to wipe their faces. The river in front seems to be the day after tomorrow. Let's hold on for 2 days. Zhang Xiaobao put away the things and lay down on the withered grass. Are you really going to reach the destination? Wang Wan lay down next to Zhang Xiaobao and asked. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei turned their heads and looked at where Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi were. They put their arms under their heads and said, "That depends on when we can make them quit. If they can hold on for a short time, we will go back early. If they can hold on until the end, then I will admire them." Absolutely impossible. We can't scare them to death. We can't make them feel absent-minded and weak. Wang Wan took out the blankets and pushed Zhang Xiaobao to turn over. One of the blankets was spread out and the other covered the two of them. After lying down for a while, Zhang Xiaobao took out the knife and walked towards Han Yongyao. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, if you dare to use the knife, you are finished." Han Yongyao looked at Zhang Xiaobao who was holding the knife and asked vigilantly. Yuan Xingyi also stared at Zhang Xiaobao. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao would make a move at this time. Zhang Xiaobao came close to the two of them, squatted down, smiled at the two of them and said, "Don't be afraid. Don't have nightmares at night. I will cut some grass and use it as a pillow. You guys go ahead." Zhang Xiaobao said and really cut the grass beside the two of them. Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi didn't know what to do. When Zhang Xiaobao was almost done cutting, Yuan Xingyi remembered and asked, "Don't you have grass over there? Why are you cutting the grass here?" "Yes, but I don't want to see you die, so I help you. The place where you lie will be dangerous," Zhang Xiaobao said with a trembling voice. Chapter 217. What are you talking about? Do we need you to save our lives? Explain it to us clearly. Yuan Xingyi heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and trembled. He felt a little uncomfortable and asked angrily. Han Yongyao also stared at Zhang Xiaobao, as if he wouldn't let Zhang Xiaobao go if he didn't give them a reasonable explanation. Zhang Xiaobao waved the grass in his hand and said to the two of them, "See, this grass is different from other places. Look carefully, isn't it a little longer?" Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, the two of them looked around and found that the grass around them was a little longer than the grass in the distance. However, they didn't know what was wrong with the grass being a little longer. Could it be that it could kill people? You don't understand, right? Let me tell you, the place you were sitting just now is an old grave. Old graves have this kind of thing. The grass grows a little longer on top. But because grass needs water. How can it grow without water? Old graves are places of extreme een. If it's een, it's cold. If it's cold, there's more water. Zhang Xiaobao explained. In fact, this place was facing the sun and there weren't many trees. When the two of them stood here, the grass would naturally grow a little longer. Even if it was a little shorter, it would be fine. Zhang Xiaobao had another set of words to say. The two of them quickly took a few steps to the side and seemed to be preparing to change places. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "You want to leave? You've been standing and sitting on people for so long. How can you just leave like that?" If that's the case, the thing inside will come out and look for you at night and press on you. Don't scare us. We're not afraid. If we don't leave, are we going to continue sleeping here? What does this have to do with you cutting the grass? Yuan Xingyi did stop, but he still refuted Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and shook his head. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. Look, if the grass is cut down, then there won't be as much grass left in this place. Look, the grass isn't yellow yet. It's a little green. When I cut it, it's like that, understand? The two of them shook their heads at the same time. Han Yongyao felt a little cold and shivered. He asked, just mowing the grass? Will the things inside not come out? That's right, smart. That's how it is. Since you're on top of him, you have to do something for him. This place is shady, and the thing inside likes the shade. If you cut the grass that hasn't withered won't be able to get the water out. Only when the thing inside is happy will it forgive you. When Zhang Xiaobao spoke, his voice trembled with Weiwei's. He sighed at how much the people here believed in such things. If he dared to speak to people like this in the past, he would have jumped up and punched him. Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao looked at each other and nodded. They felt that what Zhang Xiaobao said was indeed reasonable. Yuan Xingyi walked back and squatted beside Zhang Xiaobao. He asked, if you help us cut the grass, won't it be fine? Why can't we leave? Who said it's fine? Don't you want the thing inside to know that it's because of you too? You have to put the grass under your body to sleep. At night, when the thing inside comes out, it won't harm you. Remember, don't let there be water on the grass. Otherwise, when you sleep, you'll find that it's hard to breathe because something is sitting on you. Zhang Xiaobao continued cutting. When he was almost done, he rolled the two bundles of grass in front of Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao. The two of them hesitated for a moment, but still chose to listen to Zhang Xiaobao. The main reason was that a few people nearby also came to watch. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, they nodded. At the same time, they began to look around to see if the grass had grown a little. Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao each bundled the grass and dragged it to another place. The grass here was shorter, so they laid the grass on top of it. They looked at the place where they were sitting and standing just now and turned their heads away. It seemed that they didn't want to look anymore. Zhang Xiaobao cut some more hay and rolled it into two balls to use as pillows. Wang Wan also put some hay under the blanket. This time they could sleep. When Zhang Xiaobao returned to Wang Wan, he said to Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao, remember, don't let the grass under you have water. Otherwise, you'll be pressed down by the thing that comes out of there. That thing is very vengeful. Once it presses down, you don't know how many days it will press down. When you're pressed down, you'll find that when you wake up in the morning, your body will be sore and sticky. Xiaobao, you're really amazing. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao come back and moved aside to let him sit down and whispered, I'm a good person. I didn't poison them. I even helped them a lot. What do you think we should do if the thing below comes up? Zhang Xiaobao said with a serious expression. Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. You're a good person? Go to the grave and burn newspapers. Go lie to ghosts. I'm going to sleep first. You watch the fire. Don't let the mosquitoes bite me. This should be the last batch of mosquitoes. They're drilling into my flesh. Wang Wan muttered. She arched her body and fell asleep on her side. Zhang Xiaobao held a handful of grass in his hand and sat there. He looked at the fire and swept the grass above Wang Wan's face from time to time to prevent mosquitoes from flying over. When they slept until midnight, Wang Wan woke up and nudged Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao continued to lie down. When it was almost dawn, Wang Wan didn't keep watch. She got under the blanket and hugged Zhang Xiaobao for a while before they got up together. Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao didn't need to keep watch last night. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the initiative to ask for it. This way, they could divert the time to scheme against the two people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tidied up their things and went to the place where Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao slept. They squatted down and looked. A few other people who woke up early also came over. It's over. There's water. Among the people who came over, one of them pointed at the grass under Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao and exclaimed. This shout woke the two people up. Just as they were about to move, they suddenly felt that their bodies were sore and sticky. Just as they didn't know what was going on, the people around them began to ask one after another. Some asked if they had nightmares last night. Some asked if they were pressed down. Some asked if their bodies were sore and uncomfortable. Some even came over to touch them to see if they were sticky. Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao listened to the people around them. Looking at the water droplets on the grass, they felt their bodies. Thinking about it, they seemed to have dreamed of something last night. One after another, they couldn't connect the dots. Immediately, their faces turned pale with fright. How did you do it? Didn't we say to let the grass dry? It's over now. Zhang Xiaobao sighed sadly and said there. Wang Wan nodded at the side. Pointing at the two people's faces, she said, Why are they so pale? Could it be that their yang qi was sucked away? The people around them looked at the two people's pale faces and nodded one after another. This made the two people's faces even more unsightly. They looked at each other and immediately began to breathe heavily. Han Yongyao was the most timid. He was almost scared to tears. He kept muttering, It's over, it's over. What should we do now? Someone quickly come over to this young master. His family's servants also knew about this matter. At night, they came over to take a look. However, they didn't see clearly. When they touched the grass, they only felt that it was a little moist, but there was no water. A servant was more clever and said, Young master, don't be afraid. This is dew. I don't care what kind of water it is. My body is sore and uncomfortable. Think of a way for me. At this time, Han Yongyao didn't have the time to care about dew. Dew was still water. The servant thought for a moment and took off a cloth bag from his neck. He gave it to Han Yongyao and said, Young master, this is what my mother asked for 2 years ago. You should wear it. It might be useful. Okay, when we go back I will definitely reward you. Han Yongyao took the bag and wore it around his neck. He finally felt a lot better. The servant immediately said, Young master, your complexion is better. Really? Yes, it's a lot better, but it's still a little pale. It's better than before. A person said with certainty. Han Yongyao breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally not so afraid, but the uncomfortable feeling in his body did not disappear. Yuan Xingyi was still afraid. He found his family's people and asked them. They really made an amulet and wore it to thank Zhang Xiaobao. Today, when you go to other places, you still have to use that kind of grass as a cushion. See how it goes. If it still doesn't work, then you can only go home early. Zhang Xiaobao didn't seem to think that wearing an amulet was enough, so he continued to say. The two people now believed it. They nodded and endured the discomfort in their bodies to eat. When they ate, they felt disgusted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out 2 dry steamed buns and made some cucumber and goose egg soup. They put some ginger foam in it and soaked the steamed buns in it. They ate until they were full. They didn't want to catch a cold like Yuan Xingyi and Yuan Xingyi. How could it not be uncomfortable to use the grass? If it was an adult, they would directly fall ill. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to kill them, so he only let the two of them use the grass for one more night. There was a lot of dew on the mountain. Not to mention the grass, even the dry grass had a layer of dew on it. When everyone was almost up, those who wanted to go to the place first left early. In fact, it was useless. At night, if these people who rushed to the place first dared to sleep in the same place, it would have some effect. Unfortunately, even if they knew that there were people looking after them, they still wanted to rest with the rest of the group. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't talk as usual. They walked and talked. Usually, Wang Wan asked and Zhang Xiaobao answered. Xiaobao, do you think that thing that came out of the ground will look for the two of them tonight? Will it find us? Wang Wan's voice wasn't soft. She also looked at Yuan Xingyi and Yuan Xingyi. Who knows? I hope it won't find us. Let's go further away at night. Don't sleep too well at night. Otherwise, we won't be able to react in time. Zhang Xiaobao also looked back at the two of them and shook his head. He was thinking of a way, which meant that he should sleep less at night. Chapter 218. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said this, the others moved away from Han Yongyao, fearing that they would be implicated. Even the adults in the family advised their children not to get too close to Han Yongyao when they were sleeping at night. Some even immediately sent people to the Taoist temple to ask for talismans. Well, the Taoist temple was almost demolished, so it was not easy to find it. Han Yongyao and Yuan Xiling were already scared. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talking non-stop, they were even more scared. When they walked, their eyes were blank, and they looked around nervously at the slightest movement. When the two of them looked around, the others also looked around, making the atmosphere even more tense. Along the way there were many voices, but there were no voices. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking about ghost stories. When it was time for lunch, Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi could not eat a single bite. They drank some water, and their eyes were obviously sunken. Young master, there is news from home. Last night, a haystack in our house suddenly caught fire, and all the haystacks were burned. Just as Han Yongyao was thinking about what to do at night, a servant ran over from behind and said while panting, "Burned? How did it burn? Did a person do it, or did it burn itself?" When Han Yongyao heard that the haystacks in his house were burned, he frowned. Those haystacks could be used as firewood, and they could also be used to compress dung. This would cost him a lot of money. I don't know, but it shouldn't be done by a person. I didn't see any footprints. The Yamen runner went there first, and said that it burned itself. But someone said that they heard some noise at night, like the firecrackers sold by Zhangjia Zhuangzi called the Jumping Sky Monkey. The servant looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were sitting there eating, and answered the young master's question. Jumping Sky Monkey? So it was lit with that thing? Han Yongyao's gaze also swept over. The two of them did not conceal their conversation, so many people around them could hear them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally heard it as well. The two of them looked at each other, held back their laughter, and looked at Han Yongyao in confusion. Young Master Han's haystack caught fire? This is going to cost a lot of money. That's weird. Why are there so many things happening on our side these 2 days? 2 days ago, someone came to my house to poison my fish, and last night, they came to young Master Han's house to set it on fire? You really didn't burn yourself? Zhang Xiaobao said angrily, and Wang Wan also echoed, isn't that so? Who's so bad as to target our families? Could something have happened to young Master Yuan's house? Did someone get burned? Wang Wan's last question was exactly what everyone wanted to know. The servant immediately replied, no, the haystack was placed outside. It's still quite a distance away from the house. I wonder who young Master Zhang sold the Jumping Sky Monkey to? The servant had always suspected that he was sent by Zhang Xiaobao's family. He had already heard that Zhangjia Zhuangzi had caught 3 people who were going to poison the pond. There were rumors that they were from the Han family. Thinking about it this way, it was natural that they would want to take revenge. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about this servant at all. How could a servant like you ask me, a young master of Zhuangzi? Your master should be the one asking. Shut up, how can you say that? Young Master Zhang, it's all my fault for not being strict enough. But this is indeed what I want to ask. As long as we find out who sold the Jumping Sky Monkey to, we can investigate. When Han Yongyao saw Zhang Xiaobao's attitude, he knew that his family's people were talking over him. He felt that his family's discipline was not good enough. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's servants always followed them silently. Occasionally, when they talked about them, they would just smile. Moreover, the servants who followed them usually talked to each other. It seemed that they were all educated. One moment, they would talk about the falling leaves, the next moment, they would talk about the coming spring, and so on. When comparing the two, it was clear who was better and who was worse. He glared at the servant, then explained to Zhang Xiaobao. Only then did he ask the original question. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head blankly, I don't know. It's on sale every day, who knows who bought it? Cuckoo and I were not at home. Young Master Han, you wouldn't suspect that Cuckoo and I rushed back last night and used the Jumping Sky Monkey to burn the straw in your house, right? Our house was poisoned, and we never suspected young Master Han. If he didn't say this, Han Yongyao would really think that this matter had nothing to do with him. But now that he said it, Han Yongyao was sure that the straw pile was burned by the Zhang family. This was to tell him that if you dare to poison my house, I will burn your straw pile. If you don't admit it, I won't admit it either. Han Yongyao suppressed his anger in his heart. He clearly knew what was going on, but he couldn't say it out loud. He held it in until his face turned red. He took a few deep breaths, then squeezed out a smile and said, No, how could it be the Zhang family? Just like what Miss Wang said, there must be someone who wants to harm our Zhuangzi. On the side, Yuan Xingyi heard the conversation between the two sides. He turned his head to look at the place where his servants were, then looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's innocent faces. He also began to worry. He also understood. At this time, Li Sun came over and said, "Young Master Han, your house's straw pile was burned? I remember that I bought a lot of firecrackers a few days ago. Among them, I bought about 200 jumping sky monkeys. It's cheaper to buy more. Could it be that it's someone from our Zhuangzi? No. How could it be young Master Li's family? It must be an outsider." Han Yongyao could only swallow his words. Who told him to make the first move? He was anxious and angry, and his face became ugly again. "Young Master Han, don't think too much. It's just some straw. It's not worth much. If you want to use it, you can buy it at my home in Zhuangzi. I'll sell it to you at a cheaper price." Zhang Xiaobao continued to anger Han Yongyao. Zhang Xiaobao was actually very unwilling to do this. Why was he competing with a child? But if he didn't let him know, he would go back and arrange for more people to cause trouble for Zhuangzi. He couldn't afford to worry about that. He could only use the child's method to solve this problem. After all, his family had some power. Thank you, Xiaobao. Han Yongyao was really scared now. The Zhang family seemed to be capable of doing anything, especially this child in front of him. He obviously knew what was going on, but he pretended to be cute. None of the children of rich families were easy to deal with. At this moment, the thing that Yuan Xingyi was worried about happened. A servant hurried over. Before he could speak, Yuan Xingyi asked, "Did something happen at home? Did someone use a jumping sky monkey to burn the straw?" In reply to young master, "No. Last night, someone passed by Zhuangzi and hawked the rabbit beak beans and bean strips that were bitten by insects. He also sold some grass that was good shade before autumn. It was still green and very cheap. He asked around for Zhuangzi and said that he would sell it at Zhangjia Zhuangzi. The housekeeper asked someone to buy some, but this morning, the main family's 4 horses and 6 cows started to have diarrhea and couldn't stand up. Young master, didn't you ask someone to go back last night to tell you that the family felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed, so they came to tell you?" The servant gestured and told Yuan Xingyi what had happened. Who was it? Who wanted to harm the cows and horses on Zhuangzi? They even specifically asked where our house was. Fortunately, young Master Yuan's housekeeper bought them. Otherwise, our cows and horses would have been finished. Young Master Yuan, your family has really suffered an unexpected disaster. Without waiting for Yuan Xingyi to speak, Zhang Xiaobao shouted angrily and turned to Yuan Xingyi to thank him. "You're welcome. Xiaobao's family is quite lucky." Yuan Xingyi squeezed out a smile and said to the servant, "Go back and tell the family that there's no need to investigate or report it to the authorities. That person definitely won't be found. Who's the one who feeds the cows and horses? Why didn't they find anything in the straw?" In reply to young master, how could they not look? "But there's nothing in the straw, just grass and beans." The servant replied. He knew that the person who fed the cows and horses on Zhuangzi was going to suffer. At this time, Wang Wan interrupted and said, "Young Master Yuan, don't you think so? That one had a stomachache, the other was moldy, but the cows should be fine. My family's cows can eat anything, so it should be croton. How could they not see it? Think about it, if they boiled croton and then soaked the beans and grass, they wouldn't find it, right?" Yes, the young lady of the Wang family is indeed extraordinarily intelligent. Boiling croton in water, that's very ruthless. Yuan Xingyi looked at Wang Wan's big eyes blinking innocently and felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Look at how good she was. She told you what happened, but it was your housekeeper's fault for being greedy. Go back quickly and tell your family. Don't think about the rest of the dung. Yuan Xingyi said to the servant. After the servant left, Yuan Xingyi's eyes swept over Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After thinking for a while, he said, "After I go back, I'll send people to guard Zhuangzi. If anyone still wants to come to Zhangjia Zhuangzi and cause trouble, I won't let them go. Don't worry, especially those who want to poison the fish." "Really? Then young Master Yuan, quickly call that servant back. I just suddenly thought of a way." Boil the garlic with vinegar and pour it into the cow to see if it can be saved. Wang Wan's long eyelashes fluttered. Yuan Xingyi was stunned for a moment. His face was almost squeezed together. He nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, young lady Wang." He called the servant back and told him what Wang Wan said. The servant was a little worried about this method and asked, "Young master, will this work?" "Yes, go ahead. Can the situation be worse than this? If you don't eat it, you'll die." Yuan Xingyi believed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood what he said just now, so he gave them a method. There was no need for them to continue tricking him. Han Yongyao didn't think as much as Yuan Xingyi. He didn't know how to apologize at all. Hearing Yuan Xingyi's words, he didn't understand. When no one was looking at them, he asked, "Brother Xingyi, are you really going to help Zhangjia Zhuangzi? They just harmed you." "I'm helping myself. Don't think about harming others when you go back. Bear with it for a while and wait for their new county magistrate to arrive," Yuan Xingyi advised Han Yongyao. As for whether he listened or not, he didn't care. Chapter 219. When everyone was on their way again, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not tell any ghost stories. 2 Zhuangzi in a row got into trouble. Thinking about it again, the other party would definitely know to scare people. Wang Wan walked beside Zhang Xiaobao and whispered, "Is it not good for us to bully the children like this? Look at how we are being bullied. We are already adults, yet we still want to lower ourselves to the children's level. Do they know that we are adults? They know that we are not even 3 years old. It's not like they don't know how to behave. Especially that Yuan Xingyi. He spoke so well and apologized to us, but he didn't let us hear it. When he bullied us, did he ever think that bullying children is not good? Besides, if we don't bully them, they will continue to make trouble. Can you ask our parents to look for the adults in his family? The best way to deal with children is to use the children's own methods. Look at those children's shows in the past. Which one of them didn't have adults pretending to be children?" Zhang Xiaobao did not think much of it. Both sides were now even, and they could be more stable in the future. "Then let's forget about it. When they come again, we will teach them a lesson. I don't know who released the sky-jumping monkey, but they can't find the person. Now that they are not afraid, do we still need to chase them away? It's okay, let's go home." Wang Wan saw that the purpose of this trip was achieved, so she lost interest in staying. Otherwise, why would they bring so many things here? She did not plan to stay any longer. She did not believe that Li Sun would punish them. After all, when the 2 of them arrived at the place, it was impossible to get a place for them to pay tribute. "Let's stay for 2 more days. I will ask Li Sun about the new county magistrate. Also, after the people in the house finish talking with Song Jinggong, we will ask them when we hear the news." Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and felt that he could take this opportunity to ask some questions and make plans early. Wang Wan nodded in agreement. The 2 of them stopped talking again and lowered their heads to hurry on with their journey. Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao were indeed no longer afraid, but they had caught a cold last night and had been on tenterhooks for half a day. They hadn't eaten much, so they didn't have much strength left. They gritted their teeth and persevered. "Brother Xingyi, how could these 2 children be so smart? Even we were tricked." Han Yongyao said weakly. "It's not that they're smart. When they came here, the adults at home might have already told them. Or maybe it's the servants by their side. As long as they're not too stupid, they'll be able to pick it up after a few lessons." Yuan Xingyi would never have thought that these ideas were all figured out by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He only thought that someone else had told him how to do it. Han Yongyao thought, "Now we are in trouble. I don't know if we can hold on. When will the new county magistrate arrive? Does Xingyi know him? You'll know when the time comes. They can grow cucumbers on Zhuangzi. When the county magistrate arrives, we can find an excuse to teach them a lesson. If it weren't for the 2 7th-ranked officials, it would be difficult to handle. Bear with it. Don't offend them before the county magistrate arrives." Yuan Xingyi finally gave up his ideas. He could only listen to his parents and wait. His family had already found out about what Zhangjia Zhuangzi had done these days. They wanted to intervene, but they didn't have the chance. Otherwise, how could he have given Han Yongyao bad ideas? He originally wanted to show his parents that he could also make trouble for Zhangjia Zhuangzi with his ability. When the time came, he would go over and ask for benefits. Otherwise, he would continue to make trouble for them. He didn't expect that before the first step was successful, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's revenge came. He made trouble for his family and now he made trouble for himself. Between the clouds and the water in Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, 3 Zhuangzi farmers were working hard to dig. There weren't many people from the Zhang family and Wang family this time. Most of them were sent to the mountain. The Gu family sent all the available laborers to Zhuangzi. Gu Yingxi stood at the side and watched with his hands behind his back. He felt a burst of joy in his heart. Beside him, housekeeper Gu was also smiling. Master, when the restaurants here are built, our family's wealth will be even more abundant. It must be said that the Zhang and Wang families' abilities are not small, but they are a bit stupid. They gave so many benefits to the manor's residents and even gave us a share of the benefits. What a wastrel! Housekeeper Gu mocked Zhang family and Wang family as he calculated how much income they would get. Gu Yingxi turned his head and glared at the housekeeper. He said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, I don't want to hear you say such things, and I won't allow you to have such thoughts. Zhang family and Wang family don't want to see us live a hard life. So you still want to live a hard life? Although we are the main family, it would be good if we had 100 strings of coins left in a year. What about now? Last month, I counted. There were 1,400 bolts of silk, 280 taels of silver in cash, 160 strings of copper coins, and 51 taels of silver in bits. The 2 storerooms in the house were also full. There were some things in them that were worth about 30 to 40 taels of silver. Master, our family is indeed much better now. Just now, I only said it. I don't dare to say it in the future, and I don't dare to think about it. But I still don't understand. Can't they just buy our Zhuangzi? Why do they have to be so good to us?" Once the housekeeper talked about money, he became excited. He reported exactly how much money Zhuangzi had now. Most of the money was from between the clouds and the water, and some of it was from selling seeds. The Gu family also sold them. They chose a good place to sell their seeds. The price wasn't that high, and the income was not bad. Gu Yingxi looked at the small bridge and said, "Let's not talk about whether they will sell me or not. Even if they do, what can they do? There are too many secrets in Zhuangzi. If they buy my Zhuangzi, they will have to live next to someone else. At least the Gu family, Zhuangzi's farmers, and we won't harm them now. But if they change to a new neighbor, can they guarantee that the new neighbor won't harm them? The 3 of us Zhuangzi have been here for many years and know each other very well. The old man in our family can also talk to them. Will the new neighbor be okay?" "Master, I understand. If they want to live peacefully with a new neighbor, they will have to share some of the benefits. Who doesn't matter who they share it with? If they share it with us, we will be closer to them. That means we will have to help them at a critical time?" The housekeeper was enlightened. "We will help ourselves. If they collapse, we will be finished. Don't be afraid, Imperial Nephew is also here." This time, he also contributed to the construction of the building. This is a good method to pull everyone together. If there is a problem, everyone has to help. If there is money, everyone can earn together. Gu Yingxi admired the Zhang family and the Wang family from the bottom of his heart. It was said that when the 2 children were about to turn 1, a master came to Zhuangzi. Why didn't he come to his place? If he really came to Zhuangzi, would he learn from them and share the benefits? Yes, this was taught by the master, and the master would definitely teach him. Housekeeper Gu was also thinking about this. He was much better than before, especially the villagers. In the past, they were afraid of him, but now they respected him. Wasn't it just making a set of clothes and giving him something? As he thought about it, Housekeeper Ji's mind became active again. He asked respectfully, "Master, we have seen Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's drawing. Should we also learn from them and dig a few ponds and channel water into them? When the time comes, we can connect them with canals. It won't cost the tide of money. Let's wait and see if it is good. If it is good, we can learn from them. When the time comes, how many people can come will depend on how Imperial Nephew builds the road from Zhuangzi to Huayuan County and Yunyang County. If he can expand this river and connect it to the river on the other side, that would be even better." Gu Yingxi was also clear about these things. Only when more people came could there be better income. Otherwise, with such a bumpy road, only those who came to between the clouds and the water could come from little Luo Shui. Master, look, there are some people over there. It looks like there are quite a lot of people. Should we go and welcome them? They don't look like they came to between the clouds and the water. They came from little Luo Shui between the clouds and the water through another road. While Guangxi and the housekeeper were immersed in their imagination of a beautiful life, the housekeeper, who was looking from afar, pointed at the road that came from there and said, "Let's go and have a look." Guangxi was also puzzled. He was most afraid of people who came to find trouble. Seeing that there were benefits here, many people wanted to find trouble. However, they were all dealt with by the Zhang family and Wang family. With an official backing them, it was a little better. When the two of them walked over, they could faintly see that there were about 20 people there. One person was protected in the middle and was pointing at between the clouds and the water not far away. Then he walked to the field and seemed to want to go straight through there. Guangxi and the housekeeper also quickly changed their direction and went diagonally to welcome him. The villagers who were digging the river also saw the people coming. When they saw the master of the Gu family coming to welcome them, they all stopped what they were doing and gathered together to walk in that direction. Especially the villagers of the Gu family, they were afraid that someone would hurt the master. "Master, look, that's between the clouds and the water. Many people who heard it want to come over and have a look. Master, be careful." When they got closer, they could already hear the voice over there. A person was introducing between the clouds and the water to the people who were being protected. Wei Wei nodded and said, "That's right. I heard that one can eat and fish at the same time. The person who came up with the idea is good. Are they digging the river over there? Why are they digging the river?" In reply to Master, "I heard that they are going to build some restaurants here. There's a saying, the mountain is in the middle of the water. It's the saying in the Book of Songs." The person next to him seemed to know quite a lot. Another person next to him also said, "Sir, I've also heard some things. Yesterday, I heard from the villagers that a road will be built up to the mountain. It's called Green Hills Beyond Mountains." "Good, domineering. The name sounds good. Let's go and try it later. I heard that the food here is not worse than the signature dishes of the big restaurants in the capital." The people who were being protected smiled. At the same time, they looked at Guangxi and the housekeeper who were walking over. The people around them immediately stepped forward and blocked them. Chapter 220. The ground was hard and the rice stubble was short. There were people coming from the side. Just like the water pavilion, one had to guard against people outside. Guangxi, who wanted to see the situation, was blocked outside. For strong men blocked his way and the housekeeper. Each of them held a knife in their hands. Looking at the hilt and scabbard, it was obvious that their weapons were not for decoration. They were different from the treasured swords that other scholars usually carried. "Who are you? You dare to come here?" The four men blocked Guangxi. Another man came over and questioned him. "I can't come here?" Guangxi was a little confused. "Yes, this is not a place for ordinary people." The man continued to be serious. Guangxi pointed at himself, then at the ground, and then at the man who spoke. His mouth was twice as wide as usual. "Master, let's retreat first. There are too many of them. Come over quickly. Master is being chased out of his family's land." The housekeeper stood half a body length in front of Guangxi and shouted to the villagers who were about to arrive. This was bad. When the villagers saw that someone was chasing their master away, it was too much of a bully. If their master was really chased away, they wouldn't be able to make a living in Zhuangzi anymore. They wouldn't even be able to raise their heads when they go out. In a flash, the villagers rushed over with tools in their hands. The villagers of the Zhang family and Wang family were stunned and didn't know what to do. One of the people in charge of the village, who worked in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family, shouted, "Go! Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold." With these words, it was easy to deal with. The two families of farmers also rushed over. When the 20 or so people saw a group of people rushing over with weapons in their hands, a few of them immediately panicked. Only the guard remained calm. He called out and grabbed Guangxi and the housekeeper first. As soon as Guangxi was caught, the villagers surrounded the 20 or so people. They all glared at them and gripped the handles of their pickaxes tightly. Don't be impatient. Let the master go. When the situation was tense, the man who had been protected looked at Geringshi and the housekeeper and said, Master, there are many villagers here. Let him go. The master didn't allow others to say more. Release. The leader of the guards could only grit his teeth and give the order. At the same time, he became even more vigilant of his surroundings. Master, are you all right? Once Geringshi and the steward were released, a villager immediately pulled them into the crowd and asked with concern. Don't worry, don't worry. Let's kill the bull that is usually not very obedient tonight. Everyone can have a taste. Geringshi looked at the surrounding farmers and decided to kill the bull. He was willing to pay the fine. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the 20 or so people. He saw that the old man wasn't as scared as he thought. Instead, the old man smiled at him. Are you all from the Gu family? You know how to be loyal and protect your master. The old man looked at the surrounding villagers and praised with a smile. The villagers didn't make a sound. They were a bit nervous, but they didn't want to shrink back either. My lord, the two people wearing different clothes over there are not from the Gu family. A person next to them who was afraid just now realized that they weren't being attacked and was slightly relieved. He pointed at the people from the Zhang family and Wang family and said. Hearing this, the old man's interest was piqued. He asked the villagers from the Zhang family and Wang family, Is there a person in charge? Cloud Cavalry Manor's 1-star person is here. The person in charge walked forward a few steps with his chest puffed out and said loudly to the old man. The old man was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, Cloud Cavalry Manor, are you a servant of the 7th rank official Zhang Yongqing? What is 1 star? Gu family's Zhuangzi matter. Why did you send someone here? 1 star is the worst. Why didn't you come? Gu family is Zhang family's cousin. Gu family is Zhang family's servant. This servant wasn't afraid of the old man's gaze at all. He said loudly, Song Hu, do you know what he is talking about? Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's worst servant. The old man stared at this servant and asked without turning his head. The servant on his left thought hard and shook his head. Master, I don't know. Who knows what he is talking about? The old man sighed softly and said to the servant, Are you willing to work for me? The servant shook his head. There is no joy in ancient Zhou. I am not from the Tian family. Good 1 Cloud Cavalry Manor's 1-star person. The worst? The old man said and laughed. Housekeeper Gu was confused. He asked Geringshi, Master, what are they talking about? Geringshi was the same as Father Zhang. He also wanted to take the imperial exam. When he heard the housekeeper's words, he smacked his lips and said, Gu family is Zhang family's cousin. It is said that when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. After that, it is said that Zhuangzi is the happiest. A loyal official will not serve 2 masters. The Tian family will not do what they say. Master, you are saying that he, a servant of the Zhang family, used 2 stories in a row? When did the Zhang family become so powerful? Steward Zhang felt that he suddenly fell asleep. Otherwise, how could he be dreaming? He knew this servant. Geringxi's voice was not loud, but it was not low either. The people around heard it. Song Hu, who was questioned by the old man just now, shouted at the servant of the Zhang family, You dare to lie to my master. Tell me, who are you? How do you know so much? Uncle, can your servant make the decision to question you? Uncle, you treat your servant very well. If someone in the Zhang family dares to do this. The servant of the Zhang family did not finish his words, but his meaning was clear. The old man's face, which had not changed color, suddenly turned red. He turned around and stared at Song Hu, shouting, Go away. Song Hu was scared and trembled. He lowered his head and did not dare to make a sound. The old man then asked the servant of the Zhang family, Can you tell me where these 2 lines came from? The servants in the mansion must first be taught etiquette. There is a room in the mansion where books are stored. The servants can read and write. If they are not literate, they can ask the master in the mansion. If they do not understand the meaning, they can ask the master, the madam, and the master if they meet. The 3 of them are the masters. They will tell you everything they know. I am usually stupid and learned very little. Just now, I happened to come across what I learned in the past. I am deeply moved, so I said casually. Compared to the 5-star servants in the mansion, I am much inferior. If this servant was seen by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they would definitely sigh. He was an impromptu player. Usually, he was inarticulate during examinations. Today, at the most critical moment, he was able to perform well. The old man and the people who came with him didn't know. They thought that the worst person in the Zhang family's manor was also the same. This was really a bit too frightening and too shocking. Not to mention the family of a 7th-rank official, even among the 3rd-rank officials like them, how many of them could compare to him? The young lady of the Wang family also taught you some knowledge? The old man looked in that direction. Although he could not see the main courtyard of the Zhang family, he still asked. The servant's eyes immediately widened. He looked at the old man in front of him with a bit of fear. He thought about it as fast as he could and said, "Uncle, how do you know?" The young lady of the Wang family has always taught us. There are many interesting things that we did not know before. But when the young lady of the Wang family and the young master started playing, we found that there were many interesting things. This time, it was the old man's turn to be stunned. Who is the young master? The young lady of the Wang family is already so old. How could she teach you servants to play? The young master is the young master. He is the child of the madam and the master, the little ancestor of the Zhang family. Ever since the young lady of the Wang family opened her eyes and saw the young master, she could not separate from him. Later on, when she was almost 1 year old, the young master and young lady started teaching us how to play. As the servant spoke, he wondered if he had said something wrong. If the matter of the young master and young lady was known by others, it would be troublesome. The old man understood this time and nodded. Are you talking about the young cuckoo of the Wang family's Zhuangzi? No, I am talking about your madam, Wang Chao. To be able to learn from Chao, that is your good fortune. Zhang Yongqing picked up a bargain. Fortunately, he got an official position in just a few years. Otherwise what? The servant was unwilling. This person always had a high and mighty appearance. Was the master someone he could talk about? Otherwise, it has nothing to do with me. He can suffer on his own. I heard that the 2 children of the head of the Zhang family are better looking than the children of other families. What do they usually play with? The old man no longer talked about Father Zhang. He began to talk about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The smile on his face became wider. The servant was still angry. He turned his head and said, "I don't know." Suddenly, he turned around again and revealed a faint smile similar to that of a waiter. He said, "Just now, I was thinking about other things and did not tell Uncle. Uncle, do you want to know about the young master and young lady's past play? I only know that there is a small carriage. As for other things, you can ask Pomegranate." The old man was even more surprised. The servant was obviously angry, but he suddenly turned around. This kind of thing could only be seen in some big businesses or officials. It would not offend people and would not cause trouble. Since this was the case, the old man followed along and asked, "Who is Pomegranate? What star is she? Is she in the manor?" Pomegranate is the young master and young lady's servant girl. She originally had 3 stars, but after that, she has no stars. She dyed her collar blue and went to play with the young master and young lady in Shaoluoshui. The servant clearly knew that they went to the wild survival place of the imperial nephew, but he lied. Why no stars? And dyed blue? The old man smiled and played along with the servant's question. The servant didn't understand and thought that the old man had been led away by him. He continued, "Uncle, look up, the sky is blue. The pomegranate is by the young master and the young lady's side. It means that they are a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven." As the servant said this, he was still thinking about what the young master and young lady had said. The other meaning was that there was always a sky beyond the sky, an inescapable net. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would be taught a lesson. The old man did not expect this to happen. It seemed that the status of the 2 little guys in the 2 families was not ordinary. They could let the servants by their side be independent of others. "Oh, then tell me, on the mountain behind your house, What is the matter with the 6,000 mu of land? 6,000 mu? How is there 6,000 mu? There are only 4,000 mu. It has already been circled and reported to the yamen. There are some ravines in the mountain that have not been circled. The servant was even more vigilant this time. Could it be that he was here to investigate? Chapter 221. The old man did not expect that the Zhang family and the Wang family did not occupy the 6,000 mu of land, but only occupied 4,000 mu of land. Before he came, he had been told that there were many people watching over the land. If it was in the past, he would not have come. However, he was not feeling well these days, so he came to take a look. He heard that the scenery here was good, there were many people in the department, and the busiest time had passed. Uncle, are you the new county magistrate? Then I advise you to quickly take up the position and not find trouble here. The Zhuangzi here has been doing things according to the rules of the imperial court. Your county office has been renovated, especially the place where the county magistrate and his family live. The window paper is the best, and the tables and chairs are the new ones here. There is also a Kong in the side room, and the firewood has been prepared for you. The servant took it for granted that this old man was a new county magistrate who was just a little older and looked good, so he kindly advised him. At the same time, he gave a look to a nearby farmer. That farmer was also smart and turned around to leave. The old man found it interesting and asked, "What other arrangements do you have?" Arrangements? No, there are no other arrangements. It is all done by the people. The new county magistrate loves the people like his own children, so he helped to arrange it. The servant did not want to say too much. No fresh cucumbers? Then it would be good if there were some cucumbers in the backyard. The old man pointed out. The servant hesitated. This? Sir, you take the stability of the world as your responsibility. Maybe there will be auspicious signs. Then what should I do if I am the county magistrate here? The old man asked again. Of course, you have to build water conservancy, protect the people, pave the official road, promote farming, open schools, and ask for advice. Especially, you have to listen to what the people want. It is not easy to be a good official, but it is also easy to be a good official. For example, money, you can think of more ways. The servant said smoothly and almost spilled the beans, so he took a step back. The old man looked at the servant and nodded. Where did you hear this from? Of course, I thought of it myself. Sir, you should quickly take up the position and do a good job. In less than 2 years, you will have enough achievements to be promoted. If you have trouble, you can come to us, the people. When the servant thought that the old man was the new county magistrate, he became a little agitated and spoke less fluently than before. Just as he was at a loss for what to do next, the manor owner who had just left ran over with Steward Zhang. Judging from the direction they were heading, it was between the clouds and the water. No wonder they had arrived so quickly. Steward Zhang, you've come. Just now, this old man asked about the 6,000 mu of mountainous land. The servant finally let out a sigh of relief. Steward Zhang was more composed. After all, he had been constantly shocked by the young master and young madam, so he was almost indifferent. He waved his hand to the servant and said, I know. Go ahead with your work. Don't delay the master's business. As the manor owners of the Zhang family and Wang family left, Ge Yingxi also gave the housekeeper a look. The housekeeper also gave the order to the manor owners of the Gu family. The surrounding manor owners dispersed one after another. When the manor owners dispersed, more than 20 people came. They also had knives hanging on their waists. Compared to the few people around the old man, they were slightly inferior, but they had more people. The old man had more guards around him. Housekeeper Zhang glanced at the person beside the old man and said to the old man, Uncle, may I know what you want to do here? If you want to chat, it's better to go between the clouds and the water. Well, go between the clouds and the water. Lead the way. Zhang Yongqing and Wang Qiao haven't arrived yet? The old man changed the kind attitude he had toward the Zhang family's servants. With a sullen face, he signaled Steward Zhang to lead the way and asked about the master and madam of the Zhang family. Steward Zhang didn't say anything and really led the way. After walking for dozens of steps, he slowed down slightly. Uncle, are you from the capital? Master is studying at home, and Madam is busy with trivial matters. Studying? Do you think the imperial examination is so easy? Do you know the rules? The old man asked disdainfully. Steward Zhang didn't get angry. He still looked calm. Uncle, you don't have to worry about that. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi naturally has his own plans. Servants, go to between the clouds and the water first and ask them to put out the signature dishes. The old man looked at the sky. It was indeed late in the afternoon. He didn't refuse and continued to walk forward. He didn't seem to have heard the housekeeper's words. When the group arrived at the entrance to between the clouds and the water and was about to enter, they heard the faint sound of horse hooves in the distance. The old man's guards reacted quickly and immediately became alert. After a dozen breaths of time, they saw 2 horses and 1 person. It seemed that they had changed horses and rushed over. As they got closer, they could see that the person was wearing tight clothes. The rope used to tie his hair was long gone. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He held a whip in his hand and continued to whip the horse. When they were several feet away, the man pulled on the reins with all his strength. The horse that he was sitting on leaped up and neighed. The man on the horse pressed down on the horse's head and spread his legs, directly flying over from the horse's head. When he landed, he staggered and took out a letter from his chest. Suppressing the rise and fall of his chest, he shouted, "Under the orders of the little prince, I'm here to deliver a letter for the Zhang family's young master. Servants, call the doctor. Prepare warm tea and put him on the stretcher." When Steward Zhang heard the person's words, he didn't dare to be negligent. He told him what the young master and young lady usually told him to do. He stepped forward and supported the person first. He was not in a hurry to receive the letter. The people who came were indeed exhausted. If they were not Li Sun's personal bodyguards, if they were ordinary people, they would have died of exhaustion on the road. When they came, there were 3 horses, but on the way, one of them collapsed from exhaustion. They gasped for breath and shouted. They felt a salty taste in their mouth. They endured it and said, "I do." Steward Zhang took the letter and said, "Warrior, you've worked hard. Wait a moment. There's warm water over there. You can make a bath and some warm tea." While they were talking, the people in the restaurant carried out a stretcher. The doctor, who was always in the restaurant, worried that the guests would eat something wrong, also rushed over. He put the person on the stretcher. The doctor bent down and put his hand on the person's wrist. Before entering the door, Wei Wei tilted her head and said to Steward Zhang, "He's just exhausted. It's nothing serious." "Thank you, doctor. Ask someone to prepare white fungus and bird's nest soup. When the warrior gets up, he can eat it." Steward Zhang was relieved. The young master and young lady valued this kind of messenger the most. How could he dare to be negligent? All of this was seen by the old man and the people around him. They were surprised by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's reaction speed. They were even more surprised by Steward Zhang's treatment. If the emperor was not feeling well, he couldn't go to the imperial hospital to find Dr. Yi. How could there be a doctor in the restaurant? The messenger could eat white fungus and bird's nest soup. Was the Zhang family stupid? Steward Zhang looked at the letter. He hesitated and said to the old man, "Uncle, please come in. Don't you want to read the letter first? It's a letter from the young master. Is that young master Zhang Xiaobao from Zhuangzi?" The old man thought highly of Steward Zhang's calmness. "There's no hurry. Speed is the most important thing in war. Reading the letter is not that important." Steward Zhang said casually. He seemed to carelessly hand the letter to a member of the protection team who had just arrived. That person reached out to take the letter. Beside him, there was someone holding a fire scythe to ignite something in his pocket. With 2 continuous sounds of boom boom, a huge flame appeared in the sky. The old man looked at it in confusion. He didn't say anything and followed Steward Zhang upstairs. Just as they entered a room on the 2nd floor, the sound of horse hooves sounded again. Looking down from the half-opened window, they saw the person sitting on the horse coming to the restaurant. A letter from the young master. 4-star express. Quickly send it to master and madam. The members of the protection team had already run over. They didn't need the person to dismount from the horse. They passed the letter, shouted, and moved aside. The person directly turned the horse around and headed back to the main courtyard of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. The old man saw all this and chuckled. Not in a hurry? How fast is a 4-star express? What's the fastest star? 5-star. Steward Zhang was a little embarrassed and said 2 words softly. 5-star means an emergency report of 800 miles, right? 4-star means at least 600 miles. It seems that your young master is fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a 4-star. There's no hurry. He's fine. With the wealth of the Zhang family and the Wang family, there's nothing to be afraid of. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. He muttered something softly, but the people around him heard it. As the waiter served the dishes one by one, Steward Zhang didn't need the waiter to introduce the dishes. He personally introduced the dishes to the old man. He saw and heard the old man's expression and words just now. He felt that the old man didn't seem to want to scheme against the Zhang family. The old man didn't continue to ask about the Zhang family. He talked to the steward about some of the renovations here and shared his opinion. He didn't eat much of the dishes on the table, but he tasted a few mouthfuls of each dish. After eating the cold dishes, he nodded. It's okay. It's slightly worse than some of the bigger restaurants in the capital. When he ate the hot dishes, he said with satisfaction, I heard that you have a special kind of seasoning here. There should be some in the dishes. What else do you have? Bring it up and let me see. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the waiter brought a plate over. When the plate was placed on the table, the old man was finally moved. The things on the plate could be seen at any time, but at this time of year, they could only be seen in the south. There were a few straight cucumbers with thorns on the top and 2 green eggplants. They looked like they hadn't been washed. They should have been picked and sent here. Where's the sauce? The old man really liked these 2 dishes, even if the raw eggplants weren't very comfortable. Uncle, do you want to eat sauce? The taste will change if you use sauce. Someone, bring 3 kinds of sauces. As Steward Zhang spoke, he gave the old man a demonstration. He directly picked up a cucumber, rubbed the thorns off with his hand, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. The old man understood this time. Indeed, it wasn't embarrassing to eat cucumbers like this in this season. Other people could only be envious. He also picked up a cucumber and was about to rub it when the head guard next to him came over and said, Sir, I want to taste it. Milord, this humble one also wants to try it. Seeing Milord and Steward Zhang eating, this humble one has long been craving for it. Well, then take one yourself. There's no need to take the one in my hand. With Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's ability, he won't use such underhanded means. The old man paused for 2 breaths and finally made up his mind. Sir, it's delicious. When the weather gets cold, I'll eat it too. At that time, it won't be between the clouds and the water, but between the snow and the clouds. Steward Zhang, do you agree? The old man didn't wait for the guard to stop him. He directly took a bite and said to Steward Zhang with a smile. Unexpectedly, Steward Zhang shook his head and replied, Uncle, no matter when you come, this is between the clouds and the water. Even if there's a drought elsewhere, there won't be a shortage of water here. The mountain is on the side and the water is in the middle. When the winter is cold, people here will burn charcoal to melt snow and ice. Then is the price of food also high? The old man asked. It's the same, unless you only eat vegetables. I heard people say that the signboard is more important. The housekeeper almost said the 3 words, young master. At this moment, the waiter hurried in from outside with a scroll in his hand. Before the housekeeper asked, he said, Steward Zhang, from today on, the poem written by Master must be hung in every restaurant and pavilion on the mountain between the clouds and the water and Little Luoshui. When we came here, Madam said to let Steward Zhang contact the shops in the capital. They don't belong to our family. Even if you have to spend money, you must hang Master's poem. Before the new year, find someone in the capital and send a visiting card. Got it. Uncle, do you know anyone in the capital? The Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi will definitely not neglect Uncle. Steward Zhang understood as soon as he heard it. The young master and the young lady were taking action. It just so happened that there was a decent-looking old man in front of him. If they didn't use him, wouldn't they be giving away a table of dishes for free? The old man's eyes, which hadn't been completely opened, finally opened to the highest point. He said in surprise, "So that's how it is. So Li Sun is also busy? If you have the ability, don't tell me. This matter has been arranged since the drought locust. Give me the money and I'll help you find someone who doesn't want to help but has no choice but to help." Chapter 222. The sunset glow turned with the wind and the red sun set in the west. There were no insects on the trees, only grass and leaves on the side of the road. Sitting at the foot of the mountain, Wang Wan was humming her grandmother's Penghu Bei song as she cooked. Zhang Xiaobao was beside her, changing the lyrics into a mess. Li Sun was waiting for the food to be ready. He felt that Wang Wan's song was good. As for Zhang Xiaobao's lyrics, there was nothing to say. "Young Master Li Cuckoo and I are going to go home tomorrow. The things here are almost done. At least we can have a few days of peace. Don't you want to finish the important thing first so that others don't lose confidence and can't keep up?" Zhang Xiaobao found that his lyrics were not appreciated, so he had to stop and talk to Li Sun. The purpose of him and Wang Wan was to scare Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao and let them have a few days of peace. It seemed that the effect was good. In the afternoon, they finished talking to Li Sun about the construction of the restaurant. Just now, Song Jinggong sent someone over and got some useful information. The people in the house were surnamed Zheng. His family didn't seem to have much power. His father was quite ordinary, but his mother's surname was Bai. He also had 2 uncles. His purpose of coming here was to see how the Zhuangzi of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were doing. The other purpose was to learn from the dock at Little Luoshui. He planned to learn from the tributary of Zhengchu, which was not too far from the capital. There were mountains there. Although there were more trees there, with his family's power, it was still worth a try. At the same time, this young Master Zheng's family had some savings, more than Zhang Xiaobao's family. It was not a problem for him to take out 10 times more money. He didn't ask who asked him to do this. Li Sun was a bit confused when he heard this surname. He didn't know which family it was. Until he remembered that his mother's surname was Bai and he had 2 uncles, he said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile, "If you want to fight with them, your family's foundation is far from enough. You have Zhuangzi, so you can manage it. Is the new county magistrate here? Don't worry." Zhang Xiaobao was even more confused. He asked a few questions, but Li Sun didn't say that person's name. He had to ask the new county magistrate. Li Sun answered, "This Jia county magistrate is quite capable. I don't say that he is very good at government affairs. If he wants to do things steadily, he won't make mistakes. He is a bit greedy. You don't have to worry about between the clouds and the water, I will take care of it. As for Little Luoshui, there is no place for me there. You have to think of something by yourself. You don't have to worry about one thing. He doesn't dare to collect taxes in Sanshui County, nor does he dare to give work to the people casually. He can only take from some merchants. How about this? I will buy 20% of the shops in Little Luoshui with 10,000 taels of silver. Tell your family about it." "No need. My family will think of something by themselves. You just have to take care of between the clouds and the water. Little prince, you must work harder. Otherwise, don't blame my family if you don't earn enough." Zhang Xiaobao replied quickly and deliberately emphasized the 3 words, "little prince." Li Sun was not angry. Others were afraid of him. Even if they pretended not to be afraid, they were still very respectful. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, maybe because they were too young to understand this kind of thing, but he always felt that it was not like that. When they talked, they were about the same age as him. He really couldn't understand. "Time to eat. It's the last meal for tonight. Cook all the dishes." Wang Wan called out to Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun when she poured the shrimp from the pot into a bowl. She took the initiative to do it, saying that this was the dish she was best at. Li Sun smelled the aroma of the food and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who seemed to be very happy. After knowing that the 2 of them would leave early tomorrow morning, he felt a little reluctant. He always felt that when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were together, they were not afraid of any trouble and could deal with all difficulties. Holding the bowl of rice, Li Sun scooped 2 spoonfuls of braised pork soup and mixed it. He also tore off a piece of garlic eggplant. After a few mouthfuls, half of the bowl of rice entered his stomach. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Logically speaking, if the 2 of you quit midway, you will be beaten with a plank. This Marquis thought about it and decided to remember the plank first. What do you think? Nothing. If you say so, Cuckoo and I will follow. When the time comes, let's see how you will give the two of us a place to get tribute. Zhang Xiaobao's reply was not polite at all. Li Sun was really stumped by this question. These two children were really too young. Other people would be at least 10 years old. When the time came, they would go to the capital to see the world and then come back. They did not expect to be able to pass the exam. It was not that there were no teenagers who passed the exam. However, if he really sent Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the exam, once they entered, just looking at the two of them would cause chaos in the exam hall. Li Sun already knew what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were doing here. They were tricking Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi. His family also followed suit. It seemed that the two of them would be much more stable in the next few days. It turned out that to harm other people's livestock, they could first use croton to boil water. The leaping sky monkey would also have less straw. According to this, if the leaping sky monkey was made bigger, it would also be fine to burn the provisions. In his heart, he already knew that it was impossible to beat Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, Li Sun still felt a little weak. He could only say, "You've eaten most of the things you brought today. Are you going to eat the same thing every day in the future? There won't be enough salt, right? Who told you to bring food and other things to survive in the wild? A knife is enough. Even if you don't have a knife, you can still survive and complete the mission." Wang Wan said disdainfully. She and Zhang Xiaobao cooperated well. They might not be able to complete the mission that was too difficult, but it was not too big of a problem to find a way to survive in a place where there was no human habitation. It was fine as long as they did not encounter a pack of wolves on the grassland. Li Sun was stunned for a moment. He did not believe it, but he felt that there was a master behind them. Even if he believed it, he also felt that it was impossible. He could only change the topic and said, "Can we dig in a while?" "Any time is fine. Don't dig too much. Forget it, dig as much as you can. Don't look at the small size that you dig out. If you collect a lot, you can last for a day." Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hand. Li Sun nodded and ate a big bowl of rice. He generously wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said to the other people who were looking at them enviously, "Let me tell you something good." While talking, Li Sun came under a tree, looked up at the branches, and then began to dig under the tree with a small shovel. He said while digging, "In summer, there are a lot of cicadas in this place. Now, there must be some little cicadas under the tree. They fell from the tree and drilled into the soil. When there is no food, they dig these things to eat. Don't say that I didn't tell you. If anyone quits because they can't find food, they will be beaten." The surrounding children's lives were not bad, so they had never eaten these things. The people who asked before understood now. No wonder Monkey King brought vegetable oil especially for frying these things. With Li Sun's demonstration, the others quickly put the food in their hands into their mouths and also learned to dig. Especially those who had persevered through the grassland, they did not feel disgusted at all by eating these insects. Silkworm cocoons could be eaten, Qingshir's insects could be eaten, and this cicada could also be eaten. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't participate. In fact, the two of them wanted to say that the bark was also edible, and the grass roots were also good. Thinking about these children, they didn't want them to suffer this kind of torture. At night, Han Yongyao and Zhang Xiaobao were still tired, but they were not afraid. They wouldn't listen to Zhang Xiaobao and sleep with the grass that hadn't withered yet. Before Li Sun went to bed, he specially asked someone to write down what happened today, so that he could organize it and ask for credit from his father. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan covered their whole body with a blanket, only making a small hole in the mouth for breathing. When dawn came, they were not bitten by mosquitoes. After getting up, they made breakfast and used all the things they brought. They shared it with a few people who were close to them. Then they got on the carriage and went away under Li Sun's reluctant gaze. At this time, the other children were very smart. They didn't ask Li Sun why he didn't beat the two of them. After a day and a half, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally returned to Zhuangzi. Even though it was not as prosperous as the county town and was not as lively as Little Luo Shui, the two still felt that it was the best place. "Little master, little miss, we've arranged everything according to what you said. The day before yesterday, a person came to Zhuangzi. His guards were much better than the guards in Zhuangzi. They all called him sir. In the end, he left in a hurry at night. He seemed to know Madam and Master. Steward Zhang helped Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan open the carriage door and immediately told them what happened the day before yesterday. Sir? How old is he? Do you know his surname? Zhang Xiaobao felt that things were not simple when he heard it, so he asked. Steward Zhang shook his head. I don't know. I didn't ask. It seems that he won't harm Zhuangzi. Before he left, he said that he wanted to help Master. That old man doesn't look like a bad person. He doesn't look like a bad person. He's definitely not a bad person. Did you send people to follow him? Wang Wan never believed in appearances. There was a living example next to her. The steward nodded. Yes, I sent 4 people from the guards to follow him. Oh, then the 4 of them will probably be back soon. If they're back, it means that the person doesn't want to do anything to us, or he might have a worse idea. If they can't come back, then don't let me know who the old man is. I have to take revenge for the people who went. Zhang Xiaobao was a little worried when he heard that the steward sent people. The guards in the guards were all villagers. If they really wanted to follow them, it would be better to send the hunters recruited by the master. Of course, it would be best if he and Wang Wan went there personally. They were much better at hiding and following than the villagers. Little master, are you saying that they will be in danger? The steward thought about it and also felt that he didn't make the right arrangements. There's no danger. Aren't they back now? Ask them if they lost the person by the Jingshui River. Zhang Xiaobao looked in the direction of the small bridge. The 4 people were riding back. Chapter 223. In the early days of winter, the first light snow fell from the sky. As soon as it landed on the ground, the roof turned into a puddle of water. The domestic animals on Zhuangzi shivered and were unwilling to leave their nests. Old Yellow Dog brought some rags and hay out of nowhere and made a bed for himself. Apart from the evergreen Uncle Pine on the mountain, there seemed to be no trace of greenery in the world. There were no sounds of frogs croaking in summer or autumn. There was also no sound of little swallows chirping. There was only mud on the ground, but there was no smell of soil. After the silkworm farmers cooked the silk, some would spin it into a ball, while others would just leave it. This year, there was no need to hand in anything to the county. The harvest was less, but the days were better. The people selling liangpi in the county were nowhere to be seen. The business of pancakes seemed to be better. The people selling tanghalu also came out early and sold from dawn to dusk. The thin pieces of tanghalu hanging on the tanghalu did not melt too much. It was much better than the white sugar. One could feel the crunchiness amidst the sweetness and sourness. The workers at the little Luoshui pier were busier than before. Many merchants wanted to earn a sum of money in the winter. While the river was not frozen yet, they worked hard to transport the goods they could receive. There were several large shelves supported by ropes and hooks at the bottom, making the docks much faster. This made the business of the restaurants and shops beside the docks go crazy. The scholars and beauties seemed to feel that there was nothing to write about in this season. Some of them hid at home and thought about what to write about in the winter snow. The only place that many scholars were still willing to stay was between the clouds and the water. Wang Wan deliberately used a phrase that attracted many people before it snowed. Who said that cicadas in winter were thin and cold, but said that the weather was cold in autumn. Others did not know where this phrase came from, nor did they know that the first phrase was that the youth did not know the taste of worry. Many scholars directly thought of these 2 phrases as that when the weather was cold, some poor people did not have clothes to wear. Some people even admired this kind of scenery. Scholars always liked to place their feelings in the scenery. In addition, between the clouds and the water released a new dish, which made them even more willing to come and taste it. They felt sentimental while eating. It is not the sound of cicadas in the heart. The silkworms will not stop until they die. That was how the name of the dish came about. To put it simply, there were 3 words, Si Fang Jin. Zhang Xiaobao didn't pay attention to this aspect. Wang Wan came up with the idea herself. Judging from the situation of the customers ordering this dish, it was not bad. Originally, after the silkworm cocoons were shredded, most people would not eat them. The farmers would keep them for themselves for a few days. If they could not finish them, They could only throw them away. Wang Wan specially thought of this method for them and changed Li Xiaoyou's sentence. That was how Wang Wan evaluated Li Shangyin. She said that most of his poems were filled with melancholy. For example, Jin Sei was pleasant to hear, but there was always a kind of sad beauty to it. Wang Wan liked the line, bright pearls in the vast sea of tears, while Zhang Xiaobao liked to hear Zhuang Xingxiao dream of butterflies. While they were talking, Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, "What do you think? Didn't I spell those two sentences very well?" "It's average. It's not as good as the 3 female voices from the Chinese department that I've heard before. At that time, I didn't know anything and was sitting on the train. They were reciting poems and said that one of the poems was very good, especially the 2 lines in the middle. This love can be turned into reminiscence, but there's no choice but to fall. Later, you found out that it was a poem and a sentence in a poem, right?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "No. Later, I thought that if the one surnamed Yen took over the body of the one surnamed Li, would she be able to write a sentence like Maoling's autumn rain and illness, and last night's west wind withered the green trees?" "Zhang Xiaobao, can't you be more polite with your words?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. "I'm serious. Do you eat the black thing in the silkworm cocoon?" Zhang Xiaobao asked seriously. "If I don't eat it, who will eat the organs? Have you seen what a silkworm cocoon looks like before?" Wang Wan asked. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "When I was young, someone gave me more than 50 kilograms of cocoons. It was a woman in her 30s. She wanted to adopt a younger sister as her daughter, but she didn't raise her. I always thought that she was the most beautiful. When I ate it, I left one behind. At the beginning of spring, it turned into a big white moth. She roasted it and gave it to me. If I had known earlier, I would have left some for roasting. As long as I said that only the brave could eat it, many men would eat it, especially when there's a beauty around." Wang Wan's face was full of regret. How could Tianhan not know? But he complained that winter was late. Guarding the charcoal with a single layer of clothing, I ask who will eat the scones. "Father, it's here. Look, it's cold, but the water hasn't frozen. They are so busy that they are covered in sweat. They earn a lot of money with every trip. Father, a few days ago, I heard that the Zhang family sent many cucumber seedlings and planted them in the Yaman's backyard. They are trying to please Father. Why don't we take this opportunity to say that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is lying? Otherwise, how can there be more this year? Then we can get someone to sneak into Zhuangzi and learn how to plant cucumbers in the winter." At the pier, Jia Weiran, who had just spent 2 coins to buy a piece of scones with meat inside, was talking to a stout man beside him. The 2 of them didn't bring any attendants with them. Their clothes weren't luxurious either. They walked slowly, ignoring the snowflakes that fell from time to time. They treated it as if they were no different from ordinary people. The person who was called Father by Jia Weiran was the new county magistrate. No one knew what he was thinking, but he decided to come over and change his clothes. There were still a few days before he took office, but he came to Sanshui County. Since Jia Weiran went back to report and then came back immediately, he didn't interact with his old friends. He only watched and listened at the pier. This time, he didn't waste his energy and told his father in detail about the situation here. The Jia County magistrates looked at his son and then at the bustling scene at the pier. He said, "It's too late. A few days ago, someone submitted the recipe for planting cucumbers in the winter. Zhang Yongqing is known by many people. We can't do this, or we will get into trouble." It was submitted? Is the Zhang family so upset that they are stupid? Since they know, why did they send cucumber seedlings to the Yamen? Do they think we can't afford cucumbers? Jia Weiran didn't expect that the idea that he had been thinking about for a few days would be wasted before he could use it. He thought about the cucumbers that were sent to the Yamen and couldn't take it lying down. The Jia County magistrates thought a lot and said to his son, "It was submitted. Even if we want to plant cucumbers elsewhere, we have to wait for some time before the cucumbers bear fruit. This recipe can not only plant cucumbers, but also other vegetables. But it's not easy to do it. We have to plant them together before the bees and butterflies die. The Zhang family isn't stupid. If they give up this part of the money, it will save a lot of trouble. How much can cucumbers in the winter be sold for? How much is the pier here in Luoshui worth? Not to mention the 2 zhuangzi, even if it's a prince, would he dare to keep this method of planting vegetables in the winter? What will happen to the people then? The Jia County magistrates thought more than his son. Before he came, he already knew that this place wasn't good to stay. The previous county magistrate Qing had done almost all the good things, so he could only follow along. Otherwise, the people wouldn't be willing. This place was different from other places. The prince was the provincial governor and was close to the capital. If something happened, it wouldn't be able to hide it. Moreover, the 2 7th-ranked officials of the Zhang and Wang families could also submit a memorial to the higher-ups. We can't do anything rashly. We can't. As he thought about it, the Jia County magistrate started to mumble softly. Father, what I said last time can't be done either. They gave us 4,000 mu of land, but that piece of land is 6,000 mu. It's not a small crime to occupy 2,000 mu of land, right? Jia Weiren still didn't want to give up. He felt that he had embarrassed himself in the restaurant that day. Even if it was 2 children, he still had to take the children's families into consideration. The Jia County magistrates was still as calm as ever. We need to go back and look at the documents in the yamen. If they really occupy it, then it'll be easy. I'm just afraid that they won't occupy it. With the pier in Luoshui and the taxes, they don't lack money and aren't afraid that others will find trouble with them. At this time, Jia Weiren didn't know what to say. He took a bite of the scone in his hand and swallowed it. Suddenly he said, Father, this scone is really good. There's another one selling it in front. I'll buy one for you to try later. Yes, it's cold. The people here can still do business. It's better than starving. Otherwise, it will be difficult to pass the examination next year. County Magistrate Cheng is indeed capable. The Jia County magistrates thought about things from a more holistic perspective. It would be easier for him if the local people had a better life. Jia Weiren pursed his lips. Father, it's not County Magistrate Cheng's ability. This scone has a special seasoning from Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. I don't know how they do it, but the seasoning seems to be different for every dish. I've asked someone to taste it. He can roughly taste a few, but it won't work if there are too many. Why is that? Jia Huanjun really didn't know. I found someone to smell the spices, and the person who smelled it kept sneezing. I found someone to taste the spices and name a few that were easy to taste. Before they could eat it, their mouth went numb, and they couldn't tell what the taste was. I asked someone to specially use those spices to make a dish. If they put too little, the taste would be wrong. If they put too much, they wouldn't know if the taste would be wrong. They would either have diarrhea or dry food. Jia Weiren was depressed when he talked about this. The seasoning used to make fish was definitely different from that used to make meat. The seasoning in the scone was also different. There were also special seasonings for filling and soup. He didn't know how Zhang Jia came up with so many tricks. When the Jia County magistrates heard this, he felt that this was right. He pointed to a place selling Chinese crepes in front of them. Go there and buy some Chinese crepes. I heard it was delicious before I came. How is it delicious? It's just a little salter sauce and more chopped green onions. Poor people can eat anything delicious, Jia Weiren muttered as he walked over. Isn't this Brother Jia? I haven't seen you for a few days. What have you been busy with? Jia Weiren hadn't even reached the place when a sudden voice from the side gave him a shock. Chapter 224. Jia Weiren was afraid that someone would recognize him. If Zhangzhe Zhuangzi knew that his father was here, it would be troublesome. Hearing the voice, he turned his head and saw a person wearing rough hemp clothes and pigskin boots smiling at him. Jia Weiren thought about it carefully, but he couldn't remember who this person was. From the way he was dressed, it was far from his identity. He asked curiously, You are? Brother Jia, how come you don't remember me? Amalu, did you really forget about me? Are you pretending? Are you pretending? Last year, when the 5 of us were working at Luoshui, didn't you say that you wanted to earn money elsewhere? Yang Si and I stayed there and then we came here. Why did you earn money? Your clothes look better than mine. Stop pretending. I don't care if you want money. Let's go, I'll get them all here today. Let's go to the barbecue place next to the first shop in Linshui and roast some radishes. We'll also order 2 pieces of stinky tofu and a bowl of wine. Why you still in a daze? Don't you love stinky tofu? A piece of stinky tofu can last for half a month. Niu Wu said that he would give you good tofu, but it became stinky in the end. Let's go, it's my treat. The man who called himself Ma Lu walked over and wanted to pull Jia Weiran in that direction. Jia Weiran had never heard of these random names before. They all seemed to be related to animals. When he saw this person stretch out his hand that was rubbing against something and was about to pull him, he was so scared that he took 2 steps back and opened his mouth to say, "Wait, how come I don't remember you? Tell me, what's my name? I already said that you don't need money. Why you still asking? We weren't like this in the past. Even if you had a lot of money, we wouldn't take it. Working at this pier, we earn a lot every day. Isn't your surname Jia?" Ma Lu was a little dissatisfied and retracted his hand. "Yes, then what's my name?" Jia Weiran felt that he was suffering from hysteria. He didn't have any impression of it. Ma Lu clapped his hands. "That's right, your surname is Jia. You are Jia Yi, we call you Jiayu. When you were young, you were swimming with us in the river and a tortoise bit you down there. You said it yourself that tortoise was a female. Do you remember now?" "But I don't care who you are, get away from me. I don't know you, you got the wrong person." Jia was furious. When did he swim with others and get bitten by a tortoise? His eyes widened, and he quickly walked to the place that sold Chinese crepes. He warily looked at the person who was standing in the same spot with a puzzled expression. Since you don't want to know who you are, I was wrong. I was looking for you. Prepare the carriage, prepare the carriage." Ma Lu shook his head regretfully. As he spoke, he waved his hand and 3 luxurious carriages came over. Each carriage was pulled by 4 horses. It was obvious that they weren't carriages. Jia Weiran watched as the carriage stopped beside the person who spoke to him just now. 2 people jumped down from the second carriage. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They bowed respectfully to that person. After that person got on the carriage, the 3 carriages left one after another. Jia Weiran raised his hand and touched his head. He muttered, "It's not hot." "Who said it's not hot? This is a freshly made fruit pancake. Do you want it? If you don't want it, don't block the way. If you want it, pay up. You can exchange it with something. Hurry up." The seller seemed to think that Jia Weiran was saying that his food wasn't hot, so he said unhappily. Jia Weiran was still in a daze. He took out his money and bought the fruit pancake. Just as he was about to go back, someone suddenly came over. Just as he was about to walk past him, he said in surprise, "Brother Jia, I finally found you. What have you been busy with these days?" Jia Weiran took a step back and looked at the person in front of him. He didn't know him either. He remembered that the person who carried the goods left in the 3 luxurious carriages. He looked at the person in front of him and saw that he was wearing light green satin clothes. He didn't dare to neglect him. He smiled and replied, "Nothing. I was hungry, so I bought a fruit pancake to eat. What are you busy with?" He wanted to call him by his name, but he didn't know his surname. The person smiled. "Brother Jia, are you short on money recently? Why are you eating fruit pancakes? Come, follow me to the first stall beside the barbecue shop. I specially ordered your favorite stinky tofu for you. A few of my brothers are calling for it. You're always like that. You eat 4 to 5 pieces of stinky tofu in a meal. If you eat less, you can't eat anymore. As a result, you are always smelly. Let's go." "I eat 4 to 5 pieces of stinky tofu in a meal? Aren't we supposed to eat for half a month?" Jia Weiran felt that he wasn't in the human world. He repeated what the person said just now. The person waved his hand and said, "Could it be that Brother Jia has fallen to such a state? A piece of stinky tofu can last for half a month. Brother Jia, don't worry, I will find something for you to do. You can't live like this." "What do you want me to do?" Jia Weiran asked. "Work as a laborer. Look, I will take off my clothes. How is it? Am I a laborer? It's good to work as a laborer. There are good meals that can be eaten for 2 to 3 copper coins. There are 2 meals a day. Do you want to go?" The person took off his clothes and saw that his upper body was bare. There were even calluses on his shoulders. Jia Weiran shook his head. You really don't want to go? Then you can eat your fruit pancake. I am leaving. Aya, here comes another boat. Brother Jia, see you next time. The person ran away as he spoke. As he ran, he took off his shoes. Jia Weiran stood there with the fruit pancake in his hand. He blinked and didn't know what to do. After a while, he remembered that he was buying something for his father. He raised his head and saw that there was no one at the spot where his father was standing. He looked around and didn't see his father either. This time, he was really dumbfounded. Where was his father? He was still here just now. Jia Weiran panicked and started to look around. He ran here and there, but he still couldn't see his father. Brother Jia, what are you looking for? Just as Jia Weiran was panicking, a voice rang out behind him. Brother Zhou, why are you here? Jia Weiran recognized the person. It was Zhou Shihu. He thought that someone came to invite him to eat stinky tofu again. Zhou Shihu looked at Jia Weiran carefully and said, My home is here. Where else can I go? Looking at Brother Jia's anxious look, could it be that the beauty beside you is missing? Brother Jia, tell me, what does the beauty look like? I will help you look for her. Jia Weiran used his sleeves to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that he followed his father here to disguise himself. Then what would the Yamen runners and the head registrar think? Brother Jia, is it because you can't describe her appearance? Why don't you go to the Linshui First restaurant to take a look? The beauty usually goes there. There are many talents there. Zhou Shihu continued to persuade him and prepared to pull Jia Weiran there. No, impossible. I am just strolling around. I am not looking for anyone. Brother Zhou, go ahead. Jia Weiran didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only endure the anxiety in his heart and reply perfunctorily. Zhou Shihu didn't force him and said, That's good. Brother Jia, if you have any problems here, you can go to the Linshui First restaurant and get someone to look for me. If I can help, I will not refuse. Oh, the Linshui First restaurant has a new fried stinky tofu. Brother Jia, go and try it when you are free. After saying that, Zhou Shihu walked away. Jia Weiran was stunned again. Why did everyone talk about stinky tofu when they saw him? Since his father was gone, he naturally had to look for him. Jia Weiran started to expand his search area. He walked to the Yamen but didn't find him. He turned back to the other side of Qianchang town and didn't find him either. He turned around and walked to the innermost shop at the pier but still couldn't find him. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Jia Weiran had no choice but to walk to the Linshui First restaurant. He wanted to ask for Zhou Shihu's help. If something happened to his father, it would be serious. Young Master Jia, you are here too? Do you want to eat the stinky tofu in the restaurant? Young Master Jia, please come in. The waiter waiting at the pier said the same thing when he saw Jia Weiran. Jia Weiran was already numb. He walked onto the boat and didn't say a word. He let the boat take him to the restaurant. After entering the door and going up to the second floor, another waiter came over and said to Jia Weiran, Young Master Jia, I haven't seen you for a long time. The stinky tofu is ready for you. It is at the third floor, room 3. Jia Weiran knew that room 3 was the one he had been coming to recently. He followed the waiter upstairs and asked, How do I find Zhou Shihu? You are looking for young Master Zhou? Young Master Zhou was still here just now. Do you have something urgent? The waiter asked with concern. Yes, I am looking for someone. Jia Weiran felt a little tired after running for so long. What a coincidence, young Master Jia is also looking for someone. Someone came here just now. His surname is also Jia. The assistant secretary and the deputy county magistrate of the Yamen came with him. They said that they were looking for someone. They went to room 4 together. The assistant secretary and the deputy county magistrate even called him Lord. I don't know what official he is, the waiter said. Jia Weiran grabbed the waiter and said, What did you say? The assistant secretary and the deputy county magistrate called him Lord? Yes, young Master Jia. Do you know that person? Tell me about it, the waiter replied excitedly. Bring me to room 4 quickly. Forget it, I will go there myself, Jia Weiran said and ran in that direction. The waiter shouted behind him, Young Master Jia, I will send your stinky tofu to you too. Jia Weiran didn't care about the stinky tofu. He rushed to the room and opened the door. He saw his father with a helpless and anxious expression. There were also two people sitting there with him. They were the assistant secretary and the deputy county magistrate of Sanshui County. "Father, why are you here?" Jia Weiren heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously. "It is good that you are here. Eat something first. I will be taking office tomorrow," the Jia County magistrate sighed and said. Chapter 225. When Jia Weiren heard his father's words, he didn't know what had happened. Seeing that there were outsiders around, he couldn't say anything now. He nodded and sat down beside his father. Once he sat down, he felt uncomfortable all over. "Young Master Jia is also here. Just now, the two of us told the county magistrate that young Master Jia would definitely be fine. Young Master Jia, tell us, where did you go? Were you kidnapped?" Ever since County Magistrate Cheng left, Sanshui County has been in chaos. "Unfortunately, we don't have enough manpower. We just told the county magistrate to recruit more bailiffs." Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingxing said to Jia Weiran with concern. The first thing that came to Jia Weiran's mind was that if the county magistrate recruited more people, the county magistrate would have even less money. There were already a few hundred people, why should they recruit more? How many people were there in Sanshui County? He couldn't help but object. "Deputy County Magistrate Zhang, I feel that Sanshui County's law and order is good. Why should we recruit more people?" "Young Master Jia, you are wrong. Seeing is believing. The county magistrate knows this very well. If it wasn't for the bailiffs in the county magistrate who saw that something was wrong, the county magistrate of Sanshui County would have been replaced. Finding another 200 bailiffs is actually not a lot. Xiao Luoshui is enough. I heard that a restaurant is going to be built at the place between the clouds and the water. There will be many people there. What if someone is in danger? Isn't that right, sir?" Registrar Zhao Xiang also said. He was full of anger. He should have been promoted, but now there was another one. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be happy. Jia County Magistrate sat there helplessly. He looked at his son and then at the two people opposite him. He nodded. "Registrar Zhao and Deputy County Magistrate Zhang are right. We should recruit another 200 bailiffs. Just now when you went to buy something, I was covered with a sack and kidnapped. If there were 2 more bailiffs, how could such a thing happen?" "Father, you were kidnapped? Just for a while? How could such a thing happen? Didn't anyone see it?" Jia Weiren opened his mouth wide and asked in disbelief. "Young Master Jia, this can prove that those bad guys are bold. They don't care whether there are people around them or where they are. Young Master Jia was so close to them, but you didn't see them, right?" County Deputy County Magistrate Zhang said further. Jia Weiran thought about the situation at that time, then thought about how her father looked now, the expressions of the county deputy magistrate and the registrar. She understood everything. She and her father should have been discovered the moment they arrived here. The Yamen had been giving out money nonstop. Perhaps they were waiting for her father to take over and spend all the money. Now that he had come here with his father, the money had not been spent yet. He could only use this method. He sent someone to lure him here while he tied up his father. If his father had taken office and dared to tie up the county magistrate, the whole Yamen would be implicated. But the problem was that he had not taken office and had come here secretly. Who would know who he was? After tying him up, he could justifiably be promoted to Yamen runner and spend the money. Jia Weiran was upset. She had finally seen how powerful the other party was. Just now, she was still discussing with her father how to scheme against the other party. It was obvious that they were just making a fool of themselves. No wonder her father agreed. If this were to spread, where would her father put his face? Thinking about this, Jia Weiran could only choose to compromise temporarily. She said, "May I know where the county deputy and registrar plan to put the newly recruited 200 Yamen runners?" County Deputy Zhang said, 100 of them will be placed at Tuqiao village. 50 of them will be placed at the Yamen. The other 50 will naturally be placed at the place where the county magistrate is in danger. 150 of them will be working for the Zhang family and Wang family? No, they have to be sent elsewhere. Jia Weiran was filled with hatred. He had tolerated the recruitment of Yamen runners and the spending of money. But they actually sent so many people to work for the Zhang family and Wang family. They were even more impressive. This time, without waiting for the county deputy and registrar to speak, the Jia County magistrate lectured, "Weiran, what do you mean by working for others? Don't these two places belong to Sanshui County? Don't talk nonsense." Jia Weiran didn't dare to say any more. This time, he didn't plan well and was set up by them. Originally, there were already a few Yamen runners at Tuqiao village. Now, 100 of them were sent over. In the future, when the situation there stabilized, was there still a need to talk about the relationship between the Yamen runners and them? After that, there wasn't anything important to talk about. After all, the Jia County magistrate hadn't taken office yet. They would talk about it when he was in office. They ate some food hastily and agreed that the Jia County magistrate would leave the county first tomorrow and bring the team over. Then they went their separate ways. Jia Weiran didn't eat the stinky tofu and left with his father. When he was outside and saw that no one was near, he said to his father, "Father, are you going to let them bully you like this? I really can't take this lying down." The Jia County magistrate didn't look too good either. He pursed his lips and said, "So what if you can take it lying down? So what if you can't? The two of us came here secretly and we were immediately targeted. This is to tell us not to play any tricks and to stay in office obediently. Otherwise, who knows what will happen? Then what should we do? Can we only stay in office obediently? This isn't the Sanshui County of the past. Father, you spent a lot of money to come here. If you don't earn back the money you spent, won't you lose money?" Jia Weiran felt uncomfortable when he thought of his original plan going down the drain. The docks could be said to be making a lot of money every day. Let's take a look first. There's no rush. We're not leaving immediately. Let's wait for the right time. I don't believe that the Yamen and the Zhang family's Zhuangzi are so clean. As long as we find evidence, the situation in Sanshui County will change. The Jia County magistrate was also worried about the money. It was sad that they could see it but couldn't get it. At this time, the chief secretary Zhao Xiang and the deputy county magistrate Zhang Mingxing were also talking. However, their moods were different from the Jia County magistrate and his son. "Brother Zhang, we've really vented our anger this time. We didn't plan to do this in the beginning. Who knew that the two of them would come here by themselves? It saved us a lot of trouble. When we welcome the county magistrate tomorrow, we'll let him know how powerful Sanshui County is. It's easy to earn money, but we have to do things well first and make the people satisfied." Zhao Xiang smiled and said to Zhang Mingxing. He let out a long breath and felt that the sky was not so gloomy anymore. It was a little cooler. Zhang Mingxing also had a smile on his face and replied, "Brother Zhao is right. They haven't even taken office and they're already thinking about money. If we don't let them know how powerful they are, how can the people in the county live a good life?" The Zhang family and Wang family spent so much effort to find temporary jobs for the people to do. They earned a lot of money. If they mess things up, how can we live a good life in the future? After saying this, Zhang Mingxing suddenly thought of something and asked, "Brother Zhao, how much money is left in the Yamen? You're just a county magistrate and you don't know? You're asking me? Not much. There's about 1,000 coins left. We're waiting for the Yamen runners to come and equip them with horses and weapons. I don't think it's enough. The Yamen runners' salaries and weapons are almost spent. They don't even deserve horses." Zhao Xiang teased Zhang Mingxing and told him about the money in the Yamen. He knew that Zhang Mingxing deliberately asked because he wanted him to say it and make him happy again. Didn't the new county magistrate want to be greedy for money? You pushed him down. Now you're greedy. The Yamen had been repaired, so the Yamen runners' meals were easy to deal with. They could let little Luo Shui deliver the thing called buffet, or borrow the next month's salary from other people. As long as the merchants were wholeheartedly working for Sanshui County, such as Zhou Shihu's family, or the original 3 restaurants, they could all borrow money. When the time came, they would have to return it when the taxes were collected. Of course, this had to be reported to the state's central government first. Otherwise, it would easily cause trouble. When the little Luo Shui wharf paid the taxes again next year, they would report the full amount and wait for the higher-ups to transfer the money. Zhang Mingxing smiled again and said, Then what's the use of recruiting so many yamen runners? At the farthest place in the county, there will be at least one yamen runner every 2 hours. Zhangji Zhuangzi has its own protection team. This name is good. When people hear it, they will know it has something to do with farming. In addition, the imperial nephew is also there. How can the Li family not have any protection people in Zhuangzi? Throwing more than 100 yamen runners, there is really not much use for them. They can be used. When the time comes, Zhangjia Zhuangzi will think of a way to make arrangements for these people. The extra people from Little Luoshui will also be the same. Let's quickly go back and prepare. We'll rewrite the revised proclamation and let the people know about the new county magistrate. Zhao Xiang was not worried that there would not be a place to use the manpower. This idea was originally given by the Zhang family. It was not prepared to be used today. Since it happened today, then he took it out and used it. The two of them left happily. Someone had already sent the matter of the county magistrate's incognito clothes to Zhangjia Zhuangzi at the fastest speed. It was estimated that they would arrive at night. This was not urgent and did not need to travel 800 li. At night, another snow fell. It was much heavier than during the day. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not go to the Kong. It was too early, so they only added a brazier in the room. The two of them sat in front of the desk and learned. They had just finished half a piece of paper when the yamen runner came to deliver the letter. I didn't expect that this Jia County magistrate is so interesting. He actually played with the idea of incognito clothes. In the end, he didn't play it well and leaked it. Zhang Xiaobao read the letter and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled. So he really wants to take over our docks? Should we still give him benefits? Otherwise, if he knows that we always give the yamen runners benefits, he will find trouble with the yamen runners. Yes, we must give him some. We should give him some fungus first. Didn't we already move some cucumbers to him? Then we can give him some other daily necessities. Just don't give him money. As an official, his salary is not enough. Let's take care of his daily life. His salary will be used to welcome and send people. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to be so ruthless. No matter what, he had to leave a way out. The more things that were beneficial to Sanshui County, the more benefits he would get. He wanted to let him develop a habit. As for whether it would succeed, it was unknown. Wang Wan also agreed with this idea. Okay, let's see what he will do. It can also be considered as a test. Chapter 226. The next day, snow filled the sky. It started snowing at night and showed no signs of stopping at noon. The citizens of Sanshui County who lived close to the county government gathered and followed the county secretary, deputy county magistrate, and other people. They stood 3 miles away from Sanshui County in the snow and waited for the arrival of the new county magistrate. Deputy County Magistrate Zhang wrote about the new county magistrate yesterday. The whole paper was full of good things about the new county magistrate. He said that he loved the people like his own children, that he was good at strategizing and that he could bring a better life to the people. He asked people to put up posters all over the county in the morning. Some people who had horses and some people who lived further away rode their horses to cross the snow. The citizens did not know that the new county magistrate was preparing to take a good look at the county government yesterday to think of a way to deal with the corruption. They really thought that it was like what the deputy county magistrate wrote. Those who were illiterate asked those who were literate to read the contents of the notice. Their faces were filled with happiness. Deputy County Magistrate Zhang only wrote at the bottom of the paper that they were going to welcome the new county magistrate, and the citizens rushed over spontaneously. They did not have many requests. They just wanted the county magistrate to be like the county magistrate during this period of time. Their biggest wish was that their family members could do some odd jobs when they were free and have a good new year. Jia Weiran and his father had come out yesterday, and they had to go back today. The two of them did not dare to delay. This time, they were smarter. They brought a few of their family members, and more family members followed behind. They took the car and rushed back. Father, what do you think will happen when we arrive at the county magistrate's office today? Can we not meet a single person? Are we the only ones going to take up the post? Then, when you take office, there will be many citizens who come to complain about you. What kind of trivial matter will it be? Your desk will be filled with documents from a few years ago. It will be 10 feet high. Jia Weiran said worriedly. After thinking for a while, he added, when you gave the order, there were so many bailiffs, but they claimed to be sick and did not come. The deputy magistrate and the registrar changed their shrewdness yesterday and said they did not know anything. Also, which powerful person came to find trouble? Jia County magistrates did not know what would happen. What his son said seemed to be right. Usually, when the people below did not want the people above them to send people, they would use these seemingly simple but effective methods. There were not many people who could survive. After pondering for a while, he said to his son, don't be afraid. We'll think of a way to deal with it. Jia Weiran was in a bad mood and knew that this was the only way. His bodyguards were also not so calm. They were not stupid. They knew that their master had used some tricks to become an official this time. Perhaps he lived in a dilapidated house and did not eat good food. Everyone had their own thoughts as they gradually approached the county town. When they were about 4 li away, it was impossible to see the situation in front of them because of the heavy snow. However, as the group got closer and closer, they could finally see the situation in front of them. Countless people were standing in the snow, looking in their direction. The people on the other side should have seen them too. Under the lead of some people wearing the same clothes, they came over to welcome them. Such a scene frightened Jia Weiran and the rest. They thought that they were going to attack them. Master, judging from their clothes, they should be the yamen runners of Sanshui County. There are so many of them, a man beside the carriage reported to Jia County magistrates, who lifted the curtain and looked out. Yes, I saw them. Stop. Jia County magistrates was in a bad mood, but he had to put on an act. Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang came to the front of the carriage at the same time and said to Jia County magistrates in the carriage, Sanshui County's registrar Zhao Xiang, Zhang Mingxing, is here to welcome county magistrates. Welcome, county magistrates. Please set off. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, the yamen runners and the commoners also said welcoming words at the same time. They also made way and stood on both sides of the road. Jia County magistrates, who was sitting in the carriage and did not know what would happen, could not sit still anymore. Even if he had planned to get a lot of things when he came here, he could not help but be moved when he saw so many people welcoming him in the snow. It was fine that the registrar and the deputy county magistrates came to welcome him because they wanted to give him face. The yamen runners came because they were afraid that he would make things difficult for them when he took office. However, the commoners also came. He did not know if it was the arrangement of the yamen. Anyway, it was a grand occasion for him to take office. He could not sit still and got out of the carriage. He looked at the serious and respectful expressions of the yamen runners and the happy faces of the commoners. He immediately knew that the commoners were not forced to come here. He walked forward for a while and came to a 7 or 8-year-old child who was snuggling up to his parents. He squatted down and asked, "What's your name? How old are you? Are you cold?" The child was a little shy, so he hid behind. He hugged his father's waist and poked his head out. He said in a clear voice, "My name is Li Xiaoshu. I'm 7 years old. I'm cold. I feel cold when the wind blows. My father said that you are a good official, so I'm not cold anymore. Are you a good official?" The child's innocent look and Weiwei's trembling body made Jia County magistrate speechless. He could feel the anticipation of the commoners around him. He wanted to say that he was a good official, but he felt that it would be against his will. Say that he was not a good official? What a joke. While the child was waiting, Jia County magistrates finally spoke. "I don't know if I'm a good official, but I'll do my job well." As he spoke, he took off his cloak and put it around the child. He patted the child's head and then stood up. He said to the people behind him, "Follow me in." With him leading the way, the rest of the people who were on the horses also got off and led the way. Jia Weiran followed behind in a daze. He had thought of many things that would happen, but he did not expect it to be like this. Being surrounded by so many commoners, the cold wind was weaker and his body was warmer. However, he did not feel good. Looking at the registrar and the deputy, he could only praise them in his heart. So many commoners were welcoming them in the snow. If they really did something in the future, what would the commoners say? The Zhang family and the Wang family had 2 7th-ranked officials. If they joined forces with the commoners to submit a petition, not to mention the county magistrate, even the provincial governor would be taken down. Especially since it was so close to the capital. Thinking of this, Jia Werin went to the deputy and said in a low voice, "Good plan." Zhao Mingsheng also replied, "Good official." After walking for 3 miles, the moment they entered the county, the sound of gongs, drums and firecrackers could be heard. There were many commoners waiting along the streets. When they saw the new county magistrate, they cheered. The children were also laughing and jumping happily. Jia County Magistrate smiled and signaled to the people on both sides. However, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He could imagine that many people would know about what happened today. The people in the province and even the imperial court would probably reward him in a few days. Everyone would know that he was a good official. Good official? Impressive. This was more impressive than what his son had thought. A good official should not be greedy for money and should not think for himself. As he was thinking about these things, the road seemed to be very long. It was not easy to reach the yamen. He already knew that it looked very glamorous from the outside, but he did not know what it was like inside. His son could not find out either. As he entered the main hall, he saw that it was not bad. Jia County Magistrates was quite satisfied. After the handover, the commoners left happily. A group of people began to look at the place where they would live in the future. Everyone felt uneasy. "Father, this is where we will live in the future?" When they reached the back, Jia Werin saw the neat limestone bricks on the ground, the withered flowers on both sides, the beautifully painted courtyard walls, the newly tiled house, the winding path that led to the back, and the tall locust tree. He could not believe his eyes. Jia County Magistrates was also shocked. He looked at the courtyard that was just renovated. He did not expect the yamen to treat him like this. When they walked past the first courtyard and reached the second courtyard, he was even more suspicious that they had come to the wrong place. The road was still paved with limestone bricks. There was yellow sand on both sides of the road. There was a flower bed on the left and a moon gate on the right that led to another courtyard. This time, it was clean and tidy. After passing through the moon gate, they saw the winding path in front of them. There was a small pond and a corridor leading to it. There was a pavilion beside the pond. On the other side of the pavilion, there was a clump of plum blossoms. There were wind chimes hanging from the hexagons that rang in the wind. "Sir, please come this way." A yamen runner walked in front and led the Jia County Magistrates and the others along the winding path. They came to a place surrounded by big trees. There were some curtains there and there were people clearing the snow from time to time. Before they could see what was inside, they could smell the fragrance of cucumbers. "Sir, these are cucumbers prepared for you. You can pick them and eat them fresh. Go to the pavilion to boil some wine and enjoy the snow and plum blossoms," the yamen runner introduced. "Oh, Deputy Zhang, may I know why?" Jia County Magistrate suppressed the shock in his heart and asked Zhang Mingxing, who was following behind him. Zhang Mingxing showed a puzzled look and asked, "Sir, what are you talking about?" Jia County Magistrates knew that he did it on purpose. He had to make it clear and said, "Why did you fix my place so well?" "Sir, you are asking about this? It's not very good. It's just enough for one person to live in. We can't let your whole family live in the courtyard. This is the idea of the people in the county. Sir, you are a good official. Of course, you have to fix your place. It's cold. If you catch a cold, the people will suffer." Deputy Zhang Mingsheng told the reason, but no one around him believed him. "Sir, in the future, there will be people in the courtyard from time to time to send some food and necessities. They are all from the merchants themselves," Zhao Xiang added. "Well, thank you very much." Jia County Magistrates couldn't say anything else. He completely understood now that the people here, or to be exact, the Zhang family, didn't want him to be greedy. They could give him benefits, let him live well, and provide him with food and necessities. He just had to do his job honestly. As a county magistrate, he should never interfere. Otherwise, Chapter 227. The road ahead began, and the sun was high in the sky. The county was peaceful, and there was nothing to do. When the sun was high in the sky, the Jia County Magistrates, who had been in office for less than 5 days, yawned and crawled out of his warm bed. He was served to freshen up, eat breakfast, put on his official uniform, and strolled in the garden. He went to the front hall and sat on the chair in the middle of the hall, drinking a cup of tea. Looking at the yamen runner who was dozing off at the door, he asked listlessly, "Are we still going to the dock later? If you want to go, I will go with you. If you want to go somewhere else, I will ask someone to prepare a carriage and a horse." The yamen runner shook his head and replied after he was a little more awake. "Oh, okay, then we will go somewhere else today. We will go up the river and walk casually. There is no need to prepare a carriage." Did anyone complain? The Jia County magistrates asked hopefully. The yamen runner shook his head again. "Sir, no one complained. Your administration is clean and peaceful, and the people live in peace. If there are outsiders, they will not dare to make trouble when they see the yamen runners patrolling the county." The Jia County magistrates did not speak anymore. He drank a sip of tea, closed his eyes, and sat there to take a nap. However, he could not help but think about something. He was too idle. He had been here for 5 days, and his mother and wives had been praising him for finding a good place to be an official. The garden was beautiful, the room was comfortable, and the food was not bad. The cook at home only had to follow the instructions of the restaurant to cook the ingredients. Even his 12-year-old daughter said that he did not need to be tired. Wasn't that true? He had nothing to do all day. These days he went out every day. It was bustling, and the people he saw always had a smile on their faces. Occasionally, beggars would come from outside and kneel in the snow. In less than a quarter of an hour, a yamen runner would come and ask if they were willing to work elsewhere. If they were willing, they could go to the yamen and be sent to the prefecture. At this time, the county deputy would be done. It would not take long for any official to find them and put their stamp on them. If there were any beggars who were not willing to work, the yamen runner would directly drive them out of Sanshui County. No one could find fault with this. If they were not hungry, they would not work. He didn't need to worry. He was free, but what was he doing in Sanshui County? There was no money in the treasury. The yamen runners' daily meals were provided by the little Luoshui pier, and so was their own family. They did not need to spend a single one. Their food and clothing were all taken care of. Based on this arrangement, if they wanted to earn some money while they were in office, they would have to earn their salary. There was also the Chongping warehouse in the county. Originally, it was made by Yu, but the prefecture did not investigate. There was a lot of grain in there. If the grain was expensive, it would be put away, and if the grain was cheap, it would be taken away. The Sanshui County was very stable. As long as one was willing to put the seal here and let others stamp it at will, one could travel around and play. But what's the point? He wanted to submit a memorial to accuse the county's merchants of privately contributing to the government. However, when he saw the 10,000 citizens form on the desk, the other places were already filled, and he only needed to fill in his name. Once his memorial was submitted, the 10,000 citizens form would be filled in with his name and submitted to the government. At that time, the people of the county would feel indebted to him and thus contribute to the government. If the higher-ups were to accuse him, he would be the first to be punished. "Little boy from the Tang family, are you all right?" Just when the Jia County magistrates was feeling angry, an old woman came to the entrance of the yamen hall and asked the yamen runner sitting there. It seemed that she did not see that there was another person sitting in the hall. "Madam Hong, why did you come out? It's cold outside. Go back quickly. If there's anything, just ask Brother Hong to come over." The yamen runner opened his eyes, saw the old woman, and advised her with concern. The Jia County magistrates became alert. He thought that someone was going to complain, so he slammed the gavel on the table and asked the people at the door, "Who is complaining?" Left and right yamen runners, quickly bring him to the hall. The old woman and the yamen runner were startled at the same time. The yamen runner looked at the old woman and then at the county magistrate, not knowing what to say. The old woman helped him out, squinting her eyes and looking at the person sitting in the hall. She said, "I won't complain. I don't want to trouble you, sir. I asked little boy Tong to come to my house to help me kill the pig. There's only him and my daughter-in-law at home. The neighbors are busy and can't tie up the pig. They'll be back in a while." "I'm not busy," the Jia County magistrates muttered in his heart. He said, It's such a big matter. Tong Yong, come with me to check it out. The Jia County magistrates was so bored that he was annoyed. Finally, there was something to do. It was better to kill the pig than to sit here. After saying this, he turned around and changed into casual clothes. It would be difficult to wash the blood off his clothes. It didn't take long for Jia County magistrates to come back with a small basin in his hand. When he went back, he met his mother. His mother said that she wanted to eat blood tofu, so he gave her a small basin and 2 coins and asked her to bring some back. The old woman led the way, followed by the Jia County magistrates and the yamen runner. The 3 of them left the yamen and went to the old woman's house to kill the pig. The Jia County magistrates was very happy. This was the first time he was in charge of government affairs. Oh, it wasn't easy. As they were walking, the Jia County magistrates noticed that there was a person in front of them who seemed to be trying to steal something from another person. His hand had already reached the person's waist. There was a small pouch there. A big case, the Jia County magistrates thought. He nudged the yamen runner next to him and pointed forward. He should be an outsider. Judging from his clothes, he doesn't come from a rich family. Don't worry, sir. In a few days, this person will find a job in the county. It's his first time. He didn't even dare to touch the pouch. The yamen runner had already seen it. If it was someone else who was being stolen, he would have caught them. However, he didn't have to worry about the person who was being stolen. He used to be a master thief in the county. Later on, he stopped stealing and started to make trinkets for Zhangjia Zhuangzi's restaurant. His hands were very skillful. In a month, he could earn 3 or 4 strings of coins. He should be caught and put in prison. The Jia County magistrates wanted to convict this person. Sir, there's no one in prison. The original ones who committed serious crimes have already been sent to the county court. The ones who were not so serious have all been released to work. It's better to save one person than to lock one up. This is the first time that person stole something. Locking him up is just to let him know that he will be a good person in the future. Even if we don't arrest him now, he will still be a good person. The yamen runner could only persuade him. If this person was caught, he would be sent to Zhou Shihu. Zhou Shihu was always short of manpower. If this person was repentant and didn't commit serious crimes, he would arrange a job for him. If he didn't, he would be forced to work, locked up, and fed. Sure enough, just as the yamen runner said, the person who wanted to steal hesitated a few times before finally taking action. As soon as his hand touched the pouch, it was grabbed and twisted. The yamen runner scolded him. Are you blind? You still want to steal in front of me? Don't you know who's in charge of this street? How dare you steal something from me? The Jia County magistrates was stunned. It was too fast. He was caught in an instant. He walked forward happily. The people around him didn't gather around to watch the show like they did in other places. The people who were doing business on the street shook their heads and lamented that the guy was unlucky. Stealing in front of a master thief, not to mention that he was stealing from a master thief, he would also be caught stealing from others. The original ruffians in the county began to watch after they changed their ways. They didn't allow others to steal from the people in the county. Even the yamen runner who saw the situation stood aside and didn't want to go forward. Big brother, please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. It's my first time. The person who was caught cried and begged. The pain from his hand made sweat ooze out of his forehead. The Jia County magistrate saw that his subordinate didn't listen to him. He had no choice but to ask the yamen runner beside him, what about robbers and murderers? Don't tell me that kind of people never come to Sanshui County? Sir, you're right. Sanshui County hasn't deliberately killed anyone in recent years. People who come from outside are usually escaping from disasters. As long as no one instigates them, they're more obedient than the locals. Recently, there hasn't been anyone stealing. In the past, some of the ruffians in the county changed their profession to make money. Some of them, like me, have become yamen runners. The yamen runner explained to him. The Jia County magistrates carefully looked at the yamen runner beside him and asked, You used to be on this street? To be honest with you, sir, 2 years ago, when you mentioned Tong Haizi, there was no one on this street who wasn't afraid of him. Am I right, auntie? The yamen runner told him everything. The old lady smiled and said, Yes, sir, you don't know. In the past, This kid was always causing trouble and was not filial at home. The neighbors all avoided him. He would be locked up every few days. Now it's different. Good, very good. After hearing the old lady's words, the Jia County magistrates didn't know what to say. This was strange. Ruffians were now yamen runners. What kind of world was this? The Jia County magistrates couldn't think of anything and could only look at the thief again. At this time, the thief didn't shout anymore. He was holding a fruit pancake in his hand and eating it quickly. In the blink of an eye, the fruit pancake was in his stomach. He took a sip of water from the yamen runner who caught him and picked up another fruit pancake to eat. He ate 4 fruits in a row and was stopped by the yamen runner. Only then did he hold his bloated stomach and burp. The fruit pancake was not small. It could be steamed into a big steamed bun. There were also 3 big fruits in it. The yamen runner who sold the fruit pancakes was very generous. He thought about adding some chopsticks into the fruit pancake every day when he stir-fried shredded radishes. Looking at the thief's thin body, he wondered how the fruit pancake could fit into the fruit pancake. He's really hungry. The Jia County magistrates believed the yamen runner's words. It was the thief's first time doing such a thing, so he was very hungry. It seemed that it was good to let someone who had done bad things in the past become a yamen runner. He had sharp eyes. It wouldn't be easy to commit a crime in front of these people. The yamen runner watched the thief finish eating and asked, "Is there anyone else in the house?" "No, there's a little sister. She's 9 years old." "Big brother, what do you want me to do?" The thief knew that it was impossible for him not to do something when he was caught and given food to eat. "I'll go with you to pick up your little sister. When you come with me, I'll take care of your food and drink. I'll also make clothes for you. When you do it, you'll be paid. If I catch you doing such a thing again in the future, don't think about getting your hand back." "Second uncle, how much is it?" The yamen runner warned the thief and asked the yamen runner. Just now, the yamen runner had added more fruits and eggs. He didn't know how to calculate. Book ID equals 1589628. Book name equals usurper. Chapter 228. Although Jia County magistrates felt a little regretful that he couldn't handle a big case, he was still willing to see someone change. He said to the seller, "I'll pay for it." "Oh, the county magistrate is here. How can I let you pay for it? This kid will work for Little Hoosie in the future, so I won't take his money. My cart was made by Little Hoosie, so I didn't spend any money. Would you like to try one?" The seller didn't have a good leg, so he came out from the back of the cart and wanted to salute. He was happy to see that a kid didn't take a wrong turn. Jia County magistrates saw that the thief was enjoying the food, so he smacked his lips and said, "Okay, then give me one too. Pay up." The last 2 words were said to the yamen runner. He now admitted that except for himself, the rest of the people in the yamen were in the same boat as the Zhang family and the Wang family. The yamen didn't have any money in its account and only gave him things. Since that was the case, it would be a waste not to use it. Yamen runner immediately took out 4 copper coins and put them in the bamboo tube next to the cart. "Second uncle, add 3 more eggs, oil on both sides, and some more chili sauce." "Okay, I wanted to buy one for you, but I was afraid that you wouldn't want it. I'll put more. You didn't help me when you saw it just now." The seller cupped his hands and saluted, then turned back and started to spread the pancakes. He cracked the eggs and put the eggshells in the bucket next to him. Jia County magistrates looked and asked curiously, "Why are you still keeping the eggshells? Just throw them away." "Sir, look at this road, where are the things that are thrown away? As for the useless things, as long as they are bones, leaves, or eggshells, they should be left behind. When the Zhang family comes back, they will give us some eggs or vegetable oil." Zhang family? Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Tuqiao village? Jia County magistrates thought of that place when he heard about the Zhang family. He was both afraid and resentful of that place. The second uncle flipped the pancake over and continued to beat eggs on it. He said, "Sir, you also know? It's right there. If the weather is hot, dry those things under the sun. Those who raise chickens keep some and other things to feed. Most of them are given to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to feed the chickens." When Jia Yi heard someone talking bad about Zhangjia Zhuangzi, he felt uncomfortable. Looking at the person selling crepes, If he badmouthed Zhangzhe Zhuangzi now, he might not sell anything to him anymore. No wonder Zhangzhe Zhuangzi dared to be so arrogant and even restricted the county magistrate. The hearts of the people here were all with him. Since he could not deal with it now, he could only endure. County Magistrate Zhe made up his mind and asked again, "Then, do you know how many chickens there are in the Zhang's farm now?" "I don't know." "Many, that's called many. This year, I caught 15 chicks from his family. One of them is male, and the rest are female. They will be able to lay eggs next spring." When the second uncle thought about the chickens laying eggs next year, he became even happier. He even put in more chopped green onions, pressed the fruit, rolled it up, wrapped it in a piece of paper and handed it over. "How much for one?" Jia County magistrates thought that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi deliberately asked for more money. This was also a crime. "It's free. I exchanged it with eggshells. 30 eggshells for one chick. When I first brought it back, it was small and fluffy." The second uncle didn't know that the county magistrate was scheming against Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, so he said whatever he wanted. Yaman runner at the side understood that the county magistrate was looking for trouble. "Go ahead." The Zhang family and Zhuangzi never left any loopholes for others to use against them. When the Jia county magistrates heard this answer, he knew that he couldn't find any fault with Zhangzhe Zhuangzi in this aspect. How could eggshells be worth money? A chick was worth about 2 or 3 copper coins. 10 eggshells were worth 1 copper coin? Would anyone believe that? He took the fruit pancake and ate it as he walked. It was really good. It was warm and full. After eating one, he felt full and warm from the inside out. When the Jia County magistrates almost finished eating the fruit pancake, the 3 of them had already arrived at the old lady's house. The county magistrate helped to coax the pig while the Yaman runner and the old lady's son tied up the pig. The rest of the time was simple. After an hour, the Jia County magistrates and the Yaman runner returned to the Yaman. The Yaman runner carried the pig's blood and a piece of pig's intestines. He said to the county magistrate while walking, "We didn't eat this before. We threw it to the dog at home or threw it into the latrine pit. Later on we stopped throwing it." But the county magistrate was puzzled. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi specially instructed people to teach others how to eat this, especially the intestines. They can be made into sausages or stuffed with sausages. They can be smoked with sawdust. That way the taste will be better. When we get back, I'll make a meat sausage for the adults. Or, I can wash it with water and fry it. It's also good to eat cold. Yaman runner shook the intestines in his hand and explained in detail. The Jia County magistrates didn't want to eat this no matter what. It was disgusting just looking at it. He didn't understand why Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's people taught others this. He asked, "What benefits does the Zhang family get by doing this?" "Benefits? Of course. When the people in the county eat well, they will be in good health. They will work more and earn more money. The better their food, the more money they will have. When the time comes, they will have more spare money. When they have more money, they will need to buy things. Merchants will also come over. As long as they travel by water, they will have to stop at the docks. When the merchants earn more money, other than the Yaman tax, they also need to eat. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi has a lot of restaurants and shops that haven't been rented out. These are all money. When more people rent out the shops, the prices of the shops will be higher." Yaman runner said this because he had asked the county magistrate. He also knew that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was doing a good deed for the county. Although the cooking methods were simple, they were very useful. Some people even bought these things from other people and opened a small shop to sell them. When the people in the county knew that these things were edible, they would also eat them. Jia County magistrates didn't think about these things. He only heard that the prices of the shops at the docks would be higher after the tax was collected. This was the reason why he came. "Why don't we go to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi tomorrow to take a look? If there is anything difficult, I can help." Jia County magistrate's heart was excited. "As per magistrate's orders, we will set off for Zhangzhe Zhuangzi tomorrow. We will probably arrive before nightfall. Magistrate, please don't be so bumpy." The Yaman runner didn't care where he went. There was nothing to be afraid of at Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. He could see how to grow vegetables, but it was impossible for him to know how to grow wood ears and hatch chickens. Smoke rose in spirals from the chimney, and the north wind whistled. Winter plum blossoms stood in the snow. Who was more delicate? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan pierced themselves into a ball. Except for their eyes, all other parts of their bodies were covered. They stepped on the snow to look at the plum blossoms. The flowers had not bloomed yet, and only the bony branches were hanging on the snow. We originally planned to build houses for the villagers this year, but it was delayed. We can only do it next year. Let someone see which houses are not sturdy. Let's repair them first so that they won't be crushed by the snow. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the trees in front of him, but he was talking about the situation at Zhuangzi. Yes, we have to repair them. Tomorrow is the beginning of spring. After the spring plowing, we will repair them. It has been 5 days, and the new county magistrate still hasn't done anything. It seems that he wants to endure hardships. Just lie down for a year. Next year, we won't have a chance to cause trouble. Wang Wan pulled her hand out of his hand and touched a short branch. She also didn't talk about the plum blossoms, but talked about the county magistrate. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the houses near the school, and saw smoke rising up and being blown away by the wind. He thought for a while and said, he has just arrived, so he doesn't know where to start. He still needs to use the people in the yamen. He doesn't dare to get rid of them and replace them with his own. He must be waiting for an opportunity. I was thinking whether to drive him away now, or wait for a while and give him a chance to leave. It's winter, what should we feed the children? Children have weak bodies. When they are cold or hot, they will get sick easily. We have to make some milk so that the children can resist the cold after eating. Butter, this thing is okay. Just the butter alone is also okay. Wang Wan gave an idea that she couldn't do at all. Zhang Xiaobao didn't dare to think about using butter to cook food. How many cows would have to be killed to have enough for the children to eat? He thought for a while and said, use the pig meat. Use the oil that has been refined to make some steamed buns for them. Apples can be stored for a long time. Buy more and put them in the cellar before they freeze at the dock. Buy some from nearby stores first. From tomorrow onwards, add an egg to your meal. After the meal, you'll get a small plate of cucumber, pear, and apple. Then, fry some carrot sticks with oil. Each person gets 2 ounces a day as snacks. The medical conditions are really too bad. It's not easy to get through the illness. Well, you can do these things as you see fit. Medical treatment is not easy. It needs the cooperation of other systems. Chinese medicine is based on people. It needs to be cultivated from a young age. It also needs to be talented and intelligent. With enough medicinal materials and patience for practice, it is possible to cultivate a good doctor. The requirements are too high. Wang Wan knew that it was impossible to make medical equipment and medicine, but she still yearned for it, especially in the surgery department. It was not easy to teach people anatomy. Zhang Xiaobao also thought that if there was a bigger hospital here, how much trouble would it save? Well, how much trouble would it cause? The problem of the system is also the problem of the change of the dynasty. If we don't give the opportunity to develop, Chinese medicine already has some systems. A change is over. Do you believe in Chinese medicine? Which system do you believe in? Wang Wan turned her head and asked. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. It doesn't matter whether I believe in it or not. I only hope that when I am sick, I can treat it. For example, if you have a cold, you can treat it by drinking Bupleurum chinense soup or taking some pills. Don't think about opposing, you have to think about integration. Take ginseng for example. If you eat too much, you will have nosebleeds. Something that can be used as a poison can definitely be used as a medicine. Chinese medicine is a way of thinking, not a model. Even if you use instruments, you can still say that it is Chinese medicine. Let's not talk about this. It's too heavy. Sprinkle salt to melt snow or charcoal. Are you talking about the water between the clouds and the water? Use charcoal. If you sprinkle salt, you will kill the fish. In order to maintain this brand, how much charcoal do you need?